In July, the city of Cihang was unbearably hot. The air clung to the skin like glue, suffocating and oppressive, while the leaden sky rumbled ominously, heralding an impending downpour. Before the Happiness Internet Cafe, a rather unremarkable man with dark hair wore a perplexed expression. "What's going on? Am I dead again?" Chen Feng, aged 26, was a gaming streamer. By a stroke of fortune, he had traversed into another world. Fortunately, the language and script of this realm seemed to bear a striking resemblance to that of Earth, and beyond the clothes on his back. Chen Feng also possessed a peculiar system. Indeed, within his gaze resided a technologically advanced, yet imperceptible, transparent interface. LY-03-CDDD Save and Load System. As the name suggests, this system allowed Chen Feng to establish a save point akin to a video game. Upon his demise, time would rewind, enabling him to reload and start anew. He was permitted to reload a total of 9 times, yet it currently displayed. Reload count, 1 life less. Chen Feng meticulously reflected on his last experience, unable to recall who had taken his life. Raindrops the size of beans cascaded from the heavens. He turned his gaze toward the Happiness Internet Cafe across the street, recalling that a young woman was soon to exit. With a soft click, the glass door swung open and a tall, elegant lady emerged, clad in a deep V-lace blouse and a form-fitting skirt. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, even Chen Feng, who was 1.8 meters, had to look up at her. He Ting, the proprietress of the Happiness Internet Cafe, a widow. It is said that while 18-year-old girls are charmingly youthful, a 36-year-old woman possesses an allure that is doubly enchanting. Every smile and frown captivates the heart, akin to discovering oil in one's backyard, a beauty beyond compare. He Ting remarked, "Handsome, you look unwell. It would be wise to find shelter before the rain begins." Upon learning that Chen Feng had nowhere to go, she added, "Would you like to take refuge here?" Chen Feng nodded, recalling that this was how he had been invited into the cafe previously. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sound of keyboards and mice in action. The air conditioning was not overly brisk. Instead, it offered a comfortable warmth. He noticed 2 police officers, a man and a woman, preparing to leave. The man appeared to be in his 40s, a cigarette in one hand and a lighter in the other, while the young woman, seemingly fresh to the force, exuded a fierce determination, like a resplendent rose. "Master, how many times must I remind you to address me by my title while working?" Classic Minterminty dynamic. Once the officers departed, He Ting began to introduce Chen Feng to the cafe staff, 2 female cashiers, one cold and the other warm, both strikingly beautiful, and 4 male attendants, taciturn yet reasonably attractive. "This is Shi Qingqing." He Ting pointed to a girl adorned with a black lace-on mask. "Qingqing recently had eye surgery, so she is sensitive to light." "Hey, Hijia, are you bringing in homeless people again?" Shi Qingqing, possessing a generous bosom but a narrow outlook, had previously shooed Chen Feng away when he sought refuge in the cafe. Now, upon seeing him enter, she coldly remarked, "I just mopped the floor, and this guy's already sullied it. It's pouring outside. You can't leave him out there to get drenched." He Ting interjected on Chen Feng's behalf. At that moment, a tall beauty named Zhu Qianqian, dressed in a white silk tank top and wearing a sunny smile, inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you like me to make you a bowl of instant noodles?" Chen Feng waved his hand. "No need." Seemingly sensing his discomfort, Zhu Qianqian blinked and said, "It's all right. I'll treat you." Such unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Chen Feng scoffed inwardly. In his previous life, he had been utterly enchanted by Zhu Qianqian's attentive care, utterly captivated. However, now reborn, he had no inclination for any romantic entanglements. "Then allow me to help in return," he offered. Next to the cashier counter was a self-service beverage bar, catering to the patrons. As the demand for coffee surged, the 2 cashiers became overwhelmed. "Coffee grounds, water, stir, add ice." Chen Feng swiftly completed the task and inquired of Qianqian, "Would you like a cup of coffee as well?" Zhu Qianqian declined. "I don't like coffee." "You can have it." Noticing Chen Feng's dexterity, He Ting gestured toward a recruitment notice on the wall, which read, "Long-term internet cafe, attendance wanted, no experience necessary," and asked if he would consider working there. A base salary of 3,200, meals and accommodation included, a full attendance bonus of 200. 4 days off each month, and a certain amount of free internet usage. Is that acceptable? He hesitated. After realizing he had died once, Chen Feng's first instinct was to distance himself from this ominous place. Yet, contemplating the torrential rain outside, as a transient without an identity, he had nowhere else to go. If calamity could strike in a crowded cafe, how much more perilous would it be to remain outside in the downpour? Thus, after much deliberation, he chose to stay, just as he had done before. At this juncture, Cihang outlined 3 rules of the cafe. First, do not go to the 3rd floor. Our cafe has 3 levels. The first is for general browsing. The second comprises private gaming rooms and staff quarters, while the third is intended to be converted into a billiards hall, but remains under construction, filled with cement and building materials. So do not tread there. Second, keep the air conditioning at a reasonable level. Qingqing has been ill lately. She cannot be exposed to cold air. Third, beware of those in white coats. Those in white coats are escaped patients from the 4th Hospital's Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. If you wish to avoid trouble, keep your distance from them. Although these seemingly arbitrary rules puzzled Chen Feng, who had perished in his last life, he had no grounds for complaint, given that they were willing to employ him, a stateless drifter. The attendants operated much like waitstaff at the cafe. Their responsibilities were simple: restocking snacks such as beetle nuts and instant noodles, delivering drinks to patrons, cleaning keyboards and mice, and tidying the space. Technical tasks, such as repairing computers, were beyond their purview. Attendant: the computer is lagging, restart it. Attendant: the computer is broken, restart it. Whenever such inquiries arose, the male attendants uniformly responded in this manner. Hours passed, yet the rain showed no sign of relenting. Cihang handed Chen Feng a key. Follow the corridor on the 2nd floor to the end. The room on your right is yours. If you feel tired, rest early. And I live just across from you. Feel free to call on me anytime. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance and sauntered toward the door. Was she hinting at something? Watching the alluring figure of the proprietress, Chen Feng almost lost his resolve, but in the name of survival, he steeled himself. The attendant's shift was divided into 2, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. However, as a new recruit, he technically wasn't required to work today. Yet, recalling his previous life, he had heeded the proprietress's advice, gone to sleep, and awakened to find himself back at the beginning. He could not afford to sleep. Slumber could lead to his demise. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the doorway, determined to uncover what had transpired this time. Chapter 2. The unreachable 3rd floor. As the night deepened, Chen Feng's heart grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light surged through the window, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Startled, Chen Feng jolted upright, realizing that the fluorescent lights flickered violently before plunging into darkness. A power outage, likely caused by the torrential rain damaging the power lines. In the murky confines of the internet cafe, a cacophony erupted. Damn, my pinnacle. What is going on, network administrator? Faced with the fury of the patrons, the administrators responded humorously, we'll reboot. Could a mere reboot resolve such an issue? Chen Feng nearly chuckled, thinking his colleague possessed a peculiar sense of humor. Amidst the chaos, an explosive crash echoed from the direction of the cafe's entrance, followed by the sound of shattering glass. What was that noise? Patrons hastily illuminated their phones towards the source of the sound, only to find shards of glass scattered across the floor, rainwater seeping in, and a chill breeze wafting through. Chen Feng felt momentarily reassured. He had feared a twist of fate, but it appeared to be merely the wind. At that moment, a heavily tattooed man sitting near the entrance suddenly froze, his eyes widening in alarm. What's wrong? The surrounding onlookers queried, but the tattooed man's face turned crimson, rendering him speechless. Then came a sickening crack, under the glow of the phones. Chen Feng and everyone else beheld a horrific sight. The tattooed man's head had abruptly twisted 180 degrees, grotesquely severed from his body. The twist had come indeed, only it was the neck that had turned. Chen Feng's mind erupted in disbelief. Initially, he had fancied himself thrust into a romantic urban narrative, having unexpectedly landed a job as a network administrator with 3 beautiful female colleagues surrounding him. It seemed like a delightful twist of fate, but now, confronted with such a bizarre scene, he realized the grim truth. He was ensnared in a realm of supernatural horror. Panic surged through him. He was surrounded by malevolent spirits. Someone has been murdered. There are ghosts. With a shrill scream, chaos erupted within the cafe. Shouts, scuffles, and the clatter of overturned gaming chairs filled the air. The world outside was perilous. There was no time to lose. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng dashed up the stairs, racing to the second floor. Hearing the din from below, the patrons in the gaming rooms clustered together. What is happening? What is going on? Something's gone awry downstairs. Chen Feng relayed the harrowing events to the others, urging them to call the police. There's no signal. What is wrong with this wretched phone? It was a classic scenario. When calamity struck, the phone invariably turned into a useless brick. Chen Feng sighed, and at that moment, the sounds of fighting, screaming, and cries from below suddenly diminished significantly. After a pause, an unsettling silence enveloped the space. Was it over? But why had no one come up? Had everyone downstairs perished? A multitude of questions lingered in the minds of the gathered crowd. Is anyone brave enough to venture down? They spoke boldly, but inwardly, they hesitated. Why don't you go down and find out? The air was thick with tension, each voice echoing uncertainty, yet none dared to take action. Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. But he found neither of the two receptionists nor the boss lady, causing a heavy sensation to settle in his heart. Had they already fallen victim to a heinous fate? It appeared that in his previous life, he was most likely slain by this monstrous entity, a creature capable of invisibility. With the strength to twist a person's neck a full 180 degrees, being killed by such a being was not something Chen Feng disputed. The crux of the matter lay in his utter lack of memory regarding the monster. Was it possible that he had been strangled in his sleep? Yet, given the volume of the screams, even a pig would have awakened. Moreover, he had locked the door before retiring for the night. As Chen Feng pondered, a sudden cacophony of water erupted from the direction of the restroom. What was that sound? Undaunted by the ominous atmosphere, a young man, bold as a calf, pushed open the restroom door only to discover the faucet gushing water, flooding the basin and soaking the floor. It seemed someone had forgotten to turn off the tap. What poor etiquette! The young man pinched his nose and approached, intending to turn off the water, when he was unexpectedly met with a chilling breeze brushing against his neck. Bewildered, he thought, why is the air conditioning set so low? But midway through his contemplation, he chuckled at the absurdity of it. The power was out. So where could the cool air be coming from? Wait a moment. Without air conditioning, why was it so cold? As the young man approached the sink, the water lapped over the edge of the basin, touching his feet with a bone-chilling coldness that felt utterly unnatural, even if it were raining outside. How could the water be so frigid after a day of sun exposure? Before he could unravel these mysteries, he felt a pair of icy, damp hands grip his neck. With a sudden crack, the young man lost all sense of consciousness. Run! It's coming! The crowd screamed, hastily fleeing once more. Although the boss lady had advised against ascending to the third floor, with their lives hanging by a thread, Chen Feng paid little heed to such warnings and clutched the railing as he rushed upward. Yet, as he ran, he abruptly noticed an unsettling silence enveloping him. Something was amiss. He looked ahead and saw no one. Turning around, he found himself equally alone. Where had everyone gone? Confused and apprehensive, Chen Feng dared not return to seek others, for the monster lurked below. He could only press onward, just as the boss lady had described. The third floor was indeed unrenovated, a vast hall without partitions, the air thick with the acrid scent of cement and an indescribable, nauseating odor. Was there a sewage explosion nearby? Chen Feng covered his nose, his gaze falling upon numerous thick hemp ropes hanging from the ceiling, densely clustered, with some quilts dangling from their ends. Why were there so many quilts drying? As he approached for a closer inspection, an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. The surfaces of the quilts were shriveled and desiccated, the outlines of facial features barely discernible, surrounded by drooping limbs. What hung from the ends of those ropes were not mere bedding, but unmistakably, the skins of human beings. The hellish scene before him caused Chen Feng to recoil several steps, his shoes making a distinct sound as they struck the floor. Then, silence enveloped him, devoid of even the faintest breeze. However, all the human skins began to flutter, turning in unison, their hollow eye sockets gazing in the direction where Chen Feng stood. What is this? Chen Feng felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Detection indicates the previous host has perished, scanning for new host information, binding in progress. A mechanical voice echoed with numerous reverberations in his ears, followed by an incessant barrage of notifications. Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the LY-01-CDDD system of showy face slapping. Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the XH02-SLJD Deep Blue Point Allocation system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the DS03-SHFX Godly Wealth Cashback system. It is difficult to articulate the sensation, akin to having hundreds or thousands of people simultaneously add you on WeChat. As the mechanical notification sounds incessantly rang in Chen Feng's ears. After a while, the chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually settled. Chen Feng shook his head, finally calming down, attempting to comprehend what had transpired. These human skins, like him in life, were all traversers endowed with systems. They had met their demise, leaving their systems behind in this place. and Chen Feng had become the new master of these systems. I have inherited the systems of my predecessors? No trace of joy adorned Chen Feng's face. Instead, he was engulfed in profound panic. What kind of cursed place is this that could slay so many predecessors? Was it not said that one should not ascend the stairs? A seductive voice, laced with a hint of fatigue, echoed from ahead. That voice. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the proprietress, Cihang, emerging from the forest of human skins, swaying as she approached. Now it was evident even to the dullest mind that the deaths of those predecessors were undoubtedly linked to her. Stay away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Chen Feng turned to flee, only to stumble and fall to the ground, lowering his head in confusion towards his legs. He initially believed he had tripped over something, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, his legs had become exceedingly withered and wrinkled, resembling those of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. What is happening? Chen Feng felt as if his entire being was being hollowed out, vitality draining away at an alarming rate, and an incessant wave of drowsiness washed over him. I long to sleep. I long to sleep so desperately. I long to. Chen Feng closed his eyes, finally understanding how his first self had met his demise. When he opened his eyes once more, the humid air and the distant sound of cicadas enveloped him as a beautiful woman emerged from an internet cafe, slowly approaching the bewildered Chen Feng. Handsome, you look unwell. You should find shelter before the rain arrives. Chapter 3. The benevolent system. Do not come closer. Please, do not approach. Chen Feng instinctively retreated 2 steps like a frightened bird. The proprietress blinked in confusion. She was exceedingly confident in her beautiful facade, for whenever she stepped outside, men would be captivated, unable to tear their gazes away. Yet the man before her was actively evading, which was exceedingly peculiar. Thus, the proprietress narrowed her beautiful eyes and inquired, Handsome, what are you afraid of? Afraid? Is there any reason to be? Confronted by this female fiend who had slain hundreds and fashioned their skins into gruesome trophies, Chen Feng feigned calmness, while internally he screamed, Please, dear sister, do not kill me. I do not wish to end up as a mere decoration. The proprietress invited him. Would you care to seek refuge from the rain here? No. Chen Feng promptly declined. He was not inclined to exert himself, but he certainly wished to live. What a strange individual. Seemingly displeased by Chen Feng's lack of charm, the proprietress swayed away. Chen Feng let out a long sigh of relief, only to discover upon touching his trousers that they felt damp. Was it sweat? He glanced down to find it was urine. He thought, how could such a thing provoke sweating? This place was utterly terrifying. No wonder so many predecessors had met their demise here. Speaking of predecessors, Chen Feng suddenly recalled that during his last reincarnation, he had seemingly inherited the systems of those who had come before him. Surely, this inheritance would not reset due to loading a previous save? System activate. Chen Feng hastily called upon the system, and 3 numbered boxes materialized before him. What were these? As he reached out, just as his hand was about to touch one of the boxes, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The first box bore the number DS01DSR, which proclaimed, At the beginning of humanity, one is inherently good. The second box, numbered DS01DR, declared, Human nature is evil. Those who are good are but pretenders. The third box, numbered LS02-SHSG, stated, It is said that the great trends of the world, after long separation, must unite, and after long unity, must separate. Remembering the peculiar sequence of numbers associated with his save load system, Chen Feng suddenly comprehended that each box represented a distinct system. Let's open one and see. He seized the first box, and at that moment, the other 2 boxes gradually faded away, disappearing. It appeared he could only choose one. A system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations on successfully activating the Great Benefactor system. This system will assist you in accruing a substantial number of system points, facilitating swift growth, and accomplishing world-saving missions. System points? Upon inquiry, Chen Feng discovered that system points functioned as the universal currency of the system, usable to enhance specific features. For instance, in the save load system, 1 point could replenish a save load attempt, essentially granting an additional life. The Great Benefactor system could issue charitable missions based on the user's experiences, rewarding system points accordingly. Combining the 2, would he not become invincible? Chen Feng eagerly glanced at the taskbar. The proprietress of the Happy Internet Cafe, Cihang, is a succubus who lures men under the guise of recruiting internet managers, only to murder them and craft their skins. Mission objective, destroy the influence of the Happy Internet Cafe. Mission reward, 19 system points, contingent upon completion. Chen Feng took a look. Investigate and gather evidence of the harm caused by internet cafes. Reporting them for closure will yield only the most modest rewards. Directly storming into the Happy Internet Cafe to drive away the succubus, Cihang, would grant a reward of moderate stature. As for the highest reward, Chen Feng, glancing at the task objective which read Eliminate the Succubus, pointed at himself in disbelief. Am I truly to battle a succubus? What difference is that from a meat bun striking a dog? A mere report would suffice. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed two police officers, one elderly and one young, emerging from the internet cafe. Master, the younger officer admonished, how many times must I remind you to address your position during work? Captain, did you not declare you were quitting smoking? Alas, this is the last one. At that moment, Chen Feng felt a spark of hope. He was in dire need of shelter from the rain, and while a bridge might serve as refuge, he recalled there lurked an invisible creature outside, capable of snapping a man's neck barehanded. He needed a safe haven for the night. Chen Feng waved his hand, halting the two officers. Greetings, officer. Hello, comrade. How can we assist you? I am Chen Feng, a traveler from afar. Chen Feng concocted a tale of losing his wallet and phone, expressing his plight of being utterly alone and starving. Could you spare some food? A beggar, are you? Officer Zhang Ruobing scrutinized Chen Feng with a discerning gaze, responding bluntly, isn't there a construction site nearby? A day's labor could earn you 100 or two. As a grown man with arms and legs, how could you be destitute? Thus, he was labeled either a vagrant or a sloth, perhaps both. Zhang Ruobing harbored a deep disdain for those who sought unearned sustenance and declared, Master, let's ignore him and be on our way. Wait. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, Officer Li's mind conjured a chilling headline for the next day's news. Public security officers in Cihang City indifferent to suffering citizens, allowing them to starve on the streets. Unexaggeratedly, each stroke of that headline could summon a leader's ire. Consequently, Officer Li grasped Chen Feng's hand, anxious to prevent him from perishing before his eyes. My surname is Li. You may call me Old Li. I know a fine beef noodle shop. Let us first fill our bellies, and then I will take you to a shelter. How does that sound? All right, that sounds good. Thus, under Zhang Ruobing's disdainful gaze, Chen Feng experienced his first ride in a police car. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him. On such a sweltering day, it was inconceivable that the air conditioning was not running, indicating the vehicle had been parked for a while. Chen Feng observed the two officers in the front seats, pondering, had they been investigating matters pertaining to the cafe owner during their prolonged stay at the Happy Internet Cafe? As if validating his thoughts, Zhang Ruobing began to complain after fastening her seatbelt. Master, after all our efforts, it seems we have come away empty-handed. Old Li, steering the vehicle, chuckled. Look at you. Always in a hurry. Zhang Ruobing retorted. I am not hasty. It's just that after searching for an entire afternoon, we have uncovered not a single clue. In my opinion, this missing vagrant case has nothing to do with the Happy Internet Cafe. Not necessarily. Old Li cautioned his apprentice against jumping to conclusions too soon. Not necessarily? Zhang Ruobing countered. According to our investigation, the proprietress seldom ventures outside. Even if she were indeed the murderer, where are the victims? Most are hanging upstairs. And one is in the car. As Chen Feng pondered this, he couldn't help but be perplexed. Seasoned killers are aware that while murder may be easy, disposing of the body is a daunting task. The third floor was evidently adorned with human skin corpses, and after scouring for an entire afternoon, one would expect to find at least a couple of pigs, yet there were no leads whatsoever. Reflecting on the peculiar incident where a throng of people ascended, leaving him as the only one to reach the third floor, Chen Feng sensed that the matter was far from simple. Just then, the intercom in the car crackled to life. This is 823235. Received. Understood. Old Li set down the intercom and turned back with a serious demeanor. I apologize, Mr. Chen. Are you feeling quite hungry? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. What is the matter? Old Li elaborated. Someone reported that another person is attempting to take their life at the Cihang bridge. We need to head over. Chen Feng inquired, why say again? Is that bridge prone to such incidents? Old Li nodded. You are a newcomer, thus unaware. The Cihang bridge has witnessed a continuous stream of suicide incidents since its inception. In an effort to alter this trend, the government installed several signs on the bridge. Chen Feng paused. Signs? Old Li clarified. Whenever someone walks past the life bridge, the lights on the railings illuminate and greetings appear, such as, are you tired? Or how have you been lately? Does the person you admire reciprocate your feelings? Chen Feng questioned. Is it effective? Old Li replied, indeed. A year later, the number of suicides on the bridge surged sixfold. Oh, that is rather effective, Chen Feng mused. But why are so many people committing suicide? Is there such immense pressure on the residents of Cihang City? Old Li informed him, in truth, suicides have little to do with slogans or pressure. The reason so many have perished on that bridge is due to. After a pause, Old Li's expression darkened. Water ghosts. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the water ghost. The rain outside fell heavier, the sound akin to sizzling meat. Concerning spirits and demons, it is better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them. Old Li pressed the horn and, in a suddenly mysterious tone, asked, Mr. Chen, would you like to hear a story? Here we go again. Zhang Ruobing rolled her eyes and covered her ears. I want to listen. It's nonsense. Who asked you? Chen Feng nodded. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Next, I shall recount a tale that is absolutely true, whether you believe it or not. Old Li's voice dropped. Years ago, there was a wealthy magnate who married a stunningly beautiful woman, as if she had stepped out of a painting. However, after a few prosperous years, strange occurrences began. The magnate's health deteriorated day by day, and the neighbors whispered that his wife was a harbinger of misfortune. Yet this magnate, blinded by love, refused to believe. Until one day, old Li's voice suddenly soared. The magnate returned home early, and guess what? He caught his enchanting wife in the act of infidelity. Goodness, what a scandal! Chen Feng felt a sudden chill in his heart, pondering whether this was not a vivid reenactment of the tale of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. Old Li seemed to penetrate Chen Feng's thoughts, chuckling. Are you contemplating that the decline of the big boss's health is due to that cruel wife poisoning him daily? And after the truth comes to light, she, in collusion with her lover, eliminates him? Chen Feng instinctively nodded. Old Li interjected, no? Chen Feng was taken aback. Huh? Could it be that the big boss, in a fit of rage, retaliated against his wife and her lover? Old Li revealed a grin, exposing a few yellowed teeth from smoking. Huh, that has not it either. Could there possibly be a third scenario? Chen Feng was bewildered. Surely the big boss wouldn't join in their escapades, would he? Old Li unveiled the answer. The big boss pushes open the door, sees two figures entwined, initially presuming them to be the illicit couple, but upon closer inspection, discovers his delicate wife embracing a lifeless body, drained of vitality, mere skin stretched over bones. Chen Feng gasped audibly. Noticing Chen Feng's reaction, Old Li chuckled. Have you ever encountered a human skin? Not only had Chen Feng seen it, but he had also once been involved with it. Eagerly, Chen Feng asked, what happened next? Old Li continued. In that moment, the big boss was so horrified by the hellish sight that he succumbed to shock and lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself hurled off the Cihang bridge by his wife, the frigid waters choking him, leading to his drowning. As the big boss met his grim fate, it spelled trouble. Old Li informed Chen Feng. In these waters, souls have perished violently and by suicide, their grievances soaring to the heavens, unable to ascend or descend, doomed to wander eternally in the icy depths. Moreover, the big boss's tragic demise left an insatiable grudge lodged in his heart, transforming him into a vengeful spirit. It is said that those who pass by the bridge at night can hear the water ghost proclaim that one day he shall rise from the riverbed to exact vengeance upon his wicked wife. Chen Feng grasped the implication. So, there is indeed a water ghost lurking beneath the bridge? Old Li affirmed with a nod. Precisely. If it weren't for the water ghost, how could there be so many incidents of despair and accidents at this bridge in recent years? It is clearly seeking a substitute to liberate itself and avenge its wronged spirit. Just as Old Li finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's ears. It was the great benevolent system issuing a new task. Beneath Cihang Bridge, a water ghost is causing havoc. This specter is translucent and indistinct, preying on those who fall into the water, dragging them into the depths to drown. Task objective: eliminate the water ghost. Task reward: 13 system points based on completion. Chen Feng's scalp tingled with unease. A tall woman, a human skin lover, and a water ghost husband. This string of clues led Chen Feng to a realization of the nature of the ghostly entity that had invaded the internet cafe. Observing Chen Feng's distracted demeanor, Old Li reassured him, do not be afraid. No matter how fearsome the water ghost may be, it ultimately remains bound to the water, unable to reach the shore. As long as you do not act foolishly by swimming in the river or fishing at its banks, you shall be safe. But that was a matter of great concern. Chen Feng hesitated and said, Uncle, are you aware that water ghosts can actually come ashore? Old Li responded, oh, in certain regions, there is indeed such a belief, particularly during heavy rains and floods when water ghosts are said to ascend to the land. Mr. Chen, I had no idea you were so knowledgeable. How could I not know? I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Chen Feng now just wished to stop the car and flee. Uncle Li, I've suddenly lost my appetite. Could you drop me off? Don't worry, we have almost arrived. Old Li gently pressed the brake, allowing the vehicle to decelerate gradually. Outside, a torrential downpour unleashed its fury. And in the fleeting moment when the windshield wipers swept across the glass, Chen Feng vaguely glimpsed a shadowy figure perched precariously on the slick railing, legs dangling. It was him. Stay in the car and wait for us. The car door swung open, and two policemen dashed into the deluge. Old Li shouted, don't act impulsively. Whatever the issue, discuss it here. However, the moment those words left his mouth, the figure plunged into the water. Zhang Ruobing gasped in horror. No, don't jump. Save him. There was no time for hesitation. Old Li swiftly shed his gear and shoes and began to scale the railing. Zhang Ruobing, her face ashen, exclaimed, Master, I can swim too. I'm going in. Absolutely not. Old Li understood that mere swimming ability did not equate to the skill of rescuing someone. After all, a drowning person would grasp at any rescuer's body in desperation, and if the rescuer lacked experience, all swimming prowess would be futile. Thus, he shouted, go get the rescue rope from the trunk, quickly. With that, Old Li leapt into the river. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had stealthily made his way to the driver's seat, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Upon seeing Zhang Ruobing return with red-rimmed eyes, he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Where's your master?" Zhang Ruobing struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. "My master jumped in to save him." "What?" Chen Feng's heart sank. He had jumped in? Didn't he know there were water ghosts beneath? Was he disregarding his life? Zhang Ruobing opened the trunk and retrieved the rescue rope. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng finally gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, I'll help too." Zhang Ruobing glanced at him. "Thank you." As they stepped outside, Chen Feng was immediately struck by the intensity of the rain. Without wiping his face, he could barely see the road ahead. They reached the bridge's edge, and it took Chen Feng some time to locate the two individuals in the water below. Old Li was frantically thrashing his arms, struggling to pull a young girl toward the shore, but she was desperately fighting against him, even momentarily submerging his head beneath the surface. This was dire. The rain was relentless, the current fierce, and they were attempting a rescue. Chen Feng felt a weight in his heart. He could see that, under these unfavorable circumstances, Old Li's movements were becoming erratic. If this continued, fatigue would set in, and disaster would be inevitable. On the other side, Zhang Ruobing swiftly secured one end of the rescue rope to a steel beam on the bridge, establishing an anchor point. "Throw it." Aiming carefully, Zhang Ruobing tossed the rope down. Upon seeing the rope descend, a flicker of hope ignited in Old Li's otherwise despairing heart. He strained every muscle to swim toward it. But at that moment, a cry for help echoed from beside him. The young girl, her expression one of agony, suddenly began to thrash wildly, evidently struggling to breathe. "Quick! Hurry!" Old Li no longer conserved his strength, skillfully clasping the lifeline to his chest before reaching out to grasp the girl. Chen Feng wiped the rain from his face, preparing to use the lifeline to guide both of them to safety. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The girl abruptly extended her hand, snatching the lifeline, and with her other hand, forcefully pushed Old Li in the chest. This thrust was devastating. Taken by surprise, Old Li inhaled water into his lungs. Yet, despite this, he still managed to push the girl away, sending her toward the shore. He propelled her toward life, while she propelled him toward death. Watching Old Li vanish from sight, failing to resurface, Zhang Ruobing's mind went blank, and she utterly crumbled. "No, master, beast." Chen Feng instantly discerned the problem. From the outset, the drowning girl had been flailing about, frantically depleting Old Li's energy, resembling a novice swimmer. However, once Old Li was swept away, the girl immediately ceased her struggles, conserving her strength, floating serenely on the water's surface. Undoubtedly, this wretch could swim. Observing the girl clinging to the lifeline in the water, Chen Feng's anger escalated as he rushed to the railing, preparing to untie the rope and allow the beast to perish. At that moment, however, Zhang Ruobing intercepted him. "I understand your anger. I am angry too, but saving lives is our duty, and what you are proposing is wrong." Chen Feng burst into laughter. "Is that even a person?" Just as the two debated, the girl below suddenly emitted a distorted, terrifying scream. "What is that? Something in the water is grabbing my feet, pulling me. Hurry, pull me up." "Is she acting up again?" Chen Feng shouted down. "Stop the theatrics." Yet the girl not only continued to scream, but also struggled more violently, splashing water everywhere. "I'm not lying. There is something down there. Help. I realize my mistakes. I truly understand. Please pull me up. I beg you." The girl's pleas abruptly ceased. Something had dragged her beneath the water. Zhang Ruobing felt an inexplicable force on the rope, far beyond the weight of a mere girl. Chen Feng wiped his face and looked down the taut lifeline, only to see the end of the rope empty. Yet the entire length was rhythmically jerking. Something sinister was climbing up the lifeline. Chapter 5. The malevolent system. The rope bore nothing, yet felt unbearably heavy. Faced with this abnormal phenomenon, Zhang Ruobing was momentarily stunned. "What is that?" A chill surged up Chen Feng's spine. He knew all too well what it was. The invisible water ghost that had slaughtered everyone at the internet cafe. Chen Feng turned to Zhang Ruobing, shouting, "Quickly, shoot at the rope. Don't let it come up. Hurry." Zhang Ruobing, bewildered, asked what. Chen Feng, frantic, replied, "There is no time to explain. The water ghost is coming up. Do you not understand?" Zhang Ruobing urged Chen Feng to calm down. "Just take a moment to breathe and explain." Breathe? There was no time for calm when dealing with a malevolent spirit. Realizing that the other party was impervious to reason, Chen Feng took off running. He had no desire to accompany this fool to their demise. At almost the very moment Chen Feng departed, Zhang Ruobing felt a sudden lightness in the rope in her hands, swiftly followed by a bone-chilling coldness that surged within her. Was it merely the torrential rain soaking her clothes that caused her body to lose warmth? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a pair of completely drenched, unnaturally slick, and immensely powerful invisible hands seized her throat. Could this be the water ghost spoken of by her master? Before she could utter a cry, the tremendous force crushed her throat bone, leaving her helplessly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, A police car suddenly screeched into view. It turned out that after leaving, Chen Feng had not chosen to flee in his vehicle, but had instead reversed direction, aiming straight for Zhang Ruobing. The most terrifying aspect of the water ghost lay in its invisibility. One remained utterly unaware of its attack, thus rendering any defense impossible. Yet now, there was but one person outside, the steadfast Chen Feng, who firmly believed that the creature would surely strike at Zhang Ruobing. The very instant it sought to harm her would also be the moment it revealed its position. Vanquishing the water ghost promised 3 points, which, when rounded, equated to 3 lives. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Chen Feng pressed the accelerator, hurtling toward the area that emanated an aura of coldness. With a thunderous crash, blood splattered across the glass, and the hood of the car caved in dramatically. Chen Feng lurched forward, his head spinning from the impact of the airbag. Damn, he had forgotten to fasten his seatbelt. Truly, there are countless roads. Yet safety should always be paramount. Driving without caution leads only to tears for loved ones. After a moment, Chen Feng regained his composure. Was he dead? Summoning the system. He opened his eyes only to see that the task of eliminating the water ghost remained in an unfinished gray state, causing his heart to plunge. He had not perished from the collision? Then what was he still doing here? A chill ran down his spine. This was certainly not merely the air conditioning being too cold. That creature had entered. As soon as he heard the sound of shattering glass, a pair of large hands clutched his throat. Those hands were slick. Were they coated in oil? It was said that water ghosts could float upon the water's surface, perhaps. Like ducks, they relied on oil to swim. Lost in such thoughts, Chen Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. Once again, he found himself before the same internet cafe, with the same proprietress. Ting bent down and remarked, "Handsome, you look unwell. It would be wise to find shelter before the rain intensifies." Chen Feng opened his eyes and shook his neck. Compared to the water ghost's ability to twist its neck 360 degrees, the proprietress's method of killing was decidedly less painful. "No need. I rather enjoy a little rain," he said, waving farewell to Ting before beginning to summon his system. As anticipated, the number of save attempts had dwindled to just 6. Dying 3 consecutive times on the first day, this alternate world was indeed peculiar. No wonder so many predecessors had met their demise. The benevolent system was nowhere to be found. However, much to his delight, the tasks from the benevolent system had been retained. Task 1. Destroy the Happiness Internet Cafe. Task 2. Eliminate the water ghost. Then came the familiar phase of choosing from 3 options within a box. Aside from the DS01DR and LS02-SHSG options left unselected last time, the box designated as TY03SLD now stands at position 1. It proclaims, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. At this juncture, Chen Feng has nearly grasped the situation. Each time he revives from a saved state, he can select a new system, while the remnants of the previous system remain intact. As for which box to choose, Chen Feng inquires of the system regarding the significance of the identifiers. The response reveals that the first abbreviation denotes the origin of the system. For instance, DS signifies a metropolitan system, LS represents a historical system, and TY pertains to a sports system. Metropolitan, historical, and sports? Chen Feng cannot help but scoff, remarking that all 3 seem rather unimpressive. How he wishes for an XH fantasy or an XX fairy tale. Even a supernatural LY would suffice. The second identifier indicates the type of system. 01 denotes a pure task system, specifically designed to issue tasks for earning system points, akin to the Great Benefactor system. 02 refers to a pure exchange system, which provides a marketplace for users to trade points for items, resembling the common Doomsday resource exchange system. 03 represents a hybrid system, encompassing special functions that do not fall under 01 or 02, much like Chen Feng's own save load system. The final identifier is an abbreviation of the system's name. With no points to his name, the LS02-SHSG box is certainly ruled out. Should he take a gamble and open the box numbered 03? Ultimately, he decides against it, for it hails from the realm of sports. And what if it turns out to be a system solely designed to enhance basketball or soccer skills? Such a fate would be a waste. It is wiser to opt for a task system and accumulate some points. After much deliberation, Chen Feng ultimately chooses DS01DR. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the Great Villain system. This system will assist you in amassing system points rapidly, enabling you to realize your grand ambition of world domination. Task discovered. A young girl, Zhong Jielian, wishes to avoid school and, to frighten her parents, pretends to jump into the river from Cihang Bridge. Task objective. Since she seeks death, let her meet her demise. Task reward. 1 point of system currency. Zhong Jielian, the girl who attempted suicide at the bridge. Chen Feng's interest is piqued. He finds this task appealing, even though the reward seems meager. Truth be told, After witnessing the heinous act of the previous girl who brought about old Li's demise, Chen Feng would relish the opportunity to eliminate her, even for free. "Officer, I'm from out of town, just looking for a meal." Using this same pretext, Chen Feng boarded old Li's vehicle. Soon enough, the intercom would ring. Chen Feng contemplated whether to preemptively smash the intercom. As long as they received no task, they would not need to save the suicidal girl and face that terrifying water ghost. However, after reflection, he deemed it insufficiently secure. If the intercom were to break, others could still use their mobile phones. Moreover, just as clever children do not wail in the absence of their parents. From the task prompt, it appears that the girl surnamed Zhong stood at the bridge's edge not out of a genuine desire to end her life, but rather to avoid returning to school. Thus, if no one intervened, she would not leap into the river, resulting in Chen Feng's mission inevitably failing. Therefore, it was imperative for him to go. Just as Old Li hung up the intercom, he heard Chen Feng say, "I'm not hungry, Officer Li. You may carry on with your duties." Old Li was taken aback. He had yet to say anything, yet the other party had already begun to respond. Zhang Ruobing inquired, "Master, what is it?" Old Li replied, "There is yet another suicide at Cihang Bridge." Chen Feng feigned surprise. "Cihang Bridge? But there are water ghosts lurking beneath." How did he know about the water ghosts? Old Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this young man not claimed to be an outsider? How was he so well versed in the supernatural tales of Cihang City? Moreover, a youth like him believed in such entities? Zhang Ruobing added mockingly, "Have you ever encountered a ghost?" "I have not only seen one, but have also been killed by one," Chen Feng retorted, adopting an air of authority. "Oh, the existence of deities and spirits. Better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them. Allow me to share a tale of a water ghost." Old Li found himself questioning his own existence. These were indeed his own words. Chapter 6. The Water Ghost's Pursuit of Souls. Thus, the frequent suicides at Cihang Bridge were linked to the water ghost, which could not only become invisible, but could also emerge onto land during rainy days. As Chen Feng concluded his story, he felt the vehicle slow down. They had arrived. Old Li gently applied the brakes, and, looking out the window, saw a figure perched on the bridge railing. He turned to Chen Feng and said, "Mr. Chen, please remain in the car. We will be back shortly." Chen Feng nodded. Based on his previous experience, he merely needed to wait in the car for the water ghost to appear and claim 3 lives, thus allowing him to escape effortlessly. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Old Li was a good man. He would leap into the raging river without hesitation to save another, even pushing the girl toward the shore after she had seized the life-saving rope from him. A man of such virtue should not meet his end here. Suddenly, Chen Feng changed his mind. "Wait." Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he prompted, "Are you really going to rescue her empty-handed?" "Ah, indeed." Chen Feng's reminder sparked Old Li's memory of the life-saving rope stored in the trunk. After retrieving it, Chen Feng volunteered, "I will go as well." Just like in the previous scenario. Upon confirming that someone was about to perform the act of suicide, the girl surnamed Zhong leapt off the bridge without hesitation. "Ruobing, please keep an eye on the position of the person in the water. I'll go save her." Just as Old Li was about to strip off his clothes and repeat past mistakes, Chen Feng hurriedly cautioned, "Uncle Li, don't jump. We only have one life-saving rope. If you leap in as well, not only will we be unable to save her, but you may endanger yourself too." While Old Li would never have abandoned the task merely due to a warning about the dangers of rescue, the thought that his descent could lead to the demise of 2 individuals indeed made him hesitate. But can we truly save someone with just a life-saving rope? Old Li's concerns were not unfounded. A life-saving rope was not the same as a life jacket, and if the girl did not know how to use it, her rescue would be impossible. Chen Feng wiped his eyes and pointed below, saying, "Uncle Li, look at the strong current beneath us. She is neither flailing nor panicking, but rather remains remarkably stable atop the water's surface. This is not something an ordinary swimmer can achieve. Indeed, as the saying goes, those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly." With Chen Feng's reminder, Old Li came to a realization. Throw. With that command, Zhang Ruobing cast a lifeline towards the girl. Observing the rope floating just within reach, the girl remained unmoved, utterly indifferent. Zhang Ruobing exclaimed anxiously, "She must be exhausted." "Not quite," Old Li corrected. "Someone who cannot swim would cling desperately to anything that floats. Her refusal to grasp the rope indicates she is still fine." Old Li, seasoned in the ways of the world, had not been deceived by the girl's performance. Chen Feng felt a pang of fear that Old Li might fall for her act and plunge into the river, undoing all his efforts. As long as Old Li remained vigilant, he simply had to await the emergence of the water spirit to fulfill his task splendidly. "It's about time," Chen Feng declared. Just as he finished speaking, the girl, who had been floating on the surface, suddenly sank beneath the water. "Help! Glub, glub, glub." Upon noticing the anomaly, Old Li immediately threw the rope again, but the river, tumultuous and vast, revealed no sign of the girl. A notification chimed in Chen Feng's ear. "Ding. Task completed. Congratulations. Player has earned 1 system point." 1 point could be exchanged for a save opportunity. This life was not in vain. Chen Feng glanced at the lifeline, which, like before, had nothing at the end yet remained taut and undulated rhythmically. Zhang Ruobing, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Chen Feng shouted to old Li, "Uncle Li, quickly cut the rope. The water spirit is coming." The water spirit? Observing the bizarre scene before him, old Li suddenly recalled Chen Feng's earlier mention of water spirits surfacing and being invisible. He promptly drew his pistol. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhang Ruobing questioned, perplexed. Although invisible to the naked eye, the water spirit could only ascend along the rope in a straight line. Aiming downward, old Li fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp gunfire echoed, and suddenly, blood splattered from the air. "Ah!" Zhang Ruobing cried out, unable to believe his eyes. How could blood appear in the absence of any visible entity? Chen Feng urged, "It's futile to shoot at it. Aim for the rope." "Right." Old Li adjusted his aim at the lifeline and, with a decisive shot, severed it. The broken segment fell onto the water's surface, instantly creating an extraordinary splash. Zhang Ruobing trembled as he spoke. "Master, that can't be." Old Li's expression darkened. The water spirit. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the howling wind and rain. Chen Feng could no longer contain himself and asked, "What are we standing here for?" Zhang Ruobing explained, "According to protocol, we should secure the scene, ascertain the location of the submerged individual, and notify the fire department to retrieve the body." As he spoke, Zhang Ruobing pulled out his phone, only to discover there was no signal whatsoever. Chen Feng urged, "Forget about the body. If we don't run now, we'll become the corpses." Old Li paused, bewildered. "Run? Is that creature still alive?" "Undoubtedly." Chen Feng spoke with unwavering determination, recalling that during their last encounter, his attempt to run over that creature had failed to bring it down. Mere bullets were utterly futile. The trio hastily returned to the vehicle, started the engine, and made their escape. Lao Li pressed the accelerator, his heart still racing, and remarked, "Brother Chun, we owe you a debt of gratitude this time. If it weren't for your timely reminder to take the life rope and dissuade me from jumping into the water, I might have fallen victim to that water ghost." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Where are we headed now?" Lao Li maneuvered the steering wheel. "First, we need to return to the station for a change of clothes, and then," just as he spoke, Lao Li noticed Zhang Ruobing picking up the radio, attempting to report the situation, and quickly interjected, "Wait a moment." Zhang Ruobing, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong, master? How do you intend to report this to the higher-ups?" "We must speak the truth," Lao Li replied. "The truth? That the water ghost killed the victim and then pursued us along the rope?" Lao Li shook his head. "Do you think they would believe such a tale? I have no desire to send you to the 4th mental hospital." Zhang Ruobing hesitated. In truth, she herself found it hard to believe, having witnessed it firsthand. "Oh, but we have the body camera footage." She suddenly remembered. Strange, why is the body camera malfunctioning? A phone without signal and a broken body camera led Chen Feng to surmise that whenever they encountered malevolent forces, their electronic devices would fail. Yet, Zhang Ruobing remained resolute. "No matter what, we cannot allow that water ghost to continue harming others." After a lengthy silence, Lao Li made a decisive choice. "This matter will be handled by my master. You should go home, get some rest, and forget about today's events." "But, enough." Lao Li slammed on the brakes, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Ruobing. "This is not your concern. If you were to encounter danger, how would I explain it to your deceased father?" Zhang Ruobing, undeterred, retorted, "Master, if something were to happen to you, what would happen to Madam?" Chen Feng found himself puzzled. How was it that Lao Li, at his age, had not chosen to have children? Meanwhile, the three of them, embroiled in their quarrel, remained oblivious to the peculiar occurrences outside. Shortly after their vehicle had moved, a series of indented footprints suddenly materialized on the rain-soaked road, yet curiously, there was no figure in sight above them. Chapter 7. A murderous dream. With a sharp click, Lao Li opened the lid of his windproof lighter, intending to light a cigarette, only to discover, after a futile search, that his cigarette pack was empty. The more agitated one feels, the greater the desire to smoke. Spotting a small convenience store ahead, Lao Li gently pressed the brakes and parked by the roadside, sheepishly saying, "I'll just go buy a pack of cigarettes." Normally, Zhang Ruobing would have stopped him at this hour, but her mind was in disarray, allowing Lao Li to slip away unnoticed. While waiting in the car, Chen Feng felt restless and uncomfortable. Initially, the damp clothing clung to his skin, making him feel chilled, but after a while in the stifling, closed vehicle, he began to feel sticky and itchy. He knew he needed to dry off, take a shower, or else a cold would be inevitable by morning. He called out to the dazed Zhang Ruobing, "Hey, could you please turn on the air conditioning?" Zhang Ruobing appeared as if his soul had been lost, responding mechanically, "All right." As the wind swept in, Chen Feng instinctively shivered. "Why are you turning on the cold air?" My apologies." Zhang Ruobing snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting the air conditioning. "That's strange. I had it set to heat. Isn't this cold air from the air conditioner?" Chen Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He pushed open the car door and looked back. On the rain-soaked ground, a manhole cover was sent soaring into the air, and in front of it, a series of indentations left by footsteps were rapidly approaching them. This is bad. Fear rendered Chen Feng's voice hoarse. Uncle Li, get in the car. The water ghost is coming. What? Upon hearing this, Old Li hurriedly followed Chen Feng's pointing finger and saw the footprints less than 10 meters away. Such a strong desire for revenge, it actually followed us here? Old Li drew his handgun and fired at the empty space ahead of the footprints. He could have fled, but with a wife waiting at home, he could not allow this ghastly entity to follow him back. Bang, bang. As bullets continued to be fired, blood sprayed from the air, and simultaneously, the footprints in the puddle began to scatter chaotically. Old Li's face brightened. It's effective. Zhang Ruobing, in the passenger seat, also jumped out of the car. Master, I'm here to help. The master and apprentice exchanged fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets until they exhausted 2 spare magazines. The police S-92 model handgun had a double-row magazine capacity of 15 rounds. Watching the bullets run out while the footprints still approached, Zhang Ruobing felt as if the laws of physics had ceased to exist. We must have fired over 50 shots at it. How can it still move? Is this truly carbon-based life? With ammunition depleted, Old Li pulled out his baton and shouted to his disciple, "You must go. I will hold them off." Zhang Ruobing shook his head. "I will not leave. I'm coming." The roar of the engine erupted as veteran driver Chen Feng pressed the accelerator in the police car, aiming towards the footsteps. A dull thud echoed. Chen Feng was once again jostled by the airbag, but this time, securely buckled in, he fared much better. An invisible creature was flung out, landing in the puddle and leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. Is it dead? Old Li rushed forward with his baton, striking down upon the water ghost, yet the baton merely glided over its form, as if hitting a wet bar of soap. What principle is at play here? Before Old Li could comprehend the situation, the water ghost stood up, throwing both him and the baton aside. Master! Zhang Ruobing collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Bullets, impacts, and the baton, so many means had proven ineffective against the water ghost, leaving her in utter despair. Was it truly indestructible? No, wait. Chen Feng exited the car, recalling the sensation he felt during his previous brush with death. Suddenly, he understood why the baton could not strike the water ghost. It was covered in oil. That monstrous being was enveloped in oil, causing the baton to slip off its body. Wait, oil? A daring thought struck Chen Feng. He shouted to Old Li, "Uncle Li, where's your windproof lighter?" Lao Li lay on the ground, his face a portrait of confusion as he gazed at Chen Feng. Uncertain of the young man's intentions, was he about to indulge in a smoke before his demise? Remarkably, this young man seemed quite knowledgeable. With just a glance, he discerned that my lighter was a high-end, windproof model. Watch closely, Chen Feng declared, as a crisp sound rang out. With his right hand, he pushed aside the metal cover engraved with floral patterns for his father, while his left hand hovered above the lighter, hastening toward the location marked by the footprints. With a swift motion, he flicked the lighter multiple times, his thumb growing sore and blackened before he finally managed to ignite the flame. Thankfully, this was indeed a high-quality, wind and rain-resistant lighter. In a decisive moment, Chen Feng ignited the water ghost. Logically, water extinguishes fire, yet this time he chose to defy convention, wielding fire against water. Boom. The flames engulfed the water ghost, erupting into a brilliant inferno. The blinding light and searing heat left Lao Li and Zhang Ruobing speechless, struggling to articulate the surreal spectacle before them. Water and fire intertwined in an eerie harmony, a figure ablaze writhing madly in the downpour, contorting in a desperate dance. Accompanying the water ghost's frantic movements was a chilling, inhuman shriek, reminiscent of a wild beast's howl. Taking 2 steps back, Chen Feng chuckled. Can you speak human language? The torrential rain could not quell the fierce flames until they consumed the water ghost, reducing it to a charred heap. Ding. Task. Eliminate the water ghost has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Reward. 3 system points at the moment of confirming the water ghost's demise. Exhaustion, cold, and hunger surged within Chen Feng, as if he had been drained of all his energy, collapsing onto the ground. Although it had been a struggle, it was finally over. Everything had unfolded so flawlessly. The last time, a suicidal girl had caused Lao Li's demise. This time, justice had been served. Good deeds beget good rewards. Though Lao Li had fractured several bones and would require a few days in the hospital, he had ultimately survived. The water ghost, which had caused countless troubles, was finally dealt with, ensuring that the patrons of the Happy Internet Cafe would remain unharmed that night. Having accomplished 2 tasks, Chen Feng earned a total of 4 system points and managed to escape the clutches of the monstrous proprietress of the Happy Internet Cafe. Reclining in the back seat of the car, he felt as though a bright future beckoned him. As the tension in his nerves eased, fatigue washed over him like a tide, further compounded by the soft warmth of the car's air conditioning, lulling him into a deep sense of drowsiness. I'll indulge in a brief slumber first, he mused, closing his heavy eyelids and drifting into a dream, a tantalizing and exhilarating reverie. In his dream, the proprietress, Cihang, lay languidly on the bed, beckoning him playfully, "Come play, handsome." Strangely, why was he dreaming of the proprietress? Was it the weight of repression? Chen Feng glanced around, sensing a hint of familiarity in the surroundings. This scene seemed reminiscent of a past encounter. It was from his first traversal, when he was also taken in by the proprietress, becoming the internet cafe's manager. However, on that occasion, he had fallen asleep early, only to dream of a scene strikingly similar to the one now unfolding, and he had reveled in sheer ecstasy. Then, he had succumbed to bliss. At that moment, it was just as it is now. In reality, "Hey, don't sleep. Master intends to treat you to a meal." "Ah, what is this?" Gazing at the lifeless figure of Chen Feng, resembling a human skin, in the back seat, Lao Li and Zhang Ruobing widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 8. The most powerful ghost-catching system. The humid air once again enveloped Chen Feng. He understood that a new cycle had commenced. "Handsome, you look unwell. It would be wise to find shelter before the rain arrives." "Damn it, you've been chasing me to kill. How could I be well?" Despite the fury bubbling within, Chen Feng managed a forced smile and waved, saying, "Next time, definitely." After sending the landlady away, Chen Feng began to calm his mind, reflecting on the events of the previous cycles. "I've died once again. Were it not for the save and load system, I would owe 3 lives by now. No wonder so many predecessors have faltered. This place indeed has its peculiarities." From the experiences of the first and fourth cycles, he realized that wherever he found himself, be it in the happy internet cafe or on a bus several kilometers away, once he fell asleep, the landlady would drag him into a dream where he would be drained of life. Thus, if he wished to see the sun rise tomorrow, he needed to act decisively and eliminate the landlady before sleeping. With his target established, Chen Feng began to call upon the system. User, Chen Feng, load attempts, 5, system points, 4. Task, eliminate happy internet cafe, incomplete. Task, eliminate water ghost, completed. Completed tasks could not be repeated. It seemed his plan to earn points through the suicidal girl and the water ghost had faltered. Chen Feng glanced at the 4 system points he had obtained last time, not hastily converting them into load attempts, for he would soon select a new system. What if he encountered an excellent exchange system, but lacked points to trade? How awkward that would be. Once again, he faced the same choice of 3 boxes. This time, the new box replacing the malevolent system was numbered LY-03-CDDD, which proclaimed, "The goal is to become a master of the supernatural." Seeing the designation of the system as supernatural, LY, Chen Feng was elated. As countless classic supernatural figures whirled through his mind, the Taoist priest wielding the 5 thunders, the exorcist with a silver crossbow, the onmyoji manipulating shikigami, the medium communicating with spirits. Finally, I have drawn a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng seized the supernatural box and promptly refined it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the most powerful ghost-catching system. Before Chen Feng appeared a passage of text. 1. Defeat ghosts through combat. 2. Fulfill the ghost's obsessions and wishes. Upon meeting both conditions, the user can subdue the ghosts and make them subordinates. Not only must he emerge victorious, but he must also satisfy their wishes. These conditions are indeed stringent. Despite the harsh requirements, Chen Feng had a promising option at hand, the water ghost. First, he understood the water ghost's weakness to fire. And having successfully slain the water ghost previously, fulfilling the first condition should pose no issue. Furthermore, during the second cycle, Chen Feng witnessed the water ghost invade the happiness internet cafe. In the third cycle, he heard Old Li recount the tale of the water ghost's tragic past. Thus, Chen Feng was resolutely convinced that the water ghost's desire was to exact vengeance upon the proprietress. Once he had identified his target, Chen Feng intercepted Old Li and his companion as they exited the cafe, articulating a simple yet profound message: "Officer, hungry meal." Subsequently, they made their way to the Cihang bridge. Along the journey, Old Li resumed his narration, stating that the numerous fatalities at Cihang bridge were attributed to the water ghost. Chen Feng merely responded with an indifferent "Oh." Surprised, Old Li exclaimed, "Aren't you astonished? It is, after all, a water ghost." Chen Feng retorted coolly, "Speak of matters that elude public awareness. Superstitions are hardly more enlightening than the news." Zhang Ruobing switched on the radio, and after a soothing musical interlude, a male voice with a standard broadcasting tone announced, "The annual special report on youth mental health will be convened at 9 o'clock this month in the conference hall of the City Administrative Center. Esteemed professors from the field of mental health will be in attendance, aiming to guide minors in embracing the online world in a green, healthy, and civilized manner." As the mundane news droned on, their vehicle arrived at Cihang Bridge. The familiar sequence ensued. A young girl leapt into the river, the water ghost emerged, and began to ascend the rope. However, this time, Chen Feng refrained from allowing Old Li and his companion to sever the rope. Instead, he requested a lighter. Uncle Lee, may I borrow your lighter? Sure, but I have no cigarettes. What's the point of lighting a cigarette? Watch as I ignite a water ghost. That's far more thrilling. With that, Chen Feng lay in wait, igniting the water ghost that was climbing up the rescue rope. The flames spread with alarming rapidity. In the previous cycle, the water ghost had met its demise after being struck by a car and shot over 50 times, ultimately succumbing to fire. This time, however, the ignited water ghost was not entirely vanquished but collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Observing the smoldering figure writhing on the ground, Chen Feng restrained old Li and his companion, stepping forward to declare, I am aware of your tale, and I know you were wronged by that treacherous woman. You seek revenge upon her, and I too have been targeted by that vile creature. If I cannot eliminate her, I shan't survive the night. Thus, I propose an alliance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shall we join forces? After delivering his proposition, Chen Feng heard the system notification chime in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for temporarily subduing the water ghost. Water ghost, temporarily subdued. Grievance level, 3 stars. Attributes, water affinity. The water ghost possesses immense strength in water and can teleport short distances through water bodies. Attribute, rain affinity. During rainfall, the water ghost can leave the shore, its form becoming indistinct and challenging to identify. Weakness, fear of fire, although born of water. The water ghost is engulfed in corpse oil and ignites upon contact with flames. Chen Feng's mind was flooded with the water ghost's detailed information. It became clear that the water ghost could temporarily teleport through water, explaining how it had suddenly appeared in the second cycle on the second-floor bathroom of the internet cafe, despite being on the first floor moments before, and how it had pursued them relentlessly in the fourth cycle, even after they had driven a considerable distance away. As for the grievance level, it served as the system's metric for gauging the combat prowess of spectral entities. The more harm inflicted, the heavier the grievances, resulting in a higher star rating and greater strength. After resolving the matter of the water ghost, Chen Feng informed the still shaken old Li. The water ghost beneath the Cihang bridge has been subdued by me and will no longer pose a threat. Unable to contain his curiosity, old Li asked, Thank you for saving me, but who exactly are you? Chen Feng replied, My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have come specifically to investigate the case of the missing homeless individuals. A flicker of astonishment crossed old Li's eyes. You are aware of the missing persons case involving the homeless? Chen Feng nodded, not wishing to arouse suspicion. Yet it was evident to any rational individual that the bounty of 9 points for the proprietress far surpassed the 3 points for the water ghost. Thus, to counter the proprietress, Chen Feng required greater combat prowess and needed to persuade old Li to assist him. Officers, what I am about to divulge may be alarming, but the case of the missing homeless is not the work of a solitary perpetrator. Zhang Ruobing inquired, How many individuals are involved? Chen Feng clarified the misunderstanding. No, it is not a gang operation. What I mean is, it is not a human endeavor at all. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Ruobing would have scoffed, deeming him insane. However, having just witnessed the events surrounding the water ghost, she found herself wavering. Are you suggesting that the case of the missing homeless is related to supernatural forces? Indeed. Chen Feng recounted how the alluring proprietress lured the homeless into her web, ultimately leading to their demise, their skins fashioned into grotesque trophies in her attic. That seems improbable, old Li remarked, though he had received numerous tips regarding the happy internet cafe and had long harbored suspicions. However, after today's investigation, during which they had ascended to the 3rd floor, they found nothing unusual apart from some wood and sand. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Contemplating that sand absorbs moisture and wood is flammable, it appeared the proprietress had anticipated the water ghost's arrival. As for the absence of human skin, could it have been concealed by her? Old Li proposed, Why don't we investigate once more together? No. Chen Feng shook his head vigorously. The proprietress has killed nearly 100 system-endowed travelers. The 3 of us going would be tantamount to seeking death. Uncle Li, you must rally as many people as possible to assist us. Old Li appeared troubled. To call for help, we need evidence. Chen Feng urged, Uncle Li, if we do not shut down the happy internet cafe tonight, we may lose our chance, and who knows how many more will fall victim. Upon hearing this, old Li's expression grew resolute. Very well, I believe you. Zhang Ruobing suddenly turned to her mentor. Master, what if this is false? Old Li reassured his apprentice. Even if it is untrue, we must proceed. That is the essence of our duty as police officers. Thus, an hour later, 3 police vehicles came to a halt outside the happy internet cafe, amid the cacophony of sirens and rain. 8 officers armed with heavy batons and stun guns disembarked and stormed into the cafe, shouting, Do not move. Place your hands on your heads and crouch down. We possess crucial evidence linking your cafe to the recent missing persons cases. We ask for your cooperation in this investigation. All unrelated personnel, please vacate the premises immediately. Blending in among the officers, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Proprietress, I have arrived. Chapter 9. The Faux Human Captain. We've apprehended several minors. After a stern reprimand, they were released. Once all the patrons of the Happy Internet Cafe were evacuated, Old Li inquired of the two front desk cashiers squatting on the floor. Where's your boss? Zhu Qianqian lifted her head slowly and replied, the boss has gone out on business and has yet to return. Nonsense. Chen Feng distinctly remembered that. Whether during the first or second iteration, the proprietress had always remained within the cafe, never stepping outside. It was surprising to see Zhu Qianqian, a seemingly fine young woman, resort to deceit. Could it be that she was in league with the proprietress? Chen Feng accessed the front desk computer. The first and second floors were operational areas equipped with surveillance cameras. Through the footage, he swiftly discovered that the proprietress had vanished from the second floor staircase half an hour prior. Look, Uncle Li, she must have gone to the third floor. Indeed. A guilty conscience. Old Li instructed Vice Captain Yang to restrain the two cashiers. Just as he finished giving orders, a wave of unease washed over Old Li, prompting him to add, do not use zip ties, fetch the handcuffs from the car. Handcuffs? Vice Captain Yang was bewildered. Zip ties, being compact and portable, were favored by law enforcement officers, but their drawback was the risk of being broken free from by stronger detainees. These two delicate young ladies appeared to lack strength. Was it truly necessary to use handcuffs? Though he felt it was somewhat excessive, out of trust for his colleague, Yang acquiesced. All right. Then, Old Li began to assign roles. We will divide into 3 teams. You two will stay with Yang on the first floor. The 3 of you will head to the second floor. Ruobing and Mr. Chen, we will proceed to the third floor together. Just as Old Li was about to embark, he noticed Chen Feng standing still, prompting him to ask, Mr. Chen, do you have any objections to this arrangement? Of course not. Chen Feng replied sarcastically. I find it entirely reasonable to split up like characters in a horror film, only to be picked off one by one. Zhang Ruobing was displeased. Can you speak properly? However, after some contemplation, Old Li realized that Chen Feng had a point. Aside from Yang's team guarding the front desk, the rest should stick together. A group of them hurriedly ascended the stairs. Contrary to their expectations of a horrific scene filled with human skins, they found only wood, sand, and an entirely unrefined, empty hall, precisely as Old Li had described. Chen Feng was puzzled. Where's the proprietress? This is truly bizarre. Old Li's heart sank. Although they had not discovered any human skins, a living person had gone to the third floor and had vanished. Could there be anything more peculiar? Someone approached the window. Could she have jumped out? No. The dust indicated there were no signs of it being opened. Others speculated, a secret room? A hidden chamber? Chen Feng disagreed. I have been to the third floor before and saw an abundance of human skins. Even if there were a secret room or hidden chamber, she wouldn't have had time to relocate so swiftly. Old Li remarked, we came to the third floor this afternoon, and it was exactly as it appears now. Your third floor and my third floor seem to be different. Zhang Ruobing sighed. Surely, there can't be 2 third floors. Don't say that, don't say that. A seemingly casual remark from Zhang Ruobing unexpectedly illuminated Chen Feng's thoughts. It is often said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, as the lair of a female demon. It is indeed plausible that there are 2 third floors here. However, what might be the prerequisites for accessing the true third floor? Chen Feng reminisced about his second reincarnation, during which, in a bid to evade the water ghost, everyone rushed toward the third floor, yet he was the sole individual to reach it. In hindsight, that group might have ended up in this place. But what was the reason for my ability to access the genuine third floor? Am I a traveler from another realm, thus possessing unique qualities? Chen Feng swiftly dismissed this notion. If he were indeed exceptional enough to ascend to the third floor then, it made little sense that he could not do so now. What distinguishes his current self from that of his second reincarnation? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him as he uncovered the blind spot. I understand. It is the key. Old Li, standing nearby, was taken aback. The key? During his second reincarnation, Chen Feng had acquired the key to this place, and the proprietress had specifically cautioned him with 3 rules, one of which was to refrain from ascending to the third floor. Logically, this warning should have been unnecessary, for the false third floor served as a guise. Even if one were to ascend, nothing of significance could be discovered. Yet, the proprietress had cautioned him nonetheless, implying that at that time, Chen Feng had obtained the qualification to enter the true third floor. The key is the secret passage to the third floor. Realizing this, Chen Feng promptly led the group downstairs and confronted a network administrator loitering by the wall, demanding, where is your employee key? The administrator replied mechanically, restart. Damn it. What an imbecile. Chen Feng proceeded to search the individual pockets and swiftly unearthed a metallic key, identical to the one in his memory. Success. However, he had little time to revel in his triumph. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The administrator, who had previously only repeated the word restart, emitted a series of unnatural clucking noises from deep within his throat. Then, with a crack, he broke free from his restraints and swiftly turned, hands reaching for Chen Feng's neck. Yet, having faced life and death multiple times, Chen Feng was no longer the naive rookie he once was. He had already retreated swiftly at the sound of the administrator's strange noises. Simultaneously, the alert officers raised their yellow tasers and sprang into action. The crackling sound of electric shock filled the air, but the administrator's movements showed no sign of hesitation. Aside from old Li and Zhang Ruobing, who had encountered water ghosts before, the remaining 3 officers gasped in disbelief. Is this still a human being? Charge! With the electric shock proving ineffective, the 5 officers lunged at the administrator in an attempt to subdue him. As officers, they possessed far superior stamina compared to the average person. Yet they struggled to restrain the administrator, who exhibited immense strength. Old Li marveled at Chen Feng's foresight. Had it been just the 3 of them, they might have truly faced disaster. At that moment, one officer grasped the administrator's arm, attempting to pin him down. However, with a single pull, the officer was startled as a piece of the administrator's skin peeled away like damp wallpaper. The officer was taken aback, and that tug triggered a chain reaction. As the administrator's skin began to crack at a visibly rapid pace, shedding to reveal the raw, crimson flesh beneath. A monster! A monster! Its skin has split open. Even the most seasoned officers found their voices faltering at this moment. Once all the skin had fallen to the ground, the mass of putrid flesh was devoid of life. Utterly lifeless. Chen Feng's ears were immediately filled with the alert from the ghost-catching system. Imposter. Grievance level. An imposter? Indeed, this internet cafe is teeming with monstrosities. Chen Feng hastily urged, "Quick, the walkie-talkie. Warn the people on the first floor to be cautious." Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the lights in the entire cafe abruptly extinguished. Meanwhile, on the first floor, confusion set in. Why did the power suddenly go out? It must be due to the rain, one officer speculated. The world plunged into darkness, and panic inevitably gripped anyone present. The 3 officers on the first floor were no exception. They instinctively reached for their shoulder lights. At that moment, a faint, rustling sound began to creep into their ears. Insects. The soft crunch of something being crushed underfoot caught Lao Yang's attention. He pondered that it was summer, and thus cockroaches, centipedes, spiders, cicadas, any number of insects could be present. This was not particularly surprising. What was astonishing, however, was the sheer volume. Countless small creatures were crawling up their pant legs. What on earth? Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. In a flurry, the shoulder lights finally flickered to life, casting 3 pale beams of light that frantically scanned their surroundings, revealing spiders, multitudes of them, an overwhelming swarm. The officers found themselves covered in spiders, with even more swarming on the ground, writhing like a dark carpet. Now, they understood why this internet cafe was so impeccably clean. Not a single fly was in sight. How can there be so many spiders? Lao Yang attempted to flee, only to realize his body was paralyzed, bound by silk threads spun by the spiders, which ensnared the 3 of them firmly in place. "Don't leave," a sultry voice echoed, sending chills down their spines. They turned toward the sound, only to be met with a sight so horrifying it defied description. A horde of spiders adorned with fragments of skin the size of fingernails had stitched these pieces together to create the figure of a woman, Zhu Qianqian. The rustling intensified as the torrent of spiders engulfed the 3 men. Pain. Excruciating pain. The sensation of being gnawed upon was almost enough to render one unconscious. Laoli. It's dangerous. Lao Yang realized he was facing certain death. He reached for the walkie-talkie, desperate to warn his companions, but as he opened his mouth, spiders crawled into his throat, causing him to cough violently. On the first floor, annihilation ensued. Chapter 10, Water Ghost. Save me on the second floor of the happy internet cafe. Hello? Can you hear me? A crackling static emitted from the walkie-talkie. Zhang Ruobing shook her head at her master. "Master, we can't reach Team Leader Yang." A sense of foreboding washed over Lao Li. Old Yang can't possibly be in trouble, can he? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, sharp and distinct. The seasoned Lao Li swiftly drew his firearm. "Someone is here." A shadow slipped from the corridor. "Who is there? Speak up before I shoot." Seeing that the figure remained silent, Lao Li wasted no time and fired, swiftly bringing the figure down. As several shoulder lights illuminated the scene, it revealed yet another imposter, an internet cafe attendant. The scent of blood filled the air. As the officers gazed upon the dismembered flesh strewn across the floor, a chill of terror gripped their hearts. "Captain Li, what on earth is this?" they inquired. Li himself harbored no answers, merely urging, "Why ask so many questions? Just draw your weapons and shoot at the sight." Chen Feng seemed to discern a glimmer of understanding. Although this grotesque creature was endowed with terrifying strength, it possessed a fatal vulnerability. Any injury to its human skin would cause it to shed instantly and perish. Quickly, downstairs. The thought that his old partner, Yang, might still be unaware that this web weaver was a monster in disguise filled Li with urgency as he hurriedly led the others downward. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Lao Yang. Despite Li's desperate calls echoing from the staircase, no response came, plunging his spirits into despair. Undoubtedly, those three had encountered misfortune. A loud belch resonated in the air, and amidst the rustling sounds, Zhu Qianqian's figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Li raised his weapon and demanded, "Where are your handcuffs?" "What happened to my colleagues?" "Them?" Zhu Qianqian pursed her lips and patted her slightly protruding abdomen. "They are inside me." Before she could finish her sentence, gunfire erupted as Li instinctively pulled the trigger. As the bullets pierced her, the others, much like Yang before them, were confronted with Zhu Qianqian's true form. The result was pandemonium. The officers frantically pulled their triggers, oblivious to the fact that their ammunition had been exhausted. Yet, despite being shot multiple times, Zhu Qianqian exhibited no signs of injury. With a mere stomp, a horde of spiders surged forth, charging towards the officers at the stairwell. "Run!" Up the stairs. In a heartbeat, the officer at the front was engulfed by the swarm. "Damn it!" Li cursed, retrieving a tear gas grenade from his belt, pulling the pin, and hurling it directly into the mass of spiders. A loud bang resonated as a cloud of white, irritating smoke erupted, decimating a significant portion of the tiny arachnids. Amidst Zhu Qianqian's anguished cries, a few managed to escape back to the second floor. However, as they ran, the two officers ahead suddenly froze. "What are you doing?" "The spiders are right on our tail," Chen Feng urged, but as he patted the two, he immediately sensed something amiss. His hands did not encounter flesh, but rather felt the coldness of stone. "What is going on?" A sense of foreboding surged within Li. Cautiously, the trio approached to discover that the two officers in front had astonishingly transformed into lifelike gray-white statues. "This is impossible." Li's heart raced, disbelief clouding his mind. Just as their attention was captivated by the statues, a serpentine hiss echoed from above, and a powerful snake-like tail descended with blinding speed, ensnaring Zhang Ruobing's waist and lifting her off the ground. "Master, save me." Before she could utter another word, the tail violently severed her in two, warm blood cascading down like a torrential rain, splattering Chen Feng and Li Ruobing. Li wiped his face and looked up, only to see a creature, half human and half snake, swiftly traversing the ceiling. In a fit of rage and sorrow, he raised his weapon to fire. "Close your eyes. Do not look." The serpent, petrified. Upon catching sight of the statue, Chen Feng instinctively shut his eyes tightly, urgently warning Old Li with a hoarse voice. Alas, it was too late. "I cannot move." Old Li's voice was rigid, as his body was visibly enveloped by a layer of grayish-white stone, swiftly transforming him into a frigid statue. "You are the vagrant who loitered at the doorway during the day. I warned you to leave, yet you did not heed my words. Do you now regret it?" The voice of Shi Qingqing echoed from the ceiling. Indeed, it was Shi Qingqing. The moment he witnessed the petrification, Chen Feng immediately recalled the girl with her eyes covered. Shi Qingqing remarked, "However, you managed to avoid looking into my eyes. Quite clever of you." "It has nothing to do with cleverness." Chen Feng lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat ashamed. Due to Shi Qingqing's ample bosom, his initial glance had inadvertently fallen there, thus allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Shi Qingqing slowly approached, coldly stating, "I do not wish to take lives, but since you have come to my domain, do not blame me for the consequences." Keeping his eyes shut would certainly not make him a match for this serpent demon. Chen Feng lowered his head, opened his eyes, and dashed toward a room on the second floor, guided by memory. "Running would be futile. Let me grant you a swift end." Shi Qingqing followed closely behind, her pace not particularly rapid, not out of mercy for Chen Feng, but because Old Li had just shot her. "Old Li, your efforts shall not be in vain." With a sudden burst of speed, Chen Feng forcefully swung open the bathroom door. The water ghost could traverse through water, utilizing it for brief teleportation. In the second cycle, it ascended to the second floor in such a manner. Thus, Chen Feng lunged toward the sink, swiftly turning on the faucet, allowing the water to gush forth, soaking his front. "Water ghost, come to me." As the system beckoned, the surface of the sink's water began to churn violently. At that moment, Chen Feng also heard the sound of a serpent's tail gliding, its scales scraping against the floor. Shi Qingqing had charged into the bathroom, softly saying, "Give up your resistance. Just a glance into my eyes, and you will die instantly, without pain." Chen Feng closed his eyes and huffed, "You've never died. How can you know it won't hurt? Have you truly experienced death?" As Shi Qingqing spoke, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Cold. So cold. Being a cold-blooded creature, the serpent was particularly sensitive to temperature, and the drop in temperature as the water ghost emerged immediately captured her attention. Without hesitation, she charged at Chen Feng. Feeling the wind rush past him, Chen Feng shouted, "Water Father, save me." With a tremendous splash and a cascade of water, a blurred, distorted transparent figure emerged from the sink. "What?" Before Shi Qingqing could react, an immense, overwhelming force struck her, sending her hurtling away, crashing against the corridor wall with a dull thud. The impact was undeniably severe. Before she could regain her bearings, she felt a pair of slick, icy hands gripping her neck. The water ghost, Upon discovering the identity of the other party, Shi Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she attempted to petrify them with her gaze. Yet, the water ghost remained unfazed, brazenly twisting her delicate neck with a single motion. Chapter 11. The Enchantress, Serpent Mistress, Level of Malice. The moment Chen Feng received Shi Qingqing's information from the system, he comprehended that the peril had been averted. Nevertheless, he dared not open his eyes. Instead, he groped his way through the darkness, relying on his memory to stumble out of the restroom. In mythic tales, the hero Perseus once vanquished the sea monster Cetus by severing the head of Medusa. Thus, even the deceased serpent demon could not be taken lightly. The consequence of his distraction was that Chen Feng tripped over Shi Qingqing's body, landing face first into the ground. Ouch! Chen Feng grimaced as he exited the restroom, only to be greeted by the rustling sound of insects. Raising his gaze, he beheld the silhouette of Zhu Qianqian appearing at the staircase. The two exchanged incredulous glances and simultaneously inquired, "You're still alive?" Zhu Qianqian paused momentarily before chuckling. "Did you truly believe that a single tear gas round could eliminate me?" Chen Feng sensed an air of bravado in her words. Although tear gas is not a lethal weapon akin to a grenade, an explosion at close range could still provoke severe adverse reactions. Potentially even death, especially for diminutive creatures like spiders. That tear gas round had undoubtedly obliterated half of Zhu Qianqian's form. Thus, he retorted, "You couldn't possibly be unscathed." Ha ha ha. Zhu Qianqian laughed as if she had heard a jest, lifting her abdomen to reveal a multitude of spider eggs nestled within, each one cracking open to release countless tiny spiders. Chen Feng was taken aback. "What?" Zhu Qianqian pointed at the remnants of a police uniform within her abdomen, grinning. "As long as there is flesh and blood, these little ones can proliferate endlessly. What puzzles me is how that serpent girl failed to finish you off." Before Chen Feng could respond, she continued, "It's so cold. I see the water ghost has arrived, as I suspected." A swarm of tiny spiders surged forth, coalescing into a humanoid form ahead. The invisible water ghost attempted to stealthily approach Zhu Qianqian, only to be intercepted by her legion of spiders. With its cover blown, the water ghost hesitated no longer and lunged for Zhu Qianqian. "Your movements are sluggish. Have you been petrified by the serpent girl?" Just as the water ghost was about to seize Zhu Qianqian, she suddenly dispersed into a multitude of spiders, entangling the ghost with webs. These threads could secure an adult in place, but against the water ghost, they proved somewhat insufficient. With a mere exertion of strength, the ghost broke free. Yet at that moment, Zhu Qianqian had transformed into innumerable small spiders that clung to its form, rendering it powerless despite its might. Chen Feng grew increasingly anxious. Though the water ghost was formidable, it lacked area of effect attacks. Regardless of how many spiders it vanquished, new ones would inevitably hatch, leading to certain defeat if the standoff persisted. In desperation, Chen Feng's mind raced with urgency. If the water ghost perished, I would also be doomed. I must devise a plan swiftly. If only there were insecticides available, or perhaps fire to create some smoke. Wait, smoke? Yes, the tear gas. Chen Feng swiftly turned and dashed towards the statue. Although the petrification had only affected the flesh, leaving the clothing and equipment intact, after a thorough search, he could only find a single tear gas grenade. It was insufficient. Chen Feng felt a surge of anxiety. A solitary tear gas grenade could merely enable the water ghost to escape encirclement. But it was far from enough to conquer Zhu Qianqian. Meanwhile, the water ghost was retreating continuously, nearly devoid of strength to resist. Zhu Qianqian's voice echoed from an unknown source. "Are you unable to hold on so soon? It seems the petrification of the snake girl has had some effect." Petrification? Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled that Shi Qingqing was still lying unconscious in the restroom. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng sprinted towards the restroom, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Upon entering the main door, he crouched down and began to rummage. He felt a cold, scaly, elongated object. It was the serpent's body. Following it upwards, he encountered two large, supple spheres. "My apologies." After expressing his regrets, Chen Feng's hands found silky hair and a round, plump head. Adjusting the head to face the right direction by touch, he bolted out of the restroom, just in time to see the water ghost pinned to the ground beneath a swarm of spiders, unable to move. "By consuming you, I shall become stronger," Zhu Qianqian proclaimed triumphantly. At that moment, Chen Feng shouted, "All eyes on me. Look at me. Look at me." The sudden outcry caught the attention of the spiders. However, the spiders had a disadvantage. With 8 eyes, they quickly discerned what Chen Feng was holding. Then, they screamed, "No!" The swarm of spiders began transforming rapidly into a pale white. In the realm of insects, there exists a method for dealing with red fire ant infestations, which involves pouring molten aluminum into the anthill. Once the aluminum cools, the anthill can be extracted and washed with a high-pressure water gun, resulting in a silvery artwork. At that moment, the spider swarm had morphed into such an artifact, albeit a stone sculpture. Chen Feng also received information regarding Zhu Qianqian, human skin spider, resentment level, after dealing with the two front desk attendants. Chen Feng and the water ghost took a moment to rest. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. Chen Feng's mindset was fracturing. Just moments ago, he had been accompanied by a large contingent, brimming with confidence, convinced he could swiftly dispatch the landlady. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had not even laid eyes on her, left with only himself, a solitary commander, and a half-damaged water ghost. Chen Feng could observe the water ghost's status in real time through the system. Poisoned, burned, petrified. Remarkably, those spiders were venomous as well. When had the water ghost been burned? Oh, that was my doing. My apologies, Chen Feng muttered, retrieving a key from the fallen network administrator and handing it to the water ghost before slowly making his way to the third floor. As he ascended the stairs, a foul, putrid odor from his memories assaulted him. This was the scent. Witnessing the vacant shell of a house transform into the familiar human skin forest, Chen Feng realized his suspicions were correct. The key was indeed the gateway to the true third floor. Husband of the dead ghost, have you returned home? The sultry voice of the landlady wafted through the air. Chen Feng scoffed. Come out and see clearly who your husband is. Who are you? The proprietress. Upon hearing a familiar voice, stepped outside and locked eyes with Cihang. Chen Feng had little interest in engaging with such a nefarious woman. So as he ascended the stairs, he cradled Cihang's head in his hands, plotting to ensnare the proprietress at their first encounter. Alas, she fell victim. Upon hearing the proprietress's anguished cry, Chen Feng hastily released the head he held, only to discover that despite her face being encased in a stony shell, her body did not transform into a statue. Much like a water ghost, she possessed a resistance to petrification. It was evident that the situation was far from straightforward. Chen Feng shouted, "Act now." A pair of hands lunged forward, belonging to the water ghost that had stealthily approached alongside him. "Handsome, if you intend to launch a surprise attack, it is best not to announce it," she cautioned. Although the proprietress had braced herself upon hearing the voice, her movements were sluggish due to the petrification, and she could not evade the water ghost's assault. With a sharp crack, her head was swiftly severed, rolling on the ground with a thud. "Is it over?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that matters were not so simple. Just then, the head that the water ghost had twisted off suddenly opened its eyes, a peculiar and beguiling smile curving its lips as it spoke. "Darling, don't be so hasty." Chapter 12. There is a traitor among us to lose one's head and still speak? Chen Feng was utterly aghast. He truly did not comprehend how a headless being could continue to exist, let alone how to vanquish it. Unable to fathom the situation, he chose to disregard it. The water ghost made a beeline for the severed head, intending to crush it. However, at that moment, a sudden and alarming transformation occurred, with the proprietress's consciousness in command. The human skins hanging in the third-floor hall sprang to life, rushing toward the water ghost with alarming intent. As the saying goes, a single chopstick may be easily broken, but a bundle of 10 is steadfastly united. Individually, a single human skin would be easily torn apart before the water ghost, yet with hundreds of them pouncing together, they swiftly pinned the water ghost to the ground, rendering it immobile. This is dire. Chen Feng, clutching the head, found himself powerless to do anything but cheer from the sidelines. While he knew that creatures like the snake demon would petrify upon sight, this was predicated on the existence of eyes. "Rise. Do you not seek revenge?" At Chen Feng's urging, the water ghost emitted a low growl, struggling to rise. But its injuries were too severe. Each time it attempted to stand, it was forcibly pressed down by the human skins. Had it been in its prime, there might have been a chance. Chen Feng, relinquishing the head, drew forth the heavy baton he had acquired from Old Li, resolved to take matters into his own hands. Capture the leader before the minions. If he could shatter the proprietress's head, the human skins would likely relent. With this thought, he swung the baton downwards. With a resounding crash, he shattered half of the proprietress's face. Had he succeeded? Chen Feng gazed at the remnants on the ground, only to be met with a sudden darkness before him, a wave of weakness washing over him. Turning his head, he realized that unbeknownst to him, a human skin had stealthily entangled itself upon his back. "Damn it, perish!" Chen Feng forcefully flung the H in the moment when those crimson luminous points converged. The proprietress's shattered head instantly sprouted countless vivid red flesh buds, growing at an inhuman speed. The grayish-white stone shell on her face rapidly peeled away, revealing blood-tinged skin beneath. Were these light points healing her? Chen Feng quickly comprehended that if the proprietress were likened to a mosquito, then these human skins served as her proboscis. The more vitality they absorbed, the faster her recovery. Before long, she had reassembled her head and remarked with a smile, "Handsome, it seems we have only met once. Yet you know me quite well, not only knowing how to ascend to the third floor, but even bringing along my deceased husband." With a bitter smile, Chen Feng attempted to resist, but having his vitality drained, he could scarcely remain upright. "Is this all you can do? Why not engage us in a fair fight?" Although he spoke with righteous indignation, reprimanding the proprietress for her underhanded tactics. The moment she let her guard down, Chen Feng swiftly hurled a concealed weapon towards her. Handsome. You are quite the rascal. I like that. The proprietress caught the projectile, only to discover it was a tear gas grenade. With a loud explosion, she was knocked unconscious to the ground, losing her control over the human skins, which immediately became inert. Seizing the opportunity, the water ghost broke free and lunged towards the proprietress. This was their final chance. Just as the water ghost seemed poised for victory, the proprietress suddenly blurred and reappeared several meters away. Can she teleport? Chen Feng gasped in shock. Not only could she command the human skins to absorb the vitality of her foes for her recovery, but she could also traverse dreams and kill from afar, and now evade attacks with teleportation. Such a formidable creature was truly despair-inducing. With a missed strike, the proprietress once again commanded the human skins to subdue the water ghost. And as they continued to absorb, the water ghost rapidly transformed into a pool of corpse oil. Water ghost, temporarily subdued, has vanished. Wish task failed. Now it's your turn. The proprietress advanced towards Chen Feng, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon her, unflinching. Come. In my life. Is that not what you desire? I offer it willingly. The proprietress, taken aback, remarked, you possess quite a bit of spirit. Chen Feng snorted coldly. Trading one life for her information seemed a worthwhile bargain. Next time, grant me a cultivation system, and I shall surely cleave this malevolent being with a single sword strike. As the proprietress drew ever closer, Chen Feng felt his eyelids grow heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Ultimately, his body crumpled to the ground. Just as it had on previous occasions, his skin beginning to dry and wither, until he became a mere empty husk of human skin. Restoration attempts. 4. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. The proprietress, He Ting, remarked, handsome, you look unwell. It would be wise to find shelter before the rain comes. Chen Feng nodded vigorously, responding, yes, yes. Then, would you care to take refuge with me? Of course. Chen Feng grasped the proprietress's delicate hand, declaring, I am but a wanderer, without funds for meals. Might you offer me a position as a network administrator? Another prey had taken the bait. The proprietress felt a surge of joy within, yet her lips hesitated. Do you wish to join us? Please allow me to join your team. Chen Feng grasped the hand of the proprietress, his expression earnest. As he followed her into the shop, he unexpectedly encountered old Li and Zhang Ruobing exiting. Suddenly inspired, he cautioned, Officer, I have something to convey. Old Li inquired, what is it? Chen Feng replied solemnly, today, you must not enter the water, otherwise, it could cost you your life. Old Li found this amusing, questioning, why on earth would I go into the water? A sharp sound echoed through the air. Zhang Ruobing remarked, you're being ridiculous, master. Let us depart. We have done all that is necessary. After the last battle, Chen Feng had realized that the assistance old Li and his companions could provide against such monsters was limited. The crux of the matter lay in the boss battle against the proprietress. The more teammates present, the more targets there were for her to drain vitality from, making her all the more formidable. Thus, this time, it sufficed to rely solely on myself and the water ghost. Chen Feng checked the system. Water ghost, temporary recovery. Status, healthy. The water ghost had recovered once more, and this time, he was in peak condition. Now, all that remained was to await the rain to summon the water ghost ashore. After making the necessary preparations, Chen Feng began to examine the newly arrived box, numbered XX01DKQD. It proclaimed, the road to ascension, a song of steps, a snap of fingers to cover the sky. XX, immortal heroic fantasy. Could it be true? Chen Feng was elated, but upon noticing the subsequent number 01, he was doused in cold water, regaining his composure. Alas, it was a task system. In simpler terms, this system, akin to the great benefactor and great villain systems, issued tasks for Chen Feng to accumulate points. However, what he required in this moment, as he faced off against the proprietress, was not some trivial points, but an enhancement of his combat prowess. What good were system points if they could not be spent? Moreover, tasks within the realm of immortal heroics sounded exceptionally daunting. What if he was assigned a colossal task, such as annihilating the initial Saint Demon sect to thwart a dark upheaval? As an ordinary mortal, how could he possibly undertake such a feat? After much contemplation, Chen Feng ultimately opted for LY-03-CDDD. This exchange system from history had been with him for quite some time, yet he had previously refrained from selecting it due to his lack of points. Now, he decided to open it and discover its true nature. Upon unboxing, the system's notification promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, user, on successfully activating the Mythical Three Kingdoms system. Chapter 13, the Mythical Three Kingdoms system. Mythical? Three Kingdoms? Chen Feng suddenly felt he may have underestimated this system. The functionality of system number 02 was quite straightforward. It allowed for the exchange of points for abilities. Through exploration, Chen Feng quickly discerned that this mythical Three Kingdoms system could consume system points to summon the heroic spirits of renowned generals from the Three Kingdoms era, bestowing protection upon targets and granting them various extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the shop, he found 25 available protective options to choose from, divided by factions. They included Xu Guanyu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, and Huang Yueying, Wei's Chao Chao, Xiahou Dun, Zhang Liao, Su Zhu, Sima Yi, Guijia, and Jinji. In the kingdom of Wu, figures such as Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Huang Gai, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, De Qiao, and Sun Xiangxiang stand prominently alongside the formidable warriors like Lu Bu, Hua Tuo, and Diao Chan. Each invocation of a general's protective blessing demands 1 point of merit, equivalent to a life. Such a steep cost is indeed reasonable. The extraordinary abilities granted by these blessings, if activated without consequence, would have spared their wielders from untimely demise. Chen Feng observed the array of protective blessings. Some offered a straightforward enhancement of combat prowess, such as Lu Bu's blessing, unmatched, which doubles the recipient's battle strength. Others possessed functional attributes, like Zhuge Liang's star observation, which foretells fortunes within 5 days. There are even blessings related to daily life, such as Zhou Yu's heroic demeanor, which bestows an impressive charm upon its bearer. The names of these blessings seem strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a card game he once encountered. Based on intelligence gathered from previous skirmishes, Chen Feng identified 3 blessings that effectively countered the proprietress. Ma Chao's Iron Cavalry ensures that the recipient's attacks are always accurate. Lu Sun's Modesty protects the wielder from any adverse effects, while Jiao Chan's Distraction compels all male beings present to engage in duels. With these 3 blessings at his disposal, the proprietress no longer posed a significant threat. As Chen Feng contemplated his strategy, he received a system notification that the water ghost had arrived after a long journey and was waiting outside. It was time to make his next move. To confront the proprietress, he first needed to clip her wings. The 4 false net managers were inconsequential. The true challenge lay with the 2 front desk demons. Observing Shi Qingqing bustling about in the bar, Chen Feng smirked, already plotting his course of action. While Chen Feng scrutinized her, Shi Qingqing, too, gazed through her veil at him. Some are alive, yet they have already succumbed to death. Shi Qingqing mused, ever since this man disregarded her warning and wandered nearby. Cursed by the proprietress, his life had been on borrowed time. His demise was merely a matter of when. She pondered whether he would be drained dry by Zhu Qianqian or consumed by the proprietress herself. Regardless, she believed she had done all she could. Shi Qingqing was an anomaly among demons. Since her birth, she had secluded herself in the deep mountains to cultivate, never having harmed a soul. This, however, resulted in her low cultivation level. After all, humans are the essence of all beings, their vital energy being a precious commodity. Take the proprietress, for example, who, transformed into a demon for merely a few years, had already surpassed Shi Qingqing, who had cultivated for over 300 years, simply by frequently absorbing human souls. As for Zhu Qianqian, since aligning with the proprietress, she thrived, having devoured 6 individuals in just a month. In contrast, Shi Qingqing had yet to find a suitable target. In her mind, her first act of killing should be against an irredeemably wicked individual. Shi Qingqing, do you even realize you are a demon? This thought often made her the subject of Zhu Qianqian's ridicule. Sighing, she contemplated whether she should simply target a wandering vagrant. As Shi Qingqing pondered her thoughts, she inadvertently drifted into a reverie. At that moment, a new order for lemon black tea emerged at the beverage counter. Lemon black tea was already the most popular drink at the internet cafe. However, upon mixing the black tea powder and adding ice, Shi Qingqing discovered that the lemon slices were mysteriously missing. How peculiar, she thought. How could they have run out so quickly? With no other recourse, she reluctantly canceled the order. Shortly thereafter, a burly man adorned with tattoos approached the front desk, demanding, "Why was my order for lemon black tea canceled?" Shi Qingqing explained, "We have run out of lemons." The tattooed man pointed to the bar and exclaimed, "Are you blind?" There they are. Turning her head, Shi Qingqing indeed found the lemons intact in a corner of the bar. How strange, she mused. They were definitely not there moments ago. Could it be that my blindfold is too thick to see clearly? Apologizing profusely, she said, "I'm so sorry. I'll prepare it for you right away." Yet, the tattooed man was relentless, retorting, "Enough with the excuses. Do you believe I'll hit you?" Shi Qingqing, feeling furious and trembling with indignation, wished she could remove her blindfold and petrify this insufferable man on the spot. At that moment, Chen Feng stepped forward, asserting, "Hey, brother, isn't it a bit excessive to bully a girl like this?" The tattooed man chuckled mockingly, "And who do you think you are?" Chen Feng shook his head in disapproval. "Who laughs like that? This guy's acting is truly subpar." Indeed, the tattooed man was an actor Chen Feng had summoned. A few minutes earlier, Chen Feng had approached him, saying, "Buddy, I'm the network administrator here. I'm interested in the girl at the front desk, who wears a blindfold." Would you be willing to help me stage a heroic rescue? I can cover your internet fees. The tattooed fellow, a man of character, readily agreed upon hearing the proposition. Since we're calling each other buddies, why even hesitate? Count me in. I appreciate your straightforwardness. After discussing the plan, Chen Feng discreetly removed all the lemons from the bar while Cihang was distracted, then returned them to their original place after canceling the order. This created an opportunity for the tattooed man to cause a stir. Chen Feng's aim was to build rapport with Cihang, lure her outside, and let the water ghost sneak attack her, just as before, to break her neck. Then, using her head, he would petrify Zhu Qianqian, achieving two objectives with one action. However, the tattooed man's performance was excessively dramatic. Fearing exposure, Chen Feng quickly suggested, "How about this? The lemon black tea is on the house, and we'll also give you 4 hours of free internet. What do you say?" "All right." "You're quite brave," the tattooed man replied, emphasizing the word brave, eager for everyone to know he and Chen Feng were in cahoots. Chen Feng inwardly groaned, pleading, "Please. No need for theatrics." As the burly man sauntered away, Cihang quietly said, "Thank you. But why did you help me?" "Oh." It seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng hurriedly remarked, "From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an extraordinary connection, as if we had encountered one another in a past life." He spoke the truth. Cichang's voice grew softer. "What are you saying?" Chen Feng replied earnestly, "I truly mean it. The instant I saw you, I yearned to cradle you in my hands." This too was sincere. Do not inquire what he wished to cradle. Rather, ask if he had indeed cradled her. Observing Cichang's serpentine and hesitant demeanor, Chen Feng believed his plan had succeeded halfway. Just as he contemplated a pretext to lure her away, Cichang suddenly declared, "You must leave at once." "What?" Cichang continued, "This is a lair of monsters. They have set their sights on you, and your demise is imminent." "What? You doubt my words, don't you?" Cichang spoke swiftly. "You are under a curse. Should you fall asleep, you will perish. I know of a place that can lift the curse. Come with me immediately, there is still time." "What?" Chapter 14. A cup of cappuccino for Auntie Chen Feng's mouth fell agape. He had always thought that in the face of a curse, his only option was to confront the proprietress head-on. He had never anticipated the existence of an alternative path to salvation. Reflecting on it, Cichang was indeed a good soul. No, she was more aptly described as a benevolent serpent. When Chen Feng first traversed into this realm, Cichang had urged him to leave. At that time, he assumed she was merely chasing away a vagrant. In hindsight, she was advising him to vacate this den of peril, though he lacked the understanding of her deeper intentions back then. "There is no time. Follow me." A pair of delicate, pale hands grasped Chen Feng, their coolness sending a shiver through him. Thus, he was whisked out of the internet cafe. Leaving in such a manner seemed acceptable, yet he was reluctant to part with his 9 points. Had this been his first reincarnation, he would have fled without hesitation. However, he had already spent points on a temporary martial protection and needed to complete the water ghost task. If he did not confront the proprietress, the water ghost would depart immediately due to mission failure, rendering his investment futile, not to mention the points to be gained from vanquishing the cafe itself. All things considered, it would be a tremendous loss. After much hesitation, Chen Feng declared, "I'm sorry, but I cannot leave." As soon as he spoke, a pair of cold, slippery hands suddenly clamped around Cichang's neck. Chen Feng instructed, "Take action." He added, "Just knock her out, don't kill her." After a while, Zhu Qianqian, noticing Cichang's prolonged absence, inquired with irritation, "Where has she gone?" Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps she went to the restroom." Zhu Qianqian was displeased. Although she was not a part of Chen Feng's team, there were 6 employees in the cafe. In truth, the 4 phone network administrators were utterly useless beyond suggesting a restart, leaving her with the entirety of the front desk's responsibilities. Now, with 1 person missing, the burden rested solely on her shoulders. Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Qianqian was occupied, Chen Feng opened the cash register and borrowed 500 yuan. "I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Feng casually grabbed an umbrella by the door and sought out a nearby supermarket. The shopkeeper was seated in a chair, engrossed in his phone. Chen Feng approached and inquired, "My friend, do you have any insecticide?" The shopkeeper looked up and replied, "Yes. All the insecticides are on the shelf at the back." Chen Feng then asked, "How effective is it?" The shopkeeper assured him, "As a store owner, would I sell you a substandard product? Rest assured, it's very safe, even for indoor use. It causes minimal irritation to the human body." Chen Feng turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll pass." The shopkeeper, taken aback, countered, "You don't want something safe? Do you prefer something more harmful?" Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, I prefer something potent." "Very well." The shopkeeper retreated into the back storage and rummaged for a moment, producing a plain white sealed plastic barrel devoid of any branding. "Here you go. I guarantee it's powerful." Chen Feng cautiously asked, "What if this doesn't kill the pests?" The shopkeeper retorted, "If it doesn't, bring it back, and I'll drink it myself. Sound good?" He added dismissively, "This is an organophosphate pesticide. Have you heard of methylparathion?" It's so toxic that it must be diluted with water before application. It will wipe out not just insects, but fish and frogs as well. It has been banned due to its dangers, but I managed to procure it secretly. Are you satisfied now? Very much so, Chen Feng replied, tossing some money onto the counter. Let me have 2 pounds to taste. After returning from the supermarket, Chen Feng initiated his next plan. Qianqian, would you like a beverage? Zhu Qianqian replied, I don't drink coffee. Chen Feng was well aware of Zhu Qianqian's aversion to coffee. After all, from a biological perspective, caffeine is nearly lethal to invertebrates like spiders. Thus, he suggested, how about some juice? Zhu Qianqian, feeling slightly parched, nodded. All right, I'll take a glass. Great, Chen Feng said, all the while pouring coffee powder vigorously into the juice. Here is your cappuccino. He shook the concoction and presented the mixed juice to Zhu Qianqian. Next, it was time to disperse the onlookers. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, signaling the water ghost to cut the power to the entire internet cafe. My pinnacle. This is so dull, I'm leaving. Once the patrons had departed, Zhu Qianqian, who had consumed the juice, began to flush red and became increasingly agitated. I feel so hot. What did you just give me? Coffee. I added some coffee, Chen Feng replied, while picking up the plastic barrel containing the pesticide. Following his plan, he attempted to open the barrel lid to pour the undiluted pesticide directly onto Zhu Qianqian, but encountered an unforeseen obstacle. Chen Feng struggled with the lid, which was sealed tighter than a preserved fruit jar. The situation became exceedingly awkward. Zhu Qianqian's expression darkened as she questioned, why did you deliberately add coffee? Chen Feng stammered. I thought you looked tired from staying up too late. Your eyes were too red, so I made you some coffee to perk you up. Do you believe me? He began to retreat toward the entrance of the internet cafe. Suddenly, a crack echoed as glass shattered. A cold wind accompanied by rain surged into the cafe. Zhu Qianqian sensed something was amiss. The water ghost? As a fierce confrontation loomed, Chen Feng extended the plastic barrel, saying, Here, help me open the lid. The water ghost responded with silence, while Zhu Qianqian remained equally speechless. With a sharp sound, the lid of the barrel fell to the ground, and Chen Feng abruptly splashed the contents of the drug barrel onto Zhu Qianqian. The acrid scent of pesticide instantaneously permeated the internet cafe. After a brief silence, Zhu Qianqian emitted a cry reminiscent of an insect's lament, and then her entire form shattered, transforming into clusters of writhing spiders. How dare you? Zhu Qianqian trembled violently, attempting to reconstitute her human shape, but under the corrosive effects of the pesticide, the small spiders, draped in fragments of human skin, scattered in all directions, utterly disregarding her commands. Meanwhile, the 4 fake internet cafe managers had already succumbed to the water ghost, their necks twisted, their vitality extinguished. Observing Zhu Qianqian collapse to the ground, convulsing into a chaotic heap of insect carcasses, Chen Feng mused. Although she was a creature of the supernatural, much like the water ghost, she was not so formidable once her weaknesses were understood. However, at that moment, an almost imperceptible fine thread suddenly lunged towards Chen Feng. Caught unawares, he was defenseless, but the water ghost was not. Swift and astute, it seized the thread and yanked from the pile of insect remains a noticeably larger specimen, crushing it underfoot. This was the true form of Zhu Qianqian. Chen Feng felt a stinging pain on his face upon touching it. He found blood, instantly gripped by a pang of fear. The fine thread had grazed his cheek, drawing blood, and had the water ghost not intervened, he might have met a gruesome fate. Chapter 15. Destruction of the happy internet cafe. After resolving the matter with Zhu Qianqian, Chen Feng retrieved the key and made his way once again to the 3rd floor. Here it was, the final confrontation. On the 3rd floor, the proprietress, Cihang, ambled through the forest of human skins, suddenly closing her eyes and revealing a sinister smile. Another drifter had succumbed to her dreams. She pressed her lips together, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, bolstering her confidence in confronting her water ghost husband. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Someone was approaching. The air's temperature dropped. It was her ghostly husband. Frowning, Cihang thought, those 2 useless individuals, Qianqian and Qingqing, whom I instructed to lay in ambush on the 3rd floor, despite preparing sand and wood to counter the water ghost, had failed to stop him. It seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. Peering toward the stairwell, she discovered that the newcomer was not the water ghost, but rather the newly hired internet cafe manager. What? Why was it him? Hadn't he been warned against ascending to the 3rd floor? Was he so eager to court death? Cihang concealed herself in the shadows, eager to witness the expression of panic on his face upon encountering the forest of human skins, but Chen Feng remained composed, displaying no signs of fear. Curious, she noted how he was unfazed. Her ghostly husband had fainted at the mere sight of a single piece of human skin. Yet this man appeared entirely untroubled by the multitude before him. Unable to resist, the proprietress revealed herself. Did I not instruct you not to come upstairs? Apologies. I must have taken a wrong turn. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle. while secretly issuing a command to strike through the system. This time, I shall not voice it aloud. What? The proprietress was speaking when, suddenly, her throat tightened. And in an instant, her fair neck was snapped by the hidden water ghost lurking nearby. A surprise attack? She scoffed. If it had been Qingqing caught in this ambush, she would likely have perished. Yet, as a female demon, as long as her demonic power remained, she could continuously resurrect. A mere fatal wound was of no consequence. Human skin arise. With a mere thought, the human skin hanging from the ceiling sprang to life, akin to sharks scenting blood, surging towards the water ghost and Chen Feng in a relentless tide. Just as the water ghost was about to meet a similar fate as before, being overwhelmed by the human skin, Chen Feng suddenly activated a protective charm. Beauty's crafty charm. Lure and harm. You have activated Jiao Chan's protective charm of discord. The protector can compel all male entities present to engage in a duel. Though the effect of discord could only impact male beings, Chen Feng recalled Old Li's explicit mention that their investigation concerned the disappearance of male vagrants. Furthermore, based on Chen Feng's own experiences, the proprietress's ability to absorb vitality seemed to affect only males. Thus, all these human skins were undoubtedly male. Discord activate. A white phantom appeared behind Chen Feng, revealing a young maiden of about 18, her brow furrowed as she wept, pointing at the swirling human skins, and lamenting in a voice imbued with charm. My lord, you must uphold justice for your servant. At her words, the myriad of human skins momentarily froze in midair, subsequently losing control and began to tear at one another. In an instant, the hall on the third floor was filled with ghostly figures. The human skins entangled and shredding each other, forgetting to attack Chen Feng and the water ghost. This is impossible. For the first time, the proprietress displayed a look of astonishment, unable to regain control over the human skins despite her desperate calls. It was all the doing of that human. If only she could eliminate that human, all would be well. With this thought, the proprietress secretly activated her ability, seeking to extract vitality from Chen Feng, intending to drain him dry. However, this time, the delightful life force did not flow into her body. What is happening? The proprietress's head on the floor widened her eyes in disbelief, astonished for the second time. Her ultimate technique had failed. At this moment, behind Chen Feng, a gentlemanly phantom emanating a green glow and wielding a sword appeared. This was the protective charm he had activated before ascending. Gentlemanly virtue. Gentle as jade. You have activated Lu Sun's protective charm of humility. The protector is immune to all spells, magic, demonic arts, and abnormal states. This is bad. The human skin formation was shattered, and without the replenishment of life force, the proprietress felt increasingly uneasy. She needed to swiftly teleport away, as long as she could hide. She could summon as much human skin as she desired. Yes, if she could harm enough people, she could rise again. With her thoughts set, the proprietress prepared to vanish with a teleportation. Just then, the water ghost rushed toward her headless body, aiming directly for her heart. Too late. The proprietress teleported, disappearing from her spot. Attempting to flee, Chen Feng invoked the Three Kingdoms mythology system, activating his third protective charm. All-out assault. You have activated Ma Chao's protective charm of the Iron Cavalry. The protector's next attack cannot be evaded and is guaranteed to hit. A third phantom emerged, this time adorned in crimson. A strikingly handsome man, mounted upon a steed and wielding a long spear, appeared behind the water ghost. His face like a flawless jade and his eyes reminiscent of shooting stars. This strike left no avenue for evasion. Outside the internet cafe, the proprietress, cradling her head, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest after narrowly escaping through teleportation. What could be the matter? With trembling hands, she turned toward herself, and in the torrential downpour, she perceived a gaping void in her chest. Meanwhile, the water ghost's black tiger heart extraction, although aimed at the air, had seized a pulsating heart. With a resounding crunch, the heart was crushed in the water ghost's grip. No. The proprietress's eyes filled with horror and despair, and then she abruptly stiffened, collapsing to the ground, silent and still. Simultaneously, those individuals who had been engaged in a frenzied struggle also fell to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, lifeless and devoid of spirit. Ding. The task of destroying the Happiness Internet Cafe has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Without the aid of the police, the malevolent entities, the human skin spider and the female demon, have been thoroughly eradicated, sparing ordinary people from injury or death. Reward. 9 system points. The water ghost's wish has been fulfilled. All conditions for the reclamation of the ghost have been met. The water ghost, temporary reclamation, has now been converted to permanent reclamation. But it has come to an end, finally. Chen Feng stood amidst the devastation, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The female demon was dead. The curse had been lifted. At last, he could indulge in a restful slumber without the fear of being drained. Chen Feng glanced at the system interface. The save file count remained at 4. Yet his system points had astonishingly surged to 10, 19 points. Wealth had come his way. In his elation, Chen Feng did not forget to save his progress here. Those warrior protections were but one-time uses, and without them, he lacked the confidence to confront the female demon a second time. Save successful. Now, what should he do next? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, momentarily lost in thought, when suddenly, he recalled that Cihang, who had been knocked unconscious by the water ghost, was still outside. He hurried downstairs, intent on retrieving her. However, as he stepped out of the internet cafe, he found no trace of Cihang. Had she already left? Just as he contemplated returning, a group of figures clad in white rushed toward him. White lab coats. Chen Feng suddenly remembered the third rule of the Happiness Internet Cafe. Beware of those in white coats. This is not good. Not good at all. Chapter 16. You are awake before Chen Feng could even open his eyes. A foul stench, reminiscent of excrement, assaulted his nostrils. The rigid surface beneath him left his body aching. He struggled to prop himself up and found himself lying flat in a small, dimly lit room of approximately 10 square meters, the ground beneath him a filthy slab of marble. It was stifling and reeked terribly. In the corner lay a chamber pot, the source of the noxious odor, and upon glancing around, he noted that the small room's windows were boarded up, and the heavy iron door was firmly shut. What manner of place is this? Chen Feng recalled stepping out of the internet cafe, only to be confronted by a throng of figures in white coats rushing toward him. And before he could summon the water ghost, he had been rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, this was the reality. Thud, 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 accompanied by the thunderous footsteps resembling an earthquake. The door swung open, and sunlight streamed in like a beam from a flashlight. The sun, was it daytime already? Chen Feng shielded his eyes with his hand. The joy of surviving another day barely registering when 5 figures entered the room. 4 slender individuals clad in camouflage, and one colossal figure donned in a blood-stained white leather apron, whose girth was exaggeratedly larger than that of a sumo wrestler, must have been the source of the tremors. As Chen Feng's eyes adjusted to the brightness, he discerned their faces, 4 expressionless young men and a rotund individual with a pig-like visage. The pig-headed man bellowed, awake, confused. Chen Feng inquired, where is this? Who are you? Before he could finish, the pig man interrupted, clothes off. What did you say? Chen Feng stammered. The pig-headed man shouted, your clothes. Take them off, quickly. The force of his voice nearly pierced Chen Feng's eardrums. There was something unsettling about this man, and Chen Feng sensed danger emanating from him. Resolutely, he called for the water ghost. Water ghost, come to my side. However, the system's chilling response reached him. Cannot summon water ghost on land in non-rainy weather. Damn it, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Chen Feng fixated on the pig man, reluctantly removing his shirt, but the humiliation was far from over. Take it all off, the pig-headed man commanded. A wave of dread washed over Chen Feng as he surveyed the room full of imposing figures. An unsettling feeling that he was about to be violated gnawed at him. Fighting was futile. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let alone 10. He pondered the possibility of expending some system points to invoke Diao Chan's protection, hoping to incite infighting among them, thus creating an opportunity to escape. In his mind, he weighed the pros and cons. 1 point could be exchanged for a life or a new system blind box in the save load system. Shakespeare once posed the question, to be or not to be. In a similar vein, innocence or survival posed a dilemma. However, Chen Feng soon found himself without indecision, as the impatient pig-headed man made the choice for him. You 4 assist him. At that command, the 4 in camouflage surged forward. Despite Chen Feng's desperate resistance, it proved futile. Let go of me. What do you intend to do? He shielded his vital parts, feeling utterly exposed under their scrutinizing gazes. Confinement for 7 days. With that proclamation, the pig-headed man and his cohorts seized Chen Feng's clothing and departed. As the door closed, darkness enveloped the small room once more. What on earth was happening? Chen Feng rose and knocked on the door repeatedly, but no response came. He felt like a living soul trapped within a coffin, forgotten by the world. Day 1, with no windows or doors open, the air inside was stifling, compounded by the sweltering heat of Cihang City, akin to being trapped within a vast steamer or sauna. Chen Feng sat on the floor, his expression grave. He stumbled upon some disheartening news. The second save file had become corrupted, and a new save file had been automatically established upon his awakening, designated as File 3. In simpler terms, after defeating the landlady, Chen Feng found that the save point on the 3rd floor of the Happy Internet Cafe was no longer accessible. The new save was set at the moment he regained consciousness in the dark room, which meant that even if Chen Feng were to perish now, he could not escape this place. He would have to endure the humiliation of shedding his clothes once more. This world possessed an enigmatic force capable of influencing the system. Chen Feng finally understood why so many predecessors had perished here. At that moment, the door was ajar, and a bowl was thrust inside. Chen Feng hurried over, for it was only during the fleeting moment of receiving his meal that he could savor the precious sunlight and fresh air. The food was a foul-smelling, mushy rice porridge, and merely catching a whiff made him feel nauseous. Is this fit for human consumption? I would rather starve than eat this slop. Stuck in the dark room. The days were incredibly arduous. Chen Feng took a turn around the room, and from the square patterns on the wall, he deduced that this dark chamber must be an old brick house. He recalled watching a palace drama where some consorts in the cold palace passed their time by counting bricks. Thus, he began to count. 1, 2, 3. It was still the first day, but judging by the temperature dropping from warm to cool, it must have turned to night. New neighbors had arrived in the room. Cockroaches, millipedes, and spiders. The sight of various insects crawling on the marble floor filled Chen Feng with revulsion. He wasn't joking when he said that if any of those creatures were to scurry onto him, he would perform an impromptu street dance right then and there. Therefore, he could only stand still, forcing his mind to engage in thought to dispel his fear. What kind of strange world is this? Initially, Chen Feng had thought it was an urban setting, as the seemingly normal life in Cihang City was indeed misleading. It was no wonder he lost his first life so quickly. Who could have anticipated the multitude of demons and monsters lurking here? Now, it appeared to resemble a supernatural city, yet if it were truly such, one aspect remained perplexing. Why would a traveler equipped with a celestial system find themselves in this place? Furthermore, with so many systems available, was there not a single predecessor who managed to escape the happy internet cafe? When one is deeply engrossed in thought, fear does indeed dissipate. Although he trembled from the cold, Chen Feng felt somewhat better. The following day arrived. Judging by his chapped lips and unbearable hunger, Chen Feng felt as though an eternity had passed, nearly a century. However, when the door opened once more, and a bowl of spoiled rice was delivered, he despaired upon realizing that it was merely the second day. Let me out, damn it. Chen Feng pulled at the door crack, attempting to resist yet again, only to be met with another beating. Once I get out of here, I will make you pay? As he cursed, tears streamed down his face until he could cry no more. Exhausted, parched, and famished, Chen Feng gazed at the bowl of spoiled rice on the floor. He had lost track of how many days had passed. How many times had food been delivered? Was it daytime or nighttime now? Chen Feng was utterly oblivious, having been isolated from the world for far too long, resulting in his disorientation and loss of any sense of time. At that moment, the door creaked open. Chen Feng mechanically approached the entrance, yet the iron bowl he anticipated did not materialize. Instead, a man with a pig's head entered, and upon seeing Chen Feng slumped in the corner, he clapped his hands and presented him with a camouflage uniform, instructing two youths clad in similar attire to carry Chen Feng out. Upon exiting the room, they encountered a narrow path overgrown with weeds, which led to a vast playground where over 100 young individuals donned in camouflage were practicing military boxing. At the rear of the playground stood a 3-story building. The pig-headed man pointed to the sign of an internet addiction rehabilitation school affixed to the building and declared to Chen Feng, "Welcome to the 4th Mental Hospital." Chapter 17. The Rules of Bad Children's Stance. Punch. He commanded. Throat strike, kick. With the pig-headed man's directives echoing, the youths in camouflage continued to engage in their martial exercises, military boxing, formation drills, running, and standing at attention. This was merely standard military training. Due to his excessive weakness, Chen Feng was permitted to observe from the sidelines. These, and those, are all living beings, Chen Feng noted. Most of the youths in camouflage wore blank expressions, uttering only simplistic sounds, and unconditionally obeyed the commands of the pig-headed man. Having visited the happy internet cafe, he discerned at a glance that these were mere automatons. Conversely, those who whispered among themselves or exhibited improper movements were subjected to punishment by the pig-headed man. They were the true humans. Among the 100 camouflage-clad individuals, half were fakes. A sense of despair washed over Chen Feng. So many monsters. Even if it rained and the water ghosts emerged, he doubted he could contend with them. Let alone the pig-headed man. He needed to devise a plan to escape. As dusk approached, the pig-headed man called for a dismissal. At that moment, a bespectacled girl, appearing to be around 15, approached Chen Feng and asked, "Hey, newcomer, do you want to escape?" Of course, he yearned for freedom, but he thought, "Girl, are you out of your mind? Can you really ask such a question in plain sight?" He glanced at the pig-headed man not far away. He had just been released and had no desire to be captured again. What escape? Suddenly, a buzz-cut young man intervened in their conversation, warning the bespectacled girl, "If you dare mention escape again, I will report you immediately." Upon hearing the word report, the girl's complexion drained, and she hurriedly fled. The buzz-cut youth turned to Chen Feng, approvingly stating, "So you're the one who was locked up for 7 days? Quite astute, you didn't fall for that." Chen Feng furrowed his brows, realizing that matters were more complicated than they seemed. Fall for what? The buzz-cut explained, "If you had agreed to her escape plan just now, she would have immediately reported you to Instructor Pig." Chen Feng, puzzled, inquired, "Why would she do that? What is in it for her? In this place, reporting others earns you fruit and candy. Is that all?" "Yes, come with me. I'll take you to take a shower." The buzz-cut led Chen Feng to the public bathhouse on the 1st floor of the building, where he acquired some essentials like a toothbrush and towel. My name is Li Guolong. What about you? Chen Feng. By the way, what exactly is this place? Didn't the sign on the upper floor indicate? The Academy for Overcoming Internet Addiction. Here, we, the students, are but youth ensnared from internet cafes. Youth? Chen Feng paused momentarily, at the age of 26. He hardly considered himself a youth. Thus, he inquired, so, in Cihang City, anyone who surfs the internet is destined to be brought to this place? Li Guolong refuted, stating, to be precise, only those found in internet cafes without an identification card will be apprehended. Now it dawned on Chen Feng why he had been captured. It was indeed the consequence of being an undocumented inhabitant in this alternate realm. Did the authorities not intervene while people were being seized indiscriminately on the streets? Hush! Keep your voice down, Li Guolong whispered, placing his finger to his lips and surveying the surroundings. There is no one to intervene. Anyone brought here will have their life erased from existence, their very presence obliterated from the world. Are you suggesting that, akin to the narratives in Dragon Clan and Re, those who are caught here vanish from the memories of all, their very existence supplanted by others? Although Chen Feng was unfamiliar with the specific novels mentioned, he grasped the essence of the idea. Li Guolong nodded, providing an example. Once apprehended, my parents would no longer recall having borne me. Any photographs taken would cease to exist, and if I had ever achieved the highest score in school, that accomplishment would be attributed to someone else. So, it is indeed a matter of erasure. Then, how do we escape this place? Chen Feng asked. Li Guolong smirked wryly. Escape? No one can leave the academy. What about running away? Chen Feng's question caught Li Guolong off guard. It was evident he had not anticipated that someone who had been confined for 7 days would still possess the audacity to resist. After a moment's hesitation, he jested. What? Do you also crave a taste of freedom? Chen Feng sensed that Li Guolong was withholding information from him, but given that this was their first meeting, it seemed rather rash to discuss escape plans under the risk of confinement. After a shower, Li Guolong escorted Chen Feng to the dormitory. Dubbed a dormitory, it resembled a makeshift structure on a construction site. Upon entering, Chen Feng beheld 4 bunk beds, rudely welded tables, and a few dilapidated plastic chairs. Looking up, a solitary incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, providing the only illumination. In a room meant for 8, not even a single electric fan graced the space. Internally, Chen Feng scoffed. To put it charitably, one might call it minimalist decor, yet, unvarnished, it resembled a prisoner of war camp. Adorning the walls were 10 school rules. 1. Staying up late is the mark of a bad child. 2. Fighting is the mark of a bad child. 3. Being picky is the mark of a bad child. 4. Lying is the mark of a bad child. 5. Being lazy is the mark of a bad child. 6. Engaging in romance is the mark of a bad child. 7. Surfing the internet is the mark of a bad child. 8. Being disobedient is the mark of a bad child. 9. Attempting to escape is the mark of a bad child. 10. You're a bad child. Li Guolong elaborated. Students who violate these rules will face punishment. The lightest being corporal punishment, followed by electric shocks, then confinement, and ultimately, reformation. Reformation? Have you seen them? Li Guolong pointed at the transformed students in the same dormitory, stating, they are called model students, having been reformed from disobedient learners. Chen Feng gasped in astonishment. Those grotesque beings were once human? Brotherly, have we got new roommates? At that moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a chubby companion entered the room. The yellow-haired lad patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, grinning. Brother, you're quite impressive, daring to defy the instructor. Hats off to you. The chubby one shook his head, exclaiming, my goodness. What is so admirable about being locked up for 7 days? If I were you, I would have backed down. Li Guolong introduced, this is Fatty. And this is Yellow Hair, our living roommates. So, it turns out that as long as one does not resist during the undressing phase, confinement can be avoided? Chen Feng initially intended to reset his save point, but, after hearing Fatty's words, reconsidered. No need to rush. After making his bed, it was time for dinner. The meal was indeed a slight improvement over the spoiled porridge, but not by much. The 2 dishes consisted of a tomato and egg stir-fry devoid of eggs, and green chili peppers sautéed with red ones. At first glance, Chen Feng thought he had misread. Where was the meat? Had it been lost in the cooking? As for the soup, it was a murky concoction of seaweed and egg, with fragments of eggshell floating atop. After queuing for his meal, Chen Feng noticed that the buzzcut and Fatty had vanished, prompting him to inquire of Yellow Hair. Where did they go? Yellow Hair replied mysteriously. They've gone off to undertake a side quest. A side quest? Do you think this is a game? Chen Feng realized that this young man was truly addicted to gaming. You really love playing games? Of course. Yellow Hair replied enthusiastically. Once I escape, I'm going to pursue a professional gaming career and make a name for myself. Escape? These individuals indeed harbored plans for flight. Chen Feng seized upon the opportunity to probe further. I wish you success, but do you think you can get past the pighead instructor? The pig instructor isn't a boss, Yellow Hair scoffed. At most, it's an elite monster. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then who is the boss? Yellow Hair raised 3 fingers and spoke animatedly. In this 4th mental hospital, there are 2 bosses. We students must rise at 6 in the morning to study. And the one overseeing morning readings is the minor boss, Professor Goatface. Like the pig instructor, he sports a goat's head and can wield lightning. Goodness! Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected an otherworldly realm to possess a Thunder Lord. Yellow Hair blinked in confusion. What did you say? Nothing. Please continue. Behind our Internet Addiction Academy lies a sanatorium, overseen by the major boss, Nurse Bunnyface. I'm not clear about her abilities, but all the reformed model students emerge from there. If both the nurse and the professor are bosses, what about the director? Surely, the head of this mental institution cannot be an ordinary human? I don't know about that. It might be a hidden boss, and you'll need to wait for the DLC to unlock it. Upon hearing Yellow Hair's words, Chen Feng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that this mental hospital concealed so many monsters. Fortunately, I had refrained from acting impulsively earlier. Otherwise, even if I had utilized my points to eliminate the pig-headed man, I would still be trapped here, suffering the loss of both my companion and my resources. After dinner, as dusk enveloped the sky, Li Guolong and the chubby one returned to their dormitory. They pulled Huang Mao aside, whispering furtively. Chen Feng, observing their lack of invitation, wisely chose not to intrude upon their private discourse. Once their conversation concluded, Li Guolong approached Chen Feng, speaking softly. Brother, remember to sit in the last row by the window during tomorrow's morning study session. Chen Feng inquired. All right, but why? Li Guolong offered no explanation. Instead, calling to his companions, let us head to the restroom together. Huang Mao glanced at Chen Feng, hesitating to speak, while the chubby one grumbled as he dressed. Goodness. At this age, afraid of the dark when going to the restroom, needing company. How embarrassing. Such poor acting. Chen Feng squinted, suspecting their true intentions. Indeed, an hour later, the 3 had yet to return. Aside from the rare occurrence of a collective plunge into a cesspit, it was more likely they had fled. I had not been summoned, which, in Huang Mao's favored gaming vernacular, indicated an insufficient level of camaraderie. As for the seating arrangement, it seemed Li Guolong harbored some secret he wished to disclose. Tomorrow morning, I would uncover the truth. That night, as Chen Feng lay in bed, preparing for sleep, the overhead incandescent light suddenly extinguished. A power outage. Chapter 18. The professor. The following morning, Chen Feng accompanied his dormitory mates to the classroom on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, he found no sign of the so-called goat-headed teacher mentioned by Huang Mao. Had they dispatched him? Chen Feng pondered as he approached a desk nestled in the corner. On the desk lay a book, a notebook, and a black gel pen. Opening the book, he discovered it filled with classical texts and ancient poetry. As he unfastened the notebook, he found a slip of paper tucked within. Indeed, there was a secret. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a map of the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Facility. The map indicated the structure of the building. The 3rd floor housed Professor Yang's office and the electroshock room. The 2nd floor contained the cafeteria and classrooms, while the 1st floor featured the dormitories and bathrooms. Behind the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Building was the confinement room, where Chen Feng had previously been held in isolation, leading through to a psychiatric asylum, marked ominously with a skull, with a note stating, in emergencies, one may feign madness to enter. However, none who have ventured within have ever returned. In Huang Mao's gaming evaluation system, the nurse rabbit was deemed a major boss, suggesting a level of danger surpassing that of the academy itself. In front of the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Building lay the playground, which proved equally treacherous. It was clearly marked that at night, one could become ensnared in an illusion of walls and could not pass through without obtaining the key from Professor Yang's office. Chen Feng immediately recognized the similarity to the situation at the Happy Internet Cafe, where the key represented a hidden passage. Beyond the playground lay the academy's gates, surrounded by electrified high walls, which were insurmountable, while adjacent to the gate stood the pig-headed man's security office, marked with a skull symbol indicating one should avoid direct confrontation. Unable to confront the enemy directly, one can always choose to circumvent them. A high-voltage wall cannot be scaled. However, what if it were devoid of electricity? Recalling last night's power outage, Chen Feng surmised that the trio must have pilfered the office keys, severed the school's power supply, and scaled the walls to escape. If they could accomplish this, then surely, so could he. Feigning scholarly dedication, Chen Feng pretended to study throughout the morning before indulging in lunch. The afternoon brought forth the physical training session supervised by the swine-headed instructor. Stance huff. Horizontal strike. Humph. Internal pull huff. Uppercut. Huh. Today, the swine-headed instructor exhibited peculiar behavior, frequently belching and staggering as if intoxicated. After an hour of training, a tall, gaunt figure clad in a white lab coat, bearing a goat's head, entered from the direction of the school gate. Was this the fabled professor? Chen Feng observed that with the goat-headed man's frail physique, the swine-headed instructor could easily pummel him into a pulp. Yet, upon the goat man's approach, the swine-headed figure trembled violently, exhibiting palpable anxiety. This creature, whose very footsteps seemed to quake the ground, was afraid? The goat professor extended his hand, and with a crackling sound, a bolt of arcane energy shot forth, rendering the swine-headed instructor unconscious. After administering a lesson to the swine instructor, the goat professor surveyed the crowd and spoke in a gentle tone. Last night, 2 mischievous children attempted to flee. To prevent them from straying down a misguided path, I exerted considerable effort. Why do they not comprehend my benevolent intentions? 2. Were there not 3? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, a wave of concern washing over him for Li Guolong and the others. The goat professor clapped his hands, summoning 2 individuals, after some stern guidance. I believe they have repented and will no longer engage in mischief. Chen Feng instantly recognized them as the yellow-haired boy and the rotund one. But they now bore blank expressions, their smiles vacant, resembling the other transformed individuals. They had been converted into monsters. Why were only 2 present? What of Li Guolong? Had he escaped or met his demise? An overwhelming torrent of questions swirled in Chen Feng's mind. Yet the goat professor offered no explanations, striding purposefully away from the training ground. After the training concluded, Chen Feng promptly approached the yellow-haired boy and the rotund one. Hey, do you remember me? Both remained unresponsive, their faces devoid of emotion. It appeared that their transformation had stripped them of their humanity and memories. Chen Feng attempted to rekindle their recollections. Yellow-haired, wake up. Don't you remember your desire to escape and become a professional player? Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired boy suddenly jolted, finally responding. It seemed effective. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue, he heard the yellow-haired boy raise his hand. Reporting to the swine instructor, surfing the internet is the act of a bad child. Consequently, Chen Feng found himself standing alone in the training ground for an additional hour. During dinner, gazing at the transformed yellow-haired boy and the rotund one, Chen Feng devised a new plan. Within the mythological 3 kingdoms system, there existed a protective charm capable of restoring their former selves, Hua Tuo's protection, Qing Nong. The term Qing Nong refers to the ancient physician's cloth bag used to store medical texts. According to legend, the renowned healer Hua Tuo, before meeting his demise at the hands of Cao Cao, entrusted a guard with a Qing Nong filled with his medical writings, which became known as the Qing Nong Sutra. The protective effect of this Qing Nong allows for the consumption of a single point to fully heal a creature. Chen Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Utilizing the Qing Nong to save lives would require 2 points for 2 individuals, but in doing so, he would glean insights into their failed escape from the previous day and perhaps even acquire the knowledge of how Li Guolong successfully eluded capture. Conversely, if he expended those points on saving progress, he could rescue 2 individuals for the cost of 1 point and even unlock a new system. Although this would forfeit valuable intelligence, he reasoned that if he were to reincarnate and act alongside them again, he would then understand the reasons for their failure. In the ensuing days, Chen Feng maintained a regimented routine, attending classes, engaging in physical training, and adhering to an early bedtime. To be frank, aside from the unpalatable nature of the meals, life here was relatively bearable. Given the perilous conditions of Cihang City, even if one managed to escape, there was a looming threat of being captured again in a similarly sinister environment. Take, for instance, the Happy Internet Cafe, where a mere disagreement could lead to a female receptionist treating someone as a dessert. Much like a bird in a cage, while the creature may lose its freedom, it gains security. As long as one abides by the rules, the fear of imminent death is alleviated. Lost in contemplation, Chen Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Yet he could not articulate it, until one day, he witnessed the bespectacled girl transformed into a model student. Oddly, she had not violated any regulations. On the contrary, she frequently reported the infractions of other students to the instructors, embodying the very essence of a model student. How could she be punished? Wait a moment, model. Could it be that those who consistently comply with the rules here become assimilated, transformed into model students? Chen Feng recalled a film, The Shawshank Redemption, which mentioned the concept of institutionalization. In essence, a newcomer to prison initially despises it, but over time, they acclimatize and ultimately realize that life outside the prison becomes untenable. This phenomenon is what they call institutionalization. Similarly, if one succumbs to the regulations here, they may gradually morph into a monster. With this thought, Chen Feng resolutely slapped his right cheek, rousing himself from his reverie. Wake up. Let me not forget that I have been incarcerated for 7 days, 7 long days. He silently vowed to exact vengeance upon these scoundrels. The day of reckoning swiftly approached. On a stormy night a few days later, torrential rain fell, and thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Chen Feng, feigning sleep in the dormitory, opened his eyes, realizing it was time to unleash chaos. Detecting rainy weather. Summoning a water ghost. Summoning successful. As footprints appeared inexplicably on the playground, the air around him grew suddenly colder. Chen Feng flung open the dormitory door, pointed at his transformed roommate, and commanded, Old Shui, eliminate them. Yes, kill them all, leave no survivors. Chapter 19, Proficiency System Crack. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones echoed as the water ghost snapped the necks of his dormitory's transformed inhabitants. Enjoying the act of stripping me, are you? Relishing my coins, are you? Chen Feng spat disdainfully upon the impostor, his frustration prompting him to stomp his feet in irritation. How refreshing. Let us ascend to the upper floor. According to the notes, one must traverse the playground and the main gate, but first, the key must be procured. Logically, Chen Feng should harbor skepticism towards the contents of the notes, especially in light of the previous incident involving the proprietress. He ought to be vigilant of anyone who inexplicably exudes goodwill. Yet, inexplicably, the moment Chen Feng laid eyes on Li Guolong, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, instilling a belief that the latter would not deceive him. At times, caution is paramount. However, there are occasions when one must trust their instincts. Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Feng located the room marked with an office plaque. As he pushed the door open, a chilling gust enveloped him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Cursed creature. Reveling in its comfort. The student dormitories lack even a fan, while this office is as frigid as the Ice Age. The office's decor was minimalist, featuring white walls adorned with slogans, a reception sofa, a tea table set, an air conditioner, a desk, and an office chair occupied by a familiar visage, a goat-headed professor. Burning the midnight oil, are we? My dear student, what brings you here at such an hour? The amiable Professor Yang inquired. Chen Feng had anticipated this encounter. After a period of investigation, he discovered that apart from the day the three fled, Professor Yang had consistently remained in his office after class. It was unclear what means had been employed to lure him away, but now, there was no evading this confrontation. Chen Feng wasted no time. I am here to confront the boss. Professor Yang rose, his demeanor growing increasingly menacing. Engaging in online activities is a vice, my student. It seems you have fallen deeply under the spell of gaming. As the professor spoke, he suddenly felt a pair of icy, slick hands constricting his throat. A trap had been laid. Chen Feng inwardly scoffed. While he had deliberately incited the professor's ire to divert attention, the water ghost had stealthily infiltrated the room. Today, it would be a simple matter of snapping the goat's neck. In that instant, just as the water ghost made its move, a blinding flash illuminated the room. This cannot be good. Chen Feng felt his vision blur, followed by muscle spasms that coursed through his body like a multitude of needles piercing every cell with agony. With a thud, both he and the water ghost collapsed to the floor. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Chen Feng lamented internally, even with a surprise attack. I have been reduced to this state. Water ghost, are you truly incapable? The water ghost was indeed lacking. As it struggled to rise, another electric arc struck, causing it to kneel once more. Thus, the cycle of rising and falling continued, and soon the room was suffused with the acrid scent of burning flesh. As the electric arc ignited sparks that set the water ghost ablaze. Coughing, Chen Feng could hardly bear to watch. Not only was he outmatched in sheer power, but now his vulnerabilities had been exploited. What a farce this has become. To turn the tide of battle, he had no choice but to employ protective measures. Moreover, there was not merely one form of protection. Firstly, the kind inflicted by the water ghost, and undoubtedly, the protection granted by Hua Tuo could not be overlooked. Additionally, there was the enhancement of combat capability, which would require a minimum expenditure of 3 points. Chen Feng swiftly decided to forego this option. Previously, he had been willing to expend 3 points to confront the landlady, solely to complete the mission of destroying the Happy Internet Cafe and acquire more points. However, now, the prospect of eliminating Professor Yang held little benefit for him beyond the necessity of escaping this place. Furthermore, during the ambush, he had hardly withstood a single blow from the water ghost, suffering a one-sided defeat at the hands of the professor. Even with the use of protective measures, Chen Feng felt no assurance of victory. Achieving a seamless victory in one attempt seemed overly ambitious. Perhaps next time, he could devise a way to equip the water ghost with a suit of rubber armor. Soon, a charred corpse lay upon the ground. Water ghost, deceased. Whether it was to rescue Li Guolong and the others, or to resurrect the water ghost, Chen Feng understood that this life must be sacrificed. Professor Yang coldly inquired, any final words? Chen Feng calmly replied, we shall speak again next time. The utterances were nonsensical and irrational. With a wave of his hands, Professor Yang unleashed a column of lightning, engulfing Chen Feng in a blinding radiance. Coldness and darkness enveloped him. The corpulent figure of the pig-headed man came into view. Awake? Back in the little black room. Save file count. 3. System points. 10 clothes off. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng stripped himself of his garments. The pig-headed man was taken aback, having witnessed numerous students, some wailing, some resisting with all their might, others fainting in fear. He had never encountered one as proactive as Chen Feng. This genuinely left him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, the pig-headed man finally said, very good, well behaved. Follow me. Indeed, as long as one did not resist, the confinement phase could be bypassed. Chen Feng's face brightened with joy, and just as he prepared to follow out, he was halted by the pig-headed man, who tossed him a set of camouflage clothing. Put this on. No running around naked. Even the monsters cannot bear to witness it. At that moment, it was morning. Chen Feng successfully followed the pig-headed man to the classroom. Upon noticing the new students, the existing students cast sympathetic glances. Huang Mao, sitting in the corner, sighed. Another has entered the game instance. The plump student could only shake his head. Goodness, when you leave the game, do you lose your ability to speak? If the professor hears you, you'll surely receive an electric shock. Li Guolong kicked the two of them. Shoo, keep your voices down. Under the professor's watchful gaze, Chen Feng casually selected a desk to sit at, then discreetly summoned the system. Firstly, due to the save file restoration, the previously redeemed items from the mythical Three Kingdoms marketplace had vanished, yet the abilities he had once acquired could still be utilized by spending points. Now, only Lu Sun, Ma Chao, and Jiao Chan remained. Had he known, he would have used the protection from Hua Tuo last time. Not only could he have gleaned details of the escape from Huang Mao, but he would also have gained an additional means of survival. Chen Feng felt a twinge of regret. Subsequently, regarding the water ghost that had been eliminated last time, it naturally revived with the save file restoration. But due to the absence of rain, it could not be summoned to the shore. At last, there emerged a new box, numbered KH02SBFS, proclaiming, "It is too late, organism." Is this yet another redemption system? Or does it hail from a realm of science fiction? What kind of system could possibly commence with this be? Chen Feng found himself utterly disinclined to expend his points, for he had come to a harrowing realization. If the task system continued to elude him, would he not be doomed? Presently, he possessed a mere 10 points, sufficient only for a handful of revivals, which felt grossly inadequate. Yet, regardless of the insufficiency, the fantasy quests were utterly absurd. After much contemplation, Chen Feng opted for the system originating from the realm of sports. Scanning new host information, binding in progress. Ding. Congratulations on successfully binding the proficiency system. This system will devise a plan for you, assisting you in continual growth until you complete the world-saving mission. Chapter 20. This is not a normal person. Through diligent research, Chen Feng discerned that the proficiency system would issue various physical training plans, wherein completion would yield corresponding ability rewards. It sounded uncomplicated. However, when Chen Feng cast his gaze upon the training plans, he was rendered speechless. 30-hour daily training plan. An ordinary person could complete 1,000 sets of training in 10 hours, by increasing the volume to 3,000 sets. One could achieve a daily exercise volume of 30 hours. Ghost Brain Training Method. Meditate on defeating a 100-kilogram mantis. Train for 30 hours a day. Imagine a gigantic mantis in one's mind. How could such phrases possibly form a coherent sentence? After extensive searching within the proficiency system, Chen Feng finally found a plan that a human might realistically accomplish. Hero Training Method. Requires the system owner to complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. The training is categorized into 4 stages: S, A, B, and C. The C-level hero training is freely accessible. Should the system owner persist for a week, their physical strength could reach a level capable of shattering bricks with a single strike. The B-level hero training consumes 1 point to unlock. With a month of dedication, one could achieve wall-shattering strength, capable of breaching thick walls with ease. The A-level hero training requires 10 points to initiate. Maintaining the regimen for a year would enable one to demolish buildings with a single blow. The S-level hero training requires 100 points. With 3 years of commitment, one could flatten an entire street with a single strike. Flattening an entire street. With such combat prowess, what do Professor Sheep and Instructor Pig amount to? Chen Feng's heart ignited with fervor. While the ghost catching system was formidable, no matter how powerful the water ghost, it remained an illusion. Only one's own strength is the undeniable truth. Hero Training Program. Activate. User has chosen the Hero Training Program. Warning. During the program, the user must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run daily, or face severe penalties. Severe penalties? Just how strict could they be? Once I finish my training, I shall turn Professor Sheep into a meatball. At this moment, the spirited Chen Feng remained unaware of the trials that lay ahead. After class, he intended to greet Li Guolong, only to find him hastily departing with a chubby companion and a boy with yellow hair. How peculiar that they were so aloof this time. Upon reflection, Chen Feng discerned the reason. Previously, he had endured a week of confinement for his defiance against the school's rigid authority, while this time he had opted for submission. Such a display of weakness naturally garnered no favor from Li Guolong and his companions, especially in an environment rife with betrayal and a lack of camaraderie among the students. As fate would have it, the bespectacled girl approached Chen Feng, her tone a familiar one. "Hey, newcomer, are you thinking of escaping?" Chen Feng's response was straightforward. He raised his hand and declared, "Professor, there are students here who wish to flee." The girl gasped in surprise, clearly unprepared for the irony of her own situation. Running away is for bad children. Why would you want to leave this wonderful place? She continued, "Come, let us have a word in the electric shock room." As the professor led the girl away, Chen Feng found himself with an apple in hand. A warm gesture from a classmate transformed into a cold piece of fruit. He noticed Li Guolong and his group observing him from a distance, their expressions laced with disdain. It seemed his rapport with them had further diminished, but he remained undeterred. Chen Feng had his own strategy to integrate with them. During mealtime, he approached the trio with his metal lunchbox. The chubby boy remarked, "Wow, can't you find a seat in this vast cafeteria? Must you squeeze in with us?" Li Guolong shot back with contempt, "Get lost. I have nothing to discuss with lackeys." "Nothing to discuss? What about now?" Chen Feng retorted. Slapping a piece of paper onto the table, it was the map of the 4th hospital extracted from the notes of their seating area. Li Guolong's expression shifted dramatically. "Where did you get this?" he demanded. Chen Feng asserted his sincerity. "I obtained it from your seats. However, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I am aware of the reward for reporting, yet I have chosen not to report you." The chubby boy pointed at the map, attempting to argue. "What gives you the right to report us? Does this map have our names on it?" Li Guolong waved his hand, silencing him. "What do you want?" Without hesitation, Chen Feng replied, "Since you created this map, you must have an escape plan. I wish to join." Li Guolong glared at him. "Why should I trust you?" Chen Feng, undaunted, responded, "Isn't it written here? To cross the playground between the gate and the building, a key is required." The boy with yellow hair nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is an essential item for the game." Silence. Li Guolong turned to Chen Feng. "Are you suggesting you can steal the key?" "Indeed," Chen Feng affirmed, fully aware that Professor Yang would be leaving the academy by the end of the month, a fact he had confirmed. Thus, while pilfering the key seemed the most perilous endeavor, it was, in reality, the safest. Though Li Guolong remained skeptical, he could not dismiss Chen Feng's willingness to undertake the most challenging task. It settled then. And so the afternoon unfolded. The current running distance stands at 9 kilometers, soon to reach 10. The day's 10-kilometer long-distance running plan has been successfully completed. Given that the physical training curriculum at the Internet Addiction Academy inherently includes running, Chen Feng effortlessly accomplished the task. When it came time for military-style boxing exercises, Chen Feng proactively approached Instructor Zhu, stating, "Report, Instructor, I wish to perform push-ups." Instructor Zhu responded with a dismissive grunt, "Not allowed." "How about sit-ups?" Chen Feng inquired. "Not allowed." Frustrated, Chen Feng muttered under his breath, realizing he would have to practice after the training session. Thus, after Instructor Zhu announced the dispersal, Chen Feng refrained from departing with the others and instead laid down on the playground, resolutely performing push-ups. With each downward motion of his arms, his training progressed steadily. Push-up count. 1. Current. 7. Push-up count. 1. Current. 8. Detected improper push-up form. Count failed. Damn. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. However, after an entire afternoon of military-style boxing, Chen Feng was utterly exhausted. Completing just 10 standard push-ups left him flushed and breathless. And he realized he had barely achieved 1/10 of his goal. It felt insurmountable. As he gasped for breath, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in his ears. "Warning, today is nearing its conclusion. Preparation is the key to success. Without it, one is destined to fail. Once a plan is set, it must be fulfilled. Detected slow training progress. Assistance is being provided." Assistance? Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy. System. Please grant me a voluptuous female coach, or perhaps a magical elixir akin to those found in martial arts novels that restores energy and strengthens the body. Just as Chen Feng indulged in this delightful reverie, a sharp crack echoed. It felt as though an invisible whip struck his back, leaving a painful, visible mark. Ouch! The pain was excruciating, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At that moment, a warning blared in his mind. Please commence push-ups immediately, or face punishment. Such laziness is unacceptable. You require rigorous training. 3, 2, 1, strike. Another crack resounded, and Chen Feng felt like a top spinning out of control. His skin torn and bruised. Terrified, he pleaded, "No more, no more. I'll practice, I promise." With a woeful expression, he straightened his back with unprecedented speed and continued his workout. Yet, any deviation in his form resulted in further punishment from the system. Damn, what a ridiculous system. Chen Feng was on the verge of tears, but out of fear of the punishment, he gritted his teeth, tensed his abdomen, and continued to push through. His trembling arms moving up and down like the wings of a butterfly. Seeing this, Huang Mao couldn't help but ask, "Who on earth is that?" The fat one replied, "That's a madman, Huang Mao. He is not a normal person." Chapter 21. I may not be bald, but I have grown stronger. Push-up count. 1. Current. 99. Push-up count. 1. Current. 100. Success. The day's push-up regimen has been completed. At the moment the system's notification sounded, Chen Feng collapsed onto the playground, overwhelmed by a surge of soreness, weakness, and cramping that nearly caused him to faint. The chubby roommate, just finishing his meal, stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! We have an athlete in our dormitory. Li Guolong, with concern etched on his face, inquired, "Is it over?" If only it were so. The mere thought of facing another 100 sit-ups and squats sent a throbbing headache through Chen Feng. Just then, a warning from the system echoed in his ears, detected slow training progress. "I'm sorry, I'll start immediately." In front of Li Guolong and the others, Chen Feng spread his legs apart, extended his arms, and began to squat. The chubby one pointed toward the public restroom on the first floor, saying, "What are you doing? Go outside if you need to relieve yourself." Chen Feng remained silent, resolutely standing up and squatting repeatedly. Li Guolong understood. Squats? The chubby one whispered to Huang Mao. "I figured it out. This guy must have been burned out at the pet hospital when he had a fever as a child, messing up his brain." Huang Mao, however, held a different perspective. "What do you know? With his current level, he certainly cannot defeat Professor Yang, the boss. Which is why he is here working hard to train and level up. Do you understand now?" The chubby one looked at Huang Mao with disbelief. "I see. You both must have visited the same pet hospital." After squats came the sit-ups. Chen Feng lay on the bed, legs together, arms raised, rising and falling, causing the entire iron-framed bed to creak, finally completing all exercises just before dawn. "It hurts so much. I hope I'm not experiencing muscle dissolution." Muscle dissolution, also known as rhabdomyolysis, was something Chen Feng had heard about, where individuals, due to excessive exercise beyond their muscles' capacity, could suffer acute kidney injury and meet an untimely demise. "If this continues, I too shall meet my end. This proficiency system is truly ridiculous." Ding. Today's training has been successfully completed. Practice makes perfect. Your physical attributes have permanently increased. As the system's voice faded, Chen Feng felt an invigorating force surging through his limbs, and the fatigue from overexertion vanished without a trace. This sensation was quite delightful. Chen Feng smiled genuinely, a profound sense of achievement washing over him as he triumphed over his own limitations. Who said the proficiency system was flawed? It was, in fact, remarkable. Meanwhile, the other three, preparing for sleep, heard his laughter and began to suspect that he had overtrained to the point of losing his mind. In the following week, a diligent figure emerged within the academy. "Huang Mao, I bet he won tea last 3 days." "Chubby, it's already been 3 days." "I was mistaken, but he certainly won't last a week." "Chubby, he has already persisted for a week." "Goodness, he has managed to endure this long? What a real man." "If he dares to call me a coward, I would immediately buy a bag of sanitary pads and slap them on." Initially, Chen Feng had resisted the idea of training. However, as his physical attributes continuously improved, the exhilarating transformation from a reclusive individual into a formidable force was simply irresistible. By the 7th day, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat on the playground. As the number of push-ups reached 74, Li Guolong and his 2 companions stealthily approached. Noticing the absence of others, he stated solemnly, "We must discuss serious matters." "Is it time?" Chen Feng's spirit lifted. "Are we acting tomorrow?" Li Guolong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Huang Mao then unfolded a map. "From a gaming perspective, to conquer the 4th psychiatric hospital, we must fulfill 3 conditions: steal the key from the professor's office, defeat the gatekeeping pig instructor, and circumvent the night patrol of the exemplary students." Fatty interjected, "Huang Mao, while I often find your demeanor frivolous, your explanation of our escape plan through the lens of a game is surprisingly coherent." Li Guolong handed a key to Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, this is the office key. As previously agreed, you will handle the office while we take care of the security room." After a moment's thought, he added, "Remember, our operation must take place tomorrow night." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Guolong inquired, "Aren't you curious why we must act tomorrow night?" "Of course. It's because the professor will be absent," Chen Feng responded, feigning ignorance. "And why is that?" Li Guolong explained, "Every year at the end of July, the professor disappears for half a day, which is precisely why we must wait until tomorrow to act." Chen Feng was taken aback. "Every year? How long have you been captured?" He pondered the implications, realizing the oppressive nature of this place, which could assimilate individuals. Remaining untransformed into an exemplary student for an entire year indicated an extraordinary spirit of resistance. Li Guolong waved his hand dismissively. "It's not me. It's a senior named Chen Xinran, who is said to be the only student to have escaped the academy." This map and the office key were secretly left in her notebook. At this point, Li Guolong felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Fatty Huang Mao, and I have only been at the academy for half a year, so we cannot be certain that the professor will indeed leave on that day. If you are unwilling, we can swap tasks." "Unacceptable," Fatty exclaimed anxiously. "What if the professor doesn't leave? He would surely turn us into electric shock victims." "No, the professor will definitely be gone," Chen Feng replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. Though he knew the trio had previously failed in their escape, he was convinced the issue did not lie with the key. He recalled a past event from a cycle involving a ghost-catching system. Tired of old Li's stories, he had tuned into a radio broadcast during the journey. There was a news segment he remembered vividly. The annual Youth Mental Health Work Special Report Conference would be held at the end of the month at 9 a.m., featuring esteemed professors from the field of mental health. Though he was uncertain how the professor, with his goat-like head, could participate in such a meeting. It was an established fact that he would be absent from the academy tomorrow night, returning only the following afternoon. It now appeared that the point of failure lay with the pig instructor. Chen Feng inquired of the three, "How do you plan to deal with the pig instructor?" Li Guolong disclosed, "The pig instructor has a fondness for wine and meat, so tomorrow we only need to present him with fine liquor to get him intoxicated." Chen Feng was filled with curiosity. "Do you still have fine wine?" The plump fellow responded with a grunt. "Indeed, I borrowed it from the kitchen at the canteen." Borrowed. More like stole, Chen Feng thought, casting a glance at the rotund man, finally grasping the reason for his continued wait after half a year. Thus, the matters concerning the elite instructor and the little boss were settled. Huang Mao remarked, "As for the remaining pseudo-creatures, as long as we proceed cautiously, it should pose no problem." No problem, perhaps? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. From his previous recollections, it was evident that the pig instructor had indeed been inebriated that afternoon, and with Professor Yang absent, it was unlikely they could have stolen the key. Yet, the plump fellow and Huang Mao had still been captured. Thus, they must have encountered misfortune while dealing with the pseudo-creature patrol. Although Huang Mao jestingly referred to the pseudo-creatures as minor foes, Chen Feng, having had previous encounters with them, understood that once they went berserk, even several adults would struggle to contain them. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "This time, I am here." 99-100. Upon completing his 100th push-up, a system notification resonated in Chen Feng's mind. "Congratulations. Through your efforts, you have completed the C-level hero training program. Host's physical strength has reached the brick-breaking level. To unlock subsequent B, A, and S-level programs, 1,100 points are required. Warning, host's pseudo-creature transformation has reached 50%. Should complete transformation occur, training will be interrupted and deemed a failure, with no points refunded. Please seek a safer area. I cannot continue training. Further exertion will lead to transformation into a pseudo-creature." Chen Feng picked up a brick from the ground and casually crushed it, the brick crumbling to dust as easily as tofu. The brick-breaking level is indeed terrifying. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Shattering a brick with a single strike is one thing, but pulverizing it is an entirely different realm, surpassing human limits. What absurd pseudo-creature could withstand my punch? Chapter 22. Deeply moved, yet declined the following afternoon. After physical training concluded, Chen Feng made his way to the third floor. To his astonishment, the door was left unlocked. The creature was rather careless. Chen Feng pushed the door open and searched the desk for quite some time. Yet the key remained elusive. Strange. Was the information on the map erroneous? Or had the professor taken the key with him before leaving? Most individuals might have returned empty-handed. However, Chen Feng was certain that Li Guolong and the others had obtained the key last time. If they had not possessed the key, they wouldn't have been able to access the playground, and surely would have abandoned their escape plan. How else could two have been captured while one went missing? I must have approached it incorrectly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Chen Feng. He exited the room, closed the door, and tried unlocking it again with the key. This time, as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed towards him. Goodness, a false office. Chen Feng thought to himself. Realizing the trickery of the creature within, had Li Guolong and the others not pilfered the office key beforehand, he would never have managed to escape alone. After a thorough search, Chen Feng quickly discovered a key adorned with a ram's head statue inside the desk drawer. This must be it. Ultimately, it is a creature of lesser intellect. If I were in its place, I would ensure to keep such a crucial key on my person at all times. Chen Feng, clutching the key, returned to the dormitory, where the rotund fellow and Li Guolong had just completed their task of delivering the wine. The next step required only a patient wait of a few hours until Instructor Zhu succumbed to intoxication, at which point they could escape under the cover of night. Huang Mao, in a fit of impatience, stomped his feet. Why hasn't it turned dark yet? If only we could fast forward. The chubby one, observing Huang Mao's restless pacing, felt a surge of annoyance. Are you in such a hurry to perish? Huang Mao, brimming with enthusiasm, retorted. What do you understand? I can hardly wait to perform a swift passage to the fourth mental institution. Confused, the chubby one inquired. Who is performing what? Huang Mao pointed to himself. Me. The chubby one exclaimed in exasperation. Goodness, you don't steal the key, you don't pilfer the wine, you're utterly useless. And now you wish to stage a swift passage? The more you talk, the more I feel like shocking you. Amid their banter, darkness finally descended. Li Guolong called out. Let us go, we need to use the restroom together. The chubby one feigned astonishment. Goodness, at your age. Scared of the dark and needing company to use the restroom. How shameful. Although this was not their first encounter, Chen Feng could not help but critique such poor acting. Fortunately, the audience of this performance, the pseudo-people, possessed only the most rudimentary intellect and would only act if the living violated 10 specific rules. Clearly, A midnight restroom visit did not fall within that scope. The four stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, circumventing the patrols of the pseudo-people, and arrived at the playground. A thin veil of white mist enveloped the area. Without the key, one could wander within the fog all night, ruining their shoes without finding an exit. Feng Ge. The key. Here it is. Holding the key aloft, they traversed the mist of the playground, soon beholding the towering wall festooned with wires, the crimson gates of the academy, and the illuminated security booth. From a considerable distance, the sound of snoring emanated from the booth. Huang Mao leaned against the glass of the security booth, peering inside and signaling that all was well, sleeping like a log. The chubby one quipped, "Well, it is a pig by nature." Li Guolong made a shushing gesture. "Keep it down. We don't want to rouse the creature." Under the glow of the security booth's light, the central part of the academy gates reflected a metallic sheen, a robust iron lock. Its sheer thickness and solidity prompted thoughts of four words in anyone's mind. Indestructible. Feng Ge. Pass me the key. Li Guolong inserted the ram's head key into the lock, only to find himself dumbfounded. It wouldn't budge. Huang Mao's expression soured. The key is incorrect. The door cannot be opened from this side. The map only mentioned that the key could be utilized from the playground. It never stated it could unlock the main gate. The chubby one speculated. Perhaps the key is with Instructor Zhu. I shall take a look. Pushing open the door to the security booth, a wave of alcoholic fumes rushed out. Chen Feng covered his nose and tiptoed cautiously inside, only to emerge shortly thereafter. Dejected and empty-handed, just as despair began to settle among them, Huang Mao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I have a plan." The chubby one scoffed, "You have a plan, indeed." Huang Mao elucidated, "No, I truly have a plan. I have heard that the distribution room of the academy is located near the sanatorium. If we can cut off the power supply, we could scale the high wall." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, however. The map clearly indicates that the sanatorium is even more perilous than the Internet Addiction Academy, not to mention that we have never ventured there. To embark on such a journey alone in an unfamiliar territory is tantamount to courting death. The stout fellow exclaimed, "Goodness! Who would willingly go to the sanatorium to meet their demise?" After a brief silence, Li Guolong suddenly declared, "I will go." The stout one nodded, "Right? No one wishes to." What? Huang Mao was equally astonished. "Brother Long, you jest." Li Guolong, with unwavering resolve, reiterated, "I will go." Chen Feng pondered. Realizing that the reason Professor Yang had only captured 2 individuals last time was due to Li Guolong's incident at the sanatorium. As Chen Feng contemplated further, Li Guolong began to arrange matters for the future. "Once you escape, seek out Captain Li from the police. He is my father." "Captain Li? He is actually old Li's son." Chen Feng's mind erupted with understanding. Indeed, those who were apprehended by the academy had their life experiences erased from the world. Yet some traces remained. For instance, old Li, despite his advanced age, had no children, and yet, on his cherished windproof lighter, there was a metal engraving dedicated to a father. It turned out that old Li had a child, who was merely captured by the academy. Chen Feng suddenly comprehended. No wonder he felt an inexplicable warmth upon meeting Li Guolong. By now, everyone was in tears. Li Guolong stated, "My father often says that if I do not fare well in life, I should not return to shame him. If you see him, please tell him that although I have not returned, I have not brought him shame." Huang Mao's eyes glistened. "Rest assured, I will convey that to uncle." The stout one, unusually solemn, asserted, "Once I escape, I vow I shall return to rescue you." "Well then, I entrust the ensuing matters to you," Li Guolong said, his words akin to a final farewell, as he turned resolutely towards the sanatorium. At that moment, Chen Feng, who had been overlooked, clapped his hands to draw attention. Hey, there is still another person here. Xiaolong, while your willingness to sacrifice is indeed moving, let us not rush." Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng grasped the iron chain, channeling all his strength to a single point, and with a mighty effort, he twisted it forcefully. Crack! Under the impact of this tremendous force, the iron lock instantly contorted and shattered into fragments. This is what one might call a miraculous display of strength. Observing the three in stunned silence, Chen Feng proclaimed triumphantly, "Who says one cannot open a door without a key?" Huang Mao, bewildered, remarked, "In all my years, I have never encountered someone so formidable." The stout one sighed, "Well, today you have." As for Li Guolong, the embarrassment of having just uttered such heartfelt words made his ears flush. Given the gravity of the moment, to not survive now would seem rather impolite. Chapter 23. Encountering the white coat. As the four of them stepped through the entrance, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a village within the city. Surrounded by lush greenery, small residential buildings of 3 to 4 stories loomed, with garments and cured meats hanging from balconies, while electric scooters and bicycles were parked below. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, who could have fathomed that a den of horrors lay nearby? The blonde-haired one pointed to a small house with its lights aglow and suggested, "Let us seek assistance from the NPC." "That would be unwise." Chen Feng shook his head. What if these residents are monsters as well? To err on the side of caution, the group stealthily exited the village, only exhaling in relief upon glimpsing the asphalt road. Hooray! We have successfully escaped. The blonde suddenly shouted, dashing down the street like a wild stallion. Are you out of your mind? You nearly gave me a heart attack. The chubby one scolded, though the joy was unmistakable on his face. Strictly speaking, it was 2 lives saved. Chen Feng hesitated to voice his thoughts. It was the early hours of the morning, and most shops along the roadside had already closed, save for a convenience store open 24 hours, its lights still shining. Inside, besides the owner lounging in a rocking chair watching television, there were no other patrons. Chen Feng approached and asked, "Excuse me, we seem to have lost our way. May we borrow a phone to make an emergency call?" The owner glanced at their camouflage attire, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he replied, "No problem. But my phone is charging. Would you mind waiting a moment while I fetch it for you?" "That's fine." Chen Feng nodded, inching closer to the owner, and seized the opportunity to deliver a swift punch. With a resounding thud, the owner slumped to the ground, sound asleep. Better to err on the side of caution than to leave any loose ends. In the midst of his companion's bewildered stares, Chen Feng explained, "A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step, and we have fought hard to escape. We cannot falter at the final hurdle." Saying this, he rummaged through the owner's pocket and retrieved a mobile phone, glancing at the screen to find it still charged at 97. Indeed, something is amiss. Chen Feng placed the phone on the counter. Fortuitously, this phone is unlocked. "Who wishes to make the call?" I do, the blonde exclaimed, snatching the phone and quickly dialing a series of numbers. After a few rings, the phone vibrated slightly, and the call connected. "Hello? Mom," he exclaimed excitedly. A perplexed middle-aged woman's voice came through the receiver. "Mom? Who?" "Mom, it's Wenba." "Wenba who? We have no one by that name in our family." Mom, it's me. Sorry, you have the wrong number." The busy signal echoed in response. The expressions of the trio fell, the exhilaration of their narrow escape dissipating in an instant. They had been forgotten by the world. Only Chen Feng remained composed, for he was not of this world. If forgotten, so be it. After a brief silence, Li Guolong stepped forward to offer consolation. "Wenba, do not despair. Once we vanquish those monsters, the professor and the instructor will surely remember you." Yes. The blonde nodded vigorously. "Let us hurry and call for help." Dialing again, the operator's voice came through. "Hello. Is there an emergency?" The blonde responded, "We encountered monsters." Before the word monster could escape his lips, Li Guolong interjected, We are encountering a kidnapping." What a clever assertion. Chen Feng thought to himself that Li Guolong indeed possessed a touch of his father's astuteness and decisiveness. If, as Huang Mao had mentioned, they were faced with a monster, they would likely be dismissed by the operator as pranksters or lunatics. By framing it as a kidnapping, it aligned with reality and served as a rationale to dispatch officers to the academy. Once those creatures with pig, sheep, and rabbit heads were revealed, everything would be elucidated. At that moment, Li Guolong was already relaying information. "Yes, there are 4 of us who escaped, while approximately 50 others remain bound. We are at a convenience store near the 4th Psychiatric Hospital on Shuetian Road in Cihang City. Can you send someone to rescue us?" The operator reassured Li Guolong not to panic. "All right, we have dispatch personnel, and they will arrive shortly. Remember to carry your weapon. There are many kidnappers, and they are armed with heavy weaponry." Upon ending the call, the quartet began to wait in the convenience store. Huang Mao had emerged from his melancholic state, and, grabbing a bottle of cola from the shelf, took a hearty swig. "Refreshing. I recall the last time I had cola was, well, it was a while ago." The portly fellow, tearing open a bag of chips, chimed in with a quip. "Goodness, even flatulence has a scent, yet your words lack flavor." Suddenly, a low rumble of a car engine interrupted their banter. A van appeared at the entrance of the convenience store. At such a late hour, where could this van possibly come from? Chen Feng squinted his eyes, sensing that trouble was imminent. The visitors harbor ill intentions. Huang Mao corrected him. "Brother Feng, we are the visitors." The van door swung open, and 3 expressionless figures clad in white emerged. They are. Huang Mao's complexion turned ashen, as if haunted by disturbing memories. "Goodness, it's the white coats." The portly one exclaimed, perplexed. "Aren't they only capturing people in internet cafes? Run. Quick, flee." Li Guolong shouted in haste. "The police are about to arrive. We must scatter and avoid detection. We cannot allow them to capture us." "Avoid them? Why don't they try avoiding me?" Chen Feng's anger flared at the recollection of being seized by the white coats and taken to the Addiction Academy. "Come on," Chen Feng yelled, executing a flying kick that sent the foremost white coat soaring 4 to 5 meters away, crashing onto the pavement, limbs splayed, and instantly rendered motionless. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fled at such a sight. Yet, the white coats, devoid of fear, charged forward with blank expressions. Chen Feng was unyielding, delivering powerful punches to 2 of the white coats. each blow as devastating as the system claimed a C-class hero could pulverize a standard red brick of size 24,011,553 millimeters with a single strike. Hence, it was no wonder that his fists shattered their bones and rendered them lifeless in an instant. The portly fellow was utterly awestruck. Goodness. Had you mentioned your combat prowess earlier, we wouldn't have had to run at all. The regret of the yellow-haired individual was palpable. Had I known earlier, I too would have trained. As he listened to the astonished exclamations of those around him, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. In the past, within the confines of the happy internet cafe, the 6 adults had struggled to subdue a mere virtual administrator. Had it not been for the tearing of skin, they might have allowed their opponent to escape. Yet now, confronted by a lab-coated doppelganger devoid of skin weaknesses, he had managed to single-handedly turn the tide against 3 adversaries. The stark contrast between then and now was as invigorating as donning fresh undergarments on the morning of the new year. At that moment, another figure in a lab coat descended from a van. It was a middle-aged man wearing spectacles. Upon sighting him, Chen Feng felt the hair on his body stand on end, every cell transmitting a signal of impending danger. Danger! There was no need for Chen Feng to voice his concern. Li Guolong and the others had already recognized the threat. Typically, lab-coated individuals resembled model students, unblinking, vacant-eyed, and expressionless. However, this one approached with a smile, clearly not an ordinary person. Adjusting his glasses, the lab-coated figure remarked, "Running away is the mark of a bad child." That familiar voice, that recognizable smile. The group shuddered in unison, exclaiming, "Professor?" The lab-coated man replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is I." Chapter 24. Deadlock. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. How did you find us? From planning their escape, to executing their actions, and finally to calling for help at the convenience store, Chen Feng believed they had left no traces. For him to appear here, it could only mean there was a traitor among them or some supernatural intervention. Yet, Chen Feng's speculation was misplaced. The professor smiled. "Someone reported to me." Recalling the illuminated windows he had seen in the surrounding residential buildings when he stepped outside, Chen Feng immediately understood. It was the villagers. The 4th psychiatric hospital was situated in a remote urban village, where all the villagers acted as the eyes and ears for the monsters. In this scenario, unless one possessed the stealth of a water ghost, departing from the academy would inevitably lead to detection. The yellow-haired individual could hardly believe it. Impossible. If that were the case, how did senior sister Chen Xinran manage to escape? The professor chuckled. "Ah, that stubborn young lady. I recall her well. She was not captured by me, but rather voluntarily brought in by her parents. After 3 years at the academy, she never transformed into a model student. Truly remarkable." A glimmer of hope ignited within the yellow-haired youth. Then she escaped, killed her parents, and then took her own life. The professor's sunny smile remained unwavering. Yet his words plunged the atmosphere into a chilling despair. Since the academy's inception, no one had ever escaped. With that, the professor unleashed a bolt of electricity, and the 4 individuals instantly felt their bodies seize as if cramping uncontrollably. Their muscles contracted violently, tensed, spasmed, and went numb. Thud! Chen Feng knelt on one knee, while the other 3 collapsed to the ground like lifeless swine. "Oh, you can still stand." The professor pointed at the fallen Li Guolong and the others, grinning at Chen Feng. "Indeed, you are slightly stronger than them, but not by much." Though Chen Feng was immobilized, he still retorted defiantly, "Damn it. If you have the skills, fight me with real weapons." Professor Yang admonished, "At such a critical juncture, you still yearn for games and skills. It appears you have been profoundly tainted by the internet. Engaging online is the mark of a wayward child." Struck again by a bolt of lightning, Chen Feng refrained from uttering a word of surrender, for he had deliberately flouted the rules of the wayward, inciting his adversaries in a bid to prolong the encounter. Calculating the passage of time, he surmised that assistance should be imminent. In the distance, the wail of sirens echoed. The portly one exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank heavens. They have finally arrived." Professor Yang paused momentarily, processing the implication. "So, you called the police?" Li Guolong grit his teeth, declaring, "Indeed, your doom is upon you." With a mocking gaze, Professor Yang regarded the group. "Oh, is that so?" The audacity of his opponents unsettled Chen Feng, who then noticed that only a single police car had arrived. Was this the extent of their reinforcements? Huang Mao's heart sank. They are merely here to deliver a head. Li Guolong shouted towards the police vehicle, "Officer, over here." 4 individuals emerged from the patrol car. The leading officer introduced himself. "I am Officer Hu Qing. Did you report the incident?" "Yes, they have kidnapped us," came the reply. "Officer Hu, be cautious. He is armed and might attack." "Officer Hu, summon backup, quickly." In response to Chen Feng's accusations, Professor Yang maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hello, Officer Hu. I am Professor Yang from the 4th Psychiatric Hospital's Internet Addiction School." Upon hearing the title of Professor, Officer Hu visibly lowered his guard. "What is the situation here?" "Professor Yang, adopting the role of the aggrieved party, stated, "These are troubled youths and mental health patients who escaped from our facility." Li Guolong countered vehemently, "That is utter nonsense. We were kidnapped by you." "Such fabrications are truly remarkable," Professor Yang retorted, gesturing towards the white coat on the ground and the unconscious shopkeeper within. "See, they resisted violently, injuring not only the convenience store owner, but also our attendant." Li Guolong, desperate, implored, "Do not listen to him." However, officer who paid no heed to Li Guolong's protests, instead lamenting, "Professor, you must enhance your management protocols." Professor Yang feigned contrition, "I apologize, we have been negligent." Officer who sighed, addressing the students, "Your parents entrusted you to this academy with hopes for your well-being. Please do not cause trouble. Return to the professor peacefully and do not create further disturbances for the officers." Despair enveloped Li Guolong and the others. The portly one erupted, "Are you out of your mind?" Officer who directed his attention back to Professor Yang, "You may handle this. We are withdrawing." At this juncture, Huang Mao could no longer contain himself and revealed the truth. "They are monsters. Those three on the ground cannot speak. And the one with glasses can extend a whip from his back. Ask them if you doubt my words." Though Huang Mao's statements were entirely factual, the characterization of monsters only served to reinforce Officer Hu's belief that they were indeed delusional, truly a case of mental illness. Thus, under the indifferent gaze of Officer Hu, the four were loaded into a van. Inside, witnessing the despondency of their predicament, Professor Yang could no longer restrain himself and erupted into a cacophony of maniacal laughter. The roads in the village were far from easy to traverse. Instead of returning the same way, the van took a circuitous route, entering through the main gate of the sanatorium. As Professor Yang crossed the threshold of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, a transformation overtook his visage. His face morphed from a round shape into a triangular one, followed by the emergence of white hair and a white beard. His ears became erect and enlarged, while his black hair gradually receded, turning bald and gray, sprouting two spiraled horns. Before the onlookers appeared a goat-like visage. "Welcome back, children." Subsequently, they were escorted to the sanatorium, where Chen Feng encountered the legendary rabbit nurse. She was a woman adorned with a rabbit head, clad entirely in white nurse's cap, white uniform, white stockings, and white rubber shoes. With fingers painted a vibrant orange, she pointed at the group and inquired of the professor, "Professor, who are these?" Professor Yang replied with utmost reverence, "The runaway children, whom I have brought back." The rabbit nurse cast a cold glance. "Such disobedience, dispose of them. You seem to be in good spirits today." "Indeed, the one we captured a week ago wishes to join us." "A good thing indeed. Director Niu will surely be pleased. Shortly, you should retrieve the keys from the office and the nurse's station to release the new colleague." "No need. These little rascals have already pilfered my keys," replied the two creatures, exchanging banter. Chen Feng, lying on the stretcher, felt a surge of dread. "Director Niu?" The words of the yellow-haired one rang true. This hospital indeed harbored a hidden boss. A new colleague? It seemed imperative to escape soon, lest they face yet another monster. At that moment, the rabbit nurse extracted a notebook and pen from her bosom. After observing the group for a while, she began to draw circles on the page. Chen Feng and the others soon felt dizzy and drowsy. They were about to encounter that pig-headed individual again. This was the last thought that crossed Chen Feng's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself standing in the playground. Having not returned to that dark, dismal room, was there no save progress? A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Feng as he attempted to call out to the surrounding students. "Hey, can you hear me? What is going on?" Though his consciousness was clear, able to perceive the sounds and temperature around him, he was unable to control his body, as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. Was this the sensation of becoming a pseudo-being? Chen Feng urgently shouted to the system, "Save, save." But the system remained unresponsive. After all, saving could only be triggered by death, and Chen Feng was very much alive. Those who often faced death knew that the average human lifespan was 73 years. At 26, Chen Feng realized he had approximately 47 more years ahead of him. Over 17,000 days, more than 400,000 hours. This was the most optimistic scenario. What if the lifespan of a pseudo-being was infinite? Then he would be trapped in an endless cycle. Panic surged within Chen Feng's heart. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never encountered such a despairing situation. Consequently, he abandoned any thoughts of conserving points and decisively activated a protective measure. The gentleman's virtue. Warm as jade. You have activated Lu Sun's protective humility. The protector is immune to any spells, magic, demonic arts, or abnormal states. A shadow of a gentleman, glowing green and wielding a sword, appeared behind Chen Feng. Unfortunately, despite expending a point, Chen Feng's body remained uncontrollable. It seemed that being transformed into a pseudo-human did not qualify as an abnormal state. However, I at least realized that even in this lack of bodily control, I could still utilize the system. Remarkable, I never expected to possess so many lives. yet I found myself cornered. This world truly is intense. Splendid. Suddenly, Chen Feng erupted in rage. If he had merely a save load system, he would indeed be like those predecessors in the third floor of the Happy Internet Cafe, already doomed. Yet, he possessed more than one system. Thus, on a rainy night a few days later, a hazy figure pushed open the dormitory door and approached the transformed Chen Feng, snapping his neck. Chapter 25, The Check-in System. Awake? A voice called, drawing Chen Feng back to reality. He opened his eyes, shook his neck, and the sensation of regaining control over his body was as exhilarating as taking the first breath of air after surfacing from drowning. I have returned. Chen Feng's face lit up. By summoning a water ghost, he successfully killed himself, triggering the save load system and escaping the deadlock. Your clothes, remove them, quickly. Help him. Amidst the shouts of the pig-headed man, several camouflage trainees rushed forward, preparing to assist Chen Feng in disrobing. Here we go again. Chen Feng recalled his first visit, when these same individuals had stripped him bare, leaving him exposed like a monkey on display, devoid of dignity. But this time, he was no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter. Get lost, Chen Feng bellowed, pushing with both hands and toppling the pseudo-human trainee to the ground. As before, all rewards obtained from the system would be preserved. So the formidable physique he had trained in his previous life remained intact. This is the system. Once certified, always certified. Damn it. Seeing his subordinate being struck, the pig-headed man roared in fury, extending his massive hand towards Chen Feng. Come on. Chen Feng was eager to test his limits, disregarding factors such as electric shocks, and confront pure strength. He raised his arms to meet the pig's hand, intending to push the pig-headed man away with sheer force. Simultaneously, the pig-headed man also exerted strength, attempting to use his weight advantage to overpower Chen Feng. Boom. Their palms collided, a dull thud resonating within the small dark room. Chen Feng felt his arms tingle, and the marble beneath his feet cracked under the pressure. Meanwhile, the pig-headed man momentarily paused, his pig brain clearly struggling to comprehend how this seemingly frail human could contest him in raw strength. Afterward, due to breaching the rules and resisting the instructor, Chen Feng was confined for another 7 days. After the monster departed, Chen Feng promptly summoned the system. Checkpoint access. 2. System points. 9. Available guardians. Lu Sun, Diao Chan. Ma Chao. Summonable spirits. 3-star water ghost. Traits. Affinity for water. Fondness for rain. Training plan. Hero training. Stage 1 completed. Would you like to expend 1 point to initiate Stage 2 B-level training? Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. Not only had his physically enhanced form been preserved, but the subsequent training plans were intact as well. Excellent. Once I escape and find a safe haven, I shall enter seclusion and cultivate diligently. Next, he faced a selection of 3 boxes. One was a sci-fi exchange system, designated Cage-02 SBFS. Another was in Xianxia task system, labeled XX01DKQD. The newly arrived box, numbered ZT-03-LTQ, proclaimed, everyone in the group is exceptionally talented, their words are delightful, and I thoroughly enjoy being a part of it. From the classification, the abbreviation, and the content of its speech, Chen Feng immediately discerned that this was a chat group system from the myriad realms. This chat group connects characters from different times and identities through a communication tool, allowing for interworld interaction. In simpler terms, it's akin to forming a group with influential figures from other universes. It might sound trivial, however, for instance, once the chat group is activated, Chen Feng might be able to befriend a great immortal from the cultivation realm, gaining access to their cultivation techniques. Or perhaps reach out to a mad scientist from a sci-fi world to acquire futuristic technology, or even converse with wizards from a magical realm to learn sorcery. It is undoubtedly a system of immense potential. If utilized wisely, it could rival the exchange system without the need for points. Yet, it is not suitable for activation at this moment. One must first temper their own strength. Currently, Chen Feng was empty-handed, even if he befriended a powerful figure. He lacked any resources worthy of exchange. Should he inadvertently join a villainous chat group, he would be embroiled in cunning machinations. Thus, Chen Feng resolved to activate the task system first to earn some points. Consequently, he activated XX01DKQD. Aren't you from the Xianxia world? Come, assign me a few demon-slaying tasks. Ding, congratulations on activating the check-in system. Check-in system? Chen Feng paused momentarily, then immediately saluted. Pardon me, Commander, I failed to recognize you just now. If there were an award for the most foolish system in existence, the check-in system would rank second, with no one daring to rank first. Its function is quite straightforward. Whenever the system owner checks in at a specific time or location, akin to attendance, they may receive generous rewards. Chen Feng swiftly scanned the options. Based on his experience, there were currently 3 unlocked check-in locations. 0-star check-in location, Cihang Bridge. 0-star check-in location, Happy Internet Cafe. 4-star check-in location, 4th Mental Hospital. Upon closer examination, Chen Feng discovered that the more perilous the check-in location, the higher the difficulty rating, and correspondingly, the greater the system points awarded. Notably, Cihang Bridge and Happy Internet Cafe were initially rated as 3-star and 4-star locations, respectively, but had been downgraded to 0-star since the monsters there had been vanquished or reclaimed. As for the 4th psychiatric hospital, how could it possibly receive only 4 stars? Is it perhaps due to the absence of that so-called Director Niu? Regardless, I shall check in first. Chen Feng silently recited the words check-in. Ding. Congratulations, user. For successfully checking into the professor's office of the 4th psychiatric hospital, the security room of the instructors, and 2 additional locations required for a successful check-in. What does it mean that there are still 2 locations? With a mere thought, a map of the 4th psychiatric hospital materialized before him. The area concerning the Internet Addiction Academy was clearly delineated, easily comprehensible. However, the section pertaining to the sanatorium was shrouded in mist, obscured and indistinct. With 2 unexplored locations marked, the basement and the nurse's station. Initially intending to make a direct escape, it now appeared imperative to visit the sanatorium. With a swift motion, Chen Feng shattered the door lock and pushed open the door to the small dark room. At that moment, it was midday and the sunlight was blinding. Chen Feng shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed into the distance. Beyond the metallic wire fence stood a 3-story building entirely white, with every window secured by iron bars to prevent escape. Were it not for the sign on the roof reading sanatorium, one might mistake it for a concrete prison for criminals. It appeared quite dangerous. He was entirely ignorant of the conditions within the sanatorium and the capabilities of Nurse Rabbit. Should he force his way in, he risked a fate akin to the last encounter. A strategy was necessary to gain entry under legitimate pretenses. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng recalled the notes left behind by the suicidal senior. In an emergency, he could feign madness to gain access. Pretending to be insane would not only shield him from the monster's attacks, but also allow him to be treated as a patient. While this may sound implausible, through observation over time, Chen Feng noted that the creatures in the hospital operated under certain rules. For instance, within the Internet Addiction Academy, as long as one did not violate the 10 rules for misbehaving children, they would be safe from monster assaults. Therefore, feigning madness was the key to survival within the sanatorium. Understanding this, Chen Feng stripped off his outer garments, leaving only his underpants, and sprinted towards the psychiatric hospital, shouting as he ran, "I am insane. I am truly insane." Chapter 26. The basement. Are you out of your mind? 2 attendants in white coats rushed to the sound. Do you have any medication? Chen Feng surrendered willingly. Under the escort of the attendants, he traversed the meticulously manicured lawn, navigated the dimly lit corridors, and donned the gray and white striped patient attire, successfully infiltrating the sanatorium. The lobby of the sanatorium was permeated with the scent of disinfectants and cleaning agents. Chen Feng scanned the area and quickly located the first check-in point, the nurse's station, positioned at the very center of the hall. It resembled a command center encased in glass, where the boss, Nurse Rabbit, presided, observing all the patients as if she were a monarch surveying her subjects. Noticing Nurse Rabbit's gaze upon him, Chen Feng promptly responded with a foolish grin. While his performance was far from masterful, it sufficed to deceive the creature. Soon, Nurse Rabbit withdrew her scrutiny, and he had successfully passed through undetected. Chen Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. For being scrutinized by those mesmerizing crimson eyes was undeniably nerve-wracking. However, he had validated a crucial piece of information. As long as he adhered to the rules, an attack would be averted. Indeed, the monsters within this hospital seemed to abide by a certain set of regulations. Just wait, once I successfully check in and accumulate points, I shall make you into a spicy rabbit head. 3 days later, fully acclimatized to the monotonous life of the sanatorium, Chen Feng concluded that it was, without a doubt, the dullest place on earth. To begin with, the sleeping hours were rigidly fixed. One must rise at 6:30 in the morning and retire by 10 at night, or else be deemed a rule breaker. Furthermore, the boundaries for activities were equally stringent. During the morning rest period, patients were confined to sitting silently in the hall, while the afternoon outdoor exercise allowed them only to meander like caged birds upon a grassy enclosure, encircled by barbed wire. As for the nurse's station, where Chen Feng yearned to check in, it was, of course, off-limits to patients. Lastly, the treatment regimen was unyielding, daily doses of 1 or 2 sleeping pills or an injection of a sedative. Failing to take the medication or receive the injection constituted a violation of the rules. From the moment he was jolted awake by the piercing sound of the bell to the ingestion of medication and the dimming of lights for sleep, every occurrence was subject to the nurse's directives and control. Should anyone resist, the rabbit nurse would brandish her logbook, adorned with her bright orange nail polish. Chen Feng observed that this logbook resembled a diluted version of a death note. The process of elimination required 2 steps. First, the holder of the pen could glean another S name through a gaze lasting over a minute. Second, encircling the name with 5 rings would strip that individual of thought and consciousness, transforming them into a mere imitation. As a patient of the sanatorium, Chen Feng had already been inscribed within that logbook. If she wished to eliminate him, she need only draw 5 circles, meaning that if he could not neutralize the nurse within 3 seconds, he would meet his demise. Conversely, if the target were a stranger, the nurse would need to observe them for over a minute before she could eliminate them. Thus, engaging the nurse in a surprise encounter would be far more advantageous. In the lounge, patients meandered aimlessly through the hall. Chen Feng stealthily approached the periphery of the nurse's station, silently chanting for a successful check-in. Yet, his attempt faltered. Damn, must I truly enter? He covertly observed the rabbit-headed monster within the nurse's station, contemplating the feasibility of shattering the glass and launching a surprise attack. It seemed problematic. If that were her sole ability, the nurse could not possibly surpass the professor in prowess. She must possess hidden cards yet unknown to him. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Chen Feng had yet to act when someone else spoke up first. Suddenly, a patient erupted in aggression, sinking their teeth into Chen Feng's thigh. Ouch! In pain, he kicked the assailant away. Strangely, however, despite receiving a brutal kick, the individual merely tumbled a few times, drooling and barking, "Woof, woof. What the hell? Why are there so many lunatics here?" Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Patients in the sanatorium can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type comprises individuals genuinely afflicted with mental illnesses, exemplified by the unfortunate soul before us who is convinced he is a dog, biting passersby and marking his territory indiscriminately. Then there is the delusional murderer who perceives everyone as monstrous. It is rumored that he ruthlessly slaughtered his family, mistaking them for fiends. The second type consists of those who have encountered the extraordinary. There are individuals claiming to have witnessed invisible beings beneath the Cihang bridge, others asserting they are tormented by an unseen rabbit, and some who insist that their family was devoured by a cat during a trip to an amusement park. These individuals, due to the implausibility of their claims, have been committed to the sanatorium by their relatives and the police. Yet Chen Feng understands that their accounts are indeed truthful. After hearing their experiences, a mechanical voice reverberates in his mind, announcing, "Discover 5-star check-in location. Horror amusement park. Discover 5-star check-in location. Crazy zoo." Lastly, the third type of patient, or rather, the pseudo-persons. Much like the network administrator of the Happy Internet Cafe and the exemplary student of the Internet Addiction Academy, these pseudo-persons possess their own peculiar designation, those who have been cured. Just as one transforms into a pseudo-person after prolonged exposure at the Internet Addiction Academy, the first and second types of patients undergo a similar metamorphosis after extensive treatment with injections and medications. At this point, the sanatorium advertises these individuals as having been healed and encourages their families to take them home. The sanatorium receives 5 to 10 new patients daily, while simultaneously sending off an equal number of pseudo-persons. The thought of this sends a shiver down Chen Feng's spine. How many pseudo-persons lie hidden within Cihang City? Perhaps, in the eyes of Cihang City, humanity is the true invasive species. As night falls, Chen Feng retrieves a sleeping pill from the nurse's station, swallowing it in the presence of the nurse. However, upon returning to his room, he discreetly spits out the pill, which he had concealed under his tongue. The prolonged stay in the sanatorium and the Internet Addiction Academy carries the risk of becoming a pseudo-person, making it unwise to linger any longer. It is time to act. Nonetheless, the nurse's abilities warrant caution. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng tears a strip of white fabric from the bedsheet and wraps it around the lower half of his face. Once he ensures that his identity remains concealed, he deftly snaps the lock on the ward door and ventures into the corridor of the sanatorium. By this hour, the lights have been extinguished, plunging the corridor into darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. It is indeed ironic that, having never dared to eat anything foul in my life, I now find myself exploring a hospital replete with monsters. The fear is palpable. Chen Feng tiptoes cautiously toward the corridor's end. There, in the depths of the sanatorium's basement, a half-woman, half-snake creature curls in a corner, frail and helpless. Chapter 27. An insurmountable barrier. Cihang has been confined for 3 days. She is acutely aware of her surroundings. Cihang City is teeming with monsters, myths, supernatural beings, malevolent spirits, and demons. The list is endless. Yet to this day, the citizens of Cihang City remain oblivious to the supernatural. This ignorance is largely facilitated by the 4th mental hospital. Whenever someone experiences an extraordinary event and decides to disclose it to the media, they are promptly dispatched to the 4th mental hospital for pseudo-person treatment. In essence, the 4th psychiatric hospital is a sanctuary for those deemed as outcasts. Humanity ought not to possess excessive knowledge, otherwise they become the aberrant. Conversely, monsters are expected to commit murder. Failing to do so renders them outcasts as well. The nurse, Rabbit, confided in Cihang, stating that individuals like her, categorized as outcasts, ought to be eradicated. Yet now, she was willing to extend an opportunity, a chance to prove herself by taking a life, thereby pledging allegiance to their ranks. Shi Qingqing was engulfed in agony, perplexed by her innate aversion to violence, yet now found herself bereft of alternatives. How had circumstances spiraled to this point? How could she have been so naive as to fall for that man's ruse? Shi Qingqing was acutely aware of her own folly, a realization that had perpetually lingered in her mind. This was precisely why she had always maintained a frosty demeanor, keeping others at bay. Initially, there had been others of her kind who had extended gestures of goodwill towards her. However, fear gripped her heart. Alliances among monsters were exceedingly fragile, often leading to brutal conflicts over territory and resources. Thus, she had spurned all overtures. She had grown accustomed to solitude. Yet the sight of groups of others stirred within her a profound envy. At times, she would even indulge in morbid fantasies, envisioning these individuals ultimately turning upon one another in violence. How dreadful am I? Shi Qingqing loathed the dark thoughts that plagued her, and before the consuming loneliness could engulf her entirely, she ventured forth from the mountains. To join them, one must take a life, otherwise, she would remain an outcast in their eyes. When the tattooed man harassed her in the internet cafe, Shi Qingqing was consumed by rage, ready to shatter her own boundaries. At that moment, Chen Feng unexpectedly intervened, confessing his feelings. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable connection, as if we had met in a past life. What? He likes me? I have been confessed to? Shi Qingqing had heard myriad tales, of serpent spirits marrying apothecary apprentices out of gratitude, of scholars and fox spirits falling in love at first sight within abandoned shrines. Though she had always found such stories implausible, how could humans and monsters ever coexist? When the extraordinary unfolded before her, her heart raced. Perhaps I am the exception. Shi Qingqing had ventured out precisely to escape loneliness. Finding a human companion seemed a delightful prospect. Once she lifted the curse from the landlady, she would invite him to live in the mountains with her. This was her plan. Yet she could never have anticipated that her singular act of courage would culminate in a ruse. The moment the water ghost appeared, realization dawned upon her. She was not the exception, but rather the fool. Biting her lip, Shi Qingqing cursed vehemently. Humans are the vilest creatures on earth, deceitful, cunning, and full of lies. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Hey, are you talking about me? The figure lurking outside the confinement room was none other than Chen Feng, silently chanting to himself. Sign in. The system remained unresponsive. It was evident that one must physically arrive at the designated location for it to count. At that moment, Chen Feng heard a voice filled with resentment emanating from the confinement chamber. It's you. I apologize. After listening to the other person's plight, Chen Feng felt quite embarrassed. After all, had he not rendered the individual unconscious, they would not have ended up here. Well, deceiving you is indeed my fault. But you must acknowledge that the landlady is not a benevolent soul. She placed both of you downstairs merely to use as cannon fodder against the water ghost. In a way, I have saved your life. Chen Feng's persuasive words left Shi Qingqing utterly bewildered. Is that so? Thank you then. Look, she even needs to thank me. Chen Feng thought. He grasped the lock of the confinement chamber door, preparing to crush it as he had done before. Wait a moment, I shall rescue you immediately. However, with a decisive twist, he found the lock utterly unyielding. Strange, he muttered, skeptical of his own luck. He tried again, exerting all his strength, yet the result remained unchanged. Shi Qingqing informed him, it's futile. This room is under a barrier, and without a key, it is absolutely impossible to open. A key? It was then that Chen Feng noticed the door lock had 2 keyholes. Recalling a conversation he had overheard before transforming into a faux human, he suddenly comprehended everything. Shi Qingqing was indeed the new colleague. That was why they had mentioned capturing someone a week prior. The key to Professor Yang's office was meant for this place. He remembered they had said the other key was at the nurse's station. With this realization, Chen Feng set off. Upon hearing his footsteps, Shi Qingqing became anxious. Don't go. I'm no longer angry. Please stay and talk with me a little longer. Being confined for 3 days had indeed driven her to madness from loneliness. Chen Feng, who had endured 7 days of isolation, could empathize and reassured her. I will fetch the key to save you. Just wait for me. Shi Qingqing softly replied. You want to deceive me again, will you? I never go back on my word. After bidding farewell to Shi Qingqing, Chen Feng turned and headed back down the corridor, making his way directly to the nurse's station in the break room. Inside, Nurse Rabbit was reclining on the sofa, resting. He had to be cautious and move slowly. Chen Feng removed his shoes and crept forward, striving to make no sound. However, when he approached within 5 meters of the nurse's station, those long rabbit ears twitched. Who was there? Having long ears certainly had its advantages. With his fists clenched, Chen Feng struck the glass of the nurse's station. Since he had been discovered, he decided to abandon pretense. Life and death are trivial matters. I'll fight if provoked. Crash. Accompanied by the shattering of glass, countless shards hurtled towards Nurse Rabbit. Yet before they could reach her, they were halted. A semi-transparent barrier, resembling glass, appeared before her. Is that a shield? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. But then he continued his assault. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, user, for successfully checking in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital's nurses' station. A heavy sound reverberated throughout the break room. What a torment. The excruciating pain radiated from Chen Feng's hand as he delivered a powerful punch against the barrier. Contrary to his expectations of witnessing the shattering of the shield, it remained unscathed, and the recoil of the impact left him injured instead. The barrier, impervious and resilient, was remarkably tough. Chen Feng shook his numbed arm. Meanwhile, the nurse, upon noticing Chen Feng's hospital gown, was unable to recognize him due to the torn sheets wrapped around his face. Who are you? She inquired. Guess, Chen Feng thought to himself, refraining from revealing his identity through his voice. However, that barrier was indeed formidable, even with all his strength. Chen Feng knew that even someone of the instructor's stature would think twice before approaching it, yet the shield remained entirely unaffected. Its hardness was such that even if he were to draw upon the powers of the Three Kingdoms system and utilize Lu Bu's unparalleled might to double his strength, it would likely prove futile. Perhaps there were vulnerabilities elsewhere? Contemplating this, Chen Feng circled around, attempting to attack from behind and to strike the glass shards from above. Yet he was consistently thwarted. It appeared to form a semicircular barrier. If only he possessed the ability to burrow underground, he might breach it from below. This tactic could have a duration, but it would certainly last over a minute, sufficient for the nurse to announce her name. It seemed he had exhausted his abilities. Yet possessing at least a minute of invincible defense, coupled with a minute's worth of offensive capability to eliminate foes, was already exceptional. Although the skirmish had lasted less than a minute, Chen Feng had learned much about the nurse's capabilities. At that moment, the logbook in the nurse's hand suddenly revealed a name. So it is you. The nurse retrieved a pen from her pocket. My grip is off today. Consider yourself fortunate. Chen Feng picked up a shard of glass resembling a blade and aimed it at his throat. With several days until the next rainfall, he was unwilling to endure further as a mere facsimile of a human. But next time, he would ensure her demise. Blood gushed forth as he slashed his throat. Chapter 28. Cyberpunk Exchange System awake now? Chen Feng remarked, gazing at the instructor's pig-like visage. I won't be seeing your pig face anymore. It's strangely nostalgic. Such an overt provocation, of course, incited the instructor's displeasure. Bang. After the door to the small dark room slammed shut, Chen Feng, now facing a 7-day confinement, began to devise a plan in his mind. Let us summarize the information at hand. The nurse's barrier was indeed invincible. Physical attacks would not penetrate it. Thus, he required assistance. The petrification ability of Shi Qingqing could be triggered merely by gaze. Coincidentally, the holder of the logbook must maintain eye contact with their opponent for a full minute to obtain their name. Gazing at Shi Qingqing for a minute? Huh. Even the seemingly superior Madame Boss and the Water Ghost, after a mere glance, were left pale and rigid. A minute of attention would undoubtedly spell doom for the nurse. To secure Shi Qingqing's assistance, he must first rescue her, conveniently allowing him to fulfill his objectives. The barrier of the confinement room could be breached with the sheep face key and the rabbit face key. In order to avoid conflict with the professor and acquire the sheep mask key, I can only act a week later when the professor is away at a conference. The rabbit mask key, however, necessitates access to the nurse's station, setting aside the challenge of obtaining the key while evading the rabbit nurse's interference. Even the sheep mask key poses a dilemma. Although I could successfully acquire the key with the trio upon entering the Internet Addiction Academy, by that time, Shi Qingqing, who has been confined for 7 days, will have already joined the hospital. I must establish contact with Shi Qingqing in advance to ensure she can endure until the 7th day. However, this would preclude my ability to sneak into the Internet Addiction Academy and steal the sheep mask key. Curse it, if only I could clone myself. Wait. A thought struck Chen Feng. On the 7th day, the trio that steals the key will find themselves unable to exit the main gate, prompting Li Guolong to venture alone into the sanatorium to cut the power lines of the high wall. The foggy playground separates the main gate from the sanatorium. Thus, the sheep mask key must be in Li Guolong's possession. How clever am I? Newton would be hard-pressed to match my brilliance. With a sigh of relief at having devised a solution, Chen Feng began to examine the system. Save attempts. 1. System points. 9. He opted to expend a single point to convert it into a save attempt. Although his points were relatively abundant, Chen Feng prudently decided to reserve just 1 life. This cautious approach was to prevent scenarios where he might be 1 point short of acquiring an item, only to find himself unable to purchase it due to having prioritized saving attempts. One might ask, why not simply wait until the save attempts reach 0 before replenishing them to conserve points? However, that would be an ill-advised strategy. Previously, Chen Feng had assumed that possessing a save load system would allow for reckless abandon, only to encounter a dead save that nearly led to his downfall. Having learned from that painful experience, he realized that the save load system is not infallible. If he were to be trapped at a revival point and die consecutively, he would face a rather foolish predicament. Dead, yet with points still unspent. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it is safer to retain at least 2 lives at the save point. Chen Feng glanced at the remnants of the check-in system. In addition to the anticipated incomplete task of the 4th psychiatric hospital, the tasks for the previously heard check-in points of the crazy zoo and the horror park were also present. Chen Feng lamented his oversight. Had he known, he would have conversed more with the snake girl. As a local snake, she surely knows a wealth of check-in locations. A new box had also arrived, numbered YX03HKS, proclaiming technology and craftsmanship. YX, that refers to the system from the game. When it comes to technology and craftsmanship, Chen Feng immediately thought of pre-prepared meals, additives, and industrial sweeteners, yet these seemed unrelated to the game. Could it be a culinary game system? With the precedent set by the Three Kingdoms system, Chen Feng no longer underestimated this game system. However, in his urgency to escape, he deemed it best to exchange for the system to enhance his combat capabilities. Thus, he opened the box numbered KH02SBFS. Come, let me discern the origins of the system that begins with SB. Ding. Congratulations, user, you have successfully activated the Cyber Ascension system. Users may utilize points to undergo bodily modifications, achieving the grand goal of mechanical ascension. Dermal modification, subdermal armor, enhancing the defense of the modified individual, enabling them to withstand attacks from handguns, shotguns, and sniper rifles. Arm modification, mantis blade, implanting blades within the user's arms, allowing for the execution of biological foes with health below 10, 30, or 50. Leg modification, enhanced tendons, significantly increasing the user's running speed and endurance by 123 times. Immunity modification, reverse induction, allowing the user to convert electrical shocks or electromagnetic pulses into 50, 80, or 100 energy. Circulatory modification, auxiliary heart, resurrecting the user upon death, restoring 30, 50, or 100 of their life. Modifications are categorized into 3 tiers: common modification at 5 points, epic modification at 10 points, and legendary modification at 20 points. Goodness, how exorbitant, yet undeniably valuable. Unlike the temporary enhancements requiring points each time, these bodily modifications are permanent. Particularly, the reverse induction modification transforms the user into a power bank. However, spending 5 points specifically to counter the professor seems unwarranted, since these modifications stem from the cyber realm. There must be. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the super modification used by David in Cyberpunk 2077, which allowed him to slow down those around him. Is it available? In a frenzy of searching the shop, Chen Feng quickly discovered Cihang Wasteland. Active modification, upon activation, grants the host extraordinary reaction speed and athletic ability, with movement speed exceeding that of ordinary individuals by 48-16 times. Warning: utilizing this modification will severely impact the host's health, causing muscle damage, neural overload, memory loss, and ultimately personality deterioration, transforming them into a cybernetic lunatic. Tip: the higher the physical strength, the lesser the side effects of Cihang Wasteland. There is a saying, my acceleration equates to others' deceleration. Although excessive use may lead to memory decline and bodily harm, being able to slow those around me by 4 times is akin to halting time itself, is it not? Chen Feng pondered. With my explosive physical prowess, using it once or twice should pose no significant issue, right? Come, system, install a common version of Cihang Wasteland for me. Ding. Initiating bodily modification for the host. It seems a bit painful. System, be gentle. After the modification concluded, Chen Feng feigned madness to infiltrate the sanatorium once more. That evening, he stealthily approached the door of the isolation room and disclosed his escape plan to Cihang. Upon hearing that Chen Feng intended to kill the nurse and escape the 4th psychiatric hospital in a week, Cihang expressed skepticism. Can we truly accomplish this? Chen Feng replied, what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare confront the nurse? Under Chen Feng's persuasion, Cihang ultimately agreed to give it a try. Soon, the 7th day arrived. Chapter 29. A second to kill the night was as dark as ink. A furtive figure slipped into the sanatorium, where were the distribution room and the circuit breaker. Li Guolong cautiously surveyed his surroundings, wary of awakening the monsters that lurked within. Despite his careful approach, tiptoeing softly, he was suddenly ambushed and brought down by Chen Feng, who lay in wait around the next corner. At last, he has arrived. Chen Feng feigned ignorance of his identity and whispered, "Die, monster." Li Guolong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hands in protest. Hold on, big brother. I'm a living person. Do you expect me to believe that? Chen Feng retorted. Look over there at the internet addiction school. I was captured by those monsters. And tell me, have you ever seen a counterfeit able to speak so fluently? That does seem valid, Li Guolong conceded. May I ask who you are? Feigning contemplation, Chen Feng deliberately replied. Oh, I'm Chen Feng. Do you know Captain Li from the City Bureau? I'm his informant sent to investigate the hospital. In Chen Feng's plan, he expected Li Guolong to claim to be Captain Li's son, thereby establishing mutual trust which would lead to obtaining the key from Li Guolong. However, to his surprise, Li Guolong remained composed and asked, "You say you're Captain Li's man? What proof do you have?" "Ah, quite vigilant. No wonder you're Captain Li's son." Inheriting some of his wit, Chen Feng remarked, reciting details with ease. "Don't believe me? Captain Li's badge number is 823235. He has a female apprentice named Zhang Ruobing, whose parents are also police officers. Oh, and Captain Li has a cherished windproof lighter that he rarely allows others to use. What is engraved on that lighter?" It reads, "For father, you truly are my father's man." Li Guolong now believed him, quickly introducing himself. "Brother Feng, I'm Guolong, Captain Li's son." Thank goodness. Chen Feng thought, if he had asked for my father's name, I would have been exposed. With a sigh of relief, Chen Feng took the initiative. "You claim to be Captain Li's son? That's a lie. Captain Li has no children." "It's true. Anyone captured here," Li Guolong recounted the events he had erased from memory. "Brother Feng, consider this. How could my father be of such an age without a child? And if he had none, who gifted him that lighter?" You present a compelling argument. Once trust was established, the following matters would become considerably simpler. The key to the sheep's face? It's in my possession. Guolong, you'll need to assist me with something. After acquiring the key, Chen Feng revealed the purpose of his visit. If his sole aim was to obtain the sheep's face key, he could have simply taken it by force, sparing himself the elaborate scheme and the risk of exposing himself as a time traveler. Chen Feng's intention was to have Li Guolong help him lure the rabbit-faced figure away from the nurse's station, thereby creating an opportunity to stealthily acquire the other key. This task could not be entrusted to anyone else. After all, every patient in the ward was logged, and discovery would mean death. Chen Feng spoke earnestly. "Guolong, although you are not on the logbook and thus will not be swiftly eliminated by the rabbit nurse, should she fix her gaze upon you for even a minute, the risk of demise remains. Are you willing to take that chance?" Li Guolong showed no hesitation. "I am willing." "Well done." Chen Feng knew that the offspring of the Li family was no coward. In the break room, the rabbit nurse had been peacefully dozing at the nurse's station when, suddenly, a water jug arced through the air, shattering her prideful station. Li Guolong anticipated her fury and screams. However, she remained composed, calmly commanding, "Orderly, go check what is happening." Having encountered numerous deranged individuals in the psychiatric hospital, this minor disturbance was trivial to her. Yet, the expected presence of the white coats did not materialize. Thus, the rabbit nurse raised her voice, urging, "Hurry up." Still, there was no response. No one would come, no matter how loud she shouted. Outside the hall, Chen Feng stifled a laugh. He had already taken action, eliminating the imposters. Footsteps echoed from the hall, the crisp sound unmistakably belonging to the rabbit nurse's rubber shoes. "It's your turn now," Chen Feng signaled with a thumbs up. Li Guolong understood and hurried towards the entrance. "Quick, be swift." Once the rabbit nurse departed, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to infiltrate the nurse's station. After a brief search, he indeed found another key. Got it. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the basement, inserting both keys. With a click, the door to the confinement chamber swung open. "You found the key, didn't you?" "Wait. I haven't put on my blindfold. I haven't opened my eyes." Chen Feng entered the chamber with his eyes shut, silently affirming his presence. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully checking in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, earning 4 system points. As the mechanical voice faded, Chen Feng suddenly felt a chilling touch. Warm jade enveloped him. It was Shi Qingqing embracing him. From her trembling, he sensed both her joy and fear, prompting him to reassure her. "I told you. I will definitely rescue you. I am a man of my word." That was a rather gallant statement, at least in Chen Feng's mind. Yet Shi Qingqing questioned, "Did you ever say that?" "Huh, did I not?" Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly realizing, "Damn, that was something the previous life said. I've been practicing Stanislavski lately, and my memories got jumbled." Before long, the sound of rubber shoes echoed in the corridor of the sanatorium. Li Guolong, eyes closed, lay still like a dead dog as the nurse caught him. He neither died nor transformed into an imposter because, as the rabbit nurse pursued him, he had rolled on the lawn outside the sanatorium, pretending to be insane, triggering the institution's rules and successfully surviving. This tactic was taught to him by Chen Feng and proved to be quite effective. However, another tactic left him perplexed. Why did Feng go want him to keep his eyes closed after being captured? As Li Guolong pondered this, he suddenly heard the nurse's voice. "Who are you?" At that moment, 2 figures appeared before the nurse. The series of unexpected guests and the disappearance of the orderlies made the nurse exceedingly vigilant, prompting her to release Li Guolong and retrieve her notebook. At that moment, one of them reached for the switch. The corridor lights flickered to life. Yet, when the nurse discerned the visage of the individual before her, her previously confident and commanding smile froze into a mask of shock. "It's you." A muffled gasp of astonishment escaped the rabbit nurse's throat. She instinctively raised her hand to shield herself from the piercing gaze of the other. But her arm felt unnaturally rigid, as if weighed down by stone. observing her skin transitioning to a pallid gray. The rabbit nurse was compelled to muster her strength against this petrifying force, which consequently caused her semi-transparent glass barrier to falter. In the fleeting moment, the barrier dissipated. The figure clad in a patient gown and mask, who stood beside Cihang, vanished abruptly, only to reappear directly in front of the rabbit nurse. How swift! When did they arrive? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain surged through her head, and then, with a resounding pop, she exploded like an overinflated balloon. Chapter 30. Escaping the cage. Time rewound by a second. Witnessing the glass protection before the rabbit nurse vanish, Chen Feng decisively activated his cybernetic enhancement. The LY-03-CDDD Smash Veludo. Time, come to a halt. In an instant, it felt as though the world had been set to slow motion, with the movements of those around him becoming excruciatingly sluggish. The sensation was akin to stepping into a realm playing at 0.25 times the speed. However, Chen Feng remained unaffected. He calmly approached the rabbit nurse, who stood utterly unresponsive. Die, you bastard! Clenching his fist, which was the size of a sandbag, Chen Feng unleashed a barrage of punches upon her head, alternating between basic attacks and powerful strikes, delivering a relentless flurry of blows to the nurse's face. After completing this onslaught, Chen Feng suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, akin to the queasiness felt after overindulging in drink. Through days of private training, he recognized that his body could not endure further exertion, prompting him to cease and conclude the LY-03-CDDD Time resume. In an instant, the punches he had just unleashed detonated simultaneously upon the rabbit nurse's head. Each strike held the potency to reduce bricks to dust. Even a robust figure like the pig instructor would think twice after enduring such an assault. Hence, the nurse's head burst apart on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Cihang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she could not help but exclaim, "How did you manage that?" "Just need hands," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, as though he had merely completed a mundane task. He then strolled over to the rabbit nurse, crouching down to inspect her. Oddly, where had that journal gone? Did it vanish with her demise? Unable to contain her curiosity, Cihang inquired, "What are you doing?" "Not doing anything," Chen Feng decisively refused, explaining, "I merely wish to ascertain whether she is truly dead, to preclude any chance of resurrection." Li Guolong, uncertain of the situation, asked, "Brother Feng, is it over? Can I open my eyes now?" Noticing that Cihang had donned an eye mask, Chen Feng casually remarked, "Open them if you wish, it's already concluded, and we can depart." Yet at that moment, a white figure obstructed their path. "No one shall leave the sanatorium without my consent." Rabbit ears, nurse's uniform, rubber shoes. As Chen Feng gazed at the creature, whose head had just been hammered into a meatball, now appearing before him unscathed, his heart sank. "You're still alive?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Chen Feng activated the LY-03-CDDD once more, employing his signature tactic of launching a surprise attack while feigning conversation. However, this time he faltered. With a resounding bang, Chen Feng collided with a translucent barrier, quickly retreating 2 steps and deactivating the LY-03-CDDD. Damn it! This rabbit is quite clever, having set up a barrier in advance. Li Guolong blinked in disbelief, thinking he must have misseen. Just moments ago, Brother Feng was right beside him. How had he suddenly appeared in front of the monster? The rabbit nurse was equally startled. With such speed, are you even human? Chen Feng scoffed. Hey, a gentleman strikes without words. If it's a fight, let us just fight. Why the insults? At that moment, Cihang suddenly expressed concern. "Chen Feng, you're bleeding from your nose." "I know," Chen Feng said, wiping his nose, revealing a hand stained red. The side effects of the LY-03-CDDD were significant. Under his current condition, using it once a day was still within a safe range, but any more would jeopardize his memory and health. Speaking of which, Chen Feng found it quite peculiar. The LY-03-CDDD was a biomechanical enhancement from a mechanized future previously utilized by V, the protagonist of Cyberpunk 2077, and David, the main character of the Cyberpunk Edgerunners anime. In the world of Cyberpunk, the more enhancements one had, the more formidable they often became. The game's protagonist, V, was a super soldier with so many modifications that the flesh on his body wouldn't suffice to stir a single plate of ants climbing a tree. Thus he could walk and play with the LY-03-CDDD without issue. Yet, David, merely a student in the anime, had used it 8 times on the very first day he acquired it. 8 times, and I can only manage once. How is it that I fall short of a mere student? Little did Chen Feng know that while his physique surpassed David's, David was a denizen of the future, already equipped with other compatible augmentations, whereas Chen Feng's body consisted solely of the original flesh bestowed by his parents, aside from the LY-03-CDDD. This was akin to a thoroughbred horse outfitted with a car engine. It was entirely reasonable for it to be incompatible. The rabbit nurse, having noticed Chen Feng's weakness, deactivated the barrier and provocatively declared, "As long as I remain in this hospital, you will never kill me." Her words were intended to strike at the heart, aiming to instill despair in Chen Feng. Yet, to his ears, they revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. The nurse stated that as long as she was within the hospital, she could not die. Conversely, if I possessed explosive power capable of hurling her out of the hospital, wouldn't that mean she could perish? Although Chen Feng did not possess such explosive strength, he discerned a solution from another piece of information. Cihang Wasteland, activate for the third time. The instant Chen Feng entered bullet time, a splitting headache assailed him, as if his head were on the verge of exploding. He couldn't hold on much longer. He had to be swift. In an instant, he reached the rabbit nurse's side, but this time, instead of choosing to eliminate her, he seized her journal and pen. The journal automatically scans the names of nearby beings, and the rabbit nurse is no exception. Chen Feng swiftly flipped to the page dedicated to the rabbit nurse. The enigma of immortality indeed posed a formidable challenge. However, during the previous cycle, the nurse had provided a clue to unraveling the riddle. If one dies, they will resurrect? What if I transform you into an immobile, pseudo-immortal state? How would you respond to that? Chen Feng deftly sketched 5 circles. At that moment, Cihang Wasteland had just concluded his task. The rabbit nurse was laughing maniacally, but as her laughter echoed, she suddenly felt her body stiffening, gradually losing control over her movements, which sent her into a panic. Before she could inquire about the situation, she realized she had lost command over her throat and vocal cords. Unable to utter a single word, observing the rabbit nurse transform into an expressionless automaton before him, Chen Feng scoffed. Some villains perish due to their arrogance, others due to their verbosity. You, with your blend of both, how can you escape death? Just then, Chen Feng felt a sudden heaviness in his head, collapsing to the ground. Brother Feng, Chen Feng. He waved his hands to calm them. It's all right, I merely feel a bit lightheaded. Listen carefully. The vicinity of this mental institution is a village populated by automatons. It is impossible to go unnoticed. Therefore, you must head to the Internet Addiction Academy. Ching ching. The automatons there are no match for you. Release all the students and let them scatter to draw attention away from us. Meanwhile, we will take refuge in the Happy Internet Cafe. The 3rd floor is a separate space, exceedingly safe. Remember, once we escape, do not contact your parents or alert the authorities. After imparting these instructions, Chen Feng's vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. When Chen Feng regained consciousness, the familiar voices returned. You're awake? Have I died again? He opened his eyes in despair, only to be greeted by a plump face. My goodness. You've been asleep for nearly a day? It was a relief. It was merely the fatty. Chen Feng exhaled, realizing he was no longer on the cold, filthy marble, but nestled in a soft bed. Observing the decor around him, computers, gaming chairs, beds, and central air conditioning, there was no doubt. He was in the employee dormitory of the Happy Internet Cafe. It seemed they had successfully escaped last night. He nearly considered saving his progress to calm his nerves. But out of caution, he opted to ascertain the current situation first. Brother Long, he is awake. Amidst Fatty's exclamations, Li Guolong, Huang Mao, and Shi Qingqing entered the room. Through their conversation, Chen Feng learned that they had stealthily released all the students and patients, then, under the cover of night, evaded the cameras to reach the cafe. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. You ingeniously thought to use the students and patients to divert attention. Guolong, you did remarkably well. Upon hearing this, Li Guolong was taken aback. Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who instructed us to do this? Did I? Chen Feng questioned, perplexed. As he rubbed his head, the excessive use of Cihang Wasteland had left him with a slight headache, and last night's memories were somewhat hazy. So we should be safe for now? Only temporarily. Li Guolong powered on the computer in the room and found a news report for Chen Feng. Brother Feng, take a look for yourself. The resonant voice of a male broadcaster echoed from the speakers. Yesterday, a significant security incident occurred at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital in Cihang City, where several patients suffering from mental illness fatally assaulted their attending physician and escaped from Shuetian Road. Currently, most of the patients have been recaptured, but 5 remain at large. The police are exerting all efforts to locate them. Citizens are urged to report any relevant information promptly. At a press conference, Director Nyo from the 4th Psychiatric Hospital made the following statement. On the screen, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow training outfit addressed the camera with a calm demeanor. I assure all citizens of Cihang City that we will swiftly apprehend these lunatics and return them to the hospital. No one escapes from our institution. It has never happened. Chapter 31. The fire has ignited, damn it. Will they really catch me? What a bold proclamation. Chen Feng thought to himself, feeling a surge of irritation despite knowing that this director was undoubtedly more formidable than the nurses and professors. The director's nonchalant demeanor, as if he had already secured victory, only fueled Chen Feng's anger. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng instructed the group, the entire city is hunting for us. So we must maintain a low profile for the next month. At the very least, we should wait until the storm passes before taking any action. You need not worry about food. There are snacks and drinks in the Internet Cafe on the 1st floor, and there is cash at the cashier's desk. If it comes to it, we can buy a few boxes of instant noodles and sausages from the supermarket next door to last us a month. It's not a significant issue. The only concern is whether you can endure staying indoors for a month. The rotund fellow thought he misheard. Oh my, playing on the computer in an internet cafe. Feasting on snacks and drinks every day? What is there to endure? This is the life of a king. Huang Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Forget a month. I could stay here for a lifetime. Only Li Guolong queried. Brother Feng, aren't you going to report to my father? Chen Feng realized he had overlooked that detail. Regarding the monsters, your father wouldn't believe it, he explained. Li Guolong, feeling uneasy, pressed on. What about all those students who have been recaptured? Are we just going to sit idly by? The rotund fellow interjected with a jest. Shall we stand up then? Li Guolong shot him a glare, prompting the latter to promptly fall silent. Chen Feng had indeed contemplated Li Guolong's concern. While he did not possess the noble ideal of greater responsibility with greater power, he could not simply dismiss the vendetta against that Professor Yang, who had nearly killed him twice. Chen Feng made his vow. Give me 1 month. Li Guolong solemnly bowed. Brother Feng, I thank you on behalf of those trapped in the academy. After the trio indulged in gaming, Shi Qingqing asked Chen Feng, will you seek retribution after a month? Of course. Chen Feng nodded, intending to expend his points to initiate a month-long B-class hero training regimen. Once he mastered his abilities, he would turn that Professor Yang into skewered lamb and that Director Niu into beef balls. Shi Qingqing sighed. I wish you success. Chen Feng detected the underlying tone in her words. Are you leaving? Shi Qingqing nodded. Yes, you knocked me out once, but you saved my life. We are even now. Are you going home? Shi Qingqing rarely indulged in jest. To be precise, I have renounced worldly life. I possess a dilapidated temple deep within the mountains. Chen Feng, taken aback by her humor, responded with a chuckle. Have you truly seen through the mundane? Will you not invite me this time? I can indeed extend an invitation. My abandoned Bodhisattva temple, though somewhat shabby, is quite secure. If you desire meat, we can catch wild chickens in the mountains or fish in the river. And we could even cultivate the land. Upon finishing her words, Shi Qingqing gazed at Chen Feng with her eyes veiled by gauze. But you wouldn't accept, would you? Chen Feng fell into silence. The notion of eloping with a beautiful demoness to lead a tranquil existence akin to that of the peach blossom spring was indeed tempting. Yet, upon recalling certain vivid images, the first ascent to the 3rd floor, witnessing the forest of human skin, the first encounter with a water ghost, the inexplicable footprints appearing in the stagnant water, and the terrifying sight of Zhu Qianqian, whose body erupted with countless spiders, along with the disconcerting Professor Yang, whose laughter was devoid of mirth, and so forth. These haunting visuals, which could leave a psychological scar, now stirred within Chen Feng not fear, but rather an exhilarating rush, an adrenaline surge. He reveled in the thrill of this precarious dance between life and death. Unlike the inherently peace-loving Shi Qingqing, who shunned violence, Chen Feng was enthralled by danger and excitement. Thus, they were destined to tread different paths. Perhaps fate will reunite us, Qingqing. Shi Qingqing flicked her tongue playfully. Very well. A century hence, when you have passed, I shall pay my respects at your grave. Humph. When I ascend to the realm of cultivation, who knows who will be attending whose grave? After bidding farewell to Shi Qingqing, Chen Feng summoned the system. Save successful. You have expended points to initiate the B-level training program. Please ensure completion of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day within 1 month. Push-up count. 1. Current. 1. Push-up count. 1. Current. 2. Running distance. 1 kilometer. Current. 8. Running distance. 1 kilometer. Current. 9. As Chen Feng dashed along the corridor on the 2nd floor, he suddenly heard a honking sound from below. It seemed someone had arrived. With caution, he discreetly pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside, just in time to see 4 individuals in lab coats disembark from a van. Ignoring the seal affixed to the internet cafe's entrance, they began to pry open the metal shutter door. They truly have tracked us down. Is it a prophetic ability? Or have they marked us in some manner? Chen Feng had little time for contemplation and urgently instructed the 3 individuals at the computers, quickly shut down the computers. Grab a key each and follow me to the 3rd floor. Move swiftly. The group scrambled up the stairs, and upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were met with the unsettling sight of human skin scattered throughout the room. With a shriek, the most faint-hearted among them, Huang Mao, fainted on the spot. The plump fellow, having never encountered such a scene, trembled as he questioned, Brother Feng, I recall the 3rd floor was filled with sand and wood. How has it transformed into this? Chen Feng reassured him, fear not. The monsters here have long since perished. The mourning period has passed. It is quite safe. The plump man gazed at the bloodstains and human remains, asking, is that truly the case, Brother Feng? Chen Feng nodded and remarked, regardless of how formidable any dean or professor may be, without the key, they cannot enter. This prompted him to inquire. Although I was once captured by imposters outside an internet cafe, those imposters lack intelligence. Logically, the hospital should not be aware of our presence here. Did anyone see you when you entered the cafe? Li Guolong assured him. No, We entered the cafe in the dead of night, and there was not a soul on the street. Then that is peculiar, Chen Feng mused, his brow furrowed in suspicion. While you were playing on the computer, you did not engage in any extraneous activities, did you? Li Guolong's expression shifted uncomfortably as he seemed to recall something. Upon inquiry, Chen Feng learned that Li Guolong had posted several exposés online, revealing the dark truths of internet addiction schools, advising others against sending their children there. Damn it, you fool! Chen Feng exclaimed, kicking Li Guolong to the ground. This city has long been under the control of monsters. By doing this, are you not ensnaring yourself? He demanded, speak. Are you trying to bring us all to ruin? The stout man quickly interjected, Brother Feng, please do not be angry. Guolong meant well. He realizes his mistake. He is a sinner, deeply burdened by guilt, his actions unjust and unkind. Stop. Chen Feng interjected, bewildered. What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Just then, he found himself unable to control his own tongue, uttering, I am deeply burdened by guilt, my actions unjust and unkind. Li Guolong continued, the apocalypse. The end of all things, the world's conclusion is imminent. Even Huang Mao, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, murmured in his sleep, as sinners, we must, under the witness of the sacred cow, purge all evil to reach the heavenly realm. The witness of the sacred cow? A cow? Could it be Ding Niu? This realization struck Chen Feng with alarm. He covered his mouth, yet his voice still escaped through his fingers. Damn it, I have retreated to another space. Yet here I am, ensnared. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt a wave of heat enveloping him, the temperature around him rising dramatically. What was happening? He noticed that flames had suddenly erupted from the stout man who had completed the chant first. He was on fire. Upon realizing he was ablaze, the stout man's eyes widened in terror as he patted his body in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. He sought help from those nearby, but his throat could only produce the chant, no other sound. Soon, flames began to lick at Chen Feng's own body. Though he had not been struck by any fireball, he was still igniting. Thus, the effect of this incantation was spontaneous combustion, Chen Feng thought, decisively activating his C and Wei Si Tan. Smash Valuto. Under the influence of time dilation, Chen Feng felt the flames on him freeze instantaneously. If death was inevitable, he might as well confront the dean. Enduring the searing pain, Chen Feng sprinted down the stairs, determined to confront the dean before he was consumed by flames. After activating C and Wei Si Tan twice, Chen Feng successfully reached the first floor. Indeed, for figures in white coats were reciting incantations down below. Which one was Ding Niu? Time was of the essence. Chen Feng could not afford to linger. He charged forward, delivering a punch to each of them in quick succession. What struck him as peculiar was the utter fragility of the four individuals clad in white coats. A mere punch had rendered them lifeless, their skulls shattered and breaths extinguished. Were they truly so feeble? Chen Feng halted the Xian Wei stain, and before he could even exhale in relief, he discovered that the flames enveloping him not only persisted but intensified. Simultaneously, he found his lips incessantly uttering, I am deeply flawed, my actions are unjust, and my deeds lack compassion. Could one activate skills even in death? A death utterance? In a state of confusion, Chen Feng was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Chapter 32, Memory Contamination, System Points, 6, Save File Recharge 1, Cybernetic Modification 5, Training Program 1, Hospital Check-in 4, Save File Count 1. After his rebirth, Chen Feng shook his head, believing the situation to be manageable. Fortunately, he had the foresight to save his progress beforehand. Otherwise, being incinerated would have necessitated a return to the confines of the dark room to start anew. Well, I have discerned where I faltered. Next, I must prevent Guolong from posting online to ensure my safety. Although losing a life is disheartening, on the brighter side, my points are now scarce, and the cybernetic modification system has become of little use. Opening a new system could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Having calculated his next steps, Chen Feng approached the trio engaged in gaming. He intended to convey, you may enjoy the game, but refrain from posting anything regarding the hospital or school online. These creatures are astute and will trace our steps. However, what tumbled forth from his mouth was, I am deeply flawed, my actions are unjust, and my deeds lack compassion. The three stared at him in bewilderment. The stout one questioned, good heavens, I am no nun, your confessions hold no value for me. How could this happen? Am I ensnared once more? At that moment, Chen Feng, too, was perplexed. He distinctly recalled saving his progress after Shi Qingqing had departed, and there was still ample time before the white coats reached the ground floor. Furthermore, Li Guolong had only just powered up. He had yet to post anything, and Ding Niu remained oblivious to their whereabouts. Upon reloading a save file, all injuries would fully heal, retaining nothing but memories and acquired system rewards. Memories. Could it be that in an instant, realization dawned upon Chen Feng? His memories had been tainted by that chant. Even if I reload, as long as that memory lingers, I would unwittingly recite it, leading to my self-immolation. Having unraveled this truth, Chen Feng felt an icy dread envelop him. The notion of a save file system, even in the context of a cultivation novel, would be considered an exceptional cheat. Yet, Chen Feng, having spent less than half a month in Cihang City, had already encountered 2 instances of fatal save file dilemmas. Truly, Cihang is a grand stage. If you are weak, do not venture forth. He must find a solution before his points were entirely depleted. In a flash, Chen Feng grasped his throat, compelling himself to cease the chant. As long as the recitation remained unfinished, the flames would not descend. Was there a means to render himself mute? This was the first solution that sprang to mind. While damaging his vocal cords was far too complex a task, finding a cloth or tissue to stuff in his mouth was certainly feasible. Smash Valito. Chen Feng activated the C-on-way stand and rushed toward the staff quarters, tearing a sheet from the bed and stuffing it into his mouth. Yet, at that moment, a phrase flashed through his mind. As sinners, we can only ascend to paradise by incinerating all evils under the witness of the sacred cow. Following this thought, flames erupted from his body. Goodness, is this even possible? Chen Feng felt a bit bewildered. He never anticipated the director's abilities to be so formidable and relentless. Truly, one worthy of leading the rabbit nurses. Although Chen Feng felt a pang of regret, he had no choice but to expend some points. Lu Sun's blessing activate. The modest gentleman, as warm as jade. You have activated Lu Sun's blessing of humility. The blessed is unaffected by any spells, magic, demonic arts, or abnormal states. As the ethereal presence of the gentleman manifested, the flames engulfing Chen Feng's body instantly vanished. He seemed capable of speaking once more. Removing the fabric from his mouth, he attempted to utter a sound, and indeed, he no longer chanted. Had he succeeded? Chen Feng closed his eyes and meditated. Discovering that the memory of the chant still lingered in his mind, something felt amiss. He noticed the green glow of Lu Sun's blessing gradually fading, while his mouth began to lose control once more. This was untenable. The blessing could only ensure protection during its duration, but as long as the memory remained. Once the blessing faded, he would inevitably fall into the same predicament. Sure enough, the instant the blessing dissipated, flames rekindled upon his body. After 2 consecutive failures, Chen Feng could only attempt to open a blind box, hoping that the new system might possess a solution. System. As he called out, 3 boxes materialized before him, designated as follows. ZT-03-LTQ, from the Celestial Chat Group System, YX-03-HKS, from the realm of gaming and technology, and a new system from the realm of fantasy, numbered XH-03-CJHS, which proclaimed, a stand-in is a marvelous thing. The sensation of being scorched by flames was nearly unbearable. Enduring the pain, Chen Feng quickly analyzed his situation. He was on the brink of immolation, and conversing with others would be futile. Thus, he resolved to explore either the gaming or fantasy options. Given his current curse, the fantasy realm seemed more reliable, especially since this system mentioned the concept of a stand-in, which might offer a means of survival. Please, fantasy system. Chen Feng extended his hand toward the box, and immediately, a prompt resonated in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Super Avatar system. Avatar Lu Xiaohu has been acquired. Super Avatar? Chen Feng's expression shifted. Just moments ago, he had grasped the full capabilities of the Super Avatar system. In essence, it was a system that could resurrect the recently deceased, transforming them into a secondary character under the host's control. The host could gain fragments of the avatar's memories. Completing tasks through the avatar would equate to the host's own accomplishments, and the avatar could inherit all of the host's skills. Should the avatar inadvertently perish, it would not affect the host. Moreover, the host could choose to expend 1 point to create an additional avatar. It can be said that this is an extraordinarily formidable system. Chen Feng, once a fugitive, now possesses the means to venture forth under the alias Lu Xiaohu without fear of repercussions, rendering him invincible. Regrettably, this newfound power offers no assistance in his current predicament. It appears that fortune has not favored him. With a bitter smile, Chen Feng transformed into ashes and resumed his previous save. His attempts to revert to earlier states had dwindled to 0, and his points, due to Lu Sun's protective influence, had been reduced to a mere 5. To make matters worse, the training program initiated during his previous life had also been rendered void due to his demise. Continuing to revert to past saves was not a viable strategy, as his points would soon be depleted. Rather than relying on luck, he resolved to contemplate the resources at his disposal that might extricate him from this dilemma. The water ghost was not an option. While he could immerse himself to extinguish flames, he could not live submerged indefinitely. The protective abilities offered temporary relief but did not address the root of the issue. The Xian stain could only slow the flame's advancement. Faced with a seemingly insurmountable situation, Chen Feng did not succumb to despair. Instead, he engaged in a calm analysis to devise a solution. The director's ability directly impacted memory through a curse. If only he could erase that memory. How might he accomplish such a feat? Surely, he could not resort to striking his head with a brick. Wait, a sudden idea struck him. He recalled that during the augmentation process, the system had warned him that excessive use of Cihang could lead to memory loss in the host. Moreover, in the original cyberpunk anime and games, many had succumbed to insanity due to over-reliance on augmentations, becoming deranged cyberpsychopaths. There was no time to hesitate. He had to take a gamble. Bearing the pain in his head, Chen Feng began to activate Cihang in rapid succession. In the internet cafe's private room, the plump individual opened the game and logged into the client, suddenly feeling the urge to relieve himself. "Oh dear, I'll be right back, don't start without me," he exclaimed, rising and rushing toward the restroom. After just a few steps, he spotted someone sprawled in the corridor. "Oh my, Brother Feng, are you all right?" He hurried to assist Chen Feng. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Feng's gaze was eerily bright. He smiled, initially softly, before his laughter escalated into a manic cacophony. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I have succeeded. Good heavens. Brother Feng, are you okay? The plump man felt a jolt of fear. There was no warmth in Chen Feng's smile, only a chilling cold that penetrated to the bone. Remembering that Li Guolong had encountered Chen Feng in a mental hospital, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Could Brother Feng truly be insane? Would he suddenly lash out? As the plump man wrestled with his internal conflict, contemplating whether to flee, Chen Feng's smile gradually faded. In the midst of the plump man's bewildered gaze, Chen Feng silently approached the gaming room's entrance, pushed open the door, and shoved Li Guolong, who was in the process of registering a forum account, aside. "If there's another time, just get out," he warned, before delivering a powerful punch that shattered the monitor. Chapter 33. The Hex System returning to the staff dormitory. Chen Feng lay on his bed and began to scrutinize the system. After being assailed by the dean, he was left with a mere 5 points. Adhering to the principle of caution, he allocated 2 points to recharge the archival reading system, preventing a repeat of the previous incident where he lost 2 lives in an instant. He also reserved 1 point to reactivate the hero training program. Thus, one could say he had become utterly destitute. However, he had acquired 2 new systems. Upon realizing that each time he saved, he could unlock a new system, Chen Feng contemplated the idea of repeatedly ending his own life to swiftly activate multiple systems. Yet, he ultimately opted against it. Such a strategy would only be beneficial for the system numbered 03. The task system numbered 01 necessitated tasks to be issued based on personal experiences. Dying too swiftly would yield few tasks, as exemplified by the notorious villain system, which had only issued 1 task before being wiped out. The 02 exchange system, conversely, required the expenditure of system points. The better the item, the more costly it was. Even if Chen Feng could access the cultivation exchange system with his scant points, he could not afford any foundational elixirs or cultivation techniques. Consequently, he would be unable to utilize the 02 system for the foreseeable future. Chen Feng glanced at the newly arrived box and shook his head. Identified as YX02 QDMJ, it proclaimed, backpack loaded. Yet another system from the gaming realm. And being part of the 02 series, he had no choice. Could they not have provided a task system instead? In resignation, Chen Feng was compelled to select the technological prowess and ruthless efficiency of the gaming world. Ding. Congratulations, player, on successfully activating the Hex system. The systems from the gaming world were indeed different. Even the terminology had changed, no longer referring to users or hosts, but calling them players instead. The Hex system, wasn't that akin to teamfight tactics and the golden shovel? Chen Feng took a glance at the Hex system, which allowed him, upon each save, an opportunity to expend points to exchange for Hex runes. Naturally, like all 03 series systems, the first exchange was complimentary. Let's see what treasures you hold within. Much like opening boxes, each rune exchange presented 3 options. And the 3 runes Chen Feng drew this time were: back to the drawing board. The player is unable to leave the happy internet cafe for the next 3 weeks. Thereafter, they will receive 10 temporary points. Transmutation Reshaper. The player's water ghost will permanently transform into a randomly selected monster of a higher star rating. Treasure of War. Monsters you slay have a chance to drop 1 temporary point. The stronger the monster, the higher the drop probability. Note: temporary points can only be used within the 02 exchange system and cannot be utilized to recharge the 03 system. Wow, impressive. Chen Feng had initially believed that the proficiency system represented the zenith of the 03 series, only to discover that there were indeed greater heights. Furthermore, this was his first encounter with a point-earning feature within the 03 series. Although these were temporary points, usable solely for purchasing, they were still formidable. Had he known of such prowess earlier, he would have chosen it without hesitation. However, which of these 3 should he select? In terms of enhancing combat prowess, the transformation reconfiguration device undoubtedly reigns supreme. Although Chen Feng can no longer assess the star ratings of monsters after losing the ghost-catching system, it can be inferred from the clock-in system that the landlady, the professor, and the nurse are at most just 1 star higher than the water ghost. The ability to conjure a creature of the landlady's caliber, though random, is certainly sufficient for a skirmish with the director. Nevertheless, vengeance is a dish best served cold. For now, the priority lies with accumulating points. Chen Feng then turned his attention to the other 2 runes, recognizing that, from a long-term perspective, the war treasure undoubtedly offers the highest potential for points. Should points become scarce in the future, he could always slay a few monsters to accumulate more. The more monsters he vanquishes, the greater his rewards, leading to enhanced strength, which in turn allows for swifter monster hunting, a veritable perpetual motion machine. Inquiring about the drop rates for monsters at the pseudo-human level, he received the following data. Pseudo-human, Internet Cafe version, drop rate, 0.1. Pseudo-human, Mental Hospital version, drop rate, 0.2. Astounded. Chen Feng calculated that to earn a single point, he would need to slay 500 of the white-coated pseudo-humans. This seemed insurmountable. 3 days and nights of relentless effort would scarcely suffice. Resolutely, he abandoned the idea and opted for a more leisurely approach. Given his intention to train at the Internet Cafe during this period, it seemed a perfect match. Before making his choice, Chen Feng recalled a pertinent question. During this period of leisure, if he utilized his avatar to complete tasks, would that count as leaving the happy Internet Cafe? The system promptly replied, no, as long as the player's main body remains within the cafe. With that clarification, Chen Feng decisively opted for leisure. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully obtained the leisure rune. Now, it was time to cultivate a secondary character. Chen Feng summoned the avatar he had acquired during his previous reincarnation. Lu Xiaohu. Loading memories. As the super avatar system activated, Lu Xiaohu's memories began to unfold before Chen Feng like a cinematic reel. Name, Lu Xiaohu. Gender, male. Age, 24. Background, intern agent affiliated with the Peaked organization. Note, Peaked is a clandestine organization that gathers exceptional individuals to protect humanity from monster threats and combat supernatural entities. Fascinating. Chen Feng felt no surprise at the existence of extraordinary beings in this world. After all, one could encounter 8 monsters merely by stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes. If humanity lacked any means of resistance, it would have faced extinction long ago. At last, he could gain insight into this world. Within Lu Xiaohu's memories, the term peaked was elucidated. P stands for phantasm, referring to monsters that exhibit specific behavioral patterns, methods of killing, and modes of attack. Chen Feng recalled the experience in the mental hospital, where adherence to the rules ensured one would not be attacked. This indicates that the professor, the nurse, and the director all belong to the category of phantasms. He represents extraterrestrial, denoting alien invaders that harbor pure malice against all life forms. Thus, they are indeed extraterrestrials. A refers to the vengeful spirit, an apparition, a supernatural entity born from intense negative emotions, fixated on indiscriminate slaughter. Chen Feng immediately thought of the water ghost. Indeed, the water ghost was killed by the innkeeper. Yet it engaged in random killings beneath the Cihang bridge, perfectly embodying the behavior of a vengeful spirit. C represents a creature, a being of wisdom that emerges from the absorption of environmental energy by plants or animals through cultivation. Chen Feng was familiar with this concept, recalling the green snake spirit, Shi Qingqing, the spider spirit, Zhu Qianqian, and the innkeeper, among others. Chen Feng paused for a moment. Wait, what kind of spirit is the innkeeper? He then slapped his forehead. Oh, humans are animals too, so that is fine. The final entity, D, is a demon, a high-dimensional predator from an alternate space or other world, feeding on the souls and negative emotions of sentient beings. Goodness, there are so many monsters. This world is truly perilous. As memories unfolded, Chen Feng quickly discovered that Lu Xiaohu had been investigating within a haunted area known as the Terrifying Amusement Park, where he met a tragic end due to a violation of rules. Terrifying Amusement Park? That name sounds familiar. Chen Feng scrolled through the check-in system. 5-star check-in location, Terrifying Amusement Park. Required activities for check-in: hide and seek, dancing, haunted house, doll play, roller coaster, bumper cars, ring toss, catching goldfish, shooting games, maze walking. Tip: the more attractions visited, the higher the check-in rewards. 5 stars. ISNT that more dangerous than a mental hospital? When not actively controlling an avatar, the avatar remains in sleep mode. The thought of the avatar being in such a perilous place, at risk of demise at any moment, made Chen Feng hastily urge, hurry, activate the avatar. Chapter 34. Why am I such a simp? July 31st, 6 p.m., Cihang City, Terrifying Amusement Park. As the heat dissipated, the sunset cast a warm glow. Chen Feng awoke on a park bench, and upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by an enormous, grotesque creature. Its crimson eyes fixated upon him. Goodness! Even with Chen Feng's sturdy mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be startled, only to realize it was a false alarm. The red-eyed monstrosity was merely a giant inflatable doll. It was astonishingly lifelike. Chen Feng rose, stretching his limbs. This body was evidently not his own. yet it moved with remarkable precision. The avatar system is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, a clear female voice chimed in. Xiaohu, you're awake. You fainted suddenly. And we were all quite alarmed. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, and Chen Feng squinted. Based on Lu Xiaohu's memories, the girl speaking before him, with a single ponytail, was named Meng Chengcheng, 20 years old, a medium. A medium, capable of communicating with spirits and commanding them, is a practitioner who can converse with the deceased and wield spiritual powers for the benefit of the world. Powerful individuals are welcomed everywhere. And it is no surprise that Meng Chengcheng, with her beauty and vivacity, attracts suitors in droves, stretching from the east to the west of Cihang City, among whom is Lu Xiaohu. Despite Meng Chengcheng's singular focus on her cultivation, dismissing any trivial romantic entanglements, Lu Xiaohu remains steadfast in his belief that his tireless efforts, gifting milk tea in autumn and sending red envelopes during festivals, will eventually capture the attention of his goddess. Alas, is he not merely a sycophant? The thought of embodying such a repugnant character makes Chen Feng want to retch. Upon awakening and observing Chen Feng's silence and fluctuating demeanor, Meng Chengcheng expressed her concern, asking, "Are you all right?" If Lu Xiaohu were still alive, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to bask in the warmth of her attention, akin to a dog fixated on a bone. Yet, Chen Feng chose to disregard her, instead preoccupied with his own musings. Please wait a moment. His immediate priority was to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Lu Xiaohu's demise. As he reviewed the memories, he recalled that Lu Xiaohu had possessed a visitor's guide. Lowering his gaze, he indeed discovered a colorful flyer on the ground. Dear visitor, welcome to the horror amusement park. We are dedicated to providing each guest with the most terrifying and exhilarating experience imaginable. To ensure your safety, please adhere strictly to the following rules, or face the consequences. 1. Do not discard your visitor's guide. Remain vigilant of anyone without one. 2. New visitors will receive a game token upon entering the park, which is as precious as life itself and can be exchanged for exquisite souvenirs. 3. The park boasts numerous entertaining attractions. Visitors are encouraged to experience at least one ride daily and should not leave until they have engaged in half of the available attractions. 4. The park operates from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. During off hours, guests may rest at the central lodge, which guarantees safety. 5. To enhance others' enjoyment, please refrain from repeatedly participating in attractions or sharing details of the experiences with those who have not yet engaged. Violators will incur a fine of 1 game token. The amusement park is a place of joy. We strictly prohibit crying. This statement is emphasized. Violating the above rules may trigger unpredictable dangers or result in varying degrees of harm. Adherence is essential to avoid unnecessary incidents. A chilling tale, governed by a monster that kills according to these rules. It is evident that this visitor's guide outlines the regulations of this eerie realm. Chen Feng endeavored to piece together Lu Xiaohu's memories. The mission originated when the organization discovered a survivor who had escaped from the horror amusement park. While many have fled over the years, none returned unscathed, sane, and with a souvenir, except for him. The souvenir was a doll resembling a creature with red eyes. Through research, the organization concluded that inscribing one's name on a slip of paper and placing it within the doll would enable it to substitute for the individual in the event of a fatal attack. To escape death is indeed as precious as life itself, as the rules dictate. Lu Xiaohu's current mission is to collect 10 game coins, exchange them for souvenirs, and submit them to the organization. In an attempt to please his goddess, Meng Chengcheng, Lu Xiaohu secretly placed one of the game coins he obtained in the park in her bag, hoping to surprise her. Alas, he met his demise, inadvertently giving her a fright instead. Chen Feng, with his hand to his forehead, felt his aversion to foolishness rising. The second point in the visitor's guide explicitly stated that game coins are as valuable as life itself. Can something as precious as life be casually given away? A sycophant deserves no mercy. Fortunately, he was already dead, which brought a certain satisfaction. Having processed all of this, Chen Feng discreetly retrieved the game coin from the bag and turned to Meng Chengcheng, asking, "Are you all right? What about the others?" Peaked operates in teams of 5. So aside from the 2 of them, there should have been 3 other agents. Meng Chengcheng extended her delicate hand, pointing to a nearby lawn. They are over there smoking. Following her gesture, Chen Feng spotted 3 individuals standing on the grass. Among them was a handsome young man named Lin He, who sported a bun atop his head, donned a yellow robe, and bore an 8-trigram mirror on his chest, with a money sword slung across his back. A Taoist, Lin He was also Lu Xiaohu's primary rival. Having lost his entire family in a tragic incident during his youth, he was taken in by a Taoist temple, where he trained with the aspiration of vanquishing all evil. An orphan filled with righteous wrath, he embodied the archetype of a protagonist, competing for a woman's affection against such a figure. Lu Xiaohu truly walked a path to his own demise. Chen Feng then turned his gaze to the second individual. This was a towering blonde man, nearly 2 meters tall. clad in a black priest's robe despite the summer heat. The robe's pockets bulged, and around his neck hung a silver chain with a crucifix. Haman, though a priest, indulged in smoking, drinking, perming his hair, and gambling, having committed numerous vices, often seeking loans from Lu Xiaohu, all of which were declined. The final person, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a scarred face, was named Wu Changshan, an exorcist and the leader of the entire team. An exorcist, a priest, a medium, and a Taoist. Chen Feng began to understand the caliber of this team, each possessing remarkable skills. Peaked categorizes agents based on the number of monsters they eliminate into 6 tiers: D, 1, C, 10, B, 100, A, 1000, and S, 10,000. Captain Wu is a B-tier agent. The priest is nearly C-tier, while Meng Chengqing and Lin He are both D-tier. As for Lu Xiaohu, he was nothing, having never even slain a chicken, let alone a monster. Logically, someone like Lu Xiaohu, a mere bystander, should not have qualified for this mission. But in his desire to remain close to his goddess, he had secretly funneled considerable funds to those in charge above. The leaders responsible for task allocations were equally astonished, as nearly 9 out of 10 agents sent to the horror theme park never returned. Undertaking missions there was akin to placing one's head on the line. While others shun it with great trepidation, Lu Xiaohu, on the contrary, eagerly pursues the opportunity, even offering bribes. It is my first encounter with someone so fervently seeking demise. I have never witnessed such audacious demands in my lifetime. Thus, with a mere stamp from the leader, Lu Xiaohu successfully infiltrated the ranks. Chapter 35. Is this what you call a goldfish? Upon noticing Chen Feng and his companion approaching, the priest remarked with a hint of mockery, "Look, our great romantic has awakened." Lin He disdainfully added, "I fail to comprehend how someone so utterly devoid of talent, who constantly lingers around Miss Meng, managed to worm his way into the group." Captain Wu reprimanded the two. "Damn it. Regardless of how he got in, he is one of us now. So keep your comments to yourselves." The operating hours of the terrifying paradise commence at 7 in the evening. Consequently, they had an hour's respite before the official task. Captain Wu, passing the time with his phone, found it commonplace to have no signal in anomalous areas, so he had preemptively downloaded a considerable number of novels and videos. At that moment, a man in a yellow training outfit was speaking animatedly on the screen. "No one can escape from the hospital. It has never happened." The priest interjected. "Captain, are you watching this video too?" Captain Wu lamented. "This video has circulated widely within our circles. Damn, to escape from a mental institution is quite a feat." Lin He chimed in. "Captain, is that mental hospital truly terrifying?" Captain Wu elaborated. "Shaolin, you have just emerged from the mountains and are still unaware. The director, the nurses, the professors, and the instructors, those monsters in the mental hospital, are infamous in our city." Meng Chengqing huffed. "One day, I shall eradicate them." Captain Wu cautioned, "Chengqing, confidence is commendable, but do not be overly brash. Not long ago, a team of B-level agents was dispatched to assassinate the director, yet they suffered catastrophic losses. None of our people returned. A team of B-level agents, having slain a combined total of 500 monsters, returned with not a single survivor." Lin He hastily inquired. "Then what of the director?" Captain Wu sighed. "He was gravely injured but has not perished." Chen Feng, eavesdropping nearby, suddenly comprehended why they had not encountered the director during their escape. This was the unknown reason for the downgrade of the mental hospital from a 5-star checkpoint. The priest reflected, to escape such a perilous place, those 5 were indeed fortunate. Captain Wu corrected him. It was not mere luck. According to organizational intelligence, they killed the nurses and forced their way out. What? Aside from Chen Feng, everyone gasped in astonishment. Lin He thought he had misheard. "Captain, are you saying that the target, which even B-level agents could not subdue, was taken down by those 5? Captain Wu mused. Indeed, those 5 were incredibly formidable. The priest, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "If only such formidable individuals were in our ranks." The group instinctively glanced at Chen Feng, fully aware that this individual, who had infiltrated their ranks, was utterly unworthy of undertaking this mission. Chen Feng chuckled inwardly. These fools had no idea that the fierce individual who had slain the nurses was standing right before them, and he wondered what their expressions would be upon realizing the truth. Time flew by. Soon, an eerie melody echoed throughout the amusement park. "Boys and girls, come play at the haunted paradise." Whenever the music played, it signified the commencement of the festivities. "Goldfish, goldfish, let us catch the goldfish. Be sure not to fall into the pond. Air guns, let us shoot with the air guns." The safest of things might indeed prove to be the most perilous. The tinkling of a music box, the chime of wind bells as the main theme, accompanied by applause serving as the bass, interspersed with the giggles of children. As the theme song rang out, it marked the official opening of the haunted paradise. According to the map on the back of the visitor's guide, the group could discern the geographical locations of 10 attractions within the park. The rules stated that they must partake in at least half of them to be permitted to leave. Captain Wu inquired, "Let us ponder. Which 5 shall we select?" Meng Chengqing nonchalantly replied, "It matters not. Since an ordinary person can complete all the attractions and emerge alive, so too can we." The priest suggested. "How about we roll the dice and let the divine choose? Captain, what do you say?" Captain Wu retorted, "Nonsense. We have all undergone firearms training. We must certainly select the air gun shooting. Lin He, you seem to have something to contribute?" Lin He proposed, "I brought a compass. We can choose the maze. And the haunted house is also acceptable." With expertise in their respective fields, the Taoist was indeed unafraid of spirits. The group exchanged remarks, yet neglected to seek Lu Xiaohu's opinion, as if he were already deceased. Although Lu Xiaohu was indeed dead, such treatment seemed excessive. Chen Feng contemplated this and abruptly interjected, "Captain, may I say a few words?" The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. A flicker of surprise crossed Captain Wu's gaze. Previously, during their discussions, Lu Xiaohu had either sat silently or stared dreamily at Meng Chengqing. Why this sudden change in behavior? Was he attempting to impress Meng Chengqing? Captain Wu nodded. "Speak." "It is my belief that we should prioritize the ring toss, goldfish catching, and air gun shooting, while the maze, haunted house, and roller coaster should be avoided if possible." Lin He had just proposed visiting the haunted house and maze, but Chen Feng's rebuttal naturally left him displeased. "Are you frightened?" Chen Feng, receiving a cold response, did not relent and shot back, "Are you daft? Whether we toss rings, catch fish, or shoot, the initiative lies in our hands as visitors. Even if we encounter dangers and traps, we can choose not to participate." In contrast, the maze's vastness and the number of spirits in the haunted house remain unknown to us, especially the roller coaster, where we are constantly moving at high speeds. Should danger arise, we would be utterly passive. Meng Chengqing blinked, as if seeing him in a new light. When did this fellow become so opinionated? Had he gained insight after fainting from fear? Captain Wu decisively declared, "By heaven, you truly are a genius. Let us first go catch some goldfish." The group promptly set off, with only Lin He, who felt slighted, trailing behind, a glint of barely perceptible malice flickering in his eyes. The map indicated that the goldfish catching venue was located in the eastern part of the park. There exists a man-made circular stream, its surface not particularly deep, measuring at most 1 meter. The water is sufficiently clear, and under the illumination of tall lamps, one can distinctly observe the multitude of goldfish swimming beneath, alongside the human bones scattered along the riverbed. The proprietor overseeing the fishing venture is a peculiar individual with a goldfish head. He clutches a wooden board inscribed with the following directives. 1. Collect a fishing net and fish tank from the stall. 2. Capture a goldfish from the river, and the proprietor will reward you with a game token. 3. Absolutely do not damage the fishing net. 4. Each person may only catch 1 goldfish. 5. After 1 hour, those who have not caught a goldfish will be deemed unsuccessful. Behind the fishmonger lies the stall, adorned with rows of fishing nets and large glass tanks for temporarily housing the captured fish. Although termed as fishing nets, they are not the hand-thrown nets one might envision. Instead, they resemble the landing nets used by anglers to scoop fish, composed of a metallic rod structure, a circular frame akin to a basketball hoop, and a green net fashioned from nylon. Chen Feng hefted one in his hands. It was quite weighty. This apparatus could easily scoop up fish weighing several kilograms. Capturing a goldfish the size of a 30-centimeter water bottle should be a trivial task, or so it seemed. However, was the situation truly that simple? Captain Wu advised his team to refrain from hasty actions and to observe the circumstances first. Before long, visitors flocked to the stream for the fishing event, divided broadly into 2 groups. One group appeared tense and anxious, evidently seasoned participants who had been in the park for more than a day and sensed something amiss. The other group, laughing and chatting, seemed to be newcomers who were blissfully unaware of the underlying dangers, likely mistaking the bones at the riverbed for mere decorations and the fish-headed proprietor for someone in a costume. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. By the riverbank, a curly-haired girl picked up a landing net and began her attempt to catch fish. Holding her breath, she quietly submerged the net into the water. A few wary goldfish darted away, startled by the ripples, yet many remained oblivious. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a goldfish fell into the net. But just as victory seemed within her grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The goldfish suddenly opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Startled, the girl gasped, nearly dropping her rod, while the goldfish began to frantically gnaw at the net, swiftly creating a hole and escaping. This was disastrous. The net was damaged. Chen Feng understood all too well that the creatures of this tale operate under strict rules. Once those rules are broken, they will take action. Indeed, at the moment the net was torn, the curly-haired girl suddenly froze, as if her soul had departed, and she plunged headfirst into the river. Like a bone tossed into a dog's den, countless goldfish immediately swarmed around her, forming a chaotic mass. Then, amidst the cacophony of splashing water, a cloud of crimson mist erupted upon the surface. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Is this what one calls a goldfish? Chapter 36. You have your clever strategies. and I have my ladders to scale the walls. Is this a magic act? Do not speak, it is rather terrifying. Initially, the novices believed that the curly-haired woman was a magician hired by the amusement park, especially since it was named the Horror Paradise, where frightful performances were quite commonplace. However, it swiftly became apparent that something was amiss when the second and third victims plunged into the river, causing all the visitors to realize the gravity of the situation. Yet, by then, it was too late. From the moment they stepped into the park, they had unwittingly set foot into hell. Only by conquering 5 challenges could they hope to escape. The captain, Wu, cursed vehemently, lamenting the ferocity of the river's inhabitants, which were far more fearsome than piranhas. He inquired, "Heyman, what are your thoughts?" The priest, resting his chin on his hand, pondered aloud. Is it feasible to utilize strength and speed to snatch one before it can react and hurl it ashore? Would the risk be too great? Let us take a gamble. Wu urged. Turning to Cheng Cheng, he asked, "What about you?" Meng Cheng Cheng, with a confident toss of her ponytail, replied, "It's exceedingly simple. I already know the answer. Everyone, pay close attention. The rules only state that we must catch fish. They do not stipulate whether they must be alive or dead." Wu, puzzled, queried, "What difference does it make if they're alive or dead?" Meng Cheng Cheng elucidated, "There is a significant distinction. Using a fishing net would not kill the fish, would it? Therefore, it subtly suggests that we may use alternative methods to catch them. After all, the rules merely require us to acquire a net. They do not mandate that we must use it to catch fish." A glimmer of understanding crossed Wu's face. "Ah, are you implying that if we do not use the net, it will remain undamaged?" Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the brilliance of her insight. Indeed, it was no wonder she had become a medium at such a tender age of 20. She possessed considerable intellect. Just as Chen Feng was lost in contemplation, Wu suddenly turned to him. "Xiaohu, what is your opinion?" The other teammates were taken aback. Previously, the captain had never sought Lu Xiaohu's input. It seemed a most unusual day. Chen Feng intended to voice his thoughts, but reconsidered, fearing that an overly impressive performance might arouse suspicion among the others. Thus, he adopted Lu Xiaohu's demeanor and replied with an endearing grin. "Me? I believe Cheng Cheng has articulated everything perfectly. There is nothing left to add." Alas, his words bore the unmistakable scent of flattery. It was evident that his earlier analyses had merely been a facade to impress the goddess before him. Wu felt an urge to slap himself, regretting his decision to solicit the opinion of this love-struck individual. Beside them, Lin He stifled a chuckle, thinking to himself, "What a foolish display. I must ensure to shine brightly, allowing Cheng Cheng to recognize the disparity between us." With this thought, Lin He began to weave intricate hand gestures, muttering incantations under his breath, and summoned forth a golden sword fashioned from copper coins and red threads. With a flick of his wrist, he cast it into the air. Go! The sword, infused with his magical energy, hovered above, its tip directed downwards, aiming at a goldfish resting at the riverbed. With a swift, piercing sound, a golden beam shot into the water. Moments later, a goldfish floated belly up to the surface. Witnessing this miraculous event, many visitors gathered around, regarding Lin He as their savior, pleading, "Master, please help us. Please, take me out. I can pay you anything." At the moment when Lin He found himself ensnared with no means of escape, Captain Wu suddenly lifted his shirt, drawing forth a handgun adorned with a crucifix designed from his waist. Traditional exorcists relied on crucifixes and holy water for close-range banishment, methods fraught with peril and outdated. However, modern exorcists have evolved, incorporating firearms into their arsenal, resulting in this sacred weapon known as divine judgment. The PACD equipment department had modified it, granting a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, each bullet enchanted with holy water, specifically designed to combat demons. With a resounding gunshot, Captain Wu skillfully retrieved a dead fish, exchanging it for a game token at the fishmonger's. 2 individuals had already completed their tasks, leaving Meng Chengcheng and the priest feeling a bit anxious. Yet, Captain Wu had not forgotten his team. Although the rules stipulated that each person could only catch 1 fish, there was no prohibition against assisting others. Thus, he tossed the divine judgment towards them. "Thank you," exclaimed Chengcheng. "Damn it, we're all on the same side. No need for thanks." Although Chengcheng and the priest had undergone firearms training, their marksmanship paled in comparison to that of a seasoned exorcist. The fish, submerged in water, posed a significant challenge due to resistance, and with the darkness and light refraction complicating matters, hitting the target was no small feat. Meng Chengcheng fared relatively well, using 3 rounds to finally secure her catch. The priest, however, displayed a rather lackadaisical shooting style, firing 6 times before managing to obtain a game token. The enchanted bullets were costly, and typically, Captain Wu would only carry 10 for missions. Given the importance of this task, he had brought 100. The loss of 10 rounds stung his heart, making him want to plunge into the river. "Damn it, are you an imbecile?" Chen Feng, observing Captain Wu's outburst, internally criticized. "Wu is truly a hothead. One moment he is on our side, and now he is cursing again. The priest forced a smile. I'm not having the best luck today, as he passed the handgun to Chen Feng. Little tiger, it's your turn. Huh, my turn? Chen Feng was taken aback. As a gaming streamer, he had played numerous shooting games, but he had never handled a real gun. Lu Xiaohu, an intern agent, might have undergone firearms training. But Chen Feng had only inherited memories without the skills. If those trained agents struggled, what chance did he have? Resolved to press on, Chen Feng mimicked the actions of characters in video games, attempting to pull the trigger. However, the handgun remained unresponsive. Just as confusion set in regarding whether the gun was malfunctioning, Captain Wu berated, "Damn it, you forgot to disengage the safety. What are you doing? Oh, load it. How do I load it? Damn it. Did you learn about firearms from a dog?" Seeing Captain Wu's expression darken, Chen Feng quickly returned the handgun. "Forget it. I won't use it." Captain Wu paused, thinking Chen Feng was sulking. Despite his harsh words, he never intended for his team to perish here, so he softened his tone. "Little tiger, my tone might have been a bit harsh. Don't feel pressured, take your time." This captain, indeed, was a responsible and caring leader. Chen Feng hastily clarified. "Captain, please do not misunderstand. I was merely contemplating alternative methods for catching fish." At that moment, Lin He, having just escaped the throngs of tourists, approached. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's clumsy handling of the firearm, he jestingly remarked, "Alternative methods? Surely you aren't suggesting you'll wade into the river to catch fish? That would be tantamount to courting death." Chen Feng gazed at the river's surface, contemplating that if he were not concerned about revealing his abilities, he could effortlessly summon the water spirit to procure as many fish as he desired. However, he was left with no choice but to employ his wits. Previously, Meng Changcheng had astutely recognized that fishing did not necessarily require a net, which was indeed commendable. Yet, it was insufficient. The survivor who had fled to the base with a souvenir was merely an ordinary individual. He surely lacked firearms or the sword of wealth. How then did he manage to navigate such ferocious goldfish? Chen Feng harbored two hypotheses. First, akin to how water spirits fear fire, perhaps the survivor had discovered the goldfish's vulnerabilities. Second, there might exist more efficient and safer tools for fishing. While he was at a loss regarding identifying weaknesses, he did entertain ideas about more effective fishing instruments. The rules mentioned only two items: nets and fish tanks. Many minds had become fixated on the notion that only nets could catch fish. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that a glass fish tank, capable of containing fish, must be sufficiently sturdy to withstand their struggles. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng picked up a fish tank and approached the riverbank. The other four immediately grasped his intentions. Captain Wu slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why didn't I think of that?" Meng Changcheng was equally astonished, pondering, "Is this truly the same little tiger I know?" Only Lin He appeared perturbed, inwardly thinking, No problem. The river is a meter deep, and the fish are lurking at the bottom. I shall see how he plans to catch fish from the riverbed with just a small glass tank." At that moment, Chen Feng made a decision that none anticipated. He plunged his arm into the water. The ominous white bones at the river's bottom indicated that these goldfish feasted on flesh. As soon as a foreign object entered the water, all the goldfish surged toward it in unison. Captain Wu gasped in shock. Has this kid gone mad? Meanwhile, Lin He eagerly thought, Yes. Just like that, let them bite him." As Chen Feng's arm neared the snapping jaws of the fish, in a moment of desperation, he exerted a sudden force, propelling the fish tank along with a goldfish out of the water. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully signing in to the Horror Park's goldfish catching project. Lin He's expression darkened as he mused. Didn't he get bitten? This guy is truly lucky. In truth, he had indeed been bitten. Chen Feng shook his hand, revealing several inconspicuous white marks. Amidst the earlier chaos, he had been nipped multiple times. Fortunately, his transformation endowed him with the formidable physique honed through the proficiency system. Thus he merely felt a slight sting, akin to being pinched. Meng Changcheng rushed to Chen Feng's side, scolding, "Little tiger, you nearly lost your arm just now. Do you realize you're playing with fire?" Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You are mistaken." Meng Changcheng, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Feng replied earnestly, "I am clearly just playing in the water." An unexpected response caught Meng Changcheng off guard, causing her to burst into laughter. Observing the jovial exchange between the two, Lin He felt as though he might shatter his molars in frustration. Previously, he had dismissed this so-called rival entirely, but today, the opponent appeared transformed, instilling in him a sense of threat for the first time. With Chen Feng leading the way, the other tourists began to imitate him. Some were fortunate enough to pass unscathed, while others, slower to react, emerged with bloodied and mangled limbs. Nevertheless, all completed the challenge and earned their game tokens. Meanwhile, those who had feared being bitten and had remained on the shore suddenly succumbed to an inexplicable compulsion an hour later, collectively plunging into the water. This was indeed a horror theme park, Without participation in the games, one would face demise. As they departed from the riverbank, Meng Chengqing remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all it takes to complete a challenge? It seems this horror theme park is not as formidable as the rumors suggest." Team leader Wu checked his phone. It was just past 8, and they had ample time for the next activity. "Next, let us proceed to." Before he could finish, Lin He interjected, "The air gun, right? Just as Brother Lu mentioned, fishing and air guns are projects where we have more control, and given our experience with firearms training, it would be illogical not to choose the air gun." Chen Feng discerned Lin He's ulterior motive. He had witnessed Chen Feng's earlier embarrassment with the firearm and wished to expose him further in the air gun challenge. Or perhaps, he simply desired his downfall. This fellow had a rather sinister side. Chen Feng noticed team leader Wu casting him a peculiar glance, clearly contemplating the same suspicion and seeking his input. Thus, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed. We shall meet whatever challenges may arise." Though Chen Feng was not adept with firearms, his recent experiences in the hospital suggested that the rules established by such otherworldly creatures must be surmountable by ordinary individuals. If a challenge mandated a specific skill for completion, there would be no survivors. The airgun venue was situated near a small forest. From a distance, the group could see a long, winding queue of visitors, lending a semblance of amusement park charm. The proprietor of the airgun booth was equally unsettling, with disheveled black hair, pallid skin, and hands resembling blood-red scissors. Each time new visitors approached, he would wave, producing a soft clicking sound as a greeting. Chen Feng overheard a nearby tourist exclaim, "Wow, the proprietor's makeup is terrifying. Just like a real monster." "Indeed, it is quite real," Chen Feng corrected silently to himself. Beneath the scissor-handed proprietor, a wooden board outlined the rules. 1. Collect an air gun and 10 bullets from the stall before entering the forest. 2. Beware of monsters that will attack players within the forest. 3. Monsters can be defeated with the air gun, 1 bullet per monster. 4. Each game is for 1 player at a time, lasting 10 minutes. Players must leave the forest upon completion, and spectators are prohibited during gameplay. 5. Players who defeat 10 monsters will receive a game token from the proprietor. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Fire the gun, vanquish the monster, and clear the level. By the rules, those with precise marksmanship indeed possess a significant advantage. After all, a single bullet is sufficient to eliminate a creature. For someone with his lackluster shooting skills, merely avoiding self-inflicted harm could be deemed fortunate. Was my assumption incorrect? Is there truly a rigid requirement for marksmanship in this endeavor? While Chen Feng was engulfed in self-doubt, Captain Wu, adhering to protocol, inquired of the Team S strategist, "Cheng Cheng, what are your thoughts?" Meng Cheng momentarily found herself at a loss for ideas. Yet she noticed a peculiar detail. The game explicitly prohibited observation in its rules, suggesting that a secret exists, one that could ease the path to victory through mere watching. What an insightful perspective. Chen Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although Lu Xiaohu may not be remarkable, his taste in selecting a goddess is undeniably commendable. Meanwhile, during their wait, the proprietor had already led several tourists into the forest, yet none had returned. Had they all failed? Anxiety began to grip the hearts of the group. Other tourists were more inclined to retreat, 1 by 1, 2, 3, continuously fleeing from the ranks. Their departures only heightened the unease among the team. Captain Wu lit a cigarette. Confronting 10 or more monsters, even if merely illusions, poses a considerable threat. Cheng Cheng utilized that technique. Meng Chengqing nodded. Indeed. With that, she retrieved 3 incense sticks from her backpack, lit them, closed her eyes, holding 1 stick in her left hand while extending 4 fingers of her right, bending the thumb inward. This was the invocation of spirits. Due to Lu Xiaohu's infatuation, Chen Feng had gleaned substantial knowledge about mediums from memory. All mediums undergo 4 stages. The first 3 being opening the veins, refining the spirit, and binding the veins. The term opening the veins, also known as unlocking, refers to the process of striking and sculpting between the medium's channels to create a pathway for spirit possession. Those who have undergone this stage can communicate with the deceased, allowing their souls to manifest. Refining the spirit indicates that a medium has caught the attention of a celestial being, commencing a process of accepting celestial fate. In this phase, mediums endure much suffering, yet the frequency of successful invocations accelerates. Following success, they can reach the binding stage, forming a contract with the celestial entity. Mediums who have undergone binding possess the ability to summon celestial beings, their powers undergoing a profound transformation. Currently, Meng Chengqing was only at the opening stage, permitting her to invoke spirits only once a day. Had she been at the binding stage, she could wield divine power to vanquish most malevolent entities. A minute passed, and the incense had burned significantly, yet Meng Chengqing remained unresponsive. Captain Wu inquired curiously, "Chengqing, why the delay this time?" Meng Chengqing furrowed her brow. "I don't know why, but a spirit that did not perish here is persistently lingering around, disrupting my focus." "Wait, I've made contact." Chapter 38. I shall depart first. Has the possession succeeded? Observing Meng Cheng's serene demeanor and unchanged tone, Chen Feng was greatly astonished by the experience of witnessing mediumship for the first time, as he had always believed that mediums would undergo a dramatic transformation during the invocation. Swaying and altering their voice, Captain Wu urged Chen Feng to lower his voice. "Shoo, do not disturb Cheng's spiritual communication." The novice medium possessed limited abilities, primarily able to summon only recently deceased souls. Thus, Meng Cheng opted for a visitor who had just failed in the game. The amusement park stipulated that the living could not disclose game content, yet unexpectedly, the deceased could speak. Although the departed had not completed the game, their failures might reveal strategies for success, at the very least preventing the living from repeating the same mistakes. Meng Cheng began to recount the experiences of the deceased. Armed with a gun, he ventured into the forest, where balloon monsters began to emerge. Captain Wu exclaimed, "Damn it, even balloons can transform into monsters?" Meng Cheng elaborated, "Indeed, while they appear balloon-like, they are alive, swift, and possess tails as sharp as blades, capable of slicing through trees." As the narrative unfolded, 3 incense sticks suddenly snapped. Meng Cheng gasped, "He has died." The group hurriedly inquired, "How did he die?" Meng Cheng opened her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead, and explained, "A balloon monster in the distance called out to draw his attention, while another lay in ambush above, concealed by the leaves. When he was distracted, it launched a surprise attack and killed him." Flanking strategy? Captain Wu cursed, "Damn. This monster is employing tactics." The priest nodded in agreement. It seems those who went ahead fell victim to such treachery. Impressive. While the group marveled at the cunning of the monsters, Chen Feng was in awe of the medium's abilities. The capacity to compel the dead to speak was an extraordinary asset for gathering intelligence, and this was merely the initial stage of mediumship. Once she reached the 3rd stage and could summon spirits, she would truly soar in a world teeming with monsters. Encountering such a powerful ally was indeed a blessing to be cherished. Chen Feng felt he was beginning to understand Lu Xiaohu's sentiments. At that moment, as a sycophant, should he not say a few words? Just as he was about to speak, Lin He flattered, "Thanks to Miss Meng, we would have been doomed otherwise." Meng Cheng blushed. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." "Damn it, he is echoing my words." Chen Feng now understood why Lu Xiaohu held such disdain for Lin He. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the turn of the 5-member group. Among the dozens who had participated in the game before them, only a pair of twin brothers had successfully made it through, with a mortality rate nearing 90%. Fearing for his team's safety, Captain Wu declared, "I will go first. If it proves too perilous, we shall switch to another activity." However, the vice-captain, the priest, had a differing opinion. "No, Captain, you are our cornerstone. If anything were to happen to you, the mission would fail. Allow me, your deputy, to go first." Captain Wu hesitated, "But your marksmanship is not very strong." The priest shrugged off the concern. "Then let us take a gamble. The Lord will protect me." Seeing the insistence of his companion, Captain Wu reluctantly relented. "Very well, stay calm and vigilant." Understood. The priest confidently strode forward, hand signaling victory as he entered the forest. In the ensuing 10 minutes, everyone experienced a palpable tension, yet fortunately, as the time elapsed, the figure of the priest emerged from the edge of the forest. Captain Wu could not help but exclaim, "Well done." However, the joyful sentiment was abruptly extinguished when Captain Wu noticed the priest's right sleeve was conspicuously empty. He had suffered a grievous injury. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. To have an arm severed was indeed alarming, confirming Meng Cheng's assertion that the tail of that balloon monster was indeed razor-sharp. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, the priest should have been vigilant enough to avoid such an ambush. Could it be that his marksmanship was abysmal, leading to an empty chamber? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Chen Feng was constrained by the rules of the situation and could not inquire further. The priest, however, reassured everyone, saying, "Do not worry, I have already tended to my wounds." As the team's medic, the priest possessed the ability to heal injuries through prayer, performing basic first aid and promoting wound healing, but he was powerless in the face of such severe trauma as a severed limb. The thought of the priest living with one arm in the future left everyone at a loss for words. In the face of their silence, the priest remained philosophical. "It's nothing, just an arm. At least I am alive. It's a pity, though, playing cards will be a bit inconvenient with only one hand." Captain Wu sighed. "You have a remarkable outlook, but with so many extraordinary individuals in the organization, surely someone can address the matter of limb restoration." While they conversed, the boss emerged from the forest, wielding scissors and beckoning the next visitor. The second participant was Captain Wu. Upon his return, his expression was ashen, a ghastly long gash visible across his chest, yet the priest's prayer quickly staunched the flow of blood. Even Captain Wu had sustained injuries. Initially, Chen Feng believed the priest's predicament stemmed from poor shooting skills, leading to a depletion of ammunition against the monsters, but with Captain Wu's exceptional marksmanship also resulting in injury. Something felt amiss. Were there more than 10 monsters lurking? Yet, the captain wielded the exorcism gun of divine judgment, equipped with 100 rounds. Surely, he could not have exhausted them all. If there were over 100 monsters in the forest, then the previously encountered twins and the priest would not have survived to tell the tale. Or was it possible that the captain had been conserving ammunition? As Chen Feng pondered this, the third participant, Lin He, emerged from the forest. Unlike the previous two, Lin He bore no injuries, and his arm remained intact. Yet the Bagua mirror on his chest lay shattered into two halves. Lu Xiaohu, being particularly attentive towards his chief rival, was well aware that the Bagua mirror was a talisman bestowed upon Lin He by the Taoist temple, capable of withstanding a single attack from malevolent forces. The fact that the mirror was broken indicated that Lin He had indeed been targeted. This raised further questions. While the others had exhausted their ammunition and were left defenseless, Lin He possessed the golden sword. Initially, Chen Feng speculated that perhaps there were too many monsters, and Lin He had depleted his magical energy. However, upon deeper reflection, if that were the case, once the Bagua mirror shattered, having only the capacity to withstand a single injury, Lin He would not have survived. Thus, the true scenario must have been that the Bagua mirror shattered, prompting Lin He to react swiftly and retaliate against the monster. This indicated a stealthy ambush had occurred. Perhaps there exists a particularly unique balloon creature, endowed with capabilities such as invisibility or teleportation, which has ensnared 3 individuals. However, if that were the case, ordinary people would nearly be destined for demise. How then did the earlier pair of brothers manage to emerge unscathed? As Chen Feng pondered this conundrum, the atmosphere within the team plummeted to an icy low. One was injured, another incapacitated, and yet another had suffered the loss of a cherished artifact. The once boisterous group, who had earlier boasted after concluding the fishing task, now resembled a frostbitten eggplant, each one silent and withdrawn. Team leader Wu, smoking a cigarette, seemed to have resolved something within himself, suddenly calling to the remaining 2. Xiaohu, Cheng Cheng, you must refrain from participating in this task. Captain. Meng Cheng looked towards Wu, understanding that he was attempting to protect them. Even the exorcists, priests, and Taoists had nearly met disaster in this venture. For her, a defenseless medium, and Xiaohu, an ordinary person, the risk to life was substantial. Yet, she felt a deep unwillingness to concede. Based on the intelligence currently at hand, they only knew that the lone survivor had exchanged 10 game tokens for a souvenir, without clarifying whether one could pool tokens from others to reach the required 10. If that were not permissible, then, according to the rule against participating in the same task more than once, she would have already forfeited her chance to complete the mission. This was an outcome she could not abide. Meng Cheng pressed her lips together, gazing at the captain. I must go. Wu, recognizing Meng Cheng's sentiments, understood the invaluable nature of her abilities to commune with the deceased. They could not afford to lose her in such a manner. Cheng, if you still regard me as your captain, you must obey my orders. One must learn to act within one's limits. This is something Xiaohu has executed admirably. As he spoke, Wu suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed that something was missing from their surroundings. Where is Xiaohu? Wu inquired, perplexed. Lin He pointed towards the forest. A smirk on his face. He has already ventured in. What? Chapter 39. A step away from perfection for the sake of points to check in. Chen Feng mustered his courage, even if it meant facing a veritable den of dragons and tigers. At the booth, he acquired an air gun along with 10 steel ball bullets, and under the guidance of the proprietor, he proceeded to the heart of the forest. The trees here were adorned with lights, alleviating any concerns regarding illumination. Yet the scent was altogether different. When one typically thinks of a forest, images of fresh air and fragrant earth come to mind, perhaps with the occasional animal droppings, but certainly not an offensive odor. The balloon forest, however, was a stark contrast. Corpses, and more corpses. Chen Feng seldom resorted to the phrase lying everywhere to describe humanity, but the current scenario warranted such a description. As fallen tourists from failed attempts littered the ground, alongside remnants of rubber balloons and strands of black string. This gruesome tableau even evoked memories of the human skin attic for Chen Feng. This was no jest. Chen Feng steeled himself. The situation was dire. In a bid to rid himself of the self-igniting curse, he had already utilized the Xian Wei stand too many times today, and should he activate it once more, he would likely lose consciousness. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his wits to navigate towards a path of survival. Chen Feng began loading the air gun. And just as he finished, he noticed the boss hurriedly fleeing the scene. The game had commenced. Laughter echoed from a distance, illuminated by the lights strung in the trees. A white balloon came into view, swaying gently in the air, its black string oscillating below. Chen Feng resolutely raised his air gun. This subtle movement caught the balloon's attention. It turned, revealing a grinning human face, its eyes bulbous and wide, and its mouth elongated, lined with sharp teeth. Upon spotting its prey, the grinning balloon surged towards Chen Feng at an astonishing speed, closing the gap of 10 paces in less than a second. Damn, it was quite frightening. Chen Feng expressed his fear aloud. yet his finger decisively squeezed the trigger. With a bang, he faced the rapid object and, predictably, missed his shot. Damn! Chen Feng cursed under his breath, only to be taken aback when the grinning balloon, which had just charged at him, suddenly froze in place, as if startled. An opportunity. Seizing this moment of stillness, Chen Feng took 2 quick steps forward and thrust the barrel of his gun into the creature's mouth. This was the first one. He pulled the trigger, and the grinning balloon exploded before him, its internal viscera splattering all over him. Ugh! Chen Feng endured the foul stench and moved in to inspect the situation. First, he spotted the tail of the balloon string. He intended to pick it up. But upon contact, it felt as if he had been stung by a scorpion, sharp pain coursing through him. He was bleeding. The sharpness was astonishing. Even the flesh-eating piranha, with its numerous teeth, would leave but a white mark upon a C-class hero's physique. Yet this unassuming string had managed to cut his hand? If it had struck his neck, would it not have severed his head? With a disquieted heart, Chen Feng continued to rummage through the rubber remnants of the balloon, finding no sign of the bullet. Instead, not far ahead in the muddy ground, lay a steel pellet. After firing 2 shots, only 1 bullet remained? Chen Feng pondered. Upon striking the balloon, the bullet vanished, while any missed shots could be reclaimed. It seemed he grasped the rule of 1 bullet, 1 monster. Furthermore, judging by the previous encounter, even if the bullet missed, it could still immobilize the balloon for at least a second. Faced with a stationary target, even a pig could be hit. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Feng reclaimed the bullet and embarked on the search for his next target. The second balloon creature he discovered was hunched over, feasting upon the flesh and blood of unfortunate tourists. The gruesome sight would make most people wet their pants. However, Chen Feng remained composed, raised his hand, and fired a shot into the air, freezing the grinning balloon in place, then silently began counting down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the grinning balloon resumed its charge towards him. Was the time control over 3 seconds? Chen Feng, unhurried, pulled the trigger, once again immobilizing the balloon, only to calmly dispatch it. After conducting several trials, he discovered that the control effect was indeed repeatable. However, one pressing issue remained. Chen Feng found himself at a dead end, 1 bullet for each monster, and when it came to the final creature, he would be left with but a single bullet for defense, with no further ammunition for control. Thus, the last shot must not miss. This posed a considerable challenge. Chen Feng pondered. With the balloon moving so rapidly, a single shot was essential, yet he had barely a 10% chance of success. It was no wonder the previous 3 had met their demise. They had faltered at the last monster, and everything suddenly made sense. A rather inelegant idea flickered through Chen Feng's mind. Rather than kill the monster, he could continuously fire at the ground beneath him while picking up bullets and reloading. Repeating this cycle to buy time. Though somewhat unrefined and yielding no game currency, survival was certainly achievable. After all, this project did not stipulate that all monsters had to be eradicated. Chen Feng continued his patrol with the gun in hand, successfully eliminating 5 monsters within 5 minutes. Now, only 3 remained. The 7th balloon monster did not reveal itself directly. Instead, it lurked in the shadows, emitting a series of sinister giggles. Following the sound, Chen Feng discovered the creature hiding behind a tree, its slender black tail conspicuously exposed. Such a blatant lure must have been what Meng Chengcheng had warned about. Upon raising his head, Chen Feng indeed spotted a thread peeking through the leaves. Had it not been for Meng Chengcheng's warning, a reckless charge would have led to a deadly ambush, with dire consequences. The more he contemplated this, the more Chen Feng grasped Meng Chengcheng's significance. What an extraordinary ability she possessed. Raising his gun, he fired into the air, stunning 2 balloons before systematically popping them. Now, only the final one remained. However, he had no bullets left for control. Chen Feng reloaded his last steel ball, realizing that the closer he got to the end, the more cautious he needed to be. The final monster was even more elusive, its laughter now silenced. The entire forest was eerily quiet. The absence of sound heightened Chen Feng's anxiety. Perhaps the balloon monster would strike from some unseen direction, ready to snap his neck. He could not afford to act recklessly. Exercising patience, he waited in silence. Suddenly, a noise echoed from afar. It was coming. Chen Feng steeled himself, only to be met with the sound of scissors snipping. To his dismay, it was the boss. Curse it. The game time had expired. Chen Feng felt a twinge of regret. He was so close to achieving a perfect outcome. If he could just eliminate 1 more creature, he would have earned game currency. Yet, he bore no regrets. Taking the initiative carried too great a risk. He was no Lu Xiaohu. For him, acquiring game currency and fulfilling the organization's tasks were merely secondary objectives. Logging in and checking off his attendance was his true priority. As long as he could last until time was up, completing his attendance was sufficient. There was no need to endanger himself and lose his current form. As Chen Feng contemplated, his expression suddenly shifted. Something was amiss. Where was the system prompt? In the previous goldfish catching endeavor, Chen Feng was immediately notified of his successful check-in upon completing the task. However, The system now seemed to have vanished without a trace, offering no response whatsoever. Perhaps acquiring game coins was a prerequisite for a successful check-in. If that were indeed the case, he should have made a concerted effort earlier. While Chen Feng appeared to have formulated a plausible explanation, an instinctive doubt lingered within him, suggesting that something crucial had been overlooked. Reflecting upon the rules of the air gun game, one monster, one bullet. The player who knocks down 10 monsters may receive a game coin from the boss. Viewing during the game is strictly prohibited. The rules for catching goldfish indicated that the boss would reward a game coin. And here it was stated that it was obtained from the boss. This detail was implicitly revealing. Did the boss not fit the definition of a monster? The rules had never specified such. The monsters were solely balloons, a misconception we had imposed upon ourselves. Having unraveled this conundrum, Chen Feng raised his gun and addressed the boss. Game coin, handed over. The boss remained silent, suddenly swinging a pair of scissors toward Chen Feng. Yet, what greeted this assault was the black barrel of a gun. Within 10 paces, the shot was both precise and swift. Bang! If I cannot hit a balloon, how could I possibly miss such a large target? Observing the boss collapse to the ground, Chen Feng inwardly sighed in relief. The first 9 monsters had been identical. But the final twist, an ambush in the shadows, had been utterly unexpected, particularly in contrast to the fish boss from the previous task, who had merely served as a whimsical guide to the rules, causing everyone to lower their guard around the boss. Then, with a snap, Chen Feng now comprehended why spectators were prohibited. Merely witnessing one person fall victim would enable subsequent participants to breeze through the challenge. After rummaging through the boss's belongings, Chen Feng successfully procured a game coin. Ding! Congratulations, user, for successfully checking in at the Horror Park Airgun project. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, team leader Wu was infuriated. Damn it, this kid actually went in without a word. When little tiger emerges, I shall give him a slap. Lin He chuckled inwardly. Come out? Perhaps he won't return at all. Yet the next moment, his amusement faded. Upon witnessing Chen Feng emerge unscathed from the forest, Lin He, the captain, and the priest were taken aback. Although words failed them, their expressions conveyed a singular sentiment. You survived. Not only had he survived, but he bore no injuries? Lin He found this perplexing, nearly leading to a fracturing of his composure. Team leader Wu was about to inquire, you weren't deceived by the boss, were you? When he suddenly recalled that Meng Chengcheng was still present and had yet to participate in the task. If she overheard, he would forfeit game coins and lose the chance to complete the mission. Thus, despite his curiosity about Chen Feng's success, Wu could only remain silent. At that moment, a chilling realization struck Wu. Though the individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xiaohu, his demeanor, speech, and conduct were entirely dissimilar to the timid sycophant Wu knew. In Cihang City, there were countless monsters capable of masquerading as humans. Could it be that this person was not Lu Xiaohu? Captain Wu placed his hand on his holster. However, when his suspicions towards Chen Feng reached their zenith, Chen Feng dispelled his doubts with merely 2 sentences. Pointing towards the forest, he inquired, are you still intending to venture in? Meng Chengcheng responded affirmatively. And even Lu Xiaohu showed no signs of retreat, leaving her with no reason to evade. Yet, Chen Feng's next remark infuriated her. Chengcheng, there is something amiss with the boss, be cautious. The 10 monsters mentioned in the rules also include the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng felt a slight emptiness in his pocket. The game coin he had just acquired vanished into thin air. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed from the outset. His plan was to complete only 5 tasks, acquire the check-in points, and make a graceful exit. What benefit would it yield him to present a souvenir doll to the organization? After all, his life was at stake. Furthermore, Chen Feng realized that his 2 consecutive stellar performances could easily arouse suspicion amongst others. Therefore, to maintain his facade as Lu Xiaohu's sycophant, he resorted to a rather foolish maneuver. The effect of this action was immediately apparent. Captain Wu's furrowed brow relaxed into a smile, a result of his exasperation transforming into amusement. No monster would exhibit such servility. Thus, Lu Xiaohu was indeed harmless, although his intellect was questionable. Meng Chengcheng's face visibly flushed with anger. Xiaohu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I cannot discern it? Truthfully, she was at a loss for how to respond. Should she be angry? Xiaohu's hint seemed to belittle her, implying that he doubted her ability to navigate the situation. Yet, conversely, the notion that monsters in the game could also include the boss was striking. Without his prompt, would she have realized this? Even the captain, the vice-captain, and Lin He fell victim to this trap. Had it been her, she might have faced dire consequences. Acknowledging this, Meng Chengcheng found herself unable to voice her subsequent accusations, ultimately stating, just wait, after I finish the game, we shall discuss this privately. With that, she tossed her hair and stormed into the forest. Witnessing this scene, Lin He felt a slight improvement in his mood. Xiaohu, you truly are the most foolish of fools. Knowing Chengcheng's strong sense of pride, how could you act so thoughtlessly? You've surely garnered her disdain now. Just as he prepared to observe how Xiaohu would explain himself. Chen Feng interjected with a question to the captain. When Chengqing returns, shall we continue today? No, Captain Wu replied after surveying his team, who were either injured or fatigued and certainly needed a respite. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head to the inn. Chen Feng had been controlling his avatar for quite some time. The relationship between the avatar and his true self was such that if his consciousness lingered in one, the other would fall into a dormant state. Although the trio remained engrossed in their game, it was impractical for him to remain as the avatar indefinitely. Moreover, he had yet to complete today's hero training program. Captain Wu paused momentarily. Well, all right, but isn't Chengqing supposed to discuss something with you? Chen Feng casually replied. Didn't we arrange our room in advance? She can come find me there. To expect a goddess to seek out a sycophant in the dead of night? Captain Wu thought to himself, albeit silently. You truly have a way of thinking. After Meng Chengqing completed her project, she intended to have a serious discussion with Chen Feng. However, she discovered that he had gone to bed early, leaving her in a state of disappointment. She could no longer contain her frustration. Lu Xiaohu. Captain Wu was astounded by the absurdity of the situation. A devoted admirer had the audacity to summon the goddess in the dead of night. What was even more astonishing was that the goddess actually obliged. In search of an explanation, Meng Chengqing suppressed her rage and rushed to Chen Feng's room at the inn. Banging on the door, open up, open up. But an even more shocking turn of events occurred. The door remained closed. At that moment, Chen Feng was at a gaming cafe, engaged in a workout, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding. He had no time to log into his alternate account to indulge in trivial romantic tales. As for Meng Chengqing's potential anger, it was of no concern to him. Lu Xiaohu was merely an admirer. What did that have to do with Chen Feng? Chapter 41. Do not look back in the early hours of the morning, after finishing his workout and relishing a bowl of instant noodles with sausage. Chen Feng intended to indulge in a refreshing shower and retire for the night. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Detection of Lu Xiaohu in a state of hunger. Please eat promptly. What? Even avatars have to eat? As Chen Feng switched back to his alternate account, his stomach protested loudly, and due to overwhelming hunger, he felt faint and shaky. I must eat immediately. Following the map on the back of the flyer, Chen Feng jogged to the cafeteria at the amusement park. Upon pushing open the glass door, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food in the air. Beneath the heat lamps lay an array of stir-fried dishes, while the freezer showcased hot pot ingredients and grilled meats, complemented by desserts, fruits, fried snacks, sushi, ice cream machines, and chocolate fountains. Everything one would expect from a buffet was available here. Damn, the avatar has it better than my actual self. Chen Feng had initially felt that his instant noodles and sausage were a luxury, but compared to this feast, it seemed utterly pathetic. The most astonishing part was that all of it was free. As the saying goes, some would trade money for life. In this eerie amusement park, it was the opposite. Life was given freely in exchange for money. All food, activities, and accommodations were provided without charge. If all else fails, perhaps I should move my actual self here. As Chen Feng casually selected some food, preparing to indulge heartily, a mysterious man approached him and asked, Brother, are you selling? What? Chen Feng regarded him warily, questioning what he was selling. Selling what? Am I selling myself? Let it be known, I am not into that. Seeing Chen Feng's hesitation, the man scoffed. Looks like you're not in the know. As the man turned to leave, Chen Feng, fearing he might miss out on crucial information, called out, Wait, what exactly are you selling? Please enlighten me. The man turned back. Information, you understand? Selling information? Aren't you afraid of losing game currency? Chen Feng paused, then quickly realized. Indeed, while selling information might result in a loss of game currency and forfeit the chance to acquire memorabilia, other tourists were unaware of the memorabilia's significance. They merely sought to complete 5 attractions and escape this haunted place, making the exchange of information the optimal solution. My surname is Wang. The friends dining here are all engaged in the exchange of information. Mr. Wang informed Chen Feng that it has become widely known that losing the last game token leads to dire consequences. Furthermore, they have discerned the loopholes in the rules. 1. For every project leaked, 1 game token will be deducted. 2. If a project is disclosed to multiple individuals, the number of tokens deducted corresponds to the number of leaks. 3. The judgment of token deduction is subjective. As long as a participant believes they have leaked information, a token will be deducted. 4. Those who learn the secret and participate in the project will not receive any game tokens. 5. 2 individuals who have not participated in the project may share the information they have observed without facing deductions. Impressive. Chen Feng regarded these individuals with newfound respect. Indeed, when pushed to the brink, people can exhibit remarkable wisdom. Moreover, upon surveying his surroundings, Chen Feng noticed that the surviving duo was also engaged in discussion about the second project. It seemed that others had already adopted this strategy. Chen Feng remarked, I currently possess information on 2 projects, catching goldfish and the air gun. Which would you prefer to exchange? Mr. Wang chuckled, Brother, The catching goldfish project is not particularly valuable. It is a collective endeavor. Once one person comprehends the method to succeed, the rest will follow suit. By the way, the standards for determining information leakage are quite stringent. If you have not experienced the catching goldfish project, my earlier statement alone would have already cost you a game token. Chen Feng's jaw dropped. Is it really that strict? What did I leak? Mr. Wang explained. The information regarding catching goldfish is of no interest to anyone. Even this single statement can indicate the project's difficulty, which constitutes a breach of confidentiality. Chen Feng wondered if the other party was being overly cautious. Then discussing this with me is quite risky. Mr. Wang pulled up a chair and sat down. No worries. I possess some knowledge of physiognomy, and from your features, it appears you are quite guileless. Me? Chen Feng replied candidly. In fact, I am not only guileless but also devoid of a heartbeat. The young man was surprisingly humorous. Mr. Wang inquired, I currently have information about the haunted house. Would you like it? Absolutely. Chen Feng, adhering to the principle of sincerity, continued. I will share my information first, but please do not record my words to share with others. That would be malicious. What a thing to say, Mr. Wang responded. Retrieving his phone and turning it off to demonstrate his sincerity. I bear you no ill will. Why would I wish to harm you? Moreover, as I mentioned, the determination of leakage is subjective. Only what you believe to be a leak counts. But what if your statement is false? Chen Feng pondered inwardly, yet for once, he refrained from exposing the inconsistency and instead spoke openly. The rules for the air gun require the elimination of 10 monsters, one of which is the boss, also considered a monster. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, that is indeed sinister. Without purchasing this information, I would be undoubtedly doomed. Chen Feng observed him in silence. Understanding that it was now his turn, Mr. Wang began to recount the tale of the haunted house. The rules of the haunted house also consist of 5 stipulations. But only one condition can lead to death. Turning back. Turning back? Chen Feng inquired. The rules state that within the haunted house, regardless of what occurs, one must not look back. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Indeed, upon entering the haunted house, it delves deep into the recesses of your mind, bringing forth your most profound fears and manifesting them into reality. If you possess an aversion to swimming, you may find yourself plunged into the ocean. If you harbor a phobia of insects, a swarm of cockroaches may emerge before you. It may sound quite unsettling, yet it is true. Your sole task is to continue moving forward, regardless of what transpires, and under no circumstances should you glance back. Is this the intelligence you speak of? How could that be? What I truly wish to convey are the 2 dead ends within the haunted house, which serve as traps. What traps, you inquire? The first trap is that the haunted house may transform into familiar figures, calling your name from behind, luring you to turn around. This is relatively easy to discern. However, it is not as simple as it appears. I have witnessed many fall victim to this deception, primarily because the illusions are astonishingly lifelike. And what of the second trap? The second is even more sinister. Inside the haunted house, there exists a simulated space resembling the outside world, where the proprietor of the haunted house, disguised as a corpse, awaits you. This creates an illusion that you have exited the haunted house, and in that moment of relaxation, should you turn back, your demise is inevitable. A game within a game, a dream within a dream. It is indeed a classic. How did you manage to see through it? The game tokens. Upon clearing the level, one is rewarded with game tokens. When I discovered that I had none in my pocket, I immediately unraveled the scheme. Chen Feng could not help but exclaim, Uncle, you are truly clever. Mr. Wang laughed heartily, taking great pride in this. Of course, only when one obtains the game tokens can they be considered to have truly escaped. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Yet you previously mentioned that those who have been exposed cannot receive the game token reward. Although you shared the method to clear the level, I am unable to utilize it. This, Mr. Wang's countenance stiffened. He had only sought out someone to exchange information after realizing this truth. I apologize, brother. However, Chen Feng graciously replied, since we are calling each other brothers, there is no need for further apologies. Yet, I would like to pose a question. Mr. Wang, taken aback, asked what question? Chen Feng replied earnestly. You mentioned that the haunted house creates illusions. How can you be certain the game tokens are real? Mr. Wang's expression froze instantly. This. Chen Feng chuckled. Perhaps you never truly escaped. You remain within the haunted house. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mr. Wang suddenly became agitated. Impossible. The inn is absolutely safe. It was stated in the rules. But what if the inn is also an illusion? With a thunderous realization, Mr. Wang felt as though a storm had erupted in his mind. He suddenly recalled the moment he greeted Chen Feng and the latter's insistence that he turn his head. Could it be that you also? In the next instant, Chen Feng's face contorted into a grotesque mask. You are the proprietor. Mr. Wang's complexion drained of color, as he recalled the rule placard held by the proprietor before entering the haunted house. 3. No matter what happens inside the haunted house, do not look back. At that moment, in the dining hall, Chen Feng was indeed exchanging information with another individual, who was, in fact, a survivor who had emerged from the haunted house. The haunted house conjures various deceptions to ensnare you. I have fallen into the trap within a trap at least 5 times, and to this day, I still perceive everything as a fabrication. Then does this mean one can never truly clear the level? The secret lies within the promotional guidelines. Guidelines? Are you referring to the opening hours? Chen Feng immediately realized that the amusement park was open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Indeed, he had been trapped in the haunted house for a full 12 hours. Only released when it closed at 7 a.m. The survivor let out a bitter laugh and advised, I suggest you avoid this attraction, even if you manage to escape. You'll emerge as a lunatic. Thank you for the warning. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Chen Feng's ear. Ding. Due to the inability to acquire game currency, the haunted house attraction has become invalid. Chapter 42. Let's play hide and seek the following day, at 7 a.m., in the Happy Internet Cafe. Chen Feng concluded his morning exercises and sat down to breakfast with his trio of friends. Huang Mao observed the way Fatty devoured a sausage and lamented. This unit consumes far too much food. We should kick him out. Fatty protested, come on. I haven't had a single satisfying meal this month. Have some sympathy for me. Huang Mao questioned, huh? Really? Is that so? Then he realized, oh, it's the first of the month. At that moment, Chen Feng unexpectedly sneezed. Achoo. Huang Mao remarked. Brother Feng, sneezing means someone is thinking of you. Chen Feng dismissed the notion. More likely someone is cursing me. Ever since learning in the cafeteria that tourists who had their information leaked could not acquire game currency, Chen Feng felt uneasy. With Meng Qingqing's proud demeanor, would she not go mad upon losing her task qualification? In fact, Chen Feng's intuition was correct. At that very moment, Meng Qingqing, having spent the night awake, stood at the door, knocking furiously. Open up. Xiaohu, don't hide in there. I know you're inside. Yet, no matter how hard she knocked, the door remained shut. This was the first time Meng Qingqing encountered such a behavior from Lu Xiaohu. In the past, he would go to great lengths to please her, but now, when she sought to have a private conversation, she was ignored. This stark contrast left her feeling quite vexed. Meng Qingqing was well aware of Lu Xiaohu's affections for her. However, having encountered numerous suitors throughout her life, she had grown accustomed to it and had never taken him seriously. Little did she expect that one day, she would develop an interest in this fellow. With a complex expression, Meng Qingqing scrutinized the door, suddenly recalling a domineering CEO drama she had watched on television. She self-deprecatingly mused, is this what they call an intriguing man, capturing my attention? At that moment, the door swung open. Chen Feng teased, an intriguing man? Who are you referring to, me? Meng Qingqing's expression tightened as she frantically began to tidy her hair. You. Were you deliberately ignoring me while eavesdropping? In moments of tension, one often pretends to be exceedingly busy. Chen Feng chuckled. That's a false accusation. I just woke up. Have you perished? You didn't wake up despite my loud knocking. How could you assume I was dead? Stop with the playful banter. I haven't settled yesterday's score with you yet. Do you realize that your actions caused me to fail this task? Not a problem. The captain will cover for us. Relying on others for everything. Xiaohu, can't you strive for some independence? After a heated argument, Meng Qingqing stepped forward reluctantly and said, nonetheless, I must express my gratitude. Without your reminder, I might have, perhaps, encountered some trouble. The fragrant aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air as she gazed at the bashful girl before her. Chen Feng was uncertain of what a devoted admirer should say at that moment. Yet he felt compelled to utter a few irreverent words. Then why don't you quickly pledge your devotion to repay me? Get lost. After a brief interval, Captain Wu summoned everyone to his room to discuss the next project. Following Chen Feng's return to rest, Captain Wu did not remain idle. Instead, he conducted an intelligence investigation. First, he visited the prize redemption center at the amusement park and clarified that only the 10 game tokens acquired through personal achievements could be exchanged for souvenirs. Mutual exchanges were prohibited. He then assessed the danger levels of various attractions. While most projects resembled the simplicity of catching goldfish, wherein once you chose to partake, withdrawal was impossible. Captain Wu could calculate survival rates by observing the influx and outflow of visitors. He possessed considerable experience, this uncle. Chen Feng listened attentively to Captain Wu's conclusions. Among the 10 attractions in the amusement park, 3 were deemed no-go zones: the haunted house, the maze, and the roller coaster. With a near-zero success rate, those who entered seldom returned. Chen Feng believed Captain Wu's information was not entirely reliable. For instance, in the case of the haunted house, the condition for success was merely to remain in the amusement park to rest. Therefore, it was not unusual to observe no one exiting during the observation period, which did not necessarily indicate a survival rate of 0. Next, he noted that the success rate for dancing and playing as dolls was roughly 1 in 20. Following that were the air gun, bumper cars, and hide and seek, with a success rate around 1 in 10. Ultimately, the 2 simplest attractions, catching goldfish, with a remarkably high success rate, as any discovery of a rule loophole would allow all participants to succeed, and ring toss, where the number of visitors entering equaled those exiting, yielding a survival rate of 100%, though those who emerged bore expressions of distress. Something felt amiss. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, he heard Meng Chengqing assert, the situation is undoubtedly more complex. Just as a wolf pack would never include a sheep, it is illogical for there to be a project with a guaranteed success rate. Perhaps the ring toss is the most challenging of all. Chengqing's perspective was astute. In front of the group, Chen Feng still had to play the role of the devoted admirer. In that case, setting aside the dubious ring toss, let us choose hide-and-seek and bumper cars for tonight. Captain Wu was a decisive man. Meeting adjourned. That evening, boys and girls, come to the haunted amusement park. Whenever the music played, you knew the gathering had commenced. Haunted house, let us brave the haunted house. No matter what happens, do not look back. Hide and seek, let us play hide and seek. The cunning mouse can never evade the cat's gaze. As the theme song reverberated throughout the park once more, the quintet assembled before the hide-and-seek attraction. It was a castle of British architectural style, featuring a cylindrical main tower crowned with a triangular apex resembling a regal diadem. All windows were adorned with stained glass, showcasing intricate and abstract geometric patterns reminiscent of Picasso. It was breathtaking, reminiscent of a scene from a vampire film. The reason Chen Feng expressed such sentiments was due to the peculiar appearance of the hide-and-seek project's proprietor, characterized by a pale visage, sharp fangs, bat-like wings, and a flowing black aristocratic robe, epitomizing the classic vampire aesthetic. Captain Wu jested, "Priest, this is your forte." The priest, buoyed by confidence, replied, "It seems fortune smiles upon me." As per tradition, the hide-and-seek project was governed by 5 rules. 1. Obtain a doll costume in the castle hall. 2. Players are prohibited from leaving the ancient castle during the game. 3. The game lasts 1 hour. The first 30 minutes are safe for players. 4. After 30 minutes, the hunters commence their pursuit. Proving to be as clever as humans, players must exercise utmost caution. 5. Players donning the doll costume and surviving for half an hour will be rewarded with a game coin. After swiftly reviewing the rules, Captain Wu turned to the team strategist, Cheng Cheng, and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Meng Chengcheng, having lost her eligibility to complete the task, was eager to contribute her intellect. The rules bear no distinction from ordinary hide-and-seek. It is merely 30 minutes of hiding followed by 30 minutes of seeking, with the seeker replaced by a monster. Given that players cannot leave the castle, it implies that the hunters are free to roam outside, while the remaining players may explore. Rule 5 explicitly states that only those in the doll costume will earn a game coin, leading me to suspect that wearing the costume may increase the likelihood of being caught by the hunters. If the sole aim is to clear the game, then opting not to wear the costume is also a viable choice. Upon hearing Meng Qingqing's analysis, Lin He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was problematic. Lu Xiaohu, that sycophant, had his game coins deducted for revealing information, thus rendering him incapable of completing the task. He could rationally choose not to wear the doll costume, thereby minimizing his risk. In the context of the hide-and-seek game, others reducing their risks meant greater danger for himself. No, he needed to devise a strategy to provoke them. With this thought, Lin He suddenly proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Cheng Cheng, Xiaohu, since you've already failed your task, why not forego the doll costumes? Let the danger rest upon us 3. While speaking, Lin He deliberately emphasized the phrase task failure. The proud Meng Chengqing fell into the trap. Lin He, what do you mean? Am I the sort to fear for my life? Captain Wu, noticing the brewing conflict, promptly intervened. Enough of this quarrel. For this project, I shall don the doll costume alone. The task merely requires us to bring back a souvenir, so to ensure the safety of my team members, I shall shoulder the burden myself. Whatever foul entities await, let them come for me alone. The vice captain, the priest, shook his head vigorously. No, at the very least, I must join you. This way, if either of us encounters peril, the task can continue. But would it suffice for just the captain and the vice captain to wear the costumes? That seemed reasonable. Lin He initially intended to stoke the flames further, but upon reflection, ensuring his own safety took precedence over eliminating Lu Xiaohu, so he chose to remain silent. At that moment, however, Chen Feng suddenly interjected, "Are you implying that I am cowardly? Everyone must wear one. One for each." Lin He was infuriated. He never anticipated that the coward Lu Xiaohu would dare to take the initiative. Now, there was no escaping for anyone, and it would only benefit the other 5 bystanders. I shall see how you meet your demise. Lin He shot a fierce glare at Chen Feng. Due to the limitations of the novice spirit medium, Meng Chengcheng, who could only summon souls of those who had died recently, the team opted not to be the first wave, but rather observe the situation before proceeding. Under the guidance of the proprietor, the first group of tourists entered the castle, commencing their search for hiding spots. 30 minutes later, a cat's meow echoed, signaling the official start of the game. From a distance, the onlookers could vaguely discern several enormous black figures moving swiftly within the castle. Captain Wu could not help but curse. Damn it, those things are bigger than lions. You call that a cat? Following this, anguished screams erupted, indicating that some players had been discovered. Fortune favors the bold. One tourist gritted his teeth, deciding to take a risk to gather more information by entering the castle. Since he was not among the players, he believed he would not be attacked by the cats. However, he was gravely mistaken. Barely a few steps inside the castle, a massive black cat lunged at him, severing his head in one swift bite. The gruesome scene caused all spectators to recoil, with some unable to bear it. Retching in horror. An hour later, out of 10 tourists, only 2 returned alive, neither wearing the costume of a doll. They presumably had employed Meng Qingqing's strategy, surviving without earning game currency. As for those clad in the doll costumes, it was clear that none had emerged unscathed. Chapter 43. The cats arrive after a brief cleanup. The proprietor led the second batch of players into the castle. Pushing open the oak entrance, they were greeted by a vast banquet hall, the dining table itself absurdly large, likely capable of seating over 50 individuals. On the table lay 10 mouse costumes, adorned with grayish-brown fur, slightly curved tails, characteristic round ears, and ivory-colored incisors along with whiskers. Was this what the rules referred to as costumes? They were nearly indistinguishable from reality. Meng Qingqing cast a disdainful glance, having expected the amusement park to provide cartoonish costumes, only to find them disturbingly realistic. Chen Feng, unfazed, seized the moment to terrify everyone. The placement of the mouse costumes on the dining table carries a significant implication. Donning them makes one the prey of the cats. While the group conversed, the vampire proprietor had already vanished, indicating his detachment from the game. Chen Feng suddenly felt that participating in the air gun event might be a prudent choice. Otherwise, the more events one entered, the harder it would be to recognize that the proprietor could also be a monster. The group dispersed to survey the terrain. Under Captain Wu's command, they discovered that the castle was divided into 4 levels. The basement contained dungeons and cellars. The first floor housed a kitchen, bathhouse, hall, and chapel, surrounded by a greenhouse, swimming pool, training ground, stable, and cattery. The second floor comprised several dormitory rooms. The castle boasts 3 tiers, featuring a collection hall, a study, a conference room, a music room, an alchemy lab, and an art studio, along with the restrooms present on each level. The total number of chambers within this fortress is estimated to be around 100. Merely traversing its expanse would likely require over 10 minutes. If one disregards the supernatural elements, concealing oneself for 30 minutes would be quite effortless. Captain Wu scoured the premises only to find not a single corpse. Cursing under his breath, damn it, all the failed players have been dealt with. I wanted to see which areas are unsuitable for hiding. The priest noted the presence of swords and knightly armor in the training room, pondering if this served as a suggestion for us to wield weapons against the monsters. Meng Qingqing cast her gaze upon the fine steeds in the stable, questioning whether horses could outrun the beasts. Meanwhile, Lin He focused on the swimming pool, reasoning that as cats despise water, perhaps submerging oneself in the pool for 30 minutes was the solution. As they pooled their ideas, many useful suggestions emerged. Among them, Meng Qingqing's was the most audacious. The most dangerous place may indeed be the safest. Captain Wu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting the cat house? Meng Qingqing nodded. The rules state that the cats will not begin their hunt until 30 minutes have passed, but they do not specify whether the cats will return. Perhaps they will find an opportunity to hide in the cat house and survive. What a bold notion, yet not entirely implausible. Chen Feng glanced at the cat house and suggested that since the cats would not attack them in the first 30 minutes, they might as well investigate. Knowledge of one's adversary is crucial in ensuring victory. Thus, despite knowing the monsters within were lethal, they pushed open the grand door of the cat house. Huh. Accompanied by the hissing of the cats, the group gasped in astonishment. With bulbous, luminous yellow eyes, T-shaped pink noses, and teeth resembling fangs. What would have been endearing became terrifying when these cats were the size of lions. Particularly chilling was the sight of blood-stained mouths. Some gnawed on severed limbs while others clutched a severed head. In total, there were 10 of them. Chen Feng now comprehended why the castle was devoid of bodies. The cats that were not feasting cast malevolent glances at the group, their mouths curling into eerie smiles as if they regarded the humans as toys. Meng Qingqing felt her throat constrict, unable to utter a sound. Though she was trained and would not faint like an ordinary person, fear was inescapable. Captain Wu could not resist lighting a cigarette, muttering, "Now I understand why mice freeze in place upon seeing cats." Just as their hearts raced, Chen Feng suddenly proposed. Since the first 30 minutes are safe, why not take this opportunity to eliminate them? What? The others were taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity. It was one thing for the monsters not to attack, but to provoke them was another matter entirely. Yet it seemed feasible. Meng Qingqing quickly concurred, "Yes. Captain, let us give it a try. I'll go first." Lin He unsheathed his enchanted sword, channeling his magic towards the most vulnerable eyes of the creature. A piercing meow echoed as the blade struck, blinding the black cat. Meanwhile, in a moment of pain, The cat struck the skull in its grasp, shattering what is known to be the most resilient bone in the human body. I delivered a full-force blow, yet it sustained merely a minor injury. While that paw landed upon my head, did I still have a chance at survival? Gazing at the monstrous creature that glared back at him, Linhee could not help but break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the first 30 minutes had been spent in hiding, or else he would have already met his demise. Then, Captain Wu took action. He raised the holy judgment, aiming directly at the black cat's head, and pulled the trigger. In matters of expertise, bullets are far more effective than any incantation when dealing with beasts. After expending 3 rounds, the one-eyed black cat finally collapsed. Had it been vanquished? Just as Captain Wu contemplated the painful necessity of using 30 bullets, the one-eyed black cat suddenly rose again as if nothing had transpired. It even managed to open its previously blinded eye. It was a resurrection. Chen Feng, who had previously encountered the landlady and the nurse, was unfazed. It is said that cats possess 9 lives. Perhaps if we strike it down 9 times, we might succeed. Nonsense. Captain Wu could not help but exclaim. By your logic, it takes 3 shots to bring it down once, and 27 shots to kill one. With 10 of them here, where would I procure so many bullets? Seeing that their efforts were futile, everyone retreated from the cat house. Meng Chengqing produced 3 incense sticks and began her spiritual communication. As soon as she ignited one, her brow furrowed. What are you still doing here? Captain Wu paused for a moment. What do you mean still here? The ghost that had tormented me yesterday has not yet dissipated. Never mind it. Meng Chengqing snapped her fingers. And this time fortune smiled upon her as she connected with a female tourist who had once cared for cats. Aware that cats detest baths, she had chosen the bathhouse as her hiding spot. The deceased knew that cats are averse to pungent scents, so she sprinkled her own perfume at the entrance of the bathhouse. Cats possess hearing more than 3 times that of humans. Thus, she turned on all the faucets to create noise, disrupting the creature's auditory senses. Ultimately, she chose to conceal herself within the sauna and locked the door behind her. After hearing Meng Chengqing's account, several individuals had to concede that this lady was indeed a master in her own right. Yet, even such a skilled individual had met her end. The priest, somewhat taciturn since the incident yesterday, could not help but express his thoughts. To be caught in such a manner suggests that she was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Her luck had truly run out. At that moment, the 3 incense sticks suddenly snapped. Drawing from previous experience, Chen Feng understood that this indicated they were about to witness the final moments of the deceased. Meng Chengqing's face turned pale. She is dead. The group hurriedly inquired about the details. Gasping for breath, Meng Chengqing said, water, noise, perfume. None proved effective against the cat from the very start of the game. The cat dashed into the bathhouse and captured the lady. Not only did it fear water, but it also utilized this very notion to search the bathhouse first. Chen Feng could not help but interject. The rules state that cats are as clever as humans. It appears to be true. Meng Chengqing struggled to catch her breath, and then, Captain Wu urged impatiently, what happened next? Speak up. Meng Chengqing, trembling with fear, replied. She was torn apart by the cat, her arms and thighs severed, her intestines excavated. It endured a full 5 minutes of torment before succumbing. During the seance, Meng Chengqing perceived the events from the deceased's perspective, witnessing the harrowing scene of a living person being mercilessly slaughtered by a monstrous entity. It is no wonder that she was so profoundly agitated. Observing her heightened emotions, Captain Wu commanded, Xiao Hu, go tend to Chengqing. Chen Feng paused momentarily, pondering me. Yet, it made sense. At such a time, it was indeed the duty of the devoted follower to step forth. Chen Feng made his way to the kitchen and returned with a cup of water, stating, here, drink some warm water. Upon returning to the main hall, he noticed that only 6 pieces of the mouse costume remained on the dining table. Chen Feng remarked, only one is left unworn? Quite audacious. Indeed. Those who dared to enter after witnessing the fates of the first batch of players were not to be underestimated. Taking the lead, Captain Wu donned the mouse costume first. Surprisingly, despite adding an extra layer of clothing, he felt not encumbered, but rather, he experienced an increase in his speed and heightened auditory sensitivity. Good heavens, he thought. It truly feels as if I have become a mouse. However, when he attempted to articulate this thought, it emerged as a series of squeaks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Observing Captain Wu's frantic squeaking, Chen Feng quickly grasped the implication. It appeared that wearing the costume altered even one's ability to speak into the sounds of a mouse. Unable to communicate verbally, Captain Wu pointed to the watch on his wrist, emitting more squeaks. Chen Feng signaled an okay. Understanding that the captain meant it was nearly time for them to find a hiding place, Captain Wu nodded affirmatively and led the way, prompting the others to begin donning their costumes as well. Curiously, the mouse costume seemed to self-adjust in size, fitting everyone from the tall priest to the slender Meng Chengqing perfectly, devoid of any incongruity, as if they were indeed life-sized mice. As 30 minutes elapsed, the castle was filled with the resounding cry of a cat. The doors of the cat house swung open, and one by one, enormous black cats emerged. The game had officially commenced. Chapter 44. A dead companion is better than a living one. Apart from the special operations team, 5 other players inhabited the castle. Coincidentally, among them were familiar faces, the duo who had engaged in a shooting game the previous day. Alongside them were a disheveled vagabond, a painter, and a civil engineering student. All but the painter opted for the mouse costumes. This was not a pursuit of folly. Rather, it was a strategy for rebirth through death. Not only Captain Wu but also the other astute individuals discerned the perilous nature of the activities by observing the fluctuating numbers of visitors. Excluding the most suspicious game of ring toss, there were only 4 low-risk activities: hide-and-seek, shooting games, goldfish catching, and bumper cars. However, the condition for escaping the amusement park required participation in 5 activities. Thus, with a mere 1 in 20 chance of survival in the dance and costumed roleplay, one had to choose one path. No one could guarantee their fortune as the chosen survivor. Hence, accumulating game currency to procure intelligence on the more perilous activities became the sole means of survival. The vagabond, unbothered by filth and chaos, chose to conceal himself among the refuse outside the castle, hoping that the stench of garbage would deter the feline monstrosities. Poor fellow. Had he possessed the gift of clairvoyance to comprehend how the lady perished in the last round, he might have reconsidered his approach. The civil engineering student showcased his unique talents. Through careful observation, he discerned that the second floor possessed a lesser area compared to the first. By tapping on the tiles, he successfully uncovered a hidden chamber. I knew it. A castle devoid of secret rooms cannot truly be deemed a castle. The civil engineering student gleefully secured the door. Next was the painter, who, not adorned in a costume, enjoyed greater freedom. He dashed into the art studio on the 3rd floor, locating ink and paint. After thoroughly coating himself in black, he scattered the remaining ink across the 2nd floor corridor to obscure any scent. Finally, he found a dormitory on the 2nd floor, destroyed the light bulb, and concealed himself beneath the bed. Now, in the darkness of night, devoid of light, who could possibly detect a figure beneath the bed? Then there were the 2 brothers, who retreated to the basement, emptying 2 barrels of wine and hiding within. The elder brother positioned himself on the periphery, while the younger took refuge inside. Passers-by were all adept, including the agents. Lin He, as a Taoist, practiced agility and lightness of step, allowing him to leap directly onto the castle's roof. The priest, more inclined to trust fate, sought refuge beneath a table in the chapel on the 1st floor, murmuring, "Where do children cry daily? Where do gamblers lose perpetually? May the Lord protect me from discovery." Captain Wu headed to the training ground, spacious and ideal for shooting. Observing the well-concealed women being captured, he abandoned any intention of remaining hidden until the end. If discovered, he would confront those beasts head-on. Such was his resolve. Lastly, Meng Chengqing analyzed the information received through her psychic abilities. Water, scent, noise, elements universally detested by cats, had no effect on these monstrous felines. Moreover, they were astute, utilizing this knowledge to ensnare individuals. Just as the rules dictated, they were nearly as clever as humans. Yet, I can turn this to my advantage. Since the safest places are prioritized during searches, conversely, the most perilous locations become blind spots. Meng Chengqing chose to hide behind a cat shelter, marking only the initial step. Once the cats were unleashed, she seized the opportunity to stealthily enter the shelter. During her prior reconnaissance, she noted that the litter box within the shelter was as expansive as a swimming pool, densely packed with litter, sufficient to conceal a person entirely. As for Chen Feng, no one knew where he had hidden himself. At the onset of the game, all the cats surged towards the swimming pool and bathhouse, just as Meng Chengqing had surmised. These creatures were cunning and experienced. After numerous games, they were well aware of where visitors preferred to hide. However, this time, disappointment awaited them. With 27 minutes remaining, Lin He stood atop the castle tower, silently observing the unfolding events. Despite an inauspicious start, the black cats were undeterred. They commenced a thorough search, pawing through wardrobes, boxes, and any conceivable hiding spots. Fortune would not remain on their side for long. Soon, one black cat attempted to ascend the stairs. Despite its piercing gaze in the darkness, Lin He discerned from the scratches around its eyelids that this was the one-eyed creature he had previously blinded, now having regained its sight through resurrection. Truly, fate had brought them together once more. Cats are renowned for their climbing prowess, a truth universally acknowledged. Yet, Lin He chose to ascend to the highest point, not out of folly, but rather to observe where others might be concealed. Once he discerned their positions, he could employ the tactic of diversion. Go. With his golden sword in hand, Lin He recited an incantation, sending a beam of light towards the refuse heap. Bang! Cats possess remarkably acute hearing, and upon detecting the sound from the trash, the one-eyed black cat, initially intent on ascending, swiftly altered its course towards the noise. Before long, the homeless man concealed within the garbage was unearthed. "No help!" he cried, desperately fleeing. hoping to escape using the speed granted by his costume. Strangely, the one-eyed black cat did not rush to seize him. Instead, it observed the man as he ran, only striking when he was panting from exhaustion, swiftly severing one of the man's legs. Such speed. With Lin He's keen eyes, he barely caught a glimpse of a shadow, illustrating just how formidable these black cats truly were. Agile as felines, yet possessing the ferocity of lions. Lin He contemplated. In a one-on-one encounter, perhaps victory was attainable. However, against 10 adversaries, death was inevitable. The difficulty of this mission was overwhelming. Even the captain of a B-grade agent team could scarcely protect himself in the face of these respawning beasts. He had ample time left. He could not perish here. With this thought, Lin He shed his mouse costume. Even if it meant losing face, survival was paramount. At this moment, the homeless man had not yet succumbed. He crawled on the ground, dragging his severed leg while wailing in agony. The one-eyed black cat, as if playing with a toy, toyed with him for a full 3 minutes before granting him a merciful end. Perhaps 5 minutes passed? Witnessing this, Lin He felt no remorse. Rather, he began to contemplate whom to target next. A dead ally does not hinder a monk. From an emotional standpoint, he would likely choose a passerby first. Yet, considering his own safety, the painter and construction worker on the second floor were perilously close to the rooftop, and any noise might expose him. Conversely, the brothers hiding below were too distant for him to reach. Of course, even in the absence of others, Lin He could unleash his sword light into unoccupied areas, using sound to lure the beasts away. However, such actions would not only deplete his magical energy, but would also grow ineffective with repetition, as the cats would become wise to his ruse. Thus, after much deliberation, Lin He resolved to strike at his teammates. Only when others were aware could it be deemed shameful. Once they perished, he could report however he pleased. At that moment, the one-eyed black cat had finished with the homeless man and was preparing to ascend once more. Where the hell did that little rascal hide? Lin He mused. Forgive me, dear priest. With your second-in-command skills, you should at least stall for 10 minutes, right? He directed a beam of light towards the chapel, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling. Hearing the commotion, 3 black cats charged into the hall. In an instant, the sounds of hissing cats, clattering furniture, and the ensuing scuffle mingled with the priest's furious exclamations. Lin He, you scoundrel. Chapter 45, Annihilation. Following a fierce battle, 3 black cats returned triumphantly from the chapel. One of them clutched a bloodied, robust arm, adorned with a tattoo of playing cards, its biceps rivaling that of a professional bodybuilder, with a set of combat claws adorning its fingers. A pastor, dedicated to the healing arts, concealed a deadly secret beneath his clerical facade. Throughout his life, he had ensnared numerous opponents with this very tactic, when enemies aimed to target the support behind enemy lines. Their expressions turned to despair upon encountering a muscular giant before them. Yet, such tricks were but a jest in the face of absolute monstrous power. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the black cat holding the arm was struck in the forehead, its head exploding in an instant. It was Captain Wu. His creed was to leave no team member behind. Thus, upon hearing the pastor's plea for help, he rushed from his hiding place in the training field's haystack. Alas, he was too late. Damn those beasts. Witnessing the pastor's plight, Captain Wu's fury ignited, and he seized his weapon, executing all 3 black cats responsible for the pastor's demise. However, the thunderous gunfire attracted the attention of the remaining black cats in the castle. Listening to the hissing sounds echoing around him, reminiscent of rattlesnakes, Captain Wu brushed the grass from his hair, knowing the odds of his escape were slim. Nevertheless, he resolved to buy time for the others. Reload, fire, reload, fire. Captain Wu felled the advancing black cats one by one, yet the first 3 he had dispatched had already revived. Lin He observed from above. Truly, as a B-tier operative, the black cat's speed allowed them to strike with unerring accuracy, but alas, the monsters could resurrect, and Captain Wu was on the verge of being overwhelmed. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he found himself face to face with a one-eyed black cat that lunged forward, eviscerating him with a single claw. The enemies could return from death time and again, while a single hit could spell doom for him. If this were a game, the imbalance would be glaringly unjust. Captain Wu understood his fate was sealed, yet he refused to succumb without a fight. He must show these brutes a taste of retribution. From his pocket, he produced a grenade, cursing, "Damn it, take this." He pulled the pin and hurled it. A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a formidable force that reduced the 3 black cats at the center to mere pulp. The psychic grenade, this was Captain Wu's trump card. The 3 black cats vanished, seemingly destroyed for good. As Lin He witnessed the captain's explosive demise, he did not mourn for him even for a moment. Instead, he began to calculate in his mind. Although 15 minutes had passed and 3 monsters had fallen, 3 players had also perished. Excluding the pair in the basement and the missing Xiao Hu, there were few targets left for him to manipulate. Just as he feared, trouble arrived. While Lin He was deep in thought, the one-eyed black cat attempted to ascend the stairs once more. Damn it, what have I done to deserve this? It seemed intent on making his life difficult. There was no choice left. Chung Chung. Deep down, Lin He hesitated to turn against Meng Chung Chung. But his own life was evidently of greater importance. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Lin He resolutely aimed the third sword towards the cat shelter. However, this time, he miscalculated. On his third ascent, the one-eyed black cat was not distracted by the noise. Instead, it continued its ascent. How could this be? A sudden realization struck Lin He. The rule stated that cats are as intelligent as humans. If he were to empathize as a cat, hearing commotion each time he ascended, what would he think? Surely, someone was thwarting his progress upwards, implying there must be someone above. Flee! Flee! With this realization, Lin He hesitated not a moment and executed a swift leap from the building. Despite his caution, the slightest sound was caught by the keen ears of the one-eyed black cat. At that moment, despair engulfed Lin He. Discovered, he could only fight desperately. The black cat, swift as the wind, expended its energy in flight, leaving Lin He to feel like a mere plaything, destined to perish like a stray. Only by fighting with all his might could he grasp a slender chance of survival. Drawing the money sword, Lin He resorted to his previous tactic, unleashing a beam of sword light aimed at the cat's eyes. Based on past experiences, it seemed that only after a resurrection could one regain their sight. Thus, this time he would blind the creature without killing it and observe how it would react. In moments of desperation, human ingenuity often shines through. Indeed, following a painful cry, the black cat covered its eyes, writhing in agony on the ground. Had it worked? A flicker of hope crossed Lin He's face, but just as he contemplated escape, 3 more black cats, alerted by the commotion, blocked his path. Cursed fate. They arrived far too swiftly. Lin He cursed his luck if they had approached one by one. He could have blinded them all, but facing 3 at once was a dire predicament. His skills were limited. Even executing 2 beams of sword light was his utmost capacity. To simultaneously unleash 6 beams and accurately strike their eyes was an impossible feat, yet to refrain from fighting was to invite death. With a resolute heart, Lin He bit off the tip of his own tongue, letting his blood spurt forth onto the money sword. In magical practices, blood is considered a potent and pure essence, typically derived from chickens to enhance magical prowess. In this dire situation, Lin He had no time for chicken blood and resorted to his own. Do not underestimate this human blood. As a young Taoist, Lin He's blood bore far greater potency than that of a chicken. Almost immediately, upon contact with the blood, the money sword came alive, radiating a crimson glow in the darkness. Kill! Lin He channeled his magical energy, releasing 6 beams of sword light simultaneously. With a series of muffled thuds, the 3 black cats before him were rendered blind. It worked, it truly worked. Observing the fallen cats, Lin He felt a surge of exhilaration. Were it not for the severed tip of his tongue, he might have laughed aloud. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Such moments were typically reserved for protagonists in novels, yet they had manifested in his own life. To master 6 beams of sword light at such a young age promised great favor from his master upon his return. Perhaps he would even be taught the art of thunder. Once he acquired the thunder techniques and inherited the Taoist temple, he could. Lin He envisioned a splendid future ahead. Yet, just then, with a swift sound, a paw shattered his dreams. Why? Lin He lowered his head, gazing at the abruptly severed body before him and the one-eyed black cat standing nearby, confusion swirling within him. He had clearly blinded its eyes. So how could it still strike him with such precision? Was it relying on hearing? Or perhaps sensing with its whiskers? Yet, upon meeting its bright gaze, Lin He understood. It had regained its sight through the act of revival after death. Indeed, it was as clever as a human. Alas, if only I had chosen to confront the situation alongside the captain and the others, might the outcome have been different? According to the usual narrative, after the protagonist experiences a sudden breakthrough, the crisis should be resolved. Yet, Lin He met his demise as simply as a stray dog on the roadside. This is Cihang City, a place where a mere starting point can claim the lives of hundreds of transmigrators. At this moment, in the cat shelter, Meng Chungcheng was utterly devastated. She could hear the priest's furious roar before his death, the captain's grenade, and the sound of Lin He's flesh being torn apart. The priest was dead. The captain was dead, and Lin He was dead. It was just me and Little Tiger remaining. Yet Little Tiger was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he too had perished. An inexplicable wave of nausea washed over Meng Chungcheng, her heart racing, wanting to retch, but the bile lodged in her throat refused to escape. She longed to weep, yet the tears would not come. Fear enveloped her like a tidal wave, drowning her in despair. At that moment, a more dreadful occurrence unfolded. Accompanied by the sharp creaking of the door, a black cat unexpectedly returned to the shelter, a white mark on its eye, the very one that had slain the priest. The captain, and Lin He. Chapter 46. Who are you? 1 step, 2 steps. The one-eyed cat gracefully patrolled its territory, each pawfall resonating like a thud in Meng Chingching's heart. No, please don't come closer. Crouched in the litter box, she dared not utter a sound, fervently wishing for the black cat to depart. Yet, the increasingly loud footsteps signaled the end of all hope. The captain and the others were dead. No one would come to save her. Was she destined to die as well? At that moment, Meng Chengqing plummeted into the abyss known as despair. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Just then, a second black cat burst into the shelter. Suddenly, without understanding how it happened, despite entering behind the first, the second black cat reached the litter box faster, leaping onto Meng Chengqing. Of course, she was utterly unaware of all this as she lay in the litter. She only felt a sudden weight pressing down on her. Discovered, Meng Chengqing felt utterly despondent. She longed to rise and flee, to make a final stand. But fear rendered her body as heavy as lead, paralyzing her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time dragged on, her heart, which had just been steeped in despair, began to stir once more. I'm not dead. Why? The laws of physics are reciprocal. From the sensation, the black cat on her was undoubtedly aware of her presence. Yet why did it not strike? Had some rule or opportunity been triggered? Meng Chengqing racked her brain, desperately recalling the rules, yet found no reason for the black cat to spare her. Rule 1. Acquire the doll costume in the castle. Rule 5. Survive for half an hour while wearing the doll costume. Wait a moment. In an instant, Meng Chengqing's mind erupted with realization. The doll costume. They had merely seen the mouse doll costume within the castle, and, since she was playing the role of a mouse in hide and seek, mistakenly assumed that the doll costume was indeed the mouse doll costume. Much like the fishing game that featured a second type of fishing tool. What if there existed another doll costume within the castle? Yet, they had thoroughly searched the entire castle. If a second doll costume existed, where could it possibly be hidden? Cats are as astute as humans, so it surely wouldn't be simply draped over the black cat, would it? Could the black cat actually be a person disguised in a doll costume? Meng Chengqing could hardly fathom that someone could be even more deranged than herself. If hiding in a monster's lair could be deemed courageous, then what would it signify to skin a monster? No wonder the rules allowed for a 30-minute safety period. The game had already provided hints. Once a player donned the mouse doll costume, their speech transformed into squeaks, and their speed increased. Thus, these meowing monsters were likely humans cloaked in black cat doll costumes. The rules stipulated that after 30 minutes, the cats would commence their hunt, urging the mice to exercise caution. But why should the mice be concerned about the cats? After unraveling the secret of the project, Meng Chengqing was left with a singular question. Who was this being beside her? Meow, 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 damn it. Meow, 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 look at your mother. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, are you not leaving? Chen Feng panted, intending to drive away the Cyclops before him. However, the Cyclops remained indifferent. Chen Feng understood this was due to the mouse doll costume. After slaying the black cat and donning its skin, he discovered that his strength, agility, and hearing had all multiplied several times, in addition to gaining an immortal ability, and he could sense a peculiar scent emanating from the mouse. Hence, in the game, anyone wearing the mouse doll costume never survived. Chen Feng noted that the Cyclops began to huff, evidently losing patience. Although black cats would not attack one another. As they sensed the scent, more and more black cats entered the cat house, and Meng Chengqing beneath them would inevitably perish. Unless, of course, she too possessed a black cat doll costume. But where could such a costume be found? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the Cyclops, and this icy stare caused the latter's fur to bristle. I am about to borrow something from you. Do not be stingy. Meow? The Cyclops sensed danger and swiftly darted toward the doorway. Its speed was indeed remarkable, so quick that the priest, team leader Wu, and Lin he could not react in time and perished beneath its claws. Yet, before Chen Feng, who could wield Xian Weizi, this speed could at best be likened to that of a mere child. In an instant, Meng Chengqing felt as though everything had transformed. The weight upon her lessened. One less black cat was present in the room, and a trace of blood filled the air. Had another black cat abandoned the hunt? Just as Meng Chengqing pondered this perplexity, she felt something pat her, then push her aside. Chen Feng pointed to the corpse of the false person on the ground. Alongside the dangling fragments of black cat skin, Meng Chengqing understood immediately and hastily removed the mouse doll costume. Thank you. An hour passed, and the game concluded. In the second round of the hide-and-seek game, 4 individuals remained alive. Apart from Meng Chengqing and Chen Feng, the artist, the younger brother among the siblings, also survived. The artist evaded detection due to his exceptional hiding skills and the fact that he was not donned in a costume. As for the younger brother, he cleverly exploited a loophole in the rules. The regulations stated that wearing a costume for half an hour would yield game currency, without specifying that this must occur during the chase. Therefore, upon entering the castle, the 2 siblings quickly changed into mouse costumes. Approximately 40 minutes later, they removed the mouse attire. However, unbeknownst to them, even after shedding the costume, it continued to attract the black cat. Consequently, when the black cat tracked them to the wine cellar, the elder brother, realizing his fate was sealed, made a noise and sacrificed himself. It is essential to reiterate that the rules explicitly state that the cat possesses a thought process akin to that of humans. Thus, upon discovering the elder brother, the black cat naturally assumed that no second individual could be concealed within. Little did it anticipate that the brothers had turned the tables, placing all their eggs in one basket. Thus, the younger brother survived, though his countenance was ashen, devoid of any semblance of joy at being saved. As for Chen Feng and Meng Changcheng, they initially had no intention of removing their costumes. After all, the cat costume not only augmented their strength and agility, but also conferred an invincible quality. However, after a while, they realized that the longer they wore the costume, the more brutal they became, even finding the scent of blood and flesh intoxicating. Therefore, before succumbing to their primal instincts and transforming into monsters, they hastily discarded their costumes. Notification: congratulations, user, for successfully checking into the Horror Park's hide-and-seek project. Just 2 more to earn points. Chen Feng observed a change in the wooden board held by the vampire proprietor. The game, once accommodating 10 players, had now dwindled to 7. The captain had permanently eliminated 3 monsters. Though his subordinates had perished, the vampire remained indifferent to Chen Feng and his companions. This is the essence of supernatural tales, where the most rational of monsters abide by the rules and will not attack as long as no violations occur. Upon exiting the castle, Chen Feng felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Turning around, he found Meng Changcheng, her face streaked with tears. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied, sniffling, attempting to appear strong, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her turmoil. "The captain is dead. What should we do next?" "What can we do? We'll just take it easy," Chen Feng responded. It was the first time he had seen Meng Changcheng like this. In his memory, she was always brimming with confidence, akin to a proud peacock. Yet now, she resembled a drenched chicken. At that moment, Chen Feng realized that despite being a medium, Meng Changcheng was only 20 years old at that age. An ordinary person would barely have graduated from university. Enduring such trials was indeed a burden for her. Thus, he comforted her. "It's all right. I will get you out of here." "Okay," she replied. Back at the inn, in the early hours of the morning, Meng Changcheng lay in bed, unable to find sleep. Whenever she closed her eyes, she could hear the reassuring words echoing in her ears. "It's all right. I will get you out of here." That steadfast gaze and unwavering confidence provided an overwhelming sense of security. Meng Changcheng felt that she might be in love. To her surprise, her first love turned out to be him. Perhaps she should move in with him. She had observed that his room contained 2 beds, and she could easily claim it was for safety, especially considering the myriad of monsters lurking about. After all, agents were meant to look out for one another. He would surely be thrilled to hear that she would be living with him. How fortunate for him. However, if he were to make any inappropriate advances, she would not acquiesce so easily. Jumping out of bed, Meng Changcheng was about to pack her belongings when she suddenly sensed the ghost that had been haunting her for a considerable time had returned. "Begone, wretched spirit." Typically, a novice medium could only perceive the souls of those who had recently passed, as the souls of ordinary individuals dissipated over time. Only those with profound attachments to the earthly realm would linger, unwilling to depart. Since it was a new day, she decided to communicate with the spirit and discern the reason for its intense fixation on her. Without hesitation, Meng Changcheng lit incense, and a sudden chill swept through the room. As her eyelids fluttered, revealing the whites of her eyes, she frowned and remarked, "So it is you, Lu Xiaohu. You were a nuisance in life, and now you refuse to rest in death." "Wait, Xiaohu." Chapter 47. The role I am to play. Ignored Meng Changcheng's mind exploded with disbelief. Xiaohu was dead? Moreover, he had passed just 2 days ago. Who then? Was the Lu Xiaohu she had been interacting with for the past 2 days? Hastily, she delved into the memories of the deceased. In Lu Xiaohu's final moments, he had been conversing with a young man clad in a Taoist robe, his hair tied up in a bun. It was Lin He. Lin He had said, "Xiaohu, be honest, do you harbor feelings for Changcheng?" Lu Xiaohu scratched his head. "How did you know?" Lin He smiled, but did not respond directly to Lu Xiaohu's inquiry. Instead, he suggested, "Let's set that aside for now. I have a way to cheer Changcheng up. Would you like to hear it?" "Yes. Yes. Brother Lin, if it works, I'll treat you to a meal." "Agreed. But do you remember what our mission is this time? Isn't it to collect game coins to exchange for that doll souvenir?" "Exactly. Now consider Changcheng's personality. She would certainly wish to be the first to collect the souvenir. If you were to secretly slip the game coins into her bag, do you think she wouldn't be delighted?" At this revelation, Meng Changcheng felt a jolt of alarm. This was tantamount to murder. Lu Xiaohu hesitated. "Brother Lin, could losing the game coins pose a danger?" "The rules state that game coins are as precious as life." Lin He countered. "Xiaohu, think about it. Game coins can be exchanged for a doll that grants someone a second chance at life. Thus, the doll is indeed as valuable as life itself. Therefore, the rules specify that it is the souvenir that is as precious as life, not the game coins." "You have misunderstood." "Ah, I see. Now that you explain it, it all makes perfect sense." "Indeed, it does. When you two get married, don't forget to invite me to the wedding feast." "Yes, Thank you, Brother Lin. After parting ways, Lu Xiaohu discreetly extracted the game tokens and stealthily slipped them into Meng Qingqing's bag. A short while later, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort, causing the tourist guide in his hand to drop as he collapsed, unconscious. At that moment, the incense extinguished, and the truth became evident. Lin He, you selfish and malevolent wretch. Upon witnessing the memories, Meng Qingqing was consumed by fury. It became clear that this villain had revealed his sinister ambitions much earlier than she had anticipated. She regretted not having communicated with the spiritual realm sooner to expose his true nature. Perhaps then, the priest and the captain would not have met their untimely demise. However, a pressing dilemma now loomed. The one responsible for Lu Xiaohu's death was Lin He, yet Lin He was already deceased, and Meng Qingqing remained oblivious to Lu Xiaohu's current identity. The world is vast, filled with inexplicable wonders. Meng Qingqing had once heard tales of Western necromancers and local corpse handlers who could manipulate the dead. However, one controlled skeletons while the other commanded corpses, neither capable of manifesting as Lu Xiaohu had, breathing, speaking, and even eating. This place was a realm of strange tales. The monsters that inhabit these tales kill by adhering to rules, and Lu Xiaohu's demise was also triggered by such a rule. Thus his body was claimed by the monstrous entities that resided here, which seemed entirely plausible. This could explain why he navigated the project with such ease. After all, he was a local monster. And here I am, developing feelings for such a creature. Meng Qingqing felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Her first love was, indeed, a monster. Yet, one question lingered in her mind. Why would a monster seek to rescue me? What could its intentions be? Was it aiming to infiltrate the organization through me and strike at the base? Yes, that must be it. The more Meng Qingqing pondered, the more convinced she became. And soon she devised a counter-strategy. She would play along, feigning ignorance, clinging to the monster's leg for survival, and upon returning to the base, she would immediately report to her superiors, rallying all agents to eliminate this creature. Yes, that was the plan. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Meng Qingqing's lips. Do not underestimate me, monster. The following afternoon, at the bumper car project's periphery, Chen Feng felt an inexplicable oddity about Meng Qingqing. Her demeanor was unnaturally tense. At that moment, he was blissfully unaware that he had already revealed his intentions, mistakenly believing that Meng Qingqing was grieving for their fallen comrades. In an attempt to play the role of a devoted admirer, Chen Feng procured 2 strawberry cones from a nearby ice cream stand. Sweets are a remedy for sorrow, after all. This gesture, however, struck Meng Qingqing as utterly absurd. Firstly, everything in the horror park was complimentary. Offering free items to a girl lacked sincerity, a complete failure. Secondly, sweet treats are notorious for causing weight gain. Maintaining my figure is no easy feat. How dare you tempt me with confections? A dismal failure. Finally, he didn't even inquire about my flavor preference, making his own decisions. A quintessentially oblivious man. A failure of failures. Under normal circumstances, Meng Qingqing would have coldly rejected him and vented her frustrations to her friends. However, it must be noted that Chen Feng was determined to portray the role of a devoted admirer, eager to please Meng Qingqing. Yet, how could Meng Qingqing not seek to please Chen Feng? After all, her very escape depended on him. What if, in a fit of anger, he decided against taking her along? She absolutely could not afford to neglect him. Taking the ice cream cone, she feigned a high-pitched voice and chimed with a laugh like silver bells. Thank you. How did you know I adore strawberry flavor? Chen Feng replied candidly. Because I enjoy strawberries myself, so I grabbed one for you. This man must be utterly foolish. Meng Qingqing was left speechless, yet she forced a smile and said, It seems our tastes align quite well. Hee hee. After an awkward silence, she noticed Chen Feng paying her no mind, engrossed in his ice cream, nearly causing her to faint from frustration. Stop merely indulging in food and speak. Can't you flirt with girls? Though irritated, Meng Qingqing maintained her smile and sought to continue the conversation. Do you realize that we can exchange information about various projects in the cafeteria? Although it may prevent us from earning game currency, since our mission has already failed, wouldn't it be wise to trade for some bumper car intel? Upon mentioning this, Chen Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Due to system regulations, failing to earn game currency meant he could not successfully check in. Thus, he was unable to exchange information. However, Meng Qingqing's suggestion was remarkably reasonable, rendering him unable to refuse. This was indeed troublesome. Chen Feng stammered for quite some time, unable to conjure a suitable excuse. Noticing Chen Feng's troubled expression, Meng Qingqing wanted to slap herself. Almost forgetting that he was a local expert, well-versed in the secrets of the projects, he surely did not need to exchange information. Why did I have to bring this up? Sensing Chen Feng's impending revelation, Meng Qingqing grew more anxious than he was, quickly covering for him. I understand now. You must intend to clear it with your own strength, right? Xiaohu, you truly impress me. Chen Feng scratched his head. Is that what I was thinking? Nevertheless, he decided to take the offered escape. Yes, That's precisely my intention. You're so gallant. Meng Chengqing thought she might retch at her own words. Yet she took the initiative to link her arm with Chen Feng's. You'll protect me, won't you? Of course. How curious. At that moment, Chen Feng internally scoffed. Why did Meng Chengqing's friendliness suddenly soar? Could it be due to his heroic act yesterday? With the same modeling, Lu Xiaohu, who had pursued his goddess for so long, had failed to win her over, while he, a mere comrade, had managed it in less than 3 days. Humph. It seems my previous life spent watching romantic anime like Kaguya-sama. Love is war, and your name was not in vain. Meng Chengqing certainly noticed the smug grin stretching wider than a dragon's maw on Chen Feng's face. If possible, she would have liked to tear that smug expression from him. But now, for the sake of survival, she could only feign cooperation and ignore it. Humph. Let you bask in your glory for a few days. Chapter 48. The clumsy teammate. Hey girls and boys, come play at the haunted paradise. Whenever the music plays, you know the party has begun. Bang, bang, let us ride the bumper cars, but be cautious of those rumbling vehicles. Hoop, hoop, let us catch the rabbits. And be kind to Mr. Rabbit. Accompanied by the theme song of the amusement park, Chen Feng and his companion arrived at the bumper car area. As they walked, Chen Feng caught a whiff of a peculiar odor. Do you smell that? He inquired. Meng Chengqing sniffed the air. Is it gasoline? Chen Feng deemed this assessment inaccurate. It resembles something burnt. At that moment, a group of tourists abruptly crowded in front of Chen Feng. Excuse me, please make way. Cutting in line? Chen Feng glanced over and noted 3 individuals, a rotund, greasy man, a middle-aged woman talking on her phone while carrying a bag, and a little boy with untied shoelaces, humming a cheerful tune. A quintessential family of 3. The little boy urged Mom. Hurry up, I want to go to the haunted house later. The middle-aged woman nodded. I know, just don't run off. Honey, is my phone broken? Why is there no signal? Unable to contain himself, Chen Feng tapped the greasy man on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, look at all these people waiting. Why are you cutting in line? The greasy man turned around, utterly unashamed. So what if I cut in? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Seriously? You think you have the right to skip the line? The middle-aged woman chimed in. Exactly, as an adult. Can't you let the child go first? Truly. It is said that one can often find a reflection of oneself in the company one keeps. Chen Feng's temper flared. I swear. He hadn't even finished his retort when Meng Chengqing suddenly grabbed his hand. Let it go, let it go. There's no need to be angry. We have plenty of time. That was more like it. The greasy man warned Meng Chengqing. Keep your boyfriend in check. If he doesn't clean up his mouth, he might get a beating. Following the altercation, Chen Feng, still perplexed, remarked, Chengqing, how can you tolerate this? Are you made of stone? Meng Chengqing leaned in closer and whispered into Chen Feng's ear. Think about it. The rides here can be perilous. Since they are eager to board together as a family, why not let them be? Her breath, warm and fragrant, brushed against his ear, sending an electric thrill through him. Chen Feng's mood brightened considerably. Now that's more like it. The proprietor of the bumper car attraction appeared to be a fiery figure, as if he had just escaped from the scene of a catastrophic accident. The rules were straightforward. 1. Each game accommodates 5 players, each of whom may select a white bumper car to operate. 2. Upon commencement, 5 black ghost cars will appear. 3. Unity is paramount when confronting the ghost cars. 4. White bumper cars are at risk of exploding after multiple collisions in a short span. It is exceedingly dangerous. 5. If players remain in the bumper cars when the game concludes, they will be rewarded with a game token. The bumper car arena was enclosed by fencing, spacious enough to measure approximately 800 square meters, roughly the size of 2 international basketball courts. Chen Feng observed the bumper cars numbered 1 to 5 at the stand, all in white, featuring elongated seats that could accommodate 2 individuals, a rubber steering wheel, and 2 square-foot pedals on either side of the vehicle's base. If I am not mistaken, there should be an accelerator and a brake. Chen Feng glanced at Meng Chengqing. Although the captain was no longer present, it was customary to inquire first. Chengqing, what do you think? Me? Meng Chengqing lifted her head, feeling a twinge of disdain. What a charade. You clearly know everything. Yet you still ask me? Such a superfluous act. However, to avoid arousing Chen Feng's suspicion, she candidly analyzed. I have noticed several discrepancies. Look, Rule 1 states that we each select a car, yet this bumper car can obviously accommodate 2 people. Considering Rule 4, which mentions that vehicles may explode, perhaps after an explosion, players without a car can board another, thus completing the task. Additionally, while Rule 1 specifies that we must choose white bumper cars, Rule 5 indicates that any bumper car suffices to clear the game. Drawing from my experience in hide and seek, perhaps the black ghost car is also drivable. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Well said. Please continue. Is this never-ending? Meng Chengqing retorted, somewhat irked. Have you noticed that the rule with 3 exclamation marks often signals a dead end? On the surface, it seems the way to succeed in this project is to keep the white car from being destroyed by the black ones until the end. There are 5 black cars, and we know that in a bumper car game, being besieged by multiple vehicles can lead to rapid successive collisions. Therefore, to avoid such a scenario, players must protect one another, which may indeed be what the rules refer to as unity. This project favors acquaintances. After her thorough analysis, Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Soon, the first group of tourists crossed the barrier and entered the arena. As the game commenced, an electronic dance tune erupted throughout the venue, and simultaneously, black curtains descended around them. Are they preventing us from seeing? Chen Feng tilted his ear to listen. The bass and drum beats of the music were overwhelming, only allowing faint sounds of the tourist screams, the collisions between vehicles, and the occasional explosion to be heard. No one knew what transpired inside. When the black curtains lifted, 5 white bumper cars remained, still awaiting new visitors, yet the players who had entered to play had vanished, all wiped out. Upon witnessing this, those who had been at the forefront turned pale and hastily chose to flee. As the queue thinned, the next group of tourists, a family of 3, along with Chen Feng and his companions, prepared to enter. I want to ride number 1. The boy dashed into the arena, swiftly claiming the first white car. At that moment, a middle-aged woman began to sense something was amiss. Honey, where did the previous tourists go? The greasy man dismissed her concern. It was so crowded in line, they must have exited through the back door. The middle-aged woman remained uneasy. But why did all the tourists in front of us run away? Perhaps they had an urgent matter to attend to. The greasy man comforted her. Dear, you are simply too tired. What could possibly happen in a bumper car game? Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Meng Chancheng had chosen bumper cars number 4 and 5, respectively. As Chen Feng gripped the steering wheel, he felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something significant. Just then, the owner waved his hand, and the black curtain descended once more. The vibrant neon lights illuminated the venue, accompanied by pulsating electronic dance music, as 5 black bumper cars, each marked with the number 15, made their entrance. Indeed, they resembled spectral vehicles. Where one would typically expect a license plate, there were 2 rows of white buck teeth. Instead of headlights, a pair of crimson eyes glowed ominously. It was difficult to fathom that facial features could be manifested on a car. And its chassis bore no wheels, but rather 4 robust legs, the skin resembling the hue of raw meat found in a market. The sight was utterly repulsive. Chen Feng spun the steering wheel, eager to distance himself from them. But as the music crescendoed, the ghostly vehicles lunged towards the 5 visitors like bears drawn to honey. A middle-aged woman shrieked, "Monsters!" Meanwhile, a greasy man laughed heartily. "Look at you, scared of nothing. They're just mechanical legs." With that, the greasy man charged his bumper car at the first ghost car, colliding with a resounding thud, causing it to roll back, eyes rolling in disarray. Unable to recover for a moment. "See, there's nothing to fear." The greasy man pressed on, crashing into the second ghost car, which similarly succumbed to dizziness. Yet this time, his vehicle emitted a wailing siren-like roar. Having read the rules, the man understood that he could not continue to collide in quick succession. So he evaded the ghost car for a while, and after a brief period, the cacophony subsided. Thus, Chen Feng began to grasp the mechanics of the game. The ghost cars would relentlessly pursue players throughout the duration of the game, and players could temporarily immobilize the ghost cars by crashing into them. However, repeated collisions would trigger a warning, indicating that further impacts were prohibited. Otherwise, as per the rules, an explosion would ensue. Was it truly that simple? Chen Feng chuckled, realizing that if everyone collaborated, each person focusing on one ghost car, success in this endeavor would be effortlessly attainable. How did the first batch of players manage to be utterly obliterated? At that moment, a dull thud resonated. Chen Feng leaned forward, feeling a sudden force jolt against his lower back. He had been struck. Was it a ghost car? When had it approached from behind? He turned his head to find a white car and the mischievous grin of a young boy. It was that little rascal, now sticking out his tongue, mocking Chen Feng. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Feng retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Get lost." The greasy man, overhearing this, immediately interjected, "You better watch your mouth. What kind of player are you?" At that moment, Chen Feng realized the source of his unease. A family of newcomers to the amusement park. They were oblivious to the dangers here, treating it as if it were a normal bumper car experience, continuously colliding with others, rather than collaborating. It was fortunate enough that they weren't causing further chaos. "Hey, buddy, those monsters are real." "What monsters?" "Never mind." Chen Feng understood that mentioning monsters would only elicit disbelief, so he opted for a different approach. "I concede. Can we join forces to combat the ghost cars?" However, the greasy man was indifferent, crashing into him instead. "How we play is none of your concern." Hearing the vehicle's alarm blaring, Chen Feng felt his blood pressure rise. This game is truly intriguing. It only informs me of the number of ghosts, yet it neglects to disclose how many pigs remain. Chapter 49, Utterly Delighted. Remember, this is of your own making. Chen Feng turned the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to create distance. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. The greasy man bellowed, "Son, don't let him escape." The boy, excited, wiped his nose and responded, got it. Surround him. Flank him from both sides." The father and son duo pursued Chen Feng from two directions, perhaps believing that an explosion merely meant a loud bang from the vehicle, aiming to intimidate the player into an early exit. Noticing the warnings blaring from Chen Feng's vehicle and sensing the mounting pressure from the front and rear assault, Meng Chengcheng instinctively cautioned, "Be careful." Chen Feng turned to see Meng Chengcheng, undeterred by the risk of collision, attempting to intercept the greasy man's car to alleviate the pressure on him. A warmth spread in his heart. It seemed this girl had genuinely developed feelings for him. However, at that moment, a previously frightened middle-aged woman suddenly charged out, shoving Meng Chengcheng aside. "Stay away from my husband." Well executed. The greasy man, witnessing this, laughed heartily. "I have a wife, do you?" With that, he lunged directly at Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the boy in the bumper car relentlessly pursued from behind. "Let us see where you think you can run." At this juncture, Chen Feng found himself in a precarious position, caught between a pincer movement. Even the legendary driver of Akina would likely meet his demise here. Yet, Chen Feng activated the Xian Weistand. In an instant, the entire area descended into a state of slow motion. Some may question how Chen Feng could accelerate while the car did not. Even if he spun the steering wheel 100 times in a second, what good would it do if the vehicle couldn't keep pace? Yet it is effective. Though the car could not accelerate, Chen Feng's strength was formidable. He leaped from the vehicle, initially intending to kick it away. But upon reflection, considering that a single punch could shatter bricks, he pondered the consequences of such a kick potentially causing the car to explode. Thus, he cautiously nudged the car to break free from the encirclement before returning to his seat and restoring time. What? The father and son, driving at full speed, felt a disorienting moment as the white car before them vanished in an instant, leaving only the two of them staring at each other. No. By the time they attempted to brake, it was too late. With a resounding crash, their vehicles collided head-on. A tremendous jolt surged from the front, causing both drivers to lose grip of the steering wheel, their bodies thrown into disarray, feeling as if they had been struck by a heavyweight boxer. But that was not the end. Having already collided with Chen Feng and now with each other, both vehicles emitted warning bells simultaneously. Farewell. Amidst the sound of tires screeching against the pavement, Chen Feng sped away. Meanwhile, the two, just recovering from the impact, heard the sound of bodies striking the ground. "The ghost car is coming. Run, run." The greasy man swerved the steering wheel, executing a sharp turn, successfully escaping the ghostly driver. Unfortunately, his elementary school son was not as fortunate. Another crash resounded. A phantom vehicle collided with the boy's white car, and in that instant, the warning bell rang out with an urgent intensity. If the previous sound had been a gentle ding-dong, it now transformed into a frantic ding-ding-ding-ding, reminiscent of a countdown timer for a bomb. Upon hearing this noise, the surrounding phantom vehicles immediately retreated from the boy. "Dad, my car is broken," the boy pleaded helplessly, gazing at his father. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator or turned the steering wheel, the vehicle remained unresponsive. The greasy man furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous attraction. After waiting in line for so long, it breaks down after just a couple of bumps. Dad, I haven't had enough fun yet." All right. Don't fuss. I'll take you for another ride shortly," the father reassured him. Joyfully, the boy raised his hands in celebration. But then, joy turned into chaos. With a deafening roar, a massive explosion erupted. The greasy man stood frozen, witnessing his child's car suddenly engulfed in flames that soared to an impressive height, accompanied by a searing heat wave and the acrid scent of burning. In an instant, the entire vehicle exploded, reducing metal fragments, tires, and the son, who never had a chance to scream, into charred remnants. "Child!" Both parents screamed in unison. The middle-aged woman, in a panic, slammed on the brakes and rushed toward the wreckage. However, halfway there, a phantom vehicle charged at her, extending its tongue and swallowing her whole with a swift motion. Crunch! 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 The phantom car spat out a pile of bone fragments. Wife!" the greasy man shouted, dodging the phantom vehicle behind him. At that moment, his hatred for Chen Feng reached its zenith. "You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew these were real monsters. Why didn't you tell us?" "Why? It's your fault they died." Meng Chengcheng, who had witnessed the entire scene, was left speechless. "Uncle, it was you who instigated this. It was also the monster that killed your wife. You dare not confront the monster, yet you place all the blame on us?" Chen Feng interjected, telling Meng Chengcheng not to waste her breath. "Why bother with him?" "Hey, uncle, it was indeed my doing. What are you going to do about it?" With fiery eyes, the greasy man retorted, "I'll fight you." Seeing the man charge at him with reckless abandon, Chen Feng remained unfazed. "Come on, let us go." The two vehicles collided with a loud crash, then separated, only to crash into each other once more. Ding, 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 ding. The countdown of the bomb echoed from both vehicles. "Do you think that since our cars are both totaled, we'll perish together? Not at all. Fool. I have a girlfriend. Do you still have a wife?" In a swift motion, Chen Feng leaped onto Meng Chengcheng's vehicle, leaving the greasy man bewildered and stranded. "No, don't come any closer," he yelled, taking large strides toward his wife's car, but two legs couldn't outrun four. As the greasy man was consumed by the phantom vehicle, Meng Chengqing adjusted her hair and remarked with annoyance, "Who is your girlfriend?" Chen Feng chuckled. "I was just teasing him. Human beings are peculiar creatures." Observing Chen Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Meng Chengqing felt a twinge of disappointment. However, this was not the time for such musings. The pressing question at hand was, what should they do next? Initially, the game was designed for 5 individuals to confront 5 monsters, with one person controlling a ghost car that would collide at intervals, ensuring no one would come to harm. Yet now, they found themselves in a scenario where one car faced 5 monsters. Should the monsters surround them, escape would be impossible. "Stay calm. The middle-aged woman's car is still operational," Chen Feng remarked, but scarcely had he finished speaking when a resounding crash echoed. The car was gone. Chen Feng fell into contemplation. In an amusement park, due to the disclosure of project details, penalties in the form of game coin deductions would be incurred. Hence, encountering inexperienced newcomers was an inevitable circumstance. It seemed unreasonable for the completion of a project to rely entirely on teammates. Surely, there must be a method for individual success. What could it be? Chen Feng recalled Meng Chengqing mentioning that they could play a game of hide-and-seek by seizing the black car. Indeed, the black car was a creature formed of flesh. Regardless of how many times it was struck, it would not explode. However, therein lay the problem. They were monsters, capable of devouring humans. Not to mention, any visitor who approached would be consumed immediately. Even if a visitor managed to incapacitate one momentarily and seize the opportunity to climb aboard, once it regained consciousness, a mere shake would send them tumbling off. How unfortunate it would be if they were dead. Wait a moment, dead? With my abilities, I could easily defeat them. Chen Feng's extraordinary intellect prompted him to realize it was time to employ his superhuman strength. But that would be inadvisable. Meng Chengqing was still present. Should I suddenly display overwhelming prowess, obliterating the monster with a single blow, it would be evident that I was not an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, his identity had already been compromised. Was there a way for an ordinary person to vanquish a monster? As he pondered, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. "I believe I know what to do." With that, he slammed the brakes, seized the steering wheel, and executed a sharp 180 turn. Meng Chengqing gasped in astonishment. "What are you doing heading towards the ghost car?" "Stop." Chapter 50. The home invasion. Seeing the bumper cars delivered right to their doorstep, the 5 ghost cars wasted no time, grinning broadly as they approached. This was madness, pure insanity. Meng Chengqing's expression turned to one of disbelief, but then she reconsidered. This individual would never commit suicide, so there must be a rationale behind his actions. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of 3 collisions, 3 ghost cars toppled to the ground, and their own vehicle emitted a frantic alarm. At this juncture, it would be prudent to exit the car and flee. Yet, Chen Feng showed no intent of retreating. He pressed the accelerator and charged towards the remaining 2 ghost cars. As she witnessed the frightened ghost cars retreating amidst the blaring alarms, Meng Chengqing had an epiphany. Of course, the bumper car arena was limited in size. To maintain their vehicle's integrity under the assault of 5 ghost cars was a fool's errand. Therefore, they must devise a way to eliminate the ghost cars. The 4th rule had clearly stated that the explosion of a white bumper car was highly dangerous. If it posed a threat to humans, would it not also be perilous to the ghost cars? Why do ghost cars become disoriented after being struck? Why do bumper cars not explode immediately, but rather have a countdown? Why do ghost cars retreat during this countdown? These are all hints. What are you waiting for? Run. Chen Feng rose, pulling the distracted Meng Chengqing with him as they leapt from the bumper car. Just as they evacuated, an explosion engulfed the surrounding dazed ghost cars. Mission accomplished. Chen Feng gestured an OK sign. Just as he had anticipated, the ghost cars affected by the explosion never awakened again. Choose a car and take a seat? Meng Chengqing grimaced. The surface of the ghost car's seat made from flesh-colored skin and the steering wheel resembling a pulsating biological organ, slimy and quite unsettling. I'll pass. The mission has already failed, and the game currency holds little significance now. Very well. As Chen Feng settled into the ghost car, he heard a system notification. Ding. Congratulations to the user for successfully signing into the thrilling amusement park's bumper car attraction. Done. Only one project remained, and they could indulge in 5 points of rewards. Departing from the bumper car attraction, the two faced a new dilemma. The low-difficulty projects, catching goldfish, shooting air guns, hide-and-seek, and bumper cars, had all been completed. The final task involved selecting between the more perilous options of dancing or masquerading as a doll, or attempting that peculiar ring toss. Chen Feng inquired, "Can you dance?" Meng Chengqing pondered for a moment. Does dancing shaman count? Probably not. Then I can't. Thus, they were left with the option of masquerading as dolls. Why not? Isn't the ring toss an option? Meng Chengqing suggested an alternative. Weren't you the one who analyzed it? The ring toss could be the most challenging project. After all, A sheep wouldn't mingle among a pack of wolves. In his previous life, Chen Feng had been a gaming streamer. So he understood well that when playing high-level matches in games like Honor of Kings or League of Legends, encountering an adorable avatar or charming name of a female player who selected a hero lacking skins and mastery meant impending doom. That was then, and this is now. Meng Chengqing couldn't help but mutter, with you as a local monster, aren't all projects equally perilous? That's a project with zero mortality. You wouldn't want to perish here, would you? Fine. Although unsure of where Meng Chengqing's confidence stemmed from, Chen Feng acquiesced. The ring toss project could be deemed the most chilling of all. Beneath an ancient gnarled tree, a vendor had drawn a horizontal line with chalk. On one end of the line lay plastic rings, while the other end featured a series of square pet cages, each containing a small white rabbit. White fur, red eyes. Short tail. Outwardly, they appeared utterly unremarkable. However, given the earlier experience with goldfish, no one dared to underestimate these creatures. The vendor was a giant rabbit, roughly the size of a human, munching on a carrot while holding a wooden sign detailing the rules. On the rule board, inscribed in red, were the following messages. 1 set captures a Mr. Rabbit. Reward, 1 game coin. Mr. Rabbit is quite hungry. Be kind to Mr. Rabbit. Do not be unkind to Mr. Rabbit. Following international conventions, Chen Feng turned to Cheng Cheng and inquired, what is your perspective? Meng Cheng shook her head, asserting, such stereotypes are misleading. Due to their high sugar and low fiber content, carrots are unsuitable for rabbits. I have kept rabbits before, and they prefer hay significantly more. Who asked you that? Chen Feng shrugged. It's merely a creature, it can eat whatever it wishes. As long as it hasn't gnawed on a human head, that's already a blessing. I'm asking you to analyze why there are only 4 rules this time. The zero mortality rate and the reduced number of rules filled Chen Feng with a sense of unease, suggesting that matters were far from straightforward. Meng Chengqing confidently declared, based on my analysis, I have no idea. What are you so proud of? Chen Feng observed for a while. Indeed. Any tourist ensnared in a cage would be rewarded with a game coin by the proprietor. Subsequently, the rabbit trapped within the cage would vanish. Where did it go? Had it returned to the tourist's home, or had it become invisible? Chen Feng recalled an encounter in a mental institution, where a patient spoke of being tormented by an invisible monster. Could it be the infamous Mr. Rabbit? With a gentle flick of the ring toss, he effortlessly ensnared a cage. At that moment, the cage's lock sprang open, and the little white rabbit leaped out, darting away and quickly disappearing into the night. What was it up to? Would it return for dinner? Chen Feng was utterly perplexed, momentarily doubting his own sanity, until the rabbit proprietor handed him the game coin, accompanied by a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, user, on successfully signing in to the Horror Park Ring Toss event. Congratulations, user, on completing the Horror Park sign-in. You have earned 5 system points. Is this how it concludes? Chen Feng felt as though he had just witnessed a film with an abrupt ending. At that moment, Meng Chengqing also completed her ring toss, cradling an empty space in her hands as she remarked, the rabbit is rather adorable. Huh, you can't see it? Each person must only be able to see their own rabbit. It was soon validated that Chen Feng's assumption was correct. Indeed, only the owner could perceive Mr. Rabbit. However, the issue arose that while others had their rabbits nearby, his had fled. Was it perhaps overwhelmed by his domineering presence? Chen Feng chuckled at his own folly, stating, well, we can leave now. Yes, let us prepare to depart. Ah, Meng Chengqing's expression suddenly shifted, and she cried out. Chen Feng focused his gaze to see a wound emerging on her arm. Meng Chengqing gasped. It is biting me. Chen Feng murmured, Rule 2. Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. Could it be that feeding Mr. Rabbit requires one's own flesh and blood? No wonder those who had participated in the ring toss appeared so unwell. It all made sense now. But why had his rabbit fled? Surely not. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Chen Feng. Cheng. I have an urgent matter and must return to my room. With that, he sprinted towards the hotel. A loud bang resonated. As Chen Feng had just shut the door to his room, he was startled by the alert from the transformation system. Warning, your essence is under attack. In a modest internet cafe, on the 2nd floor's staff dormitory, Chen Feng felt a sudden pang of pain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a white rabbit gnawing at his face. Chapter 51. Mr. Rabbit. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, dripping steadily onto the floor. It was August, during the sultry heat of summer, and the air was stifling. Yet Chen Feng was drenched in cold sweat. He had presumed that playing with a low-level character would allow him to frolic freely, thinking that even death would be inconsequential. After all, it was Lu Xiaohu who would perish, not him, Chen Feng. To his utter astonishment, a creature had managed to transcend the form of Lu Xiaohu and locate his true self directly. Truly, one should not tempt fate. Even if one is not meant to die, it is wise to remain cautious. After draining Chen Feng's blood, Mr. Rabbit grinned widely, cackling with an eerie, sinister laugh that was difficult to describe, dry, chilling, and malevolent. sending shivers down one's spine with each syllable. Is that laughter meant for your mother? Chen Feng scoffed. He had once fantasized about acquiring a spirit pet through the system, perhaps a dragon, as dragon riders were undeniably impressive. However, nurturing a rabbit was hardly appealing. Though he bore no particular disdain for rabbits, his preferences leaned towards those that were spicy or braised. I do not know how you found me, but you are most unwelcome here. With that, Chen Feng extended his left hand, grasping Mr. Rabbit by its long ears and lifting it. He then swung his right hand back, delivering a powerful punch that turned Mr. Rabbit into a flat pancake. Yet, this was not the end. Chen Feng flung the rabbit pancake to the ground and stomped on it twice with great force, ensuring it lay completely motionless before he ceased. This posed a dilemma. Despite having vanquished the creature, Chen Feng wore a grave expression, void of any triumph. After encounters with the landlady, the nurse, and the black cat, if he still believed that dispatching a monster would be so simple, he must have been quite foolish. You haven't perished, have you? Chen Feng muttered to the air. Before long, the flattened rabbit began to writhe, inflating and reconstituting itself into Mr. Rabbit once more. I knew it would be like this, Chen Feng thought, his expression reflecting his realization. The phenomenon of resurrection, even in the realm of cultivation, typically necessitated soul possession or reincarnation, yet here, it seemed all too commonplace. What other monsters in Cihang City were capable of revival? Mr. Rabbit cackled with delight, its red eyes fixated on Chen Feng, seemingly mocking his helplessness. Chen Feng felt a surge of indignation. Am I truly being mocked by a rabbit? Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that Mr. Rabbit appeared even larger than before. Even with resurrection, there should be limitations. For instance, the landlady would exhaust her magical energy, rendering her incapable of reviving once depleted. However, this little creature was a tale of horror, a being that operated under its own rules, possibly devoid of such magical constraints. For instance, the nurse can only resurrect at a designated location. Once outside the hospital, there is no recourse. Yet, this little creature astonishingly manages to revive beyond the confines of the amusement park, appearing to defy any spatial limitations. Alternatively, consider the black cat, which requires the corpse to remain relatively intact. If it were to be obliterated by a grenade, resurrection would be futile. Indeed, since you and the black cat originated from the same realm, could it be that my previous attempts at destruction were insufficiently thorough? Without hesitation, Chen Feng grasped Mr. Rabbit by the ears and descended the stairs, undeterred by the creature's attempts to bite him. This little being possessed quite a formidable bite. While the piranha's nip merely left a white mark on my hand, this one drew blood. Upon reaching the first floor's beverage bar, Chen Feng retrieved a knife used for cutting lemons. With a swift motion, he sliced Mr. Rabbit into pieces smaller than dumpling filling. Yet, he was not finished. He gathered the fragments of Mr. Rabbit's skin into a bag, took some tissue and a lighter, and headed straight for the third floor. On his way, he encountered a plump fellow who, noticing the abundance of paper Chen Feng carried, kindly cautioned, "Goodness, Brother Feng, exercise moderation. One might say this will turn everything to ashes. Go on with your business." Upon arriving on the third floor, Chen Feng ignited the fire and incinerated Mr. Rabbit. As he gazed upon the charred remains, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If it were to resurrect now, that would be truly remarkable. And indeed, Mr. Rabbit was remarkably resilient. To Chen Feng's astonishment, the charred remains began to stir, coalescing into a form that sprouted flesh and fur, eventually transforming back into a white rabbit. Now larger than before, at least twice its previous size. Each time it was slain, it returned in a more formidable guise. Chen Feng initially contemplated killing it once more to test the limits of its resurrection, but hesitated, fearing that he might soon face a rampaging giant rabbit. Frustrated, Chen Feng lamented the burden of this creature, which drained a bit of his vitality each day. Presently, physical attacks proved ineffective. Typically, when dealing with an unwelcome pet, one might consider abandonment. However, this little creature had traversed from the amusement park to the happy internet cafe with remarkable tracking prowess. Unless he could somehow return to Earth, Chen Feng realized he was unlikely to rid himself of it in this lifetime. Was it possible that Mr. Rabbit was not merely a creature, but rather a curse? Despite such thoughts, Chen Feng was reluctant to employ the protection of Lu Sun, whether confronting the nurse's notebook or the director's curse. Lu Sun's protective measures had never yielded satisfaction in matters of disappointment. After finally accruing a substantial number of points, he was unwilling to squander them here. Perhaps restarting the game? The thought of reloading crossed his mind, but the process was indeed tedious. First, he would need to redo those infuriating tasks to rescue his avatar from the amusement park. Secondly, the insufferable Lin he would resurrect, and his rapport with Meng Chengcheng would reset to 0. Additionally, he would lose the single point accumulated from the training plan and have to restart the countdown to idleness. It felt like a tremendous loss. The most terrifying prospect for Chen Feng was the fear that upon reloading, he might turn around and find Mr. Rabbit right beside him. Such a scenario was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Chen Feng, indeed, possessed another means of mutual destruction. He contemplated summoning Director Niu, employing poison against poison, and infecting the rabbit with the self-igniting curse. Yet, he pondered whether a creature incapable of human speech would be influenced by such a curse. At a loss for alternatives, Chen Feng resolved to revert to his secondary account. After all, Mr. Rabbit had already dined, and it was unlikely he would attack again in the near future. Upon returning to the terrifying amusement park, Chen Feng intended to seek out Meng Chengcheng for an escape, only to discover that her room had been vacated. Had she fled? Was he so easily abandoned? Was the vessel of friendship so fragile? Chen Feng first visited the dining hall, hoping to exchange information regarding Mr. Rabbit. But when others heard it concerned the ring toss, they all shook their heads in dismay. It appeared there was but one recourse left: to seek aid from the survivor within the organization. For having completed all levels, he should possess the means to assist. Following the visitor's guide, Chen Feng made his way to the exit. Upon arrival, he was met with a thunderous roar overhead. Glancing up, he was astonished to see the colossal, red-eyed creature he had encountered upon entering the amusement park had come to life. Mate, you're not inflatable, are you? Chen Feng's eyes widened as he watched the creature extend its tongue, licking him up and down. After confirming that Chen Feng had experienced 5 attractions, the gigantic red-eyed monster nodded in satisfaction and allowed the drenched Chen Feng to leave. As for those who had not completed the challenges and still harbored fantasies of escape, they likely found themselves within the creature's belly. Chapter 52. The overlooked 5th rule. Meng Chengcheng was uncertain whether to consider herself fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, her team had been assigned an exceedingly challenging task, far beyond their capabilities, resulting in the untimely demise of both the seasoned priest and the formidable captain. On the other hand, the enigmatic entity possessing Lu Xiaohu had willingly taken her on a rampage, only to concoct an excuse to leave immediately after completing all the tasks. And she, having skillfully exploited the situation, had managed to discard him. I have survived. The moment she stepped through the amusement park's gates and confirmed the collection of her game tokens, Meng Chengcheng breathed a sigh of relief. As a medium, one's soul undergoes refinement through brushes with death. Having narrowly escaped this calamity, she felt herself advancing, perhaps soon to ascend to an intermediate level of mediumship. However, prior to that, one troublesome matter required resolution. Meng Chengcheng glanced at the peculiar rabbit, its mouth stained with blood, cackling incessantly. She hailed a taxi driver to the Guangming Hospital in Nanshan District. The PACD organization's base was disguised as a tertiary hospital located in the Nanshan District of Cihang City. Beneath this facade lay a vast underground shelter. The true essence of the base: metal detectors, blood sampling, fingerprint verification, and infrared full-body scans. After navigating through multiple procedures, Meng Chengcheng successfully entered the inner sanctum of the base. Highly classified and heavily fortified, this was PACD. Rumors suggested that within the base lay a nuclear warhead, which would trigger immediate self-destruction should it be besieged by aberrant creatures. As she passed through a completely enclosed white corridor, a languid, bubbly voice echoed, "Cheng, you're back." The speaker donned a shoulder-bearing short-sleeved t-shirt paired with an exaggeratedly short pleated skirt, accentuating her stunningly ample bosom and curvaceous pear-shaped figure. The appearance of this blonde vixen caused Meng Chengcheng's previously buoyant spirits to plummet to an abyss. "India, why are you still out so late?" India, a seer skilled in tarot card divination, elicited a familiar annoyance in Meng Chengcheng. It is often said that those in the same profession can be rivals, and Chengcheng harbored a particular disdain for these fortune-tellers, who relied on ambiguous rhetoric and colorful cards to deceive others, devoid of any real skill. India chuckled lightly, her tone dripping with playful mockery. "Don't be so formal. Chengcheng, I heard you took on that terrifying amusement park mission. I'm quite concerned for you. After all, agents who dare to venture into the horror park often meet a grim fate. But seeing you return safely puts my mind at ease. With your prowess as the youngest medium in Cihang City, you must have completed the mission successfully." Annoyance washed over Meng Chengcheng, her face fluctuating between shades of green and red in embarrassment. She was willing to wager that India had employed her foresight to predict her failure and had deliberately awaited her return to relish in her misfortune. Why else would she be at the base so late on a weekend? Green tea, wretched wench, harlot, Chengcheng thought, dismissing India's sardonic tone. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us talk later." Urgent matters? India drew a card and scrutinized it closely. The devil, reversed. This indicates you are entangled with a monster, but since it's reversed, you will soon discover a solution. Let me guess. You're seeking the survivor from that amusement park, right? He has joined the organization and is currently undergoing synthetic human training. You'll find him in Zone E. The PACD base comprises 6 major zones: S, A, B, C, and D, accessible only to agents of the corresponding level. Trainee agents like Lu Xiaohu are confined to the lowest Zone E. The The synthetic human training involves groups of 5 trainee agents engaging in close combat with captured synthetic humans to enhance their real-world experience. Damn, how can a mere piece of paper be so accurate? Cheng Cheng fumed internally but maintained a smile. Thank you, goodbye. Guided by India. Meng Cheng Cheng swiftly located the fabled survivor in the Grand Hall of Zone E. However, the encounter was far from what she had envisioned. In her mind, the survivor would likely be a bespectacled scholar, someone exceedingly intelligent to have escaped the myriad traps of the horror park, perhaps even bald from overthinking. Yet, the individual before her was a delicate, doll-faced beauty with an enchanting appearance. I am Meng Cheng Cheng, an agent just returned from the horror park. May I inquire if you are the one who escaped from there? Yes, I'm Jiang Dai, the survivor from the horror park, came the soft, melodious reply, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. Meng Cheng Cheng was taken aback. Before her stood a delicate young girl who, astonishingly, had navigated the perils of the haunted amusement park all on her own. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. As Meng Cheng Cheng was about to inquire further, Jiang Dai calmly articulated her analysis. Having just returned from the haunted amusement park without reporting your mission, your haste to find me indicates an urgent matter at hand. Although you have departed, the issue remains unresolved, which can only pertain to Mr. Rabbit, am I correct? Meng Cheng Cheng nodded affirmatively. Jiang Dai, unperturbed, asked, where is Mr. Rabbit? Meng Cheng Cheng gestured toward a spot in the air, stating, right here. Hold him, but he bites. Hold him. All right, fine. She gently stroked the rabbit's head, attempting to groom its fur. Meng Cheng Cheng hesitated, but as she caressed Mr. Rabbit, she discovered his fur was indeed quite pleasant to touch, soft, warm, and comforting. To her surprise, after receiving Meng Cheng Cheng's kindness, Mr. Rabbit swiftly transformed. The eerie, cackling laughter morphed into pitiful moans. Effective, truly effective. Meng Cheng Cheng was bewildered. Why is this happening? Jiang Dai explained. It's a matter of reverse psychology. Have you ever killed Mr. Rabbit? Each time he is slain, he grows stronger. Conversely, the more kindness you show him, the weaker he becomes. It dawned on Meng Cheng Cheng that merely adhering to the prescribed rules of kindness towards Mr. Rabbit could lead to his demise. Enlightened, she pondered why no one had thought of this before. Jiang Dai sighed, seemingly exasperated by Meng Cheng Cheng's lack of insight. Alas, if it were that simple, the ring toss wouldn't be the most challenging attraction in the park. Are you suggesting this isn't enough? Being kind to Mr. Rabbit will only weaken him. To truly defeat him, you will need a 5th rule. The 5th rule? Meng Cheng Cheng paused, puzzled. For the ring toss game clearly had only 4 rules. Jiang Dai urged, think again. There is indeed a 5th rule. You just haven't discovered it yet. Meng Cheng Cheng meticulously recalled the rules of the ring toss. 1. Catch one Mr. Rabbit to earn a game token. 2. Mr. Rabbit is quite hungry. 3. Be kind to Mr. Rabbit. 4. Do not harm Mr. Rabbit. The first rule outlined the game content. The second hinted at Mr. Rabbit's propensity to attack the host. The third provided a method to weaken him, and the fourth cautioned visitors against attacking him, lest he grow stronger. One rule was missing. In every other attraction, there existed a rule marked with 3 exclamation points, yet the ring toss had none. Why was that? Just as Meng Cheng Cheng pondered this conundrum, a familiar voice resonated. It turns out the rule for killing Mr. Rabbit has long been provided to us. Meng Cheng Cheng spun around abruptly, her complexion drained, as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Lu Xiaohu. How had he managed to detect this place? Chapter 53. The Reverse Knight of the Holy Grail. A hint of a smile graced Jiang Dai's face. You have grasped it? Chen Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, affirming. Thank you, I understand now. Jiang Dai nodded knowingly. I am aware that you understand. Meng Cheng Cheng was able to engage in fleeting conversations with the deceased. However, after eavesdropping on their dialogue, she nearly became dizzy. What do you both know? Chen Feng wore an expression of disbelief, reminding her. The Visitor's Guide. Did you forget? Visitor's Guide? Meng Cheng Cheng pondered for a moment, recalling a highlighted rule within it. The amusement park is a place of joy. Crying is strictly prohibited. Wait. 3 exclamation marks. Could this be the 5th rule? Jiang Dai revealed the answer. Haven't you noticed that Mr. Rabbit has been smiling all along? That is a hint. What it fears is tears. If you shed tears upon it, it will certainly perish. Although she had received an answer, Meng Cheng Cheng, regarded as a genius by her peers, felt quite vexed at being perceived as foolish. This explanation is rather forced. You must be guessing too, right? Unfazed by the direct challenge, Jiang Dai replied, not convinced? By the looks of you, it seems you have never experienced the maze, roller coaster, or haunted house. Those high-difficulty attractions, have you? Chen Feng exclaimed. How did you know? Jiang Dai elaborated. In the haunted house, visitors must not look back. Yet during the game, the owner will continuously create illusions to tempt visitors to turn around. The only way to overcome this is to adhere to the closing time stated in the Visitor's Guide. As long as you endure until the game ends, you will succeed. Indeed, Chen Feng had already learned this during the exchange of information. Jiang Dai continued. As for the maze, visitors must find the exit under the guidance of imposters. Some will tell the truth, while others will lie. The method of discernment is outlined in the first rule of the visitor's guide. Check if the imposters possess the guide. She mentioned the roller coaster and dancing. I understand now, Chen Feng interjected. You mean the escape routes for those challenging attractions are all concealed within the visitor's guide? Jiang Dai turned to Meng Chengqing. Now? Do you still think it was luck? Meng Chengqing lowered her head, somewhat convinced. The matter was satisfactorily resolved. Chen Feng then spoke up. Now? Shouldn't we discuss our own affairs? Our affairs? This prompted Chen Feng to express his frustration. Chengqing, you really weren't considerate at all. Leaving me alone in the amusement park and running off. I was in a hurry to report on the mission. Meng Chengqing crossed her arms, feeling anxious. Little tiger, how did you find this place? I encountered a kind-hearted individual. A kind-hearted individual? Who? That would be me. With a bubbly and alluring voice, India greeted them, sashaying over. A few minutes prior, after undergoing a series of inspections, Chen Feng found himself wandering aimlessly in the corridor, akin to a headless fly. Although he sought the so-called survivors, the base was simply too expansive. Frankly speaking, Chen Feng did not even know the names of the survivors, having inherited only a portion of Lu Xiaohu's memories. Managing to navigate the base without losing my way is already a stroke of luck. What should I do next? Thankfully, he had a nose right beneath his eyes. Just as he was fretting, he suddenly spotted a blonde beauty approaching. Is this figure truly a reality? Chen Feng was no stranger to beauty. Figures such as Shi Qingqing and Meng Chengqing were undoubtedly stunning. However, the enchanting presence before him, with her alluring pear-shaped silhouette, was a vision he had only encountered in certain comics and 3D realms. Moreover, her attire was tantalizingly revealing, and her demeanor exuded affluence and generosity. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he chanced upon her on the street, he could follow her for 20 meters, captivated. As he gazed at her, she returned his scrutiny with equal intensity. India carefully assessed the individual before her. Wasn't this the clingy sycophant who trailed after Meng Chengqing? Lu Xiaohu, if memory served, had reportedly gone so far as to enroll in a perilous amusement park mission just to gain her favor. Contemplating this, India nearly blurted out, "You're still alive?" Just the previous day, she had performed a divination for Captain Wu and his entourage, apart from Meng Chengqing. The cards drawn for the others were the upright Death and the upright Ten of Swords. Death, being the 13th major arcana, was inherently ominous. And coupled with the Ten of Swords, which symbolized absolute demise and failure, it foretold an inevitable fatality for Captain Wu's team, with no hope of return. In stark contrast, Meng Qingqing's reading revealed the reversed Death card, alongside the reversed Knight of Cups. While death typically signifies mortality, its reversed form suggests a glimmer of hope amidst despair. That hope resided in the Knight of Cups, which, although it usually symbolizes a trustworthy protector, when reversed, signifies betrayal. Based on India's extensive experience, it seemed likely that Meng Chengqing had been rescued by a deceiver. That wretched girl truly possessed an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, straying from the main point, the fact remained that everyone else had drawn cards foretelling death. This led to the disconcerting conclusion that, apart from Meng Chengqing, the others should be beyond salvation. So how was one still alive? Had she miscalculated? India wore an expression of uncertainty, unlike spirit summoning, which offers clear and definitive insights. Divination often yielded ambiguous results. The same card could be interpreted in myriad ways by different practitioners. Perhaps she had misread the signs, and Lu Xiaohu had simply been fortunate enough to survive. Just as India contemplated this, she realized her initial assessment was incorrect. Chen Feng greeted her. "Excuse me, beautiful. May I ask you something?" This individual was certainly not Lu Xiaohu. As India's rival and frequent sparring partner with Meng Chengqing, she was well aware that Lu Xiaohu would not fail to recognize her. So, was this a creature masquerading in Lu Xiaohu's guise? That wretched Meng Chengqing had actually brought a monster to the base? She resolved to report this to her superiors, certain it would spell trouble for Meng Chengqing. India smirked, her expression imbued with a charming allure that left Chen Feng entranced. Her smile was sweet. At this moment, Chen Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his undergarments had been inadvertently exposed. "Do you know if the organization recently returned a survivor from the Terror Amusement Park?" he inquired. "Indeed, handsome. They are in Zone E," she replied. "Thank you, handsome. I'm also headed to Zone E. May I escort you there?" "Certainly." "Is it true that you brought Xiaohu here?" Meng Chengqing asked incredulously. "What? You no longer want your devoted admirer?" India replied with a triumphant gaze at Meng Chengqing, her eyelashes fluttering as if to say, "I am aware of your collusion with the monster. Prepare for the consequences." It seemed that Lu Xiaohu recognized this blonde girl. At that moment, Chen Feng began to sense that something was amiss. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the hall. "Attention! Attention! Level 1 alert. A humanoid has breached containment in Zone E. All personnel, remain vigilant." Chapter 54. It was clearly me first, accompanied by the heart-stopping sound of the alarm. Countless grotesque humanoids surged into the E-Zone hall, skins sewn with thread, possessing only a single eye, and faces adorned with peculiar growths. Chen Feng had previously only encountered expressionless humanoids, but this was indeed an eye-opening experience. The escape of humanoids? Meng Chengsheng felt a sense of foreboding. Humanoids were indeed the most common, the lowest tier of monsters. Yet, even the weakest of monsters possessed strength exceeding that of an average person by at least twofold. Although that may not seem significant, strength is not a matter of simple arithmetic. 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. To illustrate, people often regard a person 1.6 meters tall as short, while towering 2-meter Yao Ming is seen as a giant. However, the numerical difference between them is less than 50%. If a person of 1.6 meters were to double in size to 3.2 meters, how many 1.6 meter individuals could it overpower? Chen Feng could relate. Having witnessed 5 specially trained officers nearly topple a humanoid during training at the Happy Internet Cafe, and that was with a humanoid that had vulnerabilities. Now, with so many humanoids escaping, it was likely that many lives would be lost. Help! Don't kill me! Security! 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 The rookie agents in the E-Zone hall, inexperienced and untested in battle, had never encountered such chaos. In an instant, the sounds of running, cursing, and cries for help intertwined, plunging the entire base hall into disarray. Yet, peaked recruits exceptional talents, and not everyone is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Amidst the chaos, a flash of yellow darted past. A burly man, wrapped in a yellow scarf with inward converging pupils, bellowed as he unleashed a powerful punch, infused with a gust of wind, sending a humanoid flying. However, there was more than one humanoid in the hall. Confronted with the relentless tide of humanoids, the man's face flushed crimson, his entire being radiating a golden aura. As if enveloped in a suit of golden armor, no matter how the humanoids attacked, they could not inflict any harm. Meng Chengqing exclaimed, "What an impressive skill." Based solely on his brute strength, this cross-eyed giant could easily be rated as a sea-level agent. India blinked her eyes, saying, "It is said that this cohort has produced 2 monstrous newcomers, and this strong man, Zhou Yi, is one of them. He is rumored to embody the yellow turban warrior, possessing not only immense strength, but also indestructibility. Today, it is evident that such claims are true." Meng Chengqing inquired, "Who is the other monster?" India cast a glance at Jiang Dai without speaking, but everyone understood the implication. Though Zhou Yi displayed remarkable bravery, he found himself at a disadvantage against the multitude of impostors in the hall, his strength insufficient to overcome their sheer numbers. As Zhou Yi became ensnared in a fierce struggle, Meng Chengqing retreated and remarked, "It is the weekend and night time. Most agents are not at the base. We should leave swiftly before security arrives." Chen Feng sighed. It is too late to leave now. For a formidable impostor, possessing a head twice the size of an ordinary person, had set its gaze upon them. The oversized impostor moved with alarming speed, swiftly approaching the 4 individuals. Realizing that he could not remain passive, Chen Feng stepped forward to confront the monstrous figure. The giant impostor momentarily hesitated, clearly taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to approach rather than flee. It charged at Chen Feng, intent on knocking him to the ground, only to receive a crushing blow in return. The impact was instantaneous. With a sickening sound, the creature's skull shattered, and it collapsed lifelessly. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing impostor was reduced to a mere shell of its former self, and the onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. One strike? Is that all it took? Meng Chengqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze akin to that of a startled chicken egg. Although Zhou Yi's raw strength was impressive, it paled in comparison to Chen Feng's recent display of power. Jiang Dai, too, was taken aback, her calm demeanor contrasting with the surprise reflected in her eyes. She had long suspected Chen Feng possessed considerable skill, yet she had not anticipated such formidable prowess. Meanwhile, adhering to his principle of seeing things through to the end, Chen Feng approached Zhou Yi, dispatching 2 more impostors with ease to relieve his companion's predicament. Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up to the air and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thanks. I haven't eaten today, so I'm a bit weak. I'm here. Where should I go?" Chen Feng inquired, "Why haven't you eaten at this late hour?" Zhou Yi explained, "I just watched a video where an expert said it's bad to eat on an empty stomach." "Then you might as well starve," Chen Feng replied, realizing that his companion was rather simple-minded. As their conversation unfolded, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the hall. A squad of armed soldiers burst into the room. The security team had arrived. Under their covering fire, the unruly impostors were swiftly reduced to mere targets. The onlookers were startled. The security captain scanned the area and suddenly spotted the 2 stunning women from the base, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Chengqing, you're back. I knew you could handle it." "Yes." "Miss India, are you uninjured?" "Yes." In response to the captain's cordial inquiries, the 2 women, preoccupied with their own thoughts, offered only perfunctory replies. Meng Chengqing regretted having abandoned Chen Feng, while India pondered the implications of the reversed Knight of Cups, symbolizing a deceiver. It dawned on her that this false Lu Xiaohu was indeed the duplicitous knight. No wonder that Meng Chengcheng had returned from the terrifying amusement park alive. She had latched onto such a formidable ally. India was suddenly struck by a mad idea. Regardless of whether the other party was a monster or not, such an impressive knight must be won over. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. As previously mentioned, Peaked operates in groups of 5. Unlike Meng Chengcheng, who flaunts her genius and considers herself superior. Looking down on others as a lone wolf, India preferred to form alliances, joining forces with the strong. If she could recruit him into her small team, even an A-level mission could be attempted. With this thought, India kindly said, "Handsome?" Chen Feng couldn't help but shiver. "Handsome? Me?" Although Lu Xiaohu was not unattractive, he hardly reached the level of being called handsome. "Yes." India grasped Chen Feng's hand, her voice soft and even slightly coquettish. It was already 11 p.m. Would he like to join her for a late-night snack? "India, what do you mean?" Meng Qingqing's frosty gaze indicated her displeasure. "I was the one who met him first. Whether it's the real Lu Xiaohu or the fake one, I knew him before you. Why should you be the one to have a late-night meal with him?" "It's just a meal," she continued. "Lu Xiaohu is my friend, and if anyone is to dine with him, it should be me." What was happening here? Observing the tense confrontation between the two beautiful women, the security captain was also taken aback. Everyone in the base knew about Lu Xiaohu's infatuation. It was common knowledge that, given Meng Qingqing's proud nature, she would never be interested in someone like Lu Xiaohu. Thus, privately, they all regarded him as a joke. Yet today, the newly promoted C-level agent, India, was actually flirting with Lu Xiaohu, and Meng Chengcheng, the genius medium, was feeling jealous? Was this the ultimate fate of a devoted admirer? Chapter 55, The Moment Has Arrived. As night descended, Meng Chengcheng, India, Chen Feng, Zhou Yi, and Jiang Dai strolled beneath the streetlights. India, holding her forehead, wondered why everyone had come out when she had only invited one person. Jiang Dai explained her intentions. "I wish to join your team." India felt perplexed. A newcomer with your potential surely lacks for teams. "But I conducted a survey, and among all the teams willing to accept and turn agents, yours is the optimal choice." "How did you find out?" "I visited the archives and investigated the attendance records from recent years. Your team has never had a casualty." "Of course, with my prophetic abilities, how could we possibly fail?" Being praised as the strongest newcomer made India feel a bit pleased, and she couldn't resist taking a jab at Meng Chengcheng. "A petty triumph," Meng Chengcheng muttered inwardly. India turned her gaze to Zhou Yi. "And you? Do you wish to join us as well?" Zhou Yi, with a simple-minded demeanor, stated, "I'm hungry. I want to eat." "All right, I understand," India replied, truly a simple creature. India then turned to her rival, concealing her malice beneath a smile. "Chengcheng, you just returned. Don't you need to report on your mission? Planning to steal my prized asset?" "Not a chance." Meng Chengcheng, pulling Chen Feng along, cleverly replied, "You're right, Lu Xiaohu. Let us return and file our report." India's smile froze, and she could only say, "It's quite late. You can report tomorrow." At that moment, after walking for quite some time, Chen Feng could not help but inquire, "Is the restaurant we are heading to nearby?" India denied, "Not at all." Chen Feng shrugged, "Then why must we walk?" Zhou Yi innocently remarked, "What's wrong with walking?" Chen Feng was momentarily speechless. "It's not that it's impossible, but I see a subway station right beside us." Jiang Dai explained, "Cihang subway station has an exit number 8, which is one of the largest gathering places for ghost stories in this city." Chen Feng scratched his head. In that case, taking the bus would suffice. However, the last midnight bus in Cihang City is not meant for the living but for the dead. How about taking a tram? Surely that's acceptable? Are you certain? It's 11 o'clock at night. It's rumored that riding the tram at this hour may lead you to a ghostly platform. Chen Feng had never imagined that getting a late-night snack could be so troublesome. If the sign-in system or the benevolent system were still with him, he would have triggered at least 4 tasks by now. If all else fails, I could spend a little money and hail a taxi. There is a monster named Lunruta that disguises itself as a taxi wheel, leading passengers to desolate places to harm them. Is this what you mean? Chen Feng pointed at a taxi before him, where a bald, grotesquely ugly old man's head was glaring at them from the wheel. India's smile instantly stiffened. That's it. This is Cihang City. Even stepping out for a pack of cigarettes, one can encounter 5 different kinds of monsters. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to such sights. Meng Qingqing's expression darkened. "I suddenly have no appetite. You all can eat." India lowered her voice, reaching an unexpected consensus with her nemesis for the first time. "I just remembered I need to lose weight. How about we postpone?" Chen Feng felt that returning in such a dejected manner would be rather embarrassing, now that monsters are before us, as agents tasked with countering them. "Is running away the only option?" Jiang Dai reminded. "Are you sure?" Lunruta is a B-grade monster with the ability to petrify, devour souls, and manipulate flames. What we see is merely its disguised form. Its true body stands over 3 meters tall, and crushing us would be as simple as rolling over a speed bump. "Oh, if you put it that way," Chen Feng declared firmly, "my luck isn't great today. Let us give it a pass. Although their late-night snack plans had fallen through, they hadn't come away empty-handed. Jiang Dai had successfully latched onto a powerful ally. India had secured the strongest newcomer for the team, and Meng Chengqiang had thwarted a potential disaster. Even Chen Feng had gathered considerable information about the monsters when the task system next activated. These chilling creatures would transform into warm points. Only Zhou Yi had come away empty-handed, his stomach growling. But did anyone care? No. If I take out that will, can I finally eat? Zhou Yi pulled out a yellow handkerchief from his pocket and took a couple of steps forward. But upon seeing the ghostly flame and the expressionless dead head on the wheel, he ultimately turned and hurriedly followed the others. Never mind. Chen Feng chuckled at the sight. This kid isn't foolish, huh? In the following days, Chen Feng first attended the task report with Meng Chengqiang. Upon learning the true circumstances, the organization elevated the difficulty of the Terror Paradise mission from B to A. Subsequently, Chen Feng utilized the organization's archives to investigate two matters. The first, undoubtedly, pertained to the intelligence regarding Director Niu. Chen Feng vividly recalled the 3 instances in which he had been ambushed at the archive point and killed by the adversary. This vendetta must be avenged. After successfully logging into the computer, Chen Feng entered Niu's name and swiftly located the following details. Monster name: Niu Mian. Type: Urban Legend. Threat level: A. Description: Director of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Leader of the Sacred Cow Sect, who indoctrinates the citizens of Cihang City under the guise of preaching the apocalypse. Data 1. Victims killed by Niu Mian often exhibit signs of incineration. You must attain at least D-level agent status to access Data 2. You must reach at least A-level agent status to access Data 5. As a trainee agent, Chen Feng's permissions only granted access to the most rudimentary files. Thus, to acquire more information, he sought assistance from Meng Chengqiang. Chengqiang, do you know any A-level agents? Upon learning Chen Feng's intentions, Meng Chengqiang shook her head. I don't know any. Even if I did, they wouldn't assist you. That would be a violation of protocol, and being discovered by the organization could lead to expulsion. This unequivocal refusal did not dishearten Chen Feng, as he astutely noted. Your assertion that they wouldn't assist me implies that you are willing to help. Is that not so? Meng Chengqiang hesitated. Well, Chen Feng interjected. If being discovered is a violation, then remaining undetected would mean no violation at all. You're twisting words. Meng Chengqiang retorted. Let me ask you, do you wish to become an A-level agent? Of course. Meng Chengqiang had just learned of India's promotion to C-level today, and the thought of being labeled a genius while being overshadowed by India drove her to the brink of madness. Then let us consider how you might ascend to A-level. Meng Chengqiang pondered for a moment. Aside from gradual accumulation, killing 1,000 foe beings, the only way is to complete an A-level mission. You're not suggesting. Indeed, I plan to take you on an A-level mission. Chen Feng was aware that following his display of prowess that day, his identity had been compromised. The matter of his transformation abilities must remain confidential. Fortunately, over the past few days, Chen Feng had come to learn of the extraordinary individuals inhabiting this world. Hence, he deceived Meng Chengqiang into believing he was a spiritual adept capable of turning the deceased into avatars. I trust you, being as clever as you are. Have discerned that I am not Xiaohu. Indeed, Xiaohu perished long ago, but do not misconstrue, I was not his killer. Meng Chengqiang nearly retorted. I already knew that, but instead altered her response. I believe you would never deceive me. Her absolute trust, coupled with a delicate tone and her sparkling eyes, would have rendered Lu Xiaohu utterly captivated had he been in her presence. Yet Chen Feng mused, is she so easily swayed? It seems the so-called genius girl isn't as astute as reputed. Had Meng Chengqiang been privy to Chen Feng's thoughts, she might have fainted from indignation. Which A-level mission do you intend to undertake? Chen Feng had long since determined his objective. His next checkpoint would be the Wild Zoo. Upon entering the words Horror Paradise into the archive room computer and pressing enter, he found that, much like Horror Paradise, the Wild Zoo was also classified as an A-level mission. Rescue Biologist QP. According to the mission briefing, Biologist QP, in pursuit of first-hand data, had ventured into the Wild Zoo under the escort of a B-level operative team, and thereafter, there had been no news for 6 months. Initially, the organization had concluded that the entire team had perished, but the Oracle India's divination suggested that Biologist QP was still alive, thus the mission was assigned. India's divination, however, was not infallible. Perhaps Biologist QP had indeed succumbed, rendering their expedition futile. Meng Chengqiang suggested that Chen Feng consider an alternative mission, questioning their capability to succeed if an entire B-level team had been annihilated. Yet, a change was out of the question. Their primary goal was to check in. Any rescue would merely be incidental. Chen Feng resolved to instill some confidence in Meng Chengqiang. What is there to fear? Do you recall how several individuals managed to escape from the 4th mental hospital when we first entered Horror Paradise? Meng Chengqiang's mouth fell agape. Could it be you? Indeed. Chen Feng replied with a calm demeanor, though an unshakable confidence radiated from within him. Team leader Wu once remarked that an entire B-level operative team was wiped out in the mental hospital, yet I not only managed to escape, but also eliminated one of them. Initially thought to be a minor challenge, it turned out to be a formidable adversary. When shall we depart? Meng Chengqing inquired. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, recalling a towering red-eyed monster in Horror Paradise. As a 5-star checkpoint, the wild zoo would undoubtedly harbor a creature of similar caliber. With his current strength, engaging such a monster would be tantamount to courting death. Chen Feng reveled in excitement, but lacked a penchant for self-destruction. His previous venture in Horror Paradise had been to safeguard his avatar, but now he resolved to bide his time and develop his skills cautiously. No rush. Let's wait a few days. In the days that followed, Chen Feng toiled at the Happiness Internet Cafe, while Meng Chengqing diligently practiced her abilities through daily spirit communication. During this time, India sought Chen Feng in Area E several times, but he was engrossed in training with his primary account, causing them to miss each other. Nevertheless, India did not return empty-handed. The most formidable newcomers, Jiang Dai and Zhou Yi, had joined her team and shortly thereafter completed a D-level mission, both advancing to official operatives. As India surged ahead, Meng Chengqing remained in seclusion. Whispers circulated among the base personnel. The once genius girl, surely she has not fallen into despair. Suddenly facing an A-level mission after a 3-tier drop, with her teammates annihilated, it would be enough to shatter anyone. The gossip incited impatience in the proud Meng Chengqing. How much longer must we wait? Perhaps I should form a team with others and strive to attain C-level first. Look at you, so anxious, Chen Feng remarked, aware of her urgency. Yet he urged her to remain patient. When the time was right, he would lead her into the fray with fervor. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the task, earning 10 temporary points. Currently, the number of saves is 2. System points, 6, 2 from save recharge, 1 from training plan, 1 from Lu Sun's protection, 5 from the Terror Paradise check-in. Temporary points, 10. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the B-level hero training plan. The time has come. On the night of achieving wall-breaking prowess, amidst the dark and windy night, Chen Feng switched to his alternate account, Lu Xiaohu, and together with Meng Chengqing, they arrived before the towering walls of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. With a gentle tap of his finger, Chen Feng created a visibly massive crack in the wall. Meng Chengqing was utterly astonished. With such force, if he were to strike her on the head, she would have to search hundreds of meters away for her head. This should be it. Chen Feng located the security room, and with a single punch, he collapsed the wall. Amidst the rising dust, the sleeping pig instructor was buried alive. Enemies! Enemies! As the pig instructor roared, revealing his pig-like head from the rubble, he was met with a fist that packed the power of an RPG rocket launcher. During our first encounter, I was utterly defenseless. Later, we fought to a standstill. Now, you cannot even withstand a single punch. How delightful this is, pig instructor. I shall likely remember you for the rest of my life. Chen Feng gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh, filled with emotion. Meng Chengqing gasped, calculating in her mind that the combat power of a false human was roughly equivalent to 5 trainee operatives. And the pig instructor could crush a false human as effortlessly as one would a chicken. And yet, this formidable pig instructor was defeated in a single blow by this individual? Chengqing, wait for me here. Chen Feng, holding the goat head key, traversed the misty square alone. Soon, distant booming sounds echoed. Meng Chengqing squinted into the distance, faintly seeing arcs of purple lightning shooting across the sky. That was the lightning ability of the goat face. Could he be in trouble? Despite having witnessed Chen Feng's divine strength, Meng Chengqing felt her back damp with sweat, unable to shake off her worry for him. After all, the notorious reputation of the goat face was built upon countless corpses of operatives. Suddenly, the entire psychiatric hospital fell into silence. The battle was over. Who emerged victorious? In this profound stillness, Meng Chengqing suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching her on the playground. Here, Chen Feng casually tossed aside a goat's head. Its horn broken, a B-level goat face, a C-level pig face, along with the feat of eradicating the 4th Psychiatric Hospital and rescuing the student patients, should elevate you to B-level. Chapter 56. That woman last night, a terrifying attack occurred at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital in our city. According to nearby witnesses, they observed good morning. Last night, I indulged in lamb noodles, and now I find myself somewhat drowsy. Chengqing, have you dined yet? Not yet. I was too preoccupied with the lamb noodles to find time for a meal. Chengqing, how did you know I had lamb noodles? Regardless of the topic others engage in, Meng Chengqing invariably drags the conversation back to the lamb noodles, determined to ensure that everyone in the base knows that the prodigious young lady has returned. Some onlookers, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, has she been wandering around the base all morning lost? Those familiar with Chengqing chuckled, saying, I believe she won't cease until she encounters India. Alas, India was not destined to appear. Last night, upon learning of Meng Chengqing's intention to visit the 4th mental hospital, India smiled more brightly than anyone else, only to return home and, upon reflection, be utterly taken aback. The rightful world? A grand success? That wretched girl must be seeking to cling to the leg of that holy grail knight, to prevent Meng Cheng from showing off in her presence. India had already taken her team and accepted a B-level mission, setting off on a business trip. Therefore, even if Meng Cheng traversed from south to north and from light to dark, she was fated not to encounter India. In contrast to Meng Cheng's triumphant demeanor, Chen Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. That fellow, Niu Mian, was indeed overly cautious. Last night, Chen Feng had made such a commotion simply to await Niu Mian's arrival. Yet, after waiting a full hour, he was met only by a van. Taking the initiative, Chen Feng activated his time-stop ability, eliminating all the monsters within the van. But aside from 4 ordinary simulacra, he found no trace of Niu Mian's body. Something had gone awry at the hospital. Niu Mian could not have sent merely a few simulacra for support. Reflecting on that day when Niu Mian had blocked the entrance to the Happiness Internet Cafe, Chen Feng speculated that Niu Mian might be capable of possessing a simulacrum to cast curses. Damn it, where could his true form be hiding? Chen Feng could find no peace until Niu Mian was dealt with. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall. Lu Xiaohu, Meng Cheng. Please report immediately to Area A. Area A? The agents who heard the announcement looked at each other with envy. Wasn't it said that the lamb noodles were only a B-level? Perhaps the achievement of vanquishing the 4th mental hospital warranted an exceptional promotion. The flattery from the crowd lifted Meng Cheng's spirits, and she grasped Chen Feng's hand, sprinting towards Area A. After passing identity verification and navigating through layers of security, the two arrived at the center of the Area A hall. Strangely, it was completely empty, no one in sight. This eerie silence made Chen Feng feel slightly uneasy. How odd. Was there not a single A-level agent present? Perhaps they are all on missions. Do you think they are as idle as we are? Meng Cheng, however, was not overly concerned. This was the peaked headquarters. After all, what danger could there be? Look, someone is arriving. Following her pointed finger, they observed a man in a white lab coat entering from the corridor, muttering to himself, I am deeply sinful. My actions are unjust, my deeds devoid of benevolence. Chen Feng found this phrase oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Until a moment later, he and Meng Cheng began to echo the words like a parrot. I am deeply sinful, my actions are unjust, and my deeds lack compassion. The flames and system prompts sounded simultaneously. Ding. Your entity is under attack. Suddenly, everything came rushing back to me. Chen Feng hurriedly switched back to his main account. But it was already too late. 1 hour prior, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow practice uniform entered an ancient mansion. Inside, 4 shadowy figures awaited his arrival. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and exclaimed, given the magnitude of this incident, is there truly no one else present besides myself? At his words, the 4 shadows erupted in laughter. One of them, with red eyes, bat-like wings, a goat's bleat, twisted horns, and a tail resembling a whip, revealed, stop pretending, Niu Mian. Is your true form present here? Indeed, the man in the yellow practice uniform was none other than Niu Mian, the director of the 4th mental hospital. And the entity conversing with him was none other than the notorious demon lord of Cihang City. Additionally, there were formidable beings from the crazy zoo. The ghostly station's vengeful spirit king, and the alien parasitic queen lurking in the sewers. Monsters, vengeful spirits, eerie tales, the cosmos, demons. One could say that all the notable creatures of Cihang City were gathered here. The queen, an impatient being, interjected, enough small talk, Niu Mian. You've stumbled into a considerable mess. Do you know who is responsible? Niu Mian pointed accusingly at the demon, seething. My followers have already uncovered that it was your rats from the South Mountain who caused this calamity. Recently, they even destroyed one of my avatars. The founder of Peak turned out to be a demon. If this news reached the agents, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. The powerful demon chimed in. Speaking of which, 6 months ago, they also sent people to wreak havoc in my territory. These rascals are becoming increasingly audacious. The queen added, they have slain many of my offspring. The Ghost King remarked, I have lost numerous subordinates due to their actions. Seeing the crowd's outrage, the demon lord waved his hands in a placating manner. Hold on. Why is everyone blaming me? Firstly, I never issued a mission to eradicate the 4th mental hospital. They acted on their own. Secondly, I must maintain appearances, otherwise, how could I entice those individuals to join? Moreover, since the formation of PECD, whenever a promising human emerges, I ensure they are nipped in the bud. I have saved you all considerable trouble. And yet you do not express gratitude, but instead cast blame upon me? Traditional villains continuously send minions for the protagonist to level up against, only to be vanquished in return. Conversely, more astute villains would obstruct the protagonist in the novice village. Cihang City is different. Its heroes and villains are one and the same. The moment someone ascends to an A-level agent, they are swiftly eliminated by the demon lord in secret and replaced. Neo Mian understood well the significant contribution the demon made to their governance of Cihang City, yet he could not swallow this bitter pill. Regardless, this situation must be addressed. Otherwise, do not blame me for dismantling your stronghold. At his words, the assembly of creatures fell into momentary silence. The great demon advised, Old Ox, calm yourself. We must leave humanity with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, in their despair, they may turn to that woman, and that would spell disaster for us all. The Ghost King echoed his concern. Indeed, now that your fourth psychiatric facility has ceased to exist, and more people are aware of our existence, we must act with utmost discretion. The Demon Lord concurred. You are well aware of the situation outside. If that woman is released, we shall all meet our doom. The mother remarked, Surely, you do not wish to welcome the apocalypse? The ox, with a sense of resignation, replied, Very well. I shall commence the reconstruction of the psychiatric facility tomorrow. But, my lord, you must surrender those two individuals. That is the spirit. Let us all make concessions. For harmony is key. This year, each of us shall sacrifice 1/10 of humanity for your satisfaction. Is that agreeable? With that, the meeting concluded, and the four shadows dissipated in succession. The ox shook his head, pondering, a permanent seal on that woman? Such thoughts are fanciful. The end will inevitably arrive. Chapter 57. Return, Great Benefactor System. What is the most excruciating aspect of gaming? It is the failure to defeat the boss. What is the most agonizing experience in gaming? It is defeating the boss only to forget to save the game. On July 31st, as Chen Feng awoke once more in the happy internet cafe, he felt utterly miserable. Annoying, annoying, annoying. I have labored so long to build affection with Meng Chengcheng, and now it has reset to 0. The avatar he had painstakingly rescued from the amusement park, Lu Xiaohu, had returned to square one. That scoundrel, Professor Yang, had also been resurrected. Oh, but that means he can vanquish him again, which is somewhat satisfying. Fortunately, the B-class hero training program and the lazed-about plan had been completed. Otherwise, Chen Feng would truly be at his wit's end. He vowed to make the ox regret ever entering this world. Damn you, ox. Our enmity is now sealed. My sins are profound, and my actions unjust. Saint Anviston, activate. Saint Anviston, activate. Ever since acquiring a body of wall-shattering strength, Chen Feng's resistance to St. Anviston had also grown stronger. This time, he had to invoke it 6 times before shaking off the memory curse. If he continued training in this manner, by the time he completed the S-class hero training program, he could stroll around with Saint Anviston as his companion. Once he regained his composure, Chen Feng began to ponder a troubling question. Why had a simulacrum of the ox appeared at the peaked base? Was it another uprising? Yet, there had been no alarms raised. Had the ox come knocking? If that were the case, the disturbances should have originated from the outermost E district. Summoned inexplicably, he found himself unattended. The A district hall was devoid of any agents. Having watched Conan, Chen Feng understood that once all impossibilities were eliminated, whatever remained, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Peaked had operated for so many years, yet the city of Cihang remained overrun with monsters. Damn it. Peaked and the ox were in cahoots. They were part of the same family. It was no wonder that an organization meant to resist monsters would adopt a name that echoed their very essence. It had struck me as odd at the time. The entire world was under the dominion of monsters, and even the organization meant to oppose them was a trap. Anyone else would have lost their mind in such a predicament. Yet Chen Feng remained unfazed. He had the system, and he feared nothing. System activate. Chen Feng first checked his reserves. Read file count. 1. System points. 6. Temporary points. 10. Available guardians. Lu Sun, Jiao Chan, Ma Chao. Controllable spirits. 3-star water ghosts. Characteristics. Loves water and rain. Manipulable avatars. Lu Xiaohu. Will consuming 1 point be required to acquire a new avatar? Plan formulation, hero training. Currently completed stages 1 and 2. Will consuming 10 points be required to unlock stage 3A level training plan? Hex deck selection. Will consuming 1 point be required to initiate a hex deck 3-choice option? As the number of rebirths increased, his wealth in battles also grew. If one system is inadequate, then 10, or even 100, will suffice. Chen Feng glanced at the system blind box, noting that aside from his 2 old friends, the game system YX02QDMJ and the chat group system ZT03LTQ from various realms, this new client seemed rather peculiar. Numbered YX03ZBZF, it proclaimed, all-in is a form of wisdom. All-in, all-in, a gaming system, still gambling? The only all-in game Chen Feng could associate with was the alluring dealer, dealing cards online. Could this be the gambling saint system? Yet, the name did not quite match. Unable to fathom it, he chose not to dwell, as he had amassed a considerable amount of temporary points, which were now ripe for expenditure. If there was 01, he would take 01. If not, 02 would suffice. As for 03, he was truly unfamiliar. He opted for YX02QDMJ. Ding. Congratulations, player. for successfully activating the secret technique system. Suddenly, a shop materialized before Chen Feng's eyes. A brief scan revealed it was akin to the mythical Three Kingdoms system, allowing for the exchange of 1 point for a temporary game cheat lasting 1 minute. Alas, what a disappointment. Chen Feng held little regard for non-permanent exchanges, recalling how many points Lu Sun's Guardian had cost him. Furthermore, 1 minute? That was rather feeble. Chen Feng initially thought this way until he observed the exchange options. 1 Invincible mode, for 1 minute. You will not be affected by any damage, ineffective against mechanism kills. 2 Infinite life. For 1 minute, your vitality increases to 99, 999. 999. 3 Infinite mana. For 1 minute, you can cast skills without consumption. 4 0 cooldown. For 1 minute, your skills have no cooldown. 5 Maximum resilience. For 1 minute. You will not succumb to incapacitation, slow, or immobilization. 6 one-hit kill. For 1 minute. Your next attack will certainly slay the enemy. The power disparity cannot exceed 999 times. 7 Experience multiplier 20. For 1 minute. Your cultivation speed can be adjusted up to 999 times. 8 Lock current time. Pause world time for 1 minute. 9 Death will not drop items. For 1 minute. Upon your death, you will not lose read file attempts. 1-hit kill. Invincibility. This is truly the essence of the Wind Spirit Ancestor. Had it been known earlier how formidable this was, Chen Feng inhaled sharply. With this, what red-eyed behemoth or ox-faced creature could possibly pose a threat? They could come before him, yet he would obliterate them with a single punch. Though filled with excitement, Chen Feng quickly remembered that without locating the elusive bull face, all his efforts would be in vain. How he longed for a comprehensive map system. He recalled that a few years ago, an intelligence system had gained popularity. Subsequently, Chen Feng spent 1 point to activate the Hex system's 3 options. Table flip. Immediately sell all your abilities. Xian Wasteland, Water Ghost. Lu Xiaohu Avatar. For temporary points equivalent to twice their value. No more missed opportunities. Briefly activate a system you have previously acquired. Daring action. Sacrifice 20 years of life. And after 7 weeks, gain 30 temporary points. The table flip option was certainly unfeasible, although exchanging Xian Wasteland for 10 points seemed like a profitable endeavor. It would cost him all combat abilities. Wasn't he that tantamount to courting death? The daring action offered substantial rewards, but was losing 20 years of life truly worthwhile? After much contemplation, Chen Feng concluded that the no more missed opportunities option was the best choice. With so many temporary points at his disposal, he could activate the cyber system to exchange for additional body modifications. Apologies, activation of the secret system. It is not that I doubt your efficacy, but I simply prefer permanence. Moreover, there is the proficiency system. With my current physique, I should be able to unlock most training modules. I wonder if using Hex to unlock the Hex system would lead to an endless nesting of systems? He chuckled to himself. But suddenly his expression shifted as he realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Wait a moment, a system once acquired? Could it be that the task system is also selectable? Come back, great benefactor system, my most cherished belief, offering 9 points at once. Tears flowed silently. Chapter 58, Second Cycle Player Ding. Congratulations, player, for activating no more missed opportunities Hex. Player has selected the Great Benefactor System. The Great Demon. Under the guise of establishing a zoo, rules over the land, luring humans to their demise. Devouring thousands daily, a grave sin. Task objective, destroy the Mad Zoo faction. Task reward, 112 system points. A sinister entity known as Bullface established the Holy Cow sect within the 4th Mental Hospital. Brainwashing and imprisoning those who survived supernatural events. A heinous crime. Task objective, destroy the 4th Mental Hospital, Holy Cow sect. Task reward, 115 system points. A demon lord established PACD. Feigning a battle against supernatural entities while covertly eliminating human champions. An unforgivable transgression. Task objective, uncover the truth behind PACD. Task reward, 120 system points. Great benefactor system activation complete. What does it mean to be generous? Chen Feng had toiled in the mental hospital for a lengthy period, and the check-in system had begrudgingly awarded him a mere 4 points. In contrast, the Great Benefactor system not only provided intelligence, but also offered a generous reward of 20 points right off the bat. Truly, one must compare oneself to others to recognize the disparities. However, it was peculiar that the towering, red-eyed monster from the horror paradise had not been placed under a bounty. Chen Feng had nearly deduced the reason behind this anomaly. During the earlier destruction of the Happy Internet Cafe, the serpent demon, Shi Qingqing, did not perish. Nevertheless, the system awarded Chen Feng a perfect score, indicating that not all monsters are subject to bounties. One must be sufficiently vile to warrant such a fate. The terrifying paradise not only offers complimentary food and lodging, but also provides rewards in the form of souvenirs for gaming. Only those who breach the rules of the terrifying paradise are at risk of being attacked by the red-eyed monsters. implying that one must be truly malevolent. As for the demon that had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, although it was indeed wicked, its lack of power rendered it overlooked by the virtuous. Oh, 3 adversaries are sufficient. Chen Feng contemplated his subsequent strategy. It is wise to target the weaker foes first. The demon behind PCD, which has garnered a bounty of 20 points, is likely the most formidable of the trio and should be confronted last. Regarding the bull-headed demon, despite Chen Feng's intense loathing, he was unaware of its whereabouts, leaving him at a standstill. In contrast, the great demon is not only the weakest among the 3, but is also available for a signing bonus. Thus, the virtuous can undertake 2 tasks simultaneously and should select this option. Naturally, Chen Feng was aware that he was still under a bounty and could not venture outside in his true form. Therefore, he needed to liberate his avatar. Seated upon a bench in the terrifying paradise, he called out, "Xiao Hu, you have awakened." Upon seeing Meng Qingqing's face once more, Chen Feng's expression turned somewhat complex. Alas, the favorability rating has reset to 0. Noticing his gaze, Meng Qingqing shyly inquired, "Is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Chen Feng averted his eyes and strode towards Team Wu. The priest, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Look, our great romantic hero." Before he could finish, the priest was sent flying like a soccer ball, rolling several times across the lawn before coming to a halt. Chen Feng stamped his foot, "Apologies. But that was the least force I could muster." "Lu Xiaohu, what are you doing?" Meng Qingqing exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Damn it, this is not Lu Xiaohu." Team Wu reacted swiftly, reaching for his belt, only to find his beloved firearm missing, leaving behind an empty holster. Looking for this, Chen Feng brandished the holy judgment. When did this happen? A bead of sweat trickled down Team Wu's brow. Given Chen Feng's speed and the power behind his earlier kick that incapacitated the priest, should Chen Feng wish to kill him, it would be a matter of mere seconds. Lin He fell to his knees. "Big brother, please spare my life. I will give you everything." Understanding Lin He's character, Chen Feng pointed at the others and declared, "Very well, if you eliminate them, I shall let you go." Lin He, elated, responded, "Is that a promise? I never go back on my word." Upon receiving confirmation, Lin He wasted no time. Drawing his sword of wealth and aiming it at Meng Qingqing, who, shockingly, stood frozen, clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "What are you planning to do?" Captain Wu shouted angrily as he lunged at Lin He. "Forgive me. I am left with no choice." Lin He chanted an incantation, preparing to unleash a blade of light. In the next instant, however, the 8-trigram mirror on his chest exploded. "Am I under attack?" Lin He looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. "You deceived me? I never go back on my word." With a speed that could hardly be anticipated, Chen Feng unleashed another punch, obliterating Lin He. "I meant to say, eliminate them. And I shall spare you. Have you not yet fulfilled that task?" Merely with his fists, he transformed a man into a mist of crimson. Captain Wu, having served as an agent for many years, had never encountered such a ruthless individual. "What the hell, an A-class monster? If you say so, then so be it." Chen Feng, uninterested in trifling games, declared, "From this moment forth, I shall take command of this team." Captain Wu thought he had misheard. "You won't kill us?" Chen Feng chuckled. "Of course not. I am a great benefactor." As the clock struck 7, it was time for the boys and girls to enjoy the Terror amusement park. With the music signaling the commencement of the festivities, Chen Feng led the trio towards the goldfish catching attraction. The priest, limping, quietly asked Captain Wu, "Are we really following him?" Captain Wu shot him a glare. "What do you expect? With a single punch, he could turn me into a meatball. What can I do?" While they conversed, Chen Feng had already reached the riverbank, calling out to the shimmering water, "Summon." The conditions of the river were met, and the summoning succeeded. The temperature of the water plummeted by several degrees, and a water ghost emerged, undetected by any goldfish due to its invisibility. "Fish up," Chen Feng commanded, and with that, a goldfish leaped from the water, landing with a splash on the shore. The priest was taken aback. "What is happening?" Captain Wu cursed. "How would I know?" Chen Feng frowned. "Why is there only one? If others see it, where will my face go? Each of you catch one." Under Chen Feng's orders, the second and third goldfish came forth, and in merely 10 minutes, the shore was piled high with the goldfish tossed up by the water ghost. The rules stipulated that each player could catch one fish, but the water ghost was no player. Thus, when Chen Feng departed from the goldfish catching attraction, the entire activity was rendered inoperative. There were no fish left. Next was the air gun shooting attraction. Observing the long queue ahead, Chen Feng drew his holy judgment and fired a shot into the sky, causing all the visitors to scatter in fright as he strode confidently into the forest. Meng Qingqing cautioned, "He doesn't have a gun." Captain Wu hushed her. "Keep it down. If only he were to perish in that attraction, we would be free." Freedom, however, was an elusive dream. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a humanoid creature soared from the forest and landed with a thud. Captain Wu shouted, "What the hell is that?" The priest approached for a closer look. "It's the boss." There lay the boss, on the ground, his scissor-like hands twisted into a knot. Meng Qingqing glanced at the boss. Then at the wooden sign, and it dawned on her. The trap of this attraction was indeed the boss. The boss was also one of the monsters. Although they had found the answer, it was evident that the visitors could no longer benefit from it. Currently, the boss, unable to kill, could not even play rock, paper, scissors, as he could not produce the scissors. In the hide-and-seek attraction, Chen Feng entered the cat house, and soon everyone was clad in warm cat skins. As for the bumper car attraction, as soon as the game commenced, Chen Feng leaped from his vehicle, single-handedly lifting a car to use as a weapon, and hurled it towards 5 ghostly vehicles. Wu's team was utterly astounded. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a peculiar approach to bumper cars. The final event was the ring toss challenge, where they faced the indomitable Mr. Rabbit. Chen Feng found himself at a loss for tears. Yet, it mattered not, for he had brought the trio to tears, and thus, there were tears to be had. In just one evening, Chen Feng conquered 5 challenges, earning the right to depart. Such was the prowess of a second-round player. He informed the 3, "I am leaving. If you wish to continue, do so, but if a word of today's events leaks, I shall ensure your demise." The young agent stood at attention, responding with a resounding, "Understood." Chen Feng continued, "However, upon further reflection, only the deceased can keep secrets. Look at how frightened you are. I was merely jesting. You've all wet yourselves, displaying a remarkable lack of spirit. Farewell." It was not until Chen Feng's silhouette faded into the park's exit that the trio dared to wipe their eyes in disbelief. The priest remarked, "Is he truly just leaving?" Wu relaxed his grip on the grenade he had held tightly. "What? You're reluctant to see him go?" Meng Qingqing's gaze was laden with complexity. "A little. If we are to be honest, could we have truly navigated tonight's challenges without his assistance?" The priest concurred. Indeed, this mission was exceedingly arduous. That black cat's combat prowess is comparable to that of a C-grade agent. Wu shot him a glare. "What do you mean? Our team boasts a genius medium like Meng Qingqing. The organization wouldn't dare send us to our doom." Little did Wu know, it was precisely because of the exceptional medium that they had been dispatched to face peril. Meanwhile, Chen Feng emerged from the exit under the watchful gaze of the red-eyed behemoth. He pondered, some resources must be conserved, while others can be squandered. Chen Feng was acutely aware that he could opt out of the challenges and leave directly, albeit facing an assault from the colossal red-eyed creature. However, he merely needed to exchange for a one-hit kill technique, which would undoubtedly facilitate his escape from the terrifying amusement park. Yet, it was simply not worth it. Temporary points were still points, and the red-eyed beast offered no point rewards. There was no reason to waste points on it. Moreover, from the perspective of eradicating a menace, a one-hit kill would hardly suffice. It was clear as day that the territory was home to vendors of stand-in dolls. How could it possibly fail to resurrect itself? A one-hit kill might earn accolades in other realms, but in Cihang City, one must still hone their skills. Take the case of the rabbit-faced creature. One could question whether a one-hit kill could breach its defenses. Even if one succeeded in slaying the nurse, she would swiftly resurrect, and when the minute elapsed, Chen Feng would be transformed into a pseudo-human. What? You suggest that the cheating system offers invincibility? Please. Invincibility cannot circumvent the mechanism of demise. Cihang, a city where even cheating cannot pave the way. As Chen Feng strolled through the streets, he suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. Should he head directly to the Crazy Zoo? In his previous life, Chen Feng had gathered substantial intelligence regarding the Crazy Zoo. Yet, upon reflection, all the information appeared flawed. The archives proclaimed the Crazy Zoo as a territory of urban legends, but the benevolent system insisted it was a domain of monsters. Monsters differ from ghost stories. They will not spare your life merely because you adhere to the rules. If I were to venture forth now, it is highly probable that a confrontation would ensue at the threshold. This 5-star checkpoint does not inspire confidence in my ability to emerge unscathed. There is wisdom in the adage that one should not engage in battle without preparation. To charge in blindly, devoid of intelligence, is not merely an act of reckless enthusiasm, but a certain path to demise. Chen Feng devoted an entire night to extricating Lu Xiaohu from his transformation, certainly unwilling to meet his end so swiftly. The identity of Lu Xiaohu as a spy remains essential for gathering peaked intelligence. However, I cannot approach in my true form. Should I perhaps create another avatar? Each new avatar can be summoned by Chen Feng at the cost of 1 point. A worthwhile expenditure for the sake of the task at hand and for the greater good. Chen Feng summoned the avatar system. Ding. Congratulations, user, on acquiring a new avatar. Please proceed to adjust parameters such as location, strength, and gender. Let us see. The strength of the avatar cannot exceed that of the true form. In any case, I cannot inherit the avatar's strength, so it matters little. No, the stronger the individual, the more knowledge they possess. Thus, I shall maximize it. The location, of course, shall be Cihang City, within the confines of the Crazy Zoo. Gender, male. To my surprise, there is even a choice of race. As Chen Feng scrolled down, he discovered that the avatar could not only be human but also encompass options such as cosmic beings, specters, monsters, demons, and vengeful spirits. Since you choose to disregard martial ethics, I shall delve into your depths as well. Selecting a non-human race, Chen Feng finalized his selections and clicked confirm. Searching. Currently, no suitable characters found. Please be patient, user. A day passed, and by the next morning, Chen Feng, growing increasingly impatient, pondered, could the system have consumed my points? If no suitable candidates exist, will you not simply create one? At that moment, the system suggested that he might consider relaxing the restrictions, which could yield results. The location must remain fixed, while strength could be slightly diminished. In truth, gender need not be so rigidly defined. Upon loosening the criteria, the system quickly responded. Ding. A suitable avatar has been found. Name, Delang. Gender, male. Race, wolf demon. Age, 100 years. Background, Crazy Zoo, Carnivore Zone, Mountain Patrol Demon. Note, the Crazy Zoo is divided into 6 zones: insect, carnivore, herbivore, aerial, reptilian, and marine, wherein each zone's monsters must periodically offer live humans to the great demon, lest they face annihilation. As Chen Feng delved deeper into the memories, he uncovered that Delang had lived for a century, diligently capturing humans each day, yet had never consumed a single strand of human hair. Though a wolf, his existence resembled that of a domesticated dog. In these times, even monsters face hardship. Today marks Delang's 100th birthday, and feeling disgruntled, he clandestinely withheld one human from the monthly offerings. This act was discovered by other demons, leading to a savage beating that ultimately resulted in his grievous injuries and the premature conclusion of his suppressed life. Indeed, the little mountain demon traversed undetected, perfectly poised to exploit the opportunity presented by its duties to familiarize itself with the zoo's layout, while simultaneously fulfilling its clock-in tasks. Delang, it is you who shall be chosen. Chapter 59. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains in the dimly lit cave, where grotesque rocks jutted out and not a blade of grass dared to grow. The air was thick with the pungent scent of wild beasts. Awakening from a cold stone bed, Chen Feng noticed a rather charming youth standing nearby, whose ice-blue eyes were brimming with concern. 3 tufts of black and white fur bobbed playfully atop his head. Big brother, you're awake. It was Erlang, the younger brother taken in by Delang. A few years prior, Delang had rescued him from the clutches of other demons that tormented him. As Erlang observed Chen Feng's awakening, his droopy ears perked up, and his fluffy tail stood erect, swaying like a propeller. Strangely, Chen Feng felt an uncanny familiarity with Erlang's appearance, as if he had encountered him before. Though he could not quite place it, Erlang chirped merrily. Big brother, I just touched your body, and it felt as stiff as a corpse. It frightened me to death. Remove the as if. It is indeed a corpse. Chen Feng recalled Delang's last memory of collapsing by the roadside, only to find himself in the cave at home now. It seemed Erlang had dragged him back. This cave, strewn with rubble and dirt, lacked even a simple table or bench, rather chilling indeed. Just then, footsteps echoed from a distance. A hulking figure with a wolf's head and a fierce visage entered, the wolf vanguard. A name flashed through Chen Feng's mind. This brute was one of the culprits responsible for Delang's demise. Erlang emitted a low growl. Warning, you villain. You harm my brother. What are you doing here? With a coarse voice, the wolf vanguard sneered. Let us see if your brother's dead or not. Since he is alive, it's time to patrol. The boss declared that if you dare to steal another person, your brother will become a feast. With that, he tossed aside a stack of papers and swaggered away. What is this? Chen Feng pulled out a sheet and examined it closely, revealing it to be the visitor code of conduct for the zoo. Dear visitors, welcome to the Crazy Zoo. While touring, please adhere to the following rules. 1. Do not attack the animals of the zoo. 2. Animals are not human and cannot speak. If you see an animal transformed into a human, it is merely the disguise of our staff. 3. All animals in the zoo have been domesticated and will not attack humans. If they approach, please do not flee. 4. If you witness an animal consuming a human, report immediately to the staff. 5. The green beverages in the reptile area are complimentary. Feel free to partake. By adhering to these rules, you will have a delightful journey through the zoo. Enjoy your visit. Is this not a bizarre set of regulations? Chen Feng paused, suddenly feeling disoriented. According to the intelligence from PCD, the Crazy Zoo was a territory of strange tales, yet the system indicated it was governed by demons. Could the system be in error? Or was this place a hybrid zone, home to both demons and strange tales, a veritable amalgamation of monstrosities? As Chen Feng pondered, Erlang beside him sniffed and remarked, Brother, can you comprehend the written word? How impressive. These fellows cannot even recognize characters, yet they are expected to abide by the rules. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chen Feng inquired, what is the wolf vanguard providing us? Erlang, with a glint of wisdom in his eyes, replied, Brother, have you forgotten? Our duty in patrolling the mountains is to post these flyers everywhere. Are we not monsters? Must we adhere to the rules of killing? We do not comply, he continued. But the great demon has decreed that as long as we disseminate this material, Those human warriors will not resist and will meekly meet their demise at our hands. Oh, I see, Chen Feng mused, only to curse inwardly. How insidious. Ever since he learned of the issues surrounding PCD, he had been on high alert. Yet, the most devious scheme he could envision was the dissemination of false information, labeling a perilous S-class creature as a B-class, leading unsuspecting agents to their doom. Little did he anticipate that these monsters would resort to such unfathomable cunning, disguising themselves as storytellers and formulating rules. Every agent acquainted with the tales of monsters knew that adherence to the rules would spare them from being slain. Consequently, when they arrived at the Mad Zoo, they neither dared to resist nor flee, believing that compliance would ensure their survival, unaware that they were surrounded by monsters who had no need to obey any rules. Such treachery could not be conceived by aerobic beings or anaerobic organisms. Only those evading discomfort could devise such schemes. You can learn from the intellectual duels of Cihang City, he thought. Were it not for the fact that his companions possessed transformations and system prompts, they might have indeed fallen victim to such deceit. Chen Feng was stunned for a full minute before regaining his composure, while Erlang, feeling bored, began to frolic and kick stones. Stop dismantling the home. Let us patrol the mountains, he urged, patting Erlang's fluffy, soft head as the two demons exited their cave. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains. I shall traverse the human realm. Strike the drums, sound the gongs, life is filled with rhythm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air was alive with birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Chen Feng hummed a song from his homeland, and with his little brother following closely behind, they crossed the mountain gorge and climbed the earthen slopes, thoroughly surveying the entire carnivorous region. Ding! Congratulations, user, for successfully checking into the carnivorous area of the Mad Zoo. Unvisited locations: flying zone, crawling zone, herbivorous zone, ocean zone, insect zone. To speak candidly, the Mad Zoo truly deserved its task value of 12 points. Within this mere sixth of the territory resided 5 factions and hundreds of monsters, besides the wolf demons at Howling Moon Cliff. The carnivorous region also housed the panther demons of Shadow Forest, the lion demons of Golden Mane Plain, the bear demons of Scarlet Clear Peak, and the most formidable faction, the tiger demons of Xian Sha Cave. Monsters ranked in power according to their cultivation time. From the moment of transformation, those who had cultivated for a decade were mere minions, those with a century of practice were leaders, and those with a millennium of cultivation were considered kings. Take the wolf vanguard, for instance. After 150 years of cultivation, he was already regarded as a minor leader. Each chieftain of the various tribes had practiced for hundreds of years, with the leaders of the bear and tiger factions having cultivated for an entire millennium. 2 millennia-old demons, 3 centuries-old kings, along with several other leaders, formed a formidable collective. Chen Feng pondered. Had I known there were so many monsters, I would have opted for war treasures instead of being idle during the first hex. As dusk fell, the 2 weary demons returned to Howling Moon Cliff after a long day of patrolling. Upon seeing them, the wolf vanguard, with a fierce glint in his eyes, inquired, "Why are you so late? Do you realize you've missed the meeting?" "A meeting? Do demons hold meetings?" Chen Feng asked casually. The wolf vanguard spoke at length. At the enthusiastic invitation of King Tiger, Kings Leopard and Wolf have convened at the Xian Sha Cave tonight. During the meeting, King Tiger proclaimed that for millennia, jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards have been close allies, mutually trusting and supporting one another regarding the matter of consuming humans. He emphasized that if re-elected as the leader of the carnivorous district, he would surely elevate the happiness index of the demons there, ensuring that every demon has something to eat. After such a monologue, Chen Feng felt drowsy, and his companion, Erlang, yawned incessantly beside him. The wolf vanguard asked, "Did you catch anyone today?" "No," Chen Feng replied, aware that the other was deliberately trying to provoke him. Among all tasks, patrolling the mountains was the most arduous and thankless job, as one had to run around the mountains and had no time to deal with visitors. Hence no captures were made. Of course, capturing someone was also futile. Demons consumed humans to enhance their cultivation. As the leader of all demons, the great demon monopolized all resources, mandating that all underlings surrender any captured humans. The rewards for capturing were merely some ordinary food like chicken or ribs, and even that was in limited supply. With a grim expression, the wolf vanguard remarked, "Only those who capture humans get to eat. If you don't catch anyone, you'll end up eating dung." Competition existed among the demons as well. Among the wolf demons at Howling Moon Cliff, Big Wolf was ranked 3rd. Should the old Wolf King perish, it would lead to a contest for leadership between the Wolf Vanguard and Big Wolf. Thus, in order to undermine his rival, the Wolf Vanguard sought to make things difficult for Big Wolf. Chen Feng, having a temper of his own, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" The Wolf Vanguard intended to provoke Chen Feng into action, thereby providing himself with a reason to eliminate his opponent. Wolves travel thousands of miles to feast, while dogs just scavenge. You should comprehend my meaning. Erlang wagged his tail, fully aware that his elder brother was no match for the Wolf Vanguard. especially after sustaining injuries today. Hence, he interjected, well, eating dung is also an option? Chen Feng, Wolf Vanguard. After a brief silence, the Wolf Vanguard burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, your brother has a bit of wit. Fine, we captured a human today who was carrying a bag of dog food. Consider it a reward for you. As he spoke, the Wolf Vanguard gestured, and a wolf demon tossed a woven sack onto the ground. Come on, brothers, let us feast. Watching the retreating figure of the Wolf Vanguard, Chen Feng's expression darkened. Suddenly, a sound of chewing reached his ears. Chen Feng paused and looked at the boy squatting on the ground. Are you really eating that? It tastes quite good, Erlang replied, extending his tongue. Brother, I know a dog hole leading to the herbivore district. Let us sneak in there, borrow some milk from the cow demons, and mix it with this dog food. It'll taste even better after some licking and soaking. Is your brain connected to your urinary system? Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of his companion. He scrutinized Erlang and finally discerned the source of his familiar yet jarring sensation. Are you, by any chance, a dog? Upon hearing this, Erlang immediately panicked. Big brother, how could that be? I'm a wolf. Not only are you a dog, but also a husky. Now I understand why our cave resembles a demolition site. As a creature born in the mountains, Delang could not distinguish between a wolf and a dog. But Chen Feng knew that what trailed behind was a wolf, while what stood erect was a dog. If you don't believe me, let out a howl. Oh woof. Erlang howled, instantly bewildered by the resemblance of his call to that of a dog. Why did I sound just like a dog? Observing Erlang's dejection, Chen Feng gently patted his head, offering consolation. It's all right. Brother will take you to eat meat. With that, Chen Feng strode deeper into the mountain gorge. The dark sky, the pale bones, the bubbling pot, and the delectable meat awaited. Before the steaming pot stood 14 grotesque, half-human, half-wolf creatures. Except for the elder Wolf King who wasn't present for the gathering, the entire pack of wolf demons from Howling Moon Cliff was there. Accompanied by the crackling of firewood, for tourists, bound like Zongzi, appeared beside the wolf demons, their faces stricken with terror and devoid of color. As the two brothers approached, all the wolf demons turned to the Wolf Vanguard, seemingly seeking its counsel. Anger flickered across the Vanguard's face. I told you, there's south no place for you here. Begone. With their leader's command, the other wolf demons echoed. Delang, we heard you stole someone this morning and were left hanging. You've truly brought shame upon us wolves. How can you still have the face to consume the meat bestowed by the great demon? Under this collective reproach, Erlang hurriedly concealed himself behind Chen Feng, whispering, Brother, let us leave. I no longer wish to eat meat. The Wolf Vanguard stepped forward. It's too late. If you had scurried back with your tails between your legs earlier, I might have overlooked it. But now, both you and your brother must forfeit a leg. For 150 years, it had been a battle of endurance, but considering Delang's injuries, the odds were not in his favor. Erlang stepped forward resolutely. I'll take it. Don't harm my brother. A commendable display of loyalty. Chen Feng glanced at Erlang. But perhaps you should keep your dog leg intact. The Wolf Vanguard grinned, revealing its fangs. When did I ever say I wanted just one leg? Under normal circumstances, the Wolf Vanguard would only dare to target Delang discreetly, as they were closely matched. However, now that Delang was gravely injured, it felt emboldened. Both of you shall part with a leg. The Wolf Vanguard swiped a paw toward Chen Feng from a distance. Chen Feng sensed a gust of wind rushing toward him, recalling Delang's memories of the Wolf clan's wind-based sorcery. While he possessed a B-grade heroic physique impervious to iron blades, a blade of wind was a different matter altogether. Chen Feng did not dare to underestimate it, and instinctively sidestepped. A resounding crack echoed as the invisible wind blade sliced through a towering tree behind him, cleaving it in two. Magic, a marvelous thing, Chen Feng chuckled. Now, it's my turn. Amidst the dialogue, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and Chen Feng instantaneously appeared before the Wolf Vanguard, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud akin to the blast of heavy artillery, the Wolf Vanguard flew away like a kite severed from its string. What? How can this be possible? The wolf demons gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief. Indeed, in a confrontation of 150 years against 100 years, the Wolf Vanguard might not emerge victorious. The wolf demons had speculated that the Vanguard could face defeat, but they never imagined it would be so utterly annihilated in a single blow. Oh, this is intriguing. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing the large crater where the Wolf Vanguard had landed, with vegetation stirring and the sound of breathing emanating from within. Having endured a formidable punch that could shatter walls, it was astonishing that it still clung to life. Such tenacity. After a brief pause, the Wolf Vanguard sprang back to life, rolling onto its feet. Here it comes. Chen Feng braced himself for further combat. Yet, unexpectedly, the Wolf Vanguard prostrated on the ground, lifting its shirt to reveal its belly, signaling submission. I am sorry, I was wrong. This fellow is not supposed to be enraged and fight to the death against me? How outrageous, defying expectations. Witnessing such a rugged man lying on the ground, limbs sprawled and tongue out, Chen Feng felt a wave of revulsion, wishing he could pluck out his eyes to cleanse them. The surrounding wolf demons were equally taken aback. What had happened to their formidable leader? Brother, why is this so? Indeed, brother, do not cower, rise up. Encouraged by his subordinates. The wolf vanguard could not help but retort angrily. You imbeciles, do you wish for my demise? Then, in a bid for favor, it continued. Brother, what would you like to eat? Anything at all. Hooray. Second brother excitedly rushed to the pot, drooling as he exclaimed, Brother, we can feast on meat today. Is such joy derived from a mere meal? Pathetic, a disgrace. Chen Feng muttered under his breath, extending his hand toward the wolf vanguard. You. Provide me with a tome of the wind blade technique you just employed. Such a skill is commendable. It must be learned. What? The wolf vanguard appeared troubled, stammering. Brother, if the chief discovers that I have given you the secret manual, I will face dire consequences. Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon him, his expression darkening. Whether your refusal will lead to your demise, I cannot ascertain, but if you do not comply, you shall perish this very moment. Understood. The wolf vanguard lowered its head and hastily fled. At that moment, second brother, gnawing on a chicken leg, remarked, Brother, are you going to speak or not? Swallow your food before you talk. Brother, why aren't you eating? I am not hungry. You may eat first. Chen Feng had patrolled all day, and claiming he was not hungry would be a falsehood. However, with no seasonings added to the pot and lacking onion, ginger, or garlic, the purely boiled meat was only palatable to these demons. Yet, he had his own means. Seizing a moment when the other demons were distracted, Chen Feng discreetly employed a spell to release the captured humans, and, from his bag, retrieved several snacks and a few bottles of soda, having saved their lives. Requesting a morsel to eat seemed reasonable. Oh, where are the captives from today? This is bad. They may have escaped. Quick, pursue them. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Chen Feng, with the manual in hand, led second brother away. During their journey, they passed by a small river. Brother, this is not the way home. I am aware. Chen Feng lifted his leg and, with a swift kick, sent the husky tumbling into the water with a splash. Go on in. Brother, brother, woo-woo. Lang cried out pitifully from the river, yet Chen Feng remained unmoved. From this day forth, you shall take a bath every day. Clean yourself before you come back up. Though dogs generally despise bathing, under the imposing authority of Chen Feng, Lang could only paddle in the water until Chen Feng nodded, allowing him to scramble ashore, shaking off the water vigorously. Perhaps due to the bath, Lang, who usually brimmed with energy, lay down on the stone bed upon returning to the cave and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Feng took a moment to return to his original self and Lu Xiaohu's alternate form to have a meal. How troublesome. It would be so much easier if the doppelganger could manage itself. Once he transformed back into the wolf demon's alternate form, he noticed that the little pup had snuggled up to him, clutching Lang's bushy tail. The warmth and softness of the furry creature were known only to Chen Feng. For a fleeting moment, petting the dog brought him immense joy, yet responsibilities beckoned. Chen Feng exited the cave and retrieved a secret manual from his pocket. Although he could not inherit the skills of the wolf demon, as long as the demon energy within this body remained, he could exploit a loophole to practice anew. Let me see what this secret entails. Taking a deep breath, he began to peruse the manual by the light of the moon. He found page after page filled with vivid illustrations depicting the wolf demon casting spells. Why are there only pictures, with no text? Oh no. I forgot that demons are illiterate. These illustrations, akin to a comic, are utterly incomprehensible. Just as Chen Feng grappled with his confusion, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. New training program detected. Target technique deemed inadequate. Undergoing modification, ding. Modification successful. Wind manipulation technique. Modified originally a commonplace spell of the wolf demon, now enhanced to summon divine winds, shrouding the heavens in darkness and causing the earth to tremble. Technique requirements. Must belong to the phylum Chordata, class Mammalia, order Carnivora, such as wolves, dogs, weasels, foxes. Would you like to initiate the wind manipulation technique, modified, training program? What on earth? Not only did I comprehend the technique, but it has also been improved? Proficiency system, you are my savior. Chen Feng never anticipated that the long-dormant proficiency system would suddenly activate, delivering him an unexpected surprise right from the start. It seems the proficiency system can be triggered by the manual. My understanding of system development is still lacking. Chen Feng joyfully exclaimed, activate. User has initiated the wind manipulation technique, modified, training program. Warning, during the program, the user must practice daily through meditation or demon slaying. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. You may acquire the following 4 mystical abilities through the art of wind manipulation, revised 1. Confinement of wind, unlearned wind conjuring technique, ensnaring the adversary's limbs, akin to being mired in a quagmire, rendering movement arduous. 2. Windborne steps, unlearned wind evasion technique. Elusive in presence, traversing forests and crevices, penetrating every nook and cranny. 3. Blade of the Wind, unlearned wind blade technique, as piercing as a blade, invading the marrow. 1,000 cuts. 4. Dust Veil, unlearned dust conjuring technique, debris and earth, overwhelming and obscuring, veiling the sky from the sun. Chen Feng cast a glance over the text. At first glance, the multitude of characters appeared rather intricate. Yet, if the internet-addicted youth with yellow hair were present, he could succinctly elucidate. One is for individual control, another for stealthy movement, a third for single target damage, and the last for mass blinding. The methods of cultivation are equally comprehensible. One involves meditative stillness and comprehension of the techniques, while the other requires slaying demons and monsters for experience. However, slaying monsters is not an option at present. Chen Feng certainly cannot stew his dog. Thus, he decided to attempt meditation first. Emulating the posture from Journey to the West, Chen Feng sat cross-legged. Before long, he felt a warmth in his abdomen. Is it spiritual energy? No, it was merely the result of consuming too much soda, leaving him with a belly full of carbonation. An hour later, Chen Feng opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This wind manipulation technique is truly not for mere mortals. My legs are numb, yet I feel no progress. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the methods of the demon race were inherently beyond human comprehension. Chen Feng recognized his lack of talent. If one could master spells merely by gazing at a few illustrations, every comic artist on Earth would possess the ability to fly. This must be the bottleneck often depicted in cultivation novels. Without sufficient innate talent, one cannot break through. Nevertheless, despite his insufficient aptitude, Chen Feng possessed a system. By the heavens, activate it. The impatient Chen Feng directly summoned the cheat system, expending a modicum of temporary points. Experience multiplier adjusted to 999. Secret arts activated. Within 1 minute, your cultivation speed has successfully reached a staggering 999 times. With a sudden jolt, Chen Feng felt an intense itch in his head, as if his intellect were burgeoning. Simultaneously, the previously obscure patterns before him transformed into clarity. Ah, so this is how it is. I gradually grasped everything. What would typically require immense effort to surmount became as effortless as eating, drinking, and breathing for Chen Feng. As the minute elapsed, the secret arts dissipated. Chen Feng opened his eyes wide, exclaiming joyfully, I did it. I have succeeded. He raised a finger, and the once calm mouth of the cave was suddenly swept by a chilling wind. With a mere press of his finger, the wind vanished without a trace. Congratulations. You have acquired the beginner-level wind blade, confinement of wind, windborne steps, and dust veil. Please continue to strive and perfect all 4 mystical abilities to their utmost completion. Chen Feng glanced at the system, discovering that, akin to the cultivation novels, mystical abilities are categorized into 6 stages: beginner, proficient, minor achievement, mastery, great achievement, and perfection. Advancing from one stage to the next requires a certain amount of experience points. For instance, progressing from beginner to proficient necessitates 100 experience points. To achieve a modicum of proficiency, one requires 1,000 points. Consequently, to attain perfection, a total of 1 million experience points is necessary. As for the methods of acquiring this experience, Chen Feng, without resorting to any form of cheating, sat in meditation for an additional hour. Entry level, 1100, goodness. An hour grants but a single point, with one skill requiring 1 million experience points. 4 skills amount to a staggering 4 million hours, equating to a relentless span of 456 years without sustenance. Factoring in the necessity for food and rest, the duration extends to a minimum of 500 years. Cultivation, what a farce. Just as Chen Feng was on the verge of abandoning hope, he felt a sharp sting, akin to a whip, strike across his back. Crack. Such arrogance. I must truly discipline you. The pain. It was excruciating. Proficiency system, why must you torment me so? Chen Feng grimaced in agony, never having anticipated that even with the physique of a B-class hero, the whip's sting would still be unbearable. I concede. I shall continue my training. Naturally, in addition to the slap, there were also dry jujubes involved. Notification. All 4 skills have reached perfection, and the wind control technique, modified, will upgrade to the Divine Wind of Samadhi. Divine Wind of Samadhi? Is that not the ultimate technique of the Yellow Wind Great Sage? Even Sun Wukong could not withstand it in Journey to the West. No wonder the system indicated that this spell, once modified, could plunge the world into darkness and cause mountains to crumble. As Chen Feng pondered this, a sudden waft of the beastly scent reached him, indicating the arrival of uninvited guests. Stealthily, he channeled his mana, cloaking his form within the wind, treading upon the breeze. Moments later, at the cave's entrance, a sneaky creature approached. It was the wolf vanguard. Feigning surrender while plotting an ambush under the cover of night, Chen Feng regarded the silhouette of the wolf vanguard with a cold smirk, never allowing himself to lower his guard simply because of the pretense of submission. This was Cihang City, where monsters were increasingly treacherous, he had learned to be wary. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed as he suspected. The reason Chen Feng refrained from eliminating the wolf vanguard immediately was rooted in the wisdom that while thieves may thrive for 1,000 days, the vigilant must remain ever watchful. He intended to use the wolf vanguard to fish for threats, to draw out all that lurked in the shadows. The wolf vanguard paused at the entrance, not advancing further, but addressing an empty space. Brother Leopard, the Great One is within. Though I am unaware of how his powers have surged, we offended him yesterday, and retribution is inevitable. The empty space responded with a chilling voice. Rest assured, my invisibility technique is flawless. I shall ensure his head is taken. The wolf vanguard clasped his hands. Excellent. I entrust everything to you. Chen Feng delved into the memories of the Great One and discovered that the concealed creature in the empty space, like the wolf vanguard, was also a centenarian leader known as Leopard Chief. The leopard demons of the shadowy forest excelled in the art of stealth, essentially a cadre of assassins. This individual was also one of the culprits behind the demise of the Great Wolf. 2 demons conspired to assassinate me. How intriguing, a little werewolf engaging in military strategy. Chen Feng reflected on the possibility that had he been ambushed in his slumber, given the high attack power of these monsters, he could very well have met his end. Such was Cihang City. One could never afford to be complacent. A single misstep could lead to death. The wolf vanguard inquired. Brother Leopard, have you proceeded? The leopard leader inquired. Not yet. Why? You stepped on my foot. Oh, the wolf vanguard, apologizing as he stepped back 2 paces, flattered. I didn't even notice stepping on anything. Your concealment technique has truly become remarkable, my dear leopard. However, the leopard leader expressed confusion. No, I am still being stepped on. Who is it? It is I. A familiar voice resonated in the air. The wolf vanguard was taken aback. Delang. You are not asleep? The leopard leader was equally astonished. Delang. You managed to approach me silently. It appears your concealment skills surpass my own. Chen Feng chuckled. Let us discuss something unknown to everyone. Seeking death. The leopard leader erupted in fury, swiping a paw forward, yet he only struck at a gust of wind. The leopard clan's concealment technique merely renders one invisible. In contrast, the wind manipulation technique allows not only for invisibility, but also for movement and immunity to physical attacks during displacement. Indeed, products of the system are always of exquisite quality. Chen Feng, having just mastered the wind manipulation technique, was eager to test his skills, forming blades of wind. With a flick of his palm, a whooshing sound filled the air as invisible blades sliced through, targeting the leopard leader. Wind blades? The leopard leader remained unfazed, being a creature of the same territory. He was well aware of the wolf demon's signature skill. Though powerful and swift, it bore a weakness, a limited damage area. A wolf demon could unleash only a single wind blade at a time. If struck, it was simply a matter of trading blows. Victory was assured for him. The leopard leader charged forth, prepared for a life-and-death clash with Chen Feng. As anticipated, the wind blades indeed struck him. The first hit, hiss, that didn't hurt. The second, hiss, still a bit painful. The 20th, hiss, that hurts. The quantity, something was amiss. The leopard leader's eyes widened, even in his dying moments. He couldn't fathom how a single wind blade had transformed into over 30. As the remains of the leopard leader, reduced to mere bones, materialized from the air. The wolf vanguard, terrified, screamed monster, and turned to flee. But it was too late, transforming wind into a prison. A wall of wind appeared before the wolf vanguard, slamming him back into place. Spare me, Brother Delang. In the next instant, Chen Feng snapped the wolf vanguard's neck. Yet even so, the wolf vanguard struggled on the ground for a moment before finally succumbing. Difficult to kill, Chen Feng mused. If the strange tales leaned towards mechanisms, then the monsters were more about numerical values. Unfortunately for him, Chen Feng was also a creature of numbers, and his were even higher. Killed a centenary wolf demon. Proficiency 152. Killed a centenary leopard demon. Proficiency 141. With the system's prompt, Chen Feng gained nearly 300 points in proficiency. The wolf vanguard seemed to have cultivated for a little over 150 years, and the leopard leader, referred to as Little Brother, was certainly younger than the wolf vanguard. This meant that for every year a demon cultivates, only 1 point of proficiency is gained. Chen Feng quickly discerned the pattern. Although killing monsters for experience was not as hopeless compared to meticulous cultivation, the return of merely 1 experience point per year was disheartening. Even if one were to vanquish all the monsters in Cihang City, accumulating 40,000 experience points remains uncertain. However, Chen Feng devised a cunning strategy, a cheating system. This mechanism allows him to double his experience, and even amplify it by a staggering 999 times. Slaying a millennium-old creature would yield an astonishing 990,000 experience points. With the plethora of monsters in this region, and each area boasting a formidable king, eliminating all 6 monarchs would amass a grand total of 6 million experience points, more than sufficient. If they could be dispatched in unison, it would also conserve some temporary points. He first augmented his abilities in Condensed Wind Blade and Wind Stride. Ding! Your Condensed Wind Blade has reached proficiency 100-1000. Ding! Your Wind Stride has reached proficiency 100-1000. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed a significant elevation in his magical prowess. Wind Stride merely enhanced his teleportation distance, while Condensed Wind Blade saw its wind blades double from 32 to 64. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Following this logic, a minor achievement would yield 128, then mastery, and eventually perfection would result in a remarkable 1024 wind blades, capable of dismembering foes with exquisite precision. Indeed, the thrill of battle is exhilarating. At that moment, Erlang, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Upon seeing the two slain monster corpses, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Leader Leopard, Vanguard Wolf. Chen Feng pointed at the skeletal remains of the leopard demon, perplexed. It's quite evident. How could you still recognize them? Erlang sniffed the air. Brother, I can smell it. A keen nose, indeed, Chen Feng remarked. These two intended to launch a nocturnal ambush, but met their demise at my hands. Upon hearing this, Erlang's face paled. Brother, we should flee. The two kings won't spare us for slaying their second-in-command. Chen Feng felt a swell of satisfaction at Erlang's use of we. Though his younger companion may be inexperienced, his loyalty was beyond reproach. Fear not. Oh, very well then. Aren't you curious why I am unafraid? If you say there is no need for fear, then I shall not fear. Such a good boy. Chen Feng affectionately patted Erlang's head, touched. Rest assured, in the future, when I feast, you shall have your share as well.